Ugh, how repulsive. I feel so dizzy. What has happened to me? Lucifer felt as if he had been tossed in a washing machine for 3 days, disoriented and dizzy. He struggled to open his eyes. However, the dazzling white light forced him to squint painfully. He was oblivious to what had transpired, feeling utterly unwell, his mind blank, as if all memories had vanished. Just as he lingered in confusion, the blinding light was obscured by a shadow. A strikingly beautiful woman in a white coat, her golden hair cascading down, gazed down at him. Her beauty was exquisite, her lips, a vivid crimson, and her ample bosom accentuated her alluring curves. The contrast of her medical attire only intensified the warmth in his chest. "You're awake. How do you feel, handsome?" she said with a smile, her alluring eyes locking onto Lu C's bewildered gaze. What is happening to me? Lu Su was entirely lost, yet he sensed he was likely in a hospital, restrained upon hospital bed. He instinctively began to assess his condition. Various unfamiliar devices were attached to him. He felt unwell and dizzy. Yet, it seemed nothing was gravely amiss. His arms and legs appeared intact. Wait, why was there no sensation in his right leg? Attempting to move it proved futile, prompting him to raise his head and inquire, "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" The doctor, with her fiery red lips, narrowed her eyes and smiled, her voice dripping with charm. "Don't worry, en somme. Your right leg has just a minor abrasion that has already been treated with the best care, so there's no need for concern." Abrasion? Lu Su furrowed his brow. "How did I get hurt? Let me see my leg." "See it? That might not be possible right now." The doctor's tone remained soothing. "Why not?" "Because your right leg is in the room next door." "What?" Lu C's mind was completely overwhelmed, his already chaotic thoughts suffering another blow. "In the next room? How could you have amputated my leg?" His body flailed helplessly on the bed like a fish out of water as he attempted to sit up and assess his situation. "Please, don't rush. A lot has happened, and you need to calm down while I explain everything slowly." The voluptuous doctor extended her finger, gently caressing Lu C's exposed chest, pressing him back onto the bed. The sensitivity at his chest and the warm breath against his ear sent shivers down his spine. With his body restrained, Lu Ce had no choice but to lie back, recalling memories while listening to her words. "You have just undergone a kidney transplant, and now, within you resides the kidney of another. Rejection may cause you some discomfort. Lie still and do not move." "Why on earth have I undergone both amputation and kidney transplant? Was I in an accident?" Lu Su, bewildered, felt fragments of his memory returning and instinctively inquired, "Who performed the transplant?" "I recall being an orphan. Is he well?" "He is quite well," the doctor replied. "Where is he?" "In a morgue on the first basement level. He will be cremated tomorrow." "Dead?" Lu Su stared incredulously at the doctor, unable to fathom. "He died to donate his kidney to me?" "No, he succumbed to late-stage kidney cancer," the doctor clarified. Lu Su felt an itch in his head, as if his brain were awakening. "So you implanted his kidney into me?" Lu Su began to struggle violently against the restraints. "Wait, don't panic. He had another healthy kidney." "Oh, but the one transplanted to you was the cancerous one. Are you out of your mind?" The intense shock finally jolted Lu C's memories back to clarity. Even a fool could discern that the current situation was decidedly amiss. The woman before him hardly resembled a legitimate doctor. What kind of medical professional dresses like a nightclub hostess? After a few futile attempts to free himself, he realized the restraints were exceedingly secure rather than a hospital. It felt as if he were lying on some sort of torture device. Lu Su endeavored to calm himself, forcing his mind to clarity. He was an orphan, without parents from a young age, and after leaving the orphanage at 15, had managed to juggle work and studies on his own. Though the tragedies of his childhood often led him to confront street thugs, such trivial altercations could hardly account for his current predicament, let alone the amputation and kidney transplant. He had merely returned home from school to sleep. Why was he here now? Who are you? What have I done to provoke you? He. The doctor delicately brushed her lips with her slender fingers, smiling. "Oh my, the handsome young man is quite astute. Have you pieced it together? The game has begun, and you are one of the first fortunate souls chosen." Excited? Lu Su furrowed his brow. "What game?" The doctor interjected. "You are rather popular right now. Many are watching your live stream." With a casual wave of her hand, a translucent azure screen materialized before Lu Su, displaying a stream of comments. "Exciting. Cut off the other leg too. Awesome. I love this finally, a chance to engage with it. Where does this screen come from? Can I buy it? This guy was unconscious. It was unsatisfying to watch. Now that he's awake, let's see his reaction. Haha. Are there any other projects? Hurry up. What kind of live stream is this? Though the comments were not overwhelmingly dense, they flowed continuously, indicating that this live stream was not particularly dull. As he gazed at the unfolding scene, Luce's heart jolted with surprise. The dark web? Could it be that he had been captured? Do not ponder too much, young man. Your world is about to undergo an unprecedented transformation, one beyond your imagination. All you need to do is enjoy this game. How about you take a look at this first? The female doctor's hand greedily caressed Lucy's pectoral muscles as she opened another video. The footage depicted a woman using a chainsaw to sever Lucy's right leg, blood splattering everywhere, provoking a wave of nausea within him as he lay motionless on the bed. Observing the previously preserved video, the doctor's crimson lips curled into a sinister and morbid smile, her complexion flushing with excitement, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Even Luce could sense her palm trembling slightly, as if suppressing a frenzied urge for violence. This woman is undoubtedly a pervert. How does it feel? Thrilling, isn't it? Are you also wondering why you seemingly cannot feel any pain? As she spoke, the doctor casually gestured towards the machine connected to Lucy's entire body. She continued her monologue, more for her own twisted gratification than to clarify Lucy's confusions. Do you recognize this? You cannot possibly, for this technology is at least 3 centuries ahead of what your planet possesses. It can manipulate your nerves currently. It is in pain mode, controlling all your sensations of pain. Previously, for the sake of convenience during the amputation, I had disabled it, but now, at last, the female doctor withdrew her incessantly wandering hand and placed it on the machine beside her, a disturbingly delighted smile gracing her lips as she looked at Lucy. Since you're awake, let me derive even more pleasure from this. With that, she closed her eyes, relishing the moment as she pressed a button. The prior pain suppression returned in full force. Silence enveloped the room. Lucy, both the doctor and the audience watching the live stream, seemed to have pressed the pause button on time, standing there in stunned silence, the anticipated screams failing to materialize. The female doctor. Her expression vividly betrayed her confusion as she stared into Lucy's clear eyes, utterly bewildered. Is something amiss? Lucy weakly inquired. What with this nerve manipulation? Should I tell her that I was born without the ability to feel pain? Does your leg not hurt? The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lucy, who should have regained his sense of pain. My leg doesn't hurt. Why? Because my leg is next door, it can't hurt anymore. The female doctor, after a brief moment of distraction, gazed at the still humorous Lucy, her expression suddenly contorting into one of fury, a prominent vein on her forehead resembling a hashtag. Very well. I commend your spirit. I hope you can maintain it. As her words echoed, she ruthlessly adjusted a few buttons, and the instruments connected to Lucy erupted with a brilliant red light. In that instant, the most excruciating pain imaginable descended upon him. The intense agony caused his entire body to convulse, a torment that surpassed the limits of human endurance, a 10 on the pain scale that could shatter even the most resilient spirit in an instant. Following this were screams, spasms, and pleas for mercy, such exquisite torment. Of course, the aforementioned scene was merely a figment of the female doctor's imagination. In reality, when the machine's red light illuminated the room, Lucy merely trembled slightly before resuming his unresponsive demeanor. The two continued to stare at each other, Lucy surveying his surroundings, pondering his predicament and escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting a bit more right now? Lucy's calm voice ignited a flame of rage within her, transforming her fury into a sardonic smile. Very well, this is what you've brought upon yourself. With that, she pushed herself off the edge of the bed and leaped towards Lucy, pinning him down with an agile motion. As her white coat slipped away, it revealed scanty clothing beneath. Lucy felt as though a flash of white light had passed before him. In a barely there outfit, she pressed him down with overwhelming force and elasticity. What is going on? Please, don't. In an instant, Lucy was left flushed and began to struggle violently. He instinctively wanted to say something dismissive, But in this life-and-death moment, he felt such humor was inappropriate. The woman, her face twisted with malice, glared at him and gritted her teeth. "I hope you're prepared. Let me bring you pleasure." The nearby machine surged to its maximum power, the red light blaring with a strange rumble. An unusual sensation of itchiness enveloped Lu Su entirely, and simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Threshold has been breached. Unlocking. Binding. Initializing. Pain chosen. Pain value 9. Initial gene lock. Pinning activation required pain value 11,100. Huh, what? This time, it was Lu Su who was bewildered. Bang! Just as his expression remained frozen in confusion, reflecting on the voice in his mind, the female doctor, in her fury, struck him with a resounding slap. He felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled groan. Lu Su was struck with astonishment as he discovered that the woman before him possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength, rendering him nearly powerless to resist. "Huh! Huh!" The female doctor gasped for breath, her eyes ablaze with a furious and twisted fire as she gazed at the man beneath her, whose helplessness resembled that of mere prey. The disobedience of her quarry shattered all her previous plans and the delightful sensations she had envisioned. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. "Why are you unharmed?" She gritted her teeth, her hands, imbued with terrifying force, gradually exerting pressure upon him. Lu's pupils constricted in an instant as he felt the strange sensation of his muscles tearing apart, horrified by the woman's horrific strength. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a normal human female. Bound as he was, like a fish on a chopping board, his lack of fear of pain did not equate to invulnerability. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he observed the fiery glint in her eyes and realized he must first acquiesce to her. Following a notably feigned scream, he began to writhe on the bed. "It hurts! It hurts! I just forgot." The female doctor paused, her previously fiery gaze faltering, her expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. Had he truly forgotten? How could one forget pain? What audacity! Yet, witnessing Lu's display of agony, her grotesque expression softened considerably, and she chuckled in a manner reminiscent of release, momentarily discarding her prior intensity as she pressed a button on the nearby device once more. A crimson light blazed forth. Chosen by pain, pain value 8. Initial gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value 19,100. The familiar voice resonated in Lu's mind once again, and he understood that now was the time for him to truly suffer. Once again, in sync with the voice echoing in his mind, Lu Su continued his performance of anguish, feeling that his act was somewhat lacking in authenticity. He had never experienced pain since childhood, and given his efforts, this was the best he could do. With no viable escape route, he could only temporarily adhere to the prompt regarding the pain value, aiming to accumulate 100 and see if the initial gene lock would prove beneficial. Although his cries were somewhat insincere, the doctor attending to him appeared considerably more at ease than before. Exhaling deeply, the murderous intent in her demeanor dissipated, replaced once more by an alluring and disturbingly ecstatic smile. As she continued to operate the nearby device, she adjusted her position atop Lu Su, her medical attire beginning to slip away piece by piece. The scant remaining fabric struggled to fully conceal her alabaster skin. Observing her posture, expression, and the meager coverage of her garments, the audience watching the live stream was acutely aware of the unfolding events that were about to transpire. By heavens! Is this doctor truly so remarkable? One could hardly discern it from her white coat before. My apologies for my earlier assumptions. Just moments ago, she was amputating a leg, and now she seems poised to elevate our relationship to an entirely different level. Wait, do you not find this young man's cries to be somewhat feigned? Surely, this is mere theatrics. A number of viewers in the comments section began to sense something amiss, their astonishment palpable. Yet the female doctor, caught up in her fervor, remained oblivious to the disquiet. Chosen by pain, pain value 8. Chosen by pain, pain value 9. A relentless wave of excruciating neural stimuli surged forth, capable of shattering one's psyche. Yet for Lu Su, it bore no effect. He could only persist in augmenting his pain value in conjunction with the performance of his counterpart. Is this the maximum power? Is there a greater intensity? If it escalates further, I might just perish, please, no more. Now, bro, right? This act is rather lackluster. Honestly, I find this quite cringeworthy. Are we abandoning all pretense? I must say, the plots of domestic films still leave much to be desired. Brother upstairs, I borrow your words. The woman's deranged smile began to falter, a hint of realization creeping in despite her mind being clouded by desire. In her past torments of prey, their uncontrollable muscles and nerve responses had been her sustenance. Yet, why did this man exhibit none of those signs? This marked the second occasion she had been jolted from her carnal reverie. Kid, are you toying with me? Are you inquiring whether I wish to? Lui se retorted. With a resounding crash, the alluring figure slammed her palm onto the machine, which erupted in a blaze of crimson light, signaling her waning patience. You've provoked me, little one. I cannot discern the anomaly within you, but you have thoroughly extinguished my enthusiasm. As she spoke, her hand descended beneath her, retrieving a dagger. Wait, could you kindly elucidate where you procure that knife? With a swift motion, brilliant light flared, the blade plunging into his chest. Chosen by pain value 2. The pain value was modest, indicating that this incision was far less torturous than the prior apparatus. Yet, it caused Lucy's pupils to constrict instantaneously. His lack of pain did not equate to immunity from death. I find myself somewhat disinclined to continue this little game, the female doctor declared, tossing her hair back, adjusting her posture, and brushing against Lucy's form. With that, her hand, wielding the knife, began to move as though she were a paintbrush dipped in crimson, poised to create upon a canvas. The chosen of pain value 2. The chosen of pain value 1. I initially intended to indulge in our encounter, but your actions have left me quite displeased. Thus, I am suddenly compelled to sever it and put it to use, curious to see if your expression remains unchanged in that moment. The seductive voice lingered in the air, and beyond the physical torment, it was the mental anguish that weighed heavily. As Lucy's expression grew increasingly grave, the twisted female doctor reveled once more in her delight and satisfaction. The pain value steadily escalated, yet Lucy was acutely aware that time was not on his side. The adversary's other hand had already gripped his trousers, who would have anticipated that his first experience of a woman disrobing him would culminate in an attempt at emasculation. Crack! Suddenly, a dull, excruciating sound resonated through the room, capturing the doctor's attention. A glance downward revealed a scene drenched in crimson, as Lucy's nails dug into the handcuffs, seemingly striving to break free with sheer force. Yet it was evident that it was not the cuffs that would yield. Turning back, she was met with the same expressionless countenance of Lucy. What are you doing? Accustomed to various forms of torture, the already disturbed doctor sensed an unsettling shift. Lucy smiled. He felt no pain, his only concern being the notification that accompanied the breaking of his nails. The chosen of pain value 4. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds erupted simultaneously as Lucy forcibly ripped off every nail from his left hand in an instant. The chosen of pain value 3. Gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value 101100 condition met. Gene lock activated. Boom! A flash of lightning surged through Lucy's mind, akin to a grand door slowly creaking open, while simultaneously, the once unyielding steel handcuffs shattered with unexpected violence. Chapter 3. Special Event Rewards. World Number 1. The gene lock is unleashed. Every cell within him seemed to ignite. His heart roared like an internal combustion engine. And the sensation of transformation made Lucy acutely aware of the unprecedented changes occurring within him. Along with this metamorphosis came strength. Metal shattered. The robust alloy handcuffs that could secure even a bull exploded apart, steam billowing forth as his arms rose in a boiling display of power. The astonishment reflected in the doctor's eyes mirrored the cold gleam of the severed metal. The two figures sprang forth like leopards, their positions reversed in an instant. The female doctor found herself pinned to the bed, the knife seized, her body twisting in a fluid motion as if rehearsed countless times. The previous lightheartedness in her gaze had vanished entirely. After regaining his freedom, Lucy uttered not a single word. A wolfish ferocity gleamed in his eyes as he raised the knife and plunged it forcefully toward the woman's exposed chest. It was aimed directly at her heart. At this moment, the audience, previously engrossed in what they believed to be a risque and perverse live broadcast, began to sense that something was amiss. Isn't this situation a bit off? Has something gone wrong? How did he suddenly break the handcuffs? Is this staged? I wonder what the next plot twist will be. Are we shifting to a more traditional, male-dominant position now? However, the two at the center of attention were acutely aware that this was no mere jest. The female doctor's eyes were wide with terror as she desperately grasped Lu Su's wrist, incredulous at how he had freed himself from his restraints. Carbon-based life. 18 years of age. Low-tier physical energy. Impossible. What have you done? Her sharp voice echoed throughout the room, the veins on her forehead bulging like a struggling beast ensnared. Yet Lu Su remained utterly indifferent, one leg pressing firmly against her abdomen while he exerted pressure with the knife, forcing it down against her futile struggles. The razor-sharp tip had already sliced through her supple skin, a shape that could drive countless men mad, yet it evoked no response from Lu Su. He was like a finely tuned machine, intent on slaughtering his prey. "Stop. Please, this is just a game. Nothing will happen," the female doctor pleaded, her voice betraying her panic as a disarming smile graced her face. "This is the chosen paradise. You are the selected one. This is merely an initial trial. You've passed. You performed excellently. And after this, you will receive numerous rewards. You must be curious about what is happening. Let me go. I know everything. And I can answer your questions. Whatever you desire, just say it. I am yours. You can do as you please," in her frantic tone. Her words shifted from pleading to flattery, and even to temptation. Yet Lu Su's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the knife in his hand. The woman beneath him evoked not the slightest interest. Her nearly bare attire and pitiful words only compelled him to apply even greater pressure with both hands upon the knife. Lu Su understood that, given his ability to snap handcuffs with ease, this woman's resistance indicated she was far from ordinary. Life and death hung in the balance, rendering words superfluous. Blood seeped forth, vitality slowly ebbing away. "You cannot kill me, for I am." Crack! The sound of the dagger piercing her sternum and embedding itself in her heart silenced her unfinished words forever. In that moment, Lu Su gazed into her wide-open eyes and uttered his first words after breaking free. "I have been an orphan since childhood. Surviving to this day has not been easy. Over the years, I have learned one crucial lesson. Never relinquish the opportunity to live to another." After speaking, the sharpness in his eyes vanished instantly, and he slumped, as if drained, into the embrace of the still warm woman beneath him. Such declarations of victory ought to be spoken only when the opponent is truly deceased. He chuckled weakly, glancing down at his right leg. Now irretrievably lost, his laughter faltered. He had been acutely aware during the life-and-death crisis that only by vanquishing his foe could he hope to survive. Yet now his mind was a tumult of confusion. What manner of game was this? What trial? Why had his leg suddenly failed him? Clenching his fists, the extreme strength afforded by the genetic lock provided Lu Su with a modicum of confidence. He turned his gaze toward the screen, suspended in the air, desperate for answers. On the large screen, the previously stunned silence, a reaction to the sudden upheaval, had erupted into chaos. Game? What game? Does this mean we are also chosen ones? After all, why has this video appeared before me out of thin air? I appeared on the computer out of nowhere, and now I cannot turn it off. Incredible. I remember you. Counterattack brother. Already reported to the authorities. A cursory review yielded only fragmented information, when suddenly, the entire room began to tremble, and the large screen flickered out, plunging Lu Su into darkness. Startled, he instinctively sought to act, yet his body betrayed him, rendered utterly unresponsive, as if floating in the void of space. Before him lay a data stream reminiscent of a time-space tunnel, while strange mechanical sounds filled his ears, accompanied by lines of subtitles that materialized before his eyes. Initial game concluded. Welcome to the global megagame. Chosen paradise. Initial number of selected participants, 14, 569, 812. Initial number of competitors, 1, 652, 348. Number of finishers, 926, 357. Note, no true death occurs in the initial stage. But those who do not finish will be disqualified from the game. Number of perfect finishers, 3, 549. Your initial completion rating, SSS level, perfect completion. Currently, the number of consecutive flawless completions stands at 1. Reward settlement in progress. As he gazed at the lines of text before him, Lusu felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. It was only now that he truly comprehended the meaning of a transformed world. Special event triggered. Elimination of the initial divine guide. Achievement badge acquired. Godslayer. Special event triggered. Seizure of a 003 level sealed object. Sensory manipulator. Item classified as special. Retrieved. Reward of equivalent sealed object has been placed in the backpack. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items. Intermediate healing potions, 3, added to backpack. Your current world ranking, 1726,357. Rankings are updated with each game. Continuous flawless performance and a high rank will yield delightful surprises. Please continue your efforts. Am I the number one in the world? Lusu stared at the 726,357 before him, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 4. The Chosen Paradise, Global Gaming, Perfect Completion Reward, Complementary Body Restoration Function, Please relax. This was the final utterance. Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming wave of irresistible drowsiness washed over Lusu, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding, 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 the sound of an alarm resonated. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, perhaps only a few minutes, when Lusu was abruptly roused from his slumber by the blaring alarm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar dimness of his room, the recognizable confines of his 10-square-meter dormitory, the musty corners of the walls, the aged second-hand Redmi phone on his bedside. All were so well known. Lusu was taken aback, glancing down at his legs, intact. Was it merely a dream? How vividly real it felt. With a sigh tinged with disappointment, he thought to silence the alarm by casually tapping his phone, only to produce a thunderous crash. The sound jolted him fully awake, and as he curiously flicked on the light, he was drawn into contemplation by the deep impressions left on his bed. Had it not been for the layer of bedding, his luxurious smartphone might have met its untimely demise. Suddenly, a thought struck Lusu. He swiftly unlocked his phone and connected to the dormitory's Wi-Fi, casually navigating to a social media platform. The top trending topic in the search box blazed with fiery hues, described simply in 8 succinct characters. The Chosen Paradise, Global Gaming. The number of search participants had reached a staggering 180 million. It is worth noting that the historical peak for this platform's trending topics was merely 40 million, 180 million. Such a figure is beyond the realm of any celebrity's management company to fabricate. Lusu hurriedly clicked on the topic, delving into a plethora of news articles. Beginning at midnight, a vast population had mysteriously vanished. A Canadian Airlines aircraft had crashed, with crew members reporting that both the captain and co-pilot had vanished from the cockpit. Many individuals found their phones, computers, and electronic devices suddenly broadcasting live streams, with screens inexplicably appearing on their retinas, unshuttable. An Australian man demonstrated supernatural abilities, proclaiming himself a perfect completionist, heralding a new era in which he would become the ruler of the world. Numerous individuals claimed to be the chosen ones, yet they were not forcibly thrust into the game, stating they could voluntarily join later. Experts suggested it might be a case of mass deception, with police conducting investigations, urging those genuinely participating in or experiencing the game to contact the authorities. The screen was inundated with message after message, most of which were direct announcements from official media, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Lusu noted that the earliest timestamp of this news was less than 20 hours ago, yet it had disseminated so widely. The entire interface was virtually devoid of other news. Various self-media outlets flocked to report, and an array of esoteric videos flooded the platform. This was the first time everyone witnessed what it meant for the world to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. And Lusu himself was among the initial first-hand experiencers of this upheaval, even standing as the very first, based on the current interviews. All participants have expressed that after the conclusion of the first game, a screen suddenly appeared before their eyes, allowing them to effortlessly access information and the timing of the next game with mere thought. However, none of the volunteers currently in the hospital have exhibited any abnormalities in their eyes or brains. As Lu Su perused the various interview details, he suddenly realized something was amiss. With a mere thought, the screen materialized before him. This manipulation felt entirely instinctive, akin to the innate control of one's own body, requiring no instruction whatsoever. At that moment, the screen displayed a void with only a few simple lines of text. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and ultimately, players will possess the world. Time until the next game commences: 47, 54, 43. This is the challenge of the divine, the chosen paradise. We welcome your presence. Could it be that the time until the next game is merely 2 days away? According to the news reports, time within the game is continuous with that of reality, meaning the temporal experience in the game aligns with that of the external world. If participants vanish into the game, it suggests that this experience resembles a form of transcendence rather than mere mental immersion. As Lu Su gathered information, he mused aloud, only to realize that although he had seemingly attained the first position, he was, in truth, utterly uninformed. It appeared that other participants online possessed a wealth of knowledge. According to yesterday's discussions, there was a guide in the initial game, yet it seemed he had eliminated that very guide. It was his first act of taking a life, yet inexplicably, he bore no psychological burden. He harbored a vague premonition that the moral frameworks and order of the world were poised for upheaval. After spending approximately half an hour in contemplation, he suddenly became aware that he might be late and hastily leapt from his bed to wash up. 5 minutes later, he successfully stepped out. "Oh, it's little Lu. Why are you up so late today? I thought you had already left," remarked the dormitory manager, Old Wong, as he tidied up the rooms, noting that most students had already departed. Due to his status as an orphan, Lu Su was classified as a financially challenged student and ultimately secured accommodation in the infirmary S compartment. Although the living conditions were quite poor, it alleviated some expenses and simplified his social interactions. You carry on," he replied hastily, making his way to school. Report. Lu Su called out from the entrance of classroom 7, grade 3, where he stood, already tardy. The atmosphere in the classroom felt distinctly different today. One could almost sense a palpable restlessness in the air. The homeroom teacher, Old Lu, remained at the podium, yet all the students below were engaged in whispered conversations, while the teacher fixated on his phone, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. After the report was made, the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. As if a mute button had been pressed, all eyes turned towards the entrance, and even the homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, set aside his phone. This stillness persisted for at least 5 seconds before Mr. Lu took a deep breath and inquired, "What caused your tardiness?" Lu Su had never experienced such an intense focus on his late arrival. Momentarily taken aback, he replied, "I overslept." In an instant, the classroom erupted into a cacophony, punctuated by the sound of gasps from the crowd. Mr. Lu's expression dimmed slightly. He had initially harbored suspicions that a rumored player had emerged from his class. For according to prevailing tales, the game's conclusion coincided with this very morning. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, Lu Su returned to his seat. In this senior class, the entire focus shifted from studying and lessons to animated discussions, as everyone seemed to eagerly anticipate the arrival of a new world. Well, now that everyone is here, let us settle down," Mr. Lu announced. In accordance with the directives from the school and the Ministry of Education, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize certain matters. As for future class arrangements, they will depend on the specific organizational circumstances in society. And even the conduct of the college entrance examination will be contingent upon the situation. At present, the significance of that matter surpasses everything. Despite Mr. Lu's solemn demeanor, it failed to instill seriousness in any of the students. Instead, their excitement only intensified. "All right, I trust everyone is aware of what I am referring to. The chosen paradise. Is there anyone in our class who has been selected to become one of the so-called chosen ones? Chapter 5. So white, long, and tender may I touch? As the words fell, Lusu instinctively lowered his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at each person in the class. The classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement, everyone looking around and chattering animatedly, eager to discover if anyone among them had first-hand experience. Lusu buried his head. As he typically had few friends and his presence was rather inconspicuous, no one paid him much mind. He pondered to himself. In the face of supernatural events that defy scientific explanation, and with everyone oblivious to what the future holds, one ought to observe cautiously. Anyone who recklessly divulges information is surely a fool, and undoubtedly no one would. Teacher, it's me. I have been chosen. A boy seated by the window proudly raised his hand, a triumphant expression barely contained on his face, surrounded by classmates who had previously gathered to chat with him. Lusu recognized the boy as Zhang Tao, someone with whom he shared an average relationship, one of those individuals who flaunted a bit of wealth in school. When they first met, Zhang Tao, upon realizing Lu Su was an orphan, had even entertained thoughts of bullying him, but after receiving a beating from Lu Su, their paths had diverged. Though he found it difficult to suppress his disdain for such foolishness, he nonetheless shifted his gaze to observe the other chosen ones alongside Zhang Tao, curious about their perspectives. Oh, Lu's eyes lit up, directing his attention towards Zhang Tao. You have been chosen? Are you participating in the game directly, or merely as an observer? I am an observer, Zhang Tao replied meekly, before quickly adding, but I will be eligible to participate in the next game. As his words echoed, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the classroom. After all, amidst the stagnant routine of their senior year, such a world-altering event was an exhilarating shock. Zhang Tao basked in the envy radiating from his classmates, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is there anyone else? Teacher Lu sent a message on his phone, continuing to survey the class. I hope everyone will speak truthfully. This matter is of great significance to the nation, and indeed, to you all. In the ensuing silence, no one else raised their hands. All right, class, please engage in self-study. Zhang Tao, please accompany me. With those words, Zhang Tao strode out of the classroom, chest puffed out like a triumphant general. Goodness, I am so envious. Why is it him? Someone exclaimed. Zhang Tao hardly studies at all. Teacher Lu had often criticized him for his lack of diligence. Yet now he was treating him with such deference. Study? What for? This supernatural phenomenon is beyond the realm of current scientific understanding. Who could he possibly learn from? Haven't you seen the videos circulating online? That game seems to be set in an alternate dimension, where one can acquire superpowers. Superpowers? Is that even real? Will we have a chance to be chosen later on? Aren't they saying that the first batch of selected individuals has already been determined? The class teacher departed, leaving the students in hushed conversations, each pulling out their mobile devices to share the latest news and videos. Lu Su felt perplexed at first. Why were they so exuberant? He recalled his own experience in that so-called game, which was anything but enjoyable. Helplessly restrained on an operating table, subjected to amputation, kidney transplants, and the grotesque disembowelment by a deranged woman. Fortunately, he had been born without the capacity for pain, enduring much suffering, coupled with that divine torment that had allowed him to defy fate. Otherwise, under such extreme torture, it was unlikely that many among this ordinary cohort could withstand it. Gradually, as he listened to their discussions, Lu Su uncovered an intriguing truth. Each individual's initial game experience appeared to be uniquely distinct. While most involved tests of human endurance, his own harrowing ordeal seemed to be an anomaly. Moreover, during the game's conclusion, it was explicitly stated that players would not truly die in the initial stage, although those who failed to complete it would be disqualified. This implication suggested that, under normal circumstances, real death could indeed occur in the game. Yet, none of his classmates seemed to care or were even aware of this alarming detail. They regarded the divine selection paradise merely as a game, akin to an adventure of slaying monsters and leveling up, without contemplating the consequences. However, having lived through it, Lu Su acutely sensed the underlying brutality. It could very well be a matter of life and death. He had just heard that a participant from America claimed there was a temporary ranking system. The soldier boasted of achieving the 67th position and receiving a reward of physical enhancement, asserting that he could now bend a bottle cap with his fingers, possessing immense strength. Really? If he continued to participate, wouldn't he eventually become superhuman? Amidst the incessant chatter around him, Lu Su remained silent, his hand slipping into the compartment of his desk to grasp a bottle cap. With a firm grip, he crushed it effortlessly, molding it into a small ball as if it had been placed in a blender. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he savored the power in his grasp. Indeed, the game was brutal and twisted, but Lu Su yearned for it to be even more perverse. Compared to the stifling constraints of the mundane reality, he preferred that realm where life and death were dictated by one's own abilities. Hey, what are you laughing at? Did you have a spring dream last night? Just as Lu Su's smile took on a more sinister edge, a melodious voice jolted him back to reality. It was his female classmate, Xie Antong. Xie Antong had been his desk mate for 3 years. Lu Su's past experiences had granted him an insightful perception of others. Although Antong never exuded an air of superiority, he understood from her attire and demeanor that they hailed from different worlds. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more he sought to maintain distance, the more Antong seemed to audaciously tease him. "It's nothing, just recalling something joyful," he replied. Lu Su secretly concealed the small ball he had fashioned from a bottle cap within the recess of the table, maintaining his composure as he spoke. Suddenly, he felt a tickle at his ear. Xie Antong had leaned in close, whispering, "Are you pretending? You've been chosen too, haven't you?" Lu Su was taken aback, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you ask?" Their gazes locked once more, and all Lu Su could discern was the playful glimmer in her narrowed eyes, which stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him. His initial experience in the game had indeed drawn an audience, but could it be mere coincidence? It was essential to keep his agonizing selection, the unlocking of his genetic code, and his ruthless acts of violence, far more extreme in the discussions among his classmates, confidential. Thus, he cast a sidelong glance at Xie Antong and tentatively extended his right leg, which had been previously severed in the game. "You see my leg." Xie Antong glanced down, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What? So fair, long, and tender. May I touch it?" Without waiting for a response, she reached out. "Lu Su?" Chapter 6. There are people in my home police station. Are there people in that hospital? "No," I said. "Could you please be a little more mindful of the impact?" Lu Su glanced at Xie Antong, whose eyes were gleaming with intrigue as she began to encroach upon his personal space, and quickly withdrew his leg. He had merely intended to test the waters, especially since his character in the game had been rather intimidating and he had lost a leg. However, judging by her reaction, it seemed that the girl before him had not fortuitously encountered his initial game self. Humans excel at empathizing with others. When one says they have been chosen, is it not merely a euphemism for concealing their true identity? Lu Su refrained from elaborating on his own predicament and instead shifted the conversation to her. To his astonishment, Xie Antong gazed into his eyes for a moment and earnestly nodded. "Yes, Lu Su. Wait, are you just going to tell me that?" Xie Antong surveyed their surroundings. Her classmates were engrossed in their own discussions, oblivious to the two of them. She turned away from Lu Su and continued softly, "In a completely unknown world, as a minority, it is prudent not to draw too much attention. Observing the situation before acting is entirely reasonable." Suddenly, Xie Antong changed her tone. "So, will you choose to participate in the second game in 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Lu Su's mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, "So you're just assuming I'm one of the chosen ones, are you? I haven't even confirmed that." Before he could respond, Xie Antong took the initiative to say, "Regardless of your thoughts, I advise against participating. Just wait. The allure of altering one's fate is overwhelming. I understand that if given the chance, you wouldn't hesitate. However, our nation has stringent internet regulations, and during such tumultuous times, many pieces of information and news remain undisclosed to maintain stability. As one of the first viewers, I made a thorough record after a brief shock last night. I reviewed no less than 100 game live streams, featuring individuals facing various or similar storylines. Some scenes were exceptionally brutal, depictions entirely absent from the internet, where the trials lacked any semblance of modern moral or legal standards. As she spoke, Xiaontong's complexion paled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even witnessed a player truly perish within that game. If the game is another realm, where time and space are interconnected with reality, is akin to the players being transported directly into it, then can they survive? Lu Su. Xiantong fixed her gaze on Lu Su's profile, speaking earnestly, which inexplicably made him feel somewhat guilty. For the truth she spoke. Lu Su was the most aware of anyone. He was the one who had lived through it all. He had faced the cruelest and most bizarre trials, fully cognizant of the dangers and bloodshed involved. Thank you. In truth, Lu Su could surmise why his affluent classmate sought to draw near to him. She was merely a pampered young lady, accustomed to a life of luxury, who, upon entering a new environment, discovered that a poor boy was strikingly different from the sycophants she had known. He neither flattered her nor showed any concern for her, which piqued her curiosity. What else could it be? Is not the essence of adolescence often encapsulated in such trivial matters? Yet, he still expressed his gratitude. A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Alas, she hoped he would reflect on this. Xiantong could only sigh, uncertain whether Lu Su had absorbed her words, and began scrolling through videos on her phone, perusing the latest news. Outside the corridor, various individuals wandered about, with occasional students departing, and even Lu Su caught sight of police officers. The internet was rife with speculation. Yet as time passed, the credibility of much information became increasingly dubious. Numerous self-media outlets, grasping for attention, seemed to have gone mad, daring to proclaim the most sensational claims. Some even suggested that characters in games had acquired superpowers, with the mightiest among them capable of manually crafting nuclear warheads. Lu Su mused. How come I was unaware of my own prowess? His assessment was that ordinary humans, unarmed, no longer posed a threat to him. But as for firearms, he was still vulnerable. He felt far too weak, far from a point where personal strength could offer him security. Thus, the first day of upheaval passed, and as Lu Su walked home alone, he sought a secluded spot and gazed quietly at a wall. With the knuckles of his right fist, he struck the exposed edge of the wall with considerable force. A dull thud resounded as the bricks shattered at the corner, scattering fragments to the ground. He struck with such intensity that a crimson bruise blossomed on his knuckles, and even the edges bore abrasions, oozing a trace of blood. Observing his hand, Lu Su frowned slightly. He felt no pain and was uncertain of the expected level of discomfort. Yet the mechanism of the pain god-s enhancement had not activated. Was it due to insufficient pain or some other limitation? This enhancement from the pain god was his greatest reliance, enabling him to navigate the initial game and temporarily securing the title of the world's best. He needed to swiftly comprehend the mechanism behind it. Being equipped with a cheat he could not utilize would render him a mere jest. After attempting a few more strikes against the wall, the anticipated sound of pain enhancement still eluded him, when a voice behind him sparked irritation. What is this? Are you so despondent that you're taking it out on the wall? Must you replicate every foolish act of a mindless antagonist to validate your own stupidity? Lu Su struck the wall again with force, sending several stones flying, before turning to face Zhang Tao. Today, Zhang Tao had luxuriated in special treatment all day, floating on a cloud of self-importance, dreaming of a future life of superiority, and seizing the opportunity to disparage the one who had once bested him. However, Lu Su's punch slightly tempered his fervent heart as he mockingly retorted, "You deliberately arrived late this morning, hoping to make everyone believe you were chosen? How many individuals across the globe are truly selected? In this divine paradise, you, an orphan, not even chosen by your own parents, dare to aspire for divine selection?" Lu Su displayed no intention of responding. Instead, he calmly pried a half-brick from the shattered wall and approached his opponent. "Have you forgotten the words I spoke when I last laid my hands on you? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tao abruptly stepped back, fear compelling him to grasp a nearby bike lock. He had spent the entire day lost in thoughts of a world transformed, imagining himself as a favored one bestowed with superpowers. Yet, he had forgotten that he still lacked such abilities and could not contend with the man before him. "I must inform you, our standings have drastically changed. Even if I were to end your life, I would bear no responsibility. Stay back. I warn you. There are people at my local police station. What is that? Your father was caught for soliciting? Lu Su coldly interjected, now standing directly before Zhang Tao. Damn it. My father was arrested for soliciting. Zhang Tao felt numb. As their eyes locked, the confidence he once relied upon evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. Ever since he had been beaten upon entering high school, he had refrained from provoking Lu Su, yet he had never felt as afraid as he did today. Gazing into Lu Su's eyes, he felt his legs weaken. A gaze that spoke of having taken lives was unlike anything else. Damn it! In a moment of sheer terror, Zhang Tao cursed to embolden himself, wildly swinging the bike lock in his hand. Lu Su, having engaged in countless fights since childhood, effortlessly deflected the attack, sending the bike lock flying with a flick of his wrist. Pain God chosen. Pain value 1. Lu Su paused, taken aback by the familiar voice echoing in his mind, as if a realization dawned upon him, his smile growing increasingly sinister. I believe I have grasped something. Thank you. By the way, you mentioned having connections at the police station. Do you have any at the hospital? If not, that will soon change. Chapter 7. Re-entering the game. The mask of original sin at long last. In the dimly lit alley, the battered Zhang Tao lay unconscious, having been thoroughly defeated. Similarly, Lu Su was bruised and battered, though the injuries he bore were largely self-inflicted, a result of his deliberate actions. He had grown adept at this practice. The pain was negligible, and given that he was an orphan with no material attachments, the police typically opted for a lenient response in such matters. However, during this confrontation, Lu Su instinctively sensed his opponent's vulnerability. Had he wished, there were countless ways to eliminate his adversary right then and there. Yet, he refrained from such an act. Lu Su maintained a clear understanding of his own position. He was acutely aware that his current capabilities did not afford him the luxury of recklessness. In a hurried manner, he retreated to his modest chamber, extracted a sheet of paper, and commenced documenting his insights regarding the pain God selection. 1. Self-harm does not count. Inflicting pain upon oneself does not contribute to the accumulation of pain points. 2. The most direct means of accruing points involves the harm and torment inflicted by others. This is the simplest method for gaining points. Furthermore, in such circumstances, even if one possesses the ability to escape but chooses not to, it is not considered self-harm. Lu Su deemed this a flaw in the system. 3. After much contemplation, he posited a third hypothesis. If one is compelled or indirectly harmed due to another's actions, points may also be gained. In his previous game, he had broken his own nails to free himself, and during the recent altercation, he had met the projectiles thrown at him with his fists. Yet he had successfully gained points regardless. Pausing his writing, Lu Su inhaled deeply, gazing at his conclusions. Thus far, these were his findings. Alas, this system lacks a beginner's tutorial, leaving him to navigate through it independently. For now, these are the rules of the pain God selection, and he would add to them as he discovered more. He tucked the paper beneath his pillow and lay back, attempting to rest, though his mind remained tumultuous. His preparations were complete, which indicated that time until the next game begins. 29, 24, 4-3. Time until the next game begins. 0:30, 23. A day and a night swiftly passed. Lu Su refrained from engaging in his classmates' discussions, his thoughts having long since wandered into the realm of the game. As time progressed, the subtitles shifted, and a voice resonated in his mind. 30 minutes remaining until the game begins. Please prepare accordingly. Please choose to be an observer or a player. Contemplating the two options before him, Lu Su recalled the earnest words of Xie Antong from 2 days prior. Thank you for the reminder, he mused. Yet you are correct. How could I possibly forfeit such an opportunity? When destiny arrives, all choices cease to be choices. Player identity has been loaded. Welcome to the divine selection paradise. May your courage lead you to the heavens. Half an hour later, a data stream enveloped Lu Su's entire being, and his figure vanished from the confines of the small room. Welcome to the game. The difficulty level of your current dungeon is Hell Grade. You have 5 minutes to complete the initial setup. Observing the swift data loading, a panel representing his player status materialized before Lu Su. Game points, 3,000, pain value, 7, strength, 10, agility, speed, to luck, 3, spirit, 0, bonus medal, God Slayer, legendary, equipment, inventory, initial backpack. You have a reward pending collection. To his astonishment, Lusa noticed that his pain value was also displayed on the panel, and he could allocate points to the values below. Unsure which attribute was of utmost importance, he decided to address point allocation later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Obtained sealed item, A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect of the 7 Deadly Sins. Amplifies the corresponding weaknesses of a user's humanity, while simultaneously granting substantial bonuses. Please set your initial appearance. As the voice faded, a swirl of gray mist appeared before Lu Su, lacking a fixed shape. An idea sparked in Lu Su's mind, and he declared, Fluid Mask. The mist gradually transformed into a mask, adhering to Lu Su's face without any sensation of wearing it. Please select a form. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Su chose one that felt relatively manageable, greed. The mask twisted momentarily, then morphed into a deep blue hue. Please select a mode. Normal overload. Normal. Preparation time has concluded. Entering the game. In an instant, the world blurred, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The next moment, Lu Su found himself immersed in the game. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the dizziness had not subsided, leaving him with a light-headed sensation, while the surrounding environment radiated an extraordinary heat akin to being placed in a steamer. Regaining his composure, Lu Su realized he was suspended upside down in the air, chains binding his left ankle. Below him, several dozen meters down, a pool of bubbling magma awaited. Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream pierced the air, and Lu Su then noticed that he was not alone in the second game. Counting himself, there were a total of 10 individuals suspended here, resembling roasted ducks in a fireplace. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? What is happening? Why am I hanging here? It's so hot, so scalding. How can I possibly descend? Among those similarly suspended around him, a few had begun to panic, their palpable sense of dread igniting a sense of urgency. Lu Su cast a fleeting glance, dismissing them. Their capabilities were evidently limited, rendering them inconsequential whether as foes or allies. Welcome to the game. Regrettably, you have been selected for Hell mode, but simultaneously, consider yourselves fortunate. Each of you stands upon a platform, beneath which the lava rises inexorably. You must escape in due time. Delay could lead to, well, sincere apologies. Now, here comes your first escape tool. A mechanical voice echoed within this infernal furnace, and a rope descended amidst the 10 individuals. At its end dangled a saw, a tool marred with deep crimson rust, its teeth bearing numerous nicks and chips. Gazing upon this implement and the encroaching lava below, comprehension of the escape meant set in their minds. An overwhelming chill surged through the hearts of all, save for one. Chapter 8. Hellish Difficulty. The influence of greed. Lu Su gazed at the descending saw, his mind consumed by a singular thought. The pain value. Does that not exist? The realms of reality and the gaming world intertwine. In the tangible world, any injury sustained necessitate a visit to the hospital, with severe cases potentially leading to disability. However, within the game, he understood well that achieving the conditions for a perfect clearance would allow for the free healing of all injuries. This was precisely why he was determined to delve into the game. The risks were formidable, yet the prospective rewards for him were undeniably maximized. What does this mean? What does this signify? You dare call this a game? No one ever informed me of this before. This is sheer deception. I shall report you. Amidst the cacophony of cries and lamentations ringing in his ears, Lu Su felt numb, turning to the weeping woman beside him. Report? What would you report to? Do you not comprehend the nature of this situation? Though Lu Su had anticipated the initial chaos of the game, the level of absurdity he was witnessing exceeded his expectations. He activated his personal livestream screen, eager to ascertain whether there was information regarding the other 9 players. To his surprise, he discovered an exceedingly high number of viewers fixated on him. Is this the perspective of a player achieving a perfect clearance? I specifically wanted to observe the skills of the elite players. This scene is somewhat terrifying. I have never encountered anything like it before. Fortunately, I decided to observe first to see what games there are. It seems I shall remain a spectator after all. Having reviewed the other 9, only 3 are clearers. The rest are first-time participants. It appears this one is indeed the player with a perfect clearance. Lu Su then realized that while the live streams were randomly assigned, they could still be searched and categorized. If this were the case, those who achieved perfect clearances would soon find themselves in the spotlight. This might not necessarily be a favorable development. The world would never allow an individual to wield superhuman power without scrutiny. Fortunately, he had chosen to wear a mask. However, his personality and habitual actions could still be discerned by the observant. I want out. I want out. I refuse to saw off my own leg. Let me exit. I will not play any longer. Throughout Lu Su's observations, the woman beside him continued to weep profusely, clearly unable to confront the reality before her. To Lu Su's astonishment, a response indeed materialized in the air. A mechanical voice echoed. The shop system will soon be activated. During the game's preparation phase, you may purchase an exit token, which allows for a forced exit mid-game. Once an exit token is utilized, the game qualification will be permanently forfeited. During the game, access to the shop will be unavailable. Exit token. Such a thing exists? Lu Su pondered internally, yet he displayed no outward reaction. At this juncture, he had already devised a plan to exploit the pain value. What do you mean there is no way out? The magma is rising. I feel dizzy. Release me. Amidst the incessant, piercing screams of the women, a sudden metallic grinding sound pierced through the air, disrupting the chaos and despair that enveloped the atmosphere, instantly drawing the attention of the other 9 individuals. Above the molten lava, a chain began to thrash violently, the creaking sound silencing all clamoring voices in an instant. The chain that bound Lu Su's right leg was now thrashing in the air, while Lu Su, agile as a monkey, swung about. With a sharp crack, he forcefully grasped the rusted saw that hung above him. Well, the quality of the iron chain is quite decent. It hasn't loosened despite all this thrashing, he mused, effortlessly pulling down the saw. His light-hearted voice echoed in the confined space, causing the surrounding 9 to widen their eyes in shock as they beheld his audacity. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to saw off his leg? With that rusted saw? To be honest, the brothers were indeed showing him some respect. It was astonishing that they hadn't fought for this sole implement, allowing him to claim it. The notion of severing one's own leg for escape was a rather cliché tactic. By the way, did you all really pay the copyright fee for saw? Holding the saw, Lu Su felt no urgency to act. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, he chatted casually while swaying in the air. This inexplicable sense of relaxation led those around him to seriously doubt whether he truly comprehended the dire predicament that necessitated the severing of his own leg for survival. From the very first words he uttered, Lu Su was acutely aware of one thing. This was not entirely his usual demeanor. His current mental state resembled that of a tipsy individual, fully capable of controlling his faculties, yet subconsciously uttering nonsensical remarks incongruous with his typical personality. This might be the effect of the sinful mask upon his face, magnifying certain traits of his humanity while also bestowing corresponding advantages. Lu Su was reluctant to overly constrain himself. Greed, loquacity, cunning. These traits were precisely what he required in the face of such a brutal game. Furthermore, in the future, he could leverage these characteristics to ensure that those observing him could not easily conflate the persona he embodied in the game with his true self. He was also eager to discover what enhancements would arise from operating under a greedy guise. It appears that the first step has been taken. In the sweltering air, that mechanical sound resurfaced, yet this time it bore an unusually human quality. However, merely acquiring the saw does not equate to achieving survival. Understood. It's just a matter of sawing off a leg. Nothing too daunting. It's not my first time, he continued, his tone teetering on the edge of manic laughter. I simply feel this game lacks a certain element of intrigue and exploration. It's rather dull. After all, I am the first to obtain this saw. Shouldn't there be some form of reward? Lu Su finally revealed his fangs, his sinister ambition and greed seeping through the blue mask that concealed his visage. The other 9 contestants remained silent, their gazes fixated on the figure suspended before them, bargaining amidst this terrifying tableau. In this harrowing scene, it seemed as though only that individual retained a semblance of a gaming mentality. The game, of course, harbored myriad hidden achievements and unique rewards awaiting discovery, necessitating the player's own exploration. Enough, enough, how miserly. Not a word of guidance, one lamented. I merely inquired, if I were to sever my leg and still not escape, what then? I harbor doubts if I sway back and forth and inadvertently allow my leg to plunge into the lava. What will become of me? Fear not, that is not within the game's parameters. The platform beneath you possesses elasticity. As long as you extricate yourself before the lava engulfs you, there shall be no peril. So, to escape, one must sever a leg, is that correct? Indeed, the blue mask shimmered, forming a visage of a smile, as if a nefarious scheme had been successfully executed. A glint of cold light flashed as a rusty saw pressed against his leg. Let the sawing commence. Yet the iron chains bound his right ankle, while he was set to sever his left leg. Chapter 9. The Pinnacle of Greed, Seeking Wealth in Death. What sound does metal make as it gradually saws through flesh? The answer is silence. Before the saw encounters an unyielding object, it produces merely the sensation of leather rubbing against leather, as if two cowhides were being forcibly ground against one another. Against the fiery red backdrop of this magma-infested hell, that leg instantaneously appeared even more crimson. The world seemed to hold its breath for a moment, akin to a still frame in a black and white silent film, with only the sizzle reminiscent of a steak frying in the air. A piercing scream erupted, but it was not from Lu Su. It came instead from the woman suspended beside him. Lu Su remained unfazed, while her voice transformed into something resembling a pig being slaughtered. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Entering with a playful mindset, she had never encountered such a scene. Was this something one could simply saw through? Observing the masked figure beside her, she began to thrash violently in the air, her words tumbling forth incoherently, as terror completely consumed her reason, her sanity on the brink of collapse. Pain Divine Selection. Pain Value 3. Pain Divine Selection. Pain Value 2. The incessant influx of pain values brought a peculiar joy to Lu Su. The woman's pig-like wailing left him momentarily bewildered. He glanced at her, exasperated, and remarked, why are you screaming? It's not like I'm sawing off your leg. Besides, you'll have to saw it off eventually. Why not get a taste of it now? It might even benefit you later. What? Do you want to try it out now? As he spoke, Lu Su extended the saw in her direction, as if extending an invitation. Faced with a blood-soaked hand gripping a saw, the woman fell silent. Too terrified to utter another word, she fainted from sheer horror. Scared senseless by the twisted spectacle, she could only hope to awaken from this nightmare, wishing it were all a mere dream. Truly, it would have been considerate to prepare her psychologically before entering. Lu Su, having inadvertently caused a spectator to faint, resumed his task of sawing off his own leg. The act of severing one's own limb is accompanied not only by excruciating pain, but also by a profound psychological torment, a mental anguish. Yet, the primal mask of greed rendered Lu Su impervious to such psychological burdens, as long as he beheld the rising pain values, as long as he could claim his gains. This seemingly insignificant cost was utterly dismissible. There is a saying, when profits reach 50, people will take risks. When profits reach 100, individuals dare to trample upon all earthly laws. When profits soar to 300, they risk their very lives. Yet, at this moment, even the slightest potential benefit, even a mere fraction of 1%, was enough to compel Lu Su to gamble everything. Greed enveloped him in an intoxicating thrill, dancing on the razor's edge. Seeking fortune in peril, that sensation was enough to drive one to madness. The saw had now penetrated halfway, and aside from the woman, the other participants wore equally pallid expressions. Such excessively graphic scenes, who would not be terrified, particularly in the presence of this masked aberration, who, while sawing into himself, emits not a single cry of anguish, and even occasionally chuckles. It truly evokes a sensation akin to descending into the depths of hell. Brother, you are remarkable. To casually enter this game, perhaps we have overestimated our own abilities. Meanwhile, a pallid-faced man speaks to Lu Su. Yet, according to the spectators, he is also a participant who has previously conquered this novice game. When it comes to severing, one must be decisive. Your first choice to sever a leg is indeed impressive. Your initial game must have garnered a commendable score and ranking. But do take a look. You're currently sawing into your left leg. Oh, Lu Su glances at his mangled left leg. Is there a problem? A iron lock is shackled to your right foot. What purpose does sawing off the left leg serve? I wish to saw. Is that not permissible? Lu Su sways defiantly, then shouts into the void. Who decreed that one must saw off the right leg? I simply wish to sever the left leg. Is that so wrong? This time, Lu Su's shout is directed at the entity that previously interacted with the crowd, akin to the organizer of the game. However, this time, the mechanical voice that has appeared numerous times before does not resound again. Lu Su remains unfazed. After all, his scheme is merely a gamble, win or lose. At least there is the intermittently increasing pain value, is there not? The other players observing around him now turn their heads, their expressions filled with despair. One individual has fainted from fear, while another appears to be a rather dim-witted deviant. Should they be afforded a chance to survive, they would absolutely refrain from participating in such a deadly game again. Not only them, but those chosen ones who are now spectators also unanimously affirm the correctness of their choices. Is this the hellish difficulty of the game? Thank goodness I did not participate. How terrifying are all the perfectly successful contestants such lunatics. Encountering such an extreme game, it seems only a madman could calmly saw off a leg. But it is of no use. While one may be brutal, one's intellect appears to be severely lacking. Most of the audience gazes at Lu Su, the perfect victor, observing the chilling scene, lamenting his courage devoid of strategy. However, among the onlookers, there are those who are not merely passive observers. Some astute individuals seek to gather intelligence for future considerations and have deciphered Lu Su's intentions. A chosen one named Blank, currently a spectator, shares his insights on Lu Su's live stream. Blank, surely, you do not believe that a contestant who has perfectly cleared the game could truly be foolish enough to saw off the wrong leg. Blank, if my conjecture is correct, he is engaging in a gamble with the game's rules. Do you recall what he mentioned earlier? Blank, in a previous conversation, he inquired what would happen if sawing off a leg did not lead to salvation, citing the example of accidentally falling in a lava thereafter. His intention was to inquire about all possible outcomes of amputating a leg without salvation, yet he deliberately steered the conversation towards trivial matters. In the end, he casually posed the question of whether amputation necessarily guarantees rescue. But this was the true revelation. There are myriad methods of amputation, including the option of not severing the trapped limb. The organizer, having been misled earlier, provided an affirmative answer. This, indeed, was the reason behind his decision to amputate his left leg. Although it was merely a verbal game, he executed it without hesitation, driven by the potential benefits. The players who achieve flawless victories are invariably creatures of maximized self-interest, indifferent to pain and their own limbs, all of which fall outside their consideration. Chapter 10. Fear can dull your judgment. Let us discuss the price. From the very inception of the game, this formidable figure harbored no fear within his mind. Rusty saws and molten lava were of no concern to him. He was solely fixated on how to maximize his benefits from this game. Such audacity, coupled with insatiable greed and extreme self-assurance, along with a fierce resolve. The individual known as Blank spoke intermittently, his words somewhat disjointed, as if he were simultaneously pondering his own thoughts. However, upon the emergence of his commentary, the barrage of messages on Lu Su's screen dwindled significantly, indicating that the audience was captivated by his analysis. What had initially been mere spectatorship transformed into a realization of prior ignorance. Are you not one of us? Why do you stand apart from the crowd? Naturally, dissenting voices arose against such analytical discourse, as there will always be those reluctant to acknowledge their own limitations. Immediately following Blank's remarks, individuals emerged to voice their objections. How can you be so certain it is as you propose? Perhaps this is merely the work of a madman. Indeed, and shouldn't the organizer's voice resemble that of an automated machine? How could there be any linguistic errors? unless someone is manipulating the situation. Unfazed by these stubborn retorts, Blank remained indifferent. In the realm of reality, he was astonished, intently analyzing the screen before him, meticulously documenting Lu Su's every action. This opportunity to alter fate and acquire superpowers was one he would not squander. He was determined to become a player himself. However, he dared not become a mere test subject, opting instead to gather intelligence on the game's mechanics and the strategies employed by elite players before making his entrance. To his surprise, the level of gameplay he encountered was of such magnitude. He realized he must find a way to connect with such players and cultivate a rapport. Contemplating this, Blank casually replied on the screen, "Feel free to think as you wish, truth be told. I'm not entirely confident I grasp the full extent of the mastermind scheme. I shall simply observe how events unfold." In the lively discussion of the streaming room, opinions varied widely, yet Lu Su, after a mere glance, became engrossed in his work, paying no further heed. At this moment, he was still engaged in the act of sawing off his leg. It resembled the satisfaction of completing an enjoyable task or indulging in an intriguing pastime. There was no urgency whatsoever. He was accumulating pain points. From the outset until now, he had amassed over 20 points, and, for the first time, Lu Su found his leg to be remarkably valuable. As long as he could ultimately achieve a flawless completion, nothing else mattered. With the pain points steadily increasing, the condition of his leg was of little consequence. Such an opportunity was rare. Though he felt no pain nor psychological burden himself, he had inadvertently tormented those around him. The woman who had previously fainted from fear had now regained consciousness, only to be seized by violent bouts of vomiting. The others were not faring much better. Most were drenched in sweat, their faces ashen, turning their heads away from Lu Su, unwilling to meet his gaze. The sweltering environment, the harrowing test of life and death, the unbearable agony before them, and the deranged behavior of another player made them feel as though they had truly descended into hell. Pain divine. Pain value 1. As time progressed, Lu Su realized that the accumulation of his pain value had significantly slowed, indicating that the act of amputating his leg had nearly reached its conclusion. With an air of reluctance, he detached his left leg, holding the bloodied appendage in his hands. After a few moments of contemplation, he murmured, "Surely, such a display must yield some additional benefits. Severing a limb and undergoing rebirth must require superior and more advanced potions, mustn't it?" With that thought, he nonchalantly discarded the severed leg into the molten lava below. "Huh, I've done it. Hey, are you still there?" Wasn't it said that severing a leg would lead to freedom? Lu Su's audaciously provocative voice echoed throughout the space, presenting his terms to the master of this realm. Yet, there was no response. Just as Lu Su began to suspect that this endeavor might end in failure, the cold, mechanical voice re-emerged from above. This time, however, the tone was chillingly devoid of the earlier semblance of humanity, now resembling nothing more than a pure machine. Related entry rules have been restored. Player Lu Su has successfully exploited a system flaw, earning the badge of System Attacker, Epic. Relevant rewards will be calculated at the conclusion of the game. The mechanical voice referred to Lu Su in a vague manner, allowing only him to recognize his name while others heard only an indistinct designation. Following the announcement of rewards, there were no further comments, as if the voice feared being drawn into conversation once more. Lu Su, unfazed, displayed a satisfied smile behind his mask, suspended in the air as he stretched languidly. Ah, not too shabby, not too stingy. In the entire magma cavern, the only sound remaining was the bubbling of lava, while everyone else remained in a state of stupor. No one had anticipated that the figure before them was not a mere masochist, but rather a maniac willing to resort to any means for personal gain. Participating in the game for the first time, encountering such a dungeon and such players, the livestream had long since erupted in chaos. In recalling the earlier analysis by a person named Blank left everyone with a profound sense of speechlessness. For a moment, praises of admiration rang out incessantly. Yet, as they gazed upon the gruesome, severed stump, few felt admiration. Instead, they were overwhelmed by a pure sense of awe and terror. Lu Su paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. After taking a brief respite, he did not hasten to extricate himself from the predicament. Instead, he spoke once more. To be candid, I fail to comprehend why you all remain oblivious to the situation at hand. Upon hearing his voice, the other 9 players were momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp his meaning. You truly disregard the value of life and death, don't you? Are you aware that the magma is currently rising? What is this thing? Tell me, Lu Su remarked, shaking the saw in his hand. Surely you do not perceive this as an instrument of suffering and torment? If we are indeed in a game, this is a passage item. And now, this singular passage item is in my possession, and not a single one of you attempted to seize it. Out of fear, you all shun this saw. Do not let fear cloud your judgment. This so-called hellish game is, rather, excessively smooth. I hope opportunities like this will arise again. Since donning the greed mask, Lusa had not only become insatiably desirous, but had also grown somewhat verbose. Yet, amidst his incessant dialogue, the surrounding players inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, even though the ambient temperature had surpassed 50 degrees Celsius. Enough of the trivialities, Lu Su said, playfully swinging the saw in his hand. Now, does anyone wish to sever a leg? Come, let us discuss the price. Chapter 11. The Malevolence of Humanity. A sudden outburst of violence as Lu Su's words fell. Every face in the room changed dramatically, their expressions fluctuating as they scrutinized him, who was still swaying in the center. Meanwhile, in the real world, the observer known as Kong slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Damn, I knew it would be like this." The previous tests, beyond merely maximizing benefits, held profound implications. They included probing the rules of this game, discerning what force governed this suddenly emerged challenge. Was it a machine, an omnipotent deity, or an extraterrestrial civilization? Such inquiries bore significant weight for the entire world. Yet the mastermind managed to execute them effortlessly, even securing advantages for himself. Furthermore, the previous brutal tactics served to intimidate other participants, effectively extorting them at this juncture. Kong gritted his teeth, organizing his thoughts, growing increasingly animated. He perceived no fault in such extreme avarice, amidst the upheaval of the world, where life and death were fated, and fortune was celestial. The strong naturally resorted to unscrupulous means to enhance their power in the early stages of the game. However, just as he was about to type a comment in the live game stream, he gradually lowered his hands. He had observed the majority of comments and the psychological state they revealed. This is extortion. Shouldn't we be helping each other in such circumstances? Having one's leg sawed off is already tragic. In this atmosphere of terror, threatening others is somewhat unnecessary. Impressive yet insane. I just hope I don't encounter such individuals in this game. Beyond these empathetic remarks, other comments were mere bravado, akin to the reactions one might have while watching an American blockbuster. It seemed as though the audience had forgotten that they, too, were chosen participants with the opportunity to engage in the game. They were all part of the intricate web. The world had transformed in an instant, yet the spectators' mindsets had yet to catch up. Kong contemplated this, abandoning the impulse to send a barrage of comments, choosing instead to focus on the unfolding scenes within the game. What do you mean? What does it mean to negotiate a price? The woman, who had been the loudest among them, suddenly cast a hateful glare at Lu Su, fixing her eyes upon him with intensity. Literally, if you don't pay, I want to provide the saw. What's the problem? Lu Su, unfazed, turned his head and replied, "Do you have no conscience? You would stoop to earn such money. You heartless wretch. I want out. I refuse to participate in this game any longer. What kind of game mandates that once you enter, you must continue playing? Why does the organizer rarely respond to us, yet readily answers you? How can you so easily saw off your own leg? I see you all as conspirators. This is entirely a scheme. Look, everyone, he is by no means an exceptional player. Rather, he is merely an accomplice to the puppeteer of this game. Perhaps the overwhelming psychological pressure has driven her to madness, as the woman began to unleash her fury, transforming her fear and anguish into a torrent of anger directed at Lu Su. Her entire body writhed violently, the chains that bound her clanging in response. Witnessing her frenzied state, Lu Su felt an inexplicable bewilderment wash over him. The air hung heavy in silence for a few seconds before Lu so slowly spoke. Indeed, you are correct. I am one of them. I am, in fact, an NPC in this game, not a player. I lack the capacity for pain, so I can saw as I please, here solely to torment you normal players. What are you going to do about it? At that moment, the blue greedy mask shimmered, forming a large, comical grin, seemingly mocking her. Lu Su understood that this wretched woman was merely an exaggerated reflection of humanity, donning a mask of greed, while her counterpart likely wore a mask forged from years of privilege. The weak lash out at the weaker, and in this bizarre world of the game, no matter how powerful one appears, they will always seem relatively weaker. Thus, her desperate need for an outlet for her emotions turned him into that very outlet, even though he appeared terrifying and possessed the strength to annihilate her. Years of social conditioning had led her to believe that provoking a being like him would bear no consequences. Her tactics were similarly crude, relying on loud voices, defamation, manipulation of the public, and isolation. Yet, the world had transformed, and still, some failed to grasp this new reality. Lu Su observed her with amusement, contemplating that even if he acknowledged her claims, accepted the slander, and truly declared himself an enemy to all of them, what difference would it make? His complete lack of rebuttal rendered the woman momentarily speechless, a muffled sound escaping her throat, her face flushed crimson. It was unclear whether it was the heat or if she was suffocating under her own emotions. The magma was indeed rising everyone. With one foot swinging in the air, Lu Su idly waved the saw in his hand, as if poised to drop it at any moment. How much do you want? Finally, someone spoke, and Lu Su thought there was still a clear-minded individual among them as he turned to see who it was. What I desire is not money, but... However, before the sentence could be completed, upon turning, he was startled by a flash of red light before him. A man, propelled by the force of his chains, swung towards him with a dagger over a foot long, glimmering ominously with a red sheen. That dagger was clearly no ordinary weapon. It was undoubtedly some sort of in-game artifact. In an instant, the man charged with a menacing glare. Just as Lu Su turned, the blade was already upon him. A lethal strike. Amidst the shrill sound of friction, blood splattered. The intended throat-slicing attack was thwarted as Lu Su, in a split second, twisted away, meeting the blade with his own collarbone. The knife was firmly lodged in the clavicle, rendering any movement impossible. The blue mask displayed an unwavering expression, its smile seemingly widening, stretching to the corners of its mouth. Pain God's chosen. Pain value 5. To my astonishment, even in such dire circumstances, an unexpected delight emerged. Kill him. Quickly. End him. The woman beside me began to writhe intensely, her voice brimming with excitement. The man, eyes alight with malice, anticipated a follow-up strike after his initial success. Yet, in an instant, the chaos subsided, and the ecstatic cries became stifled in the woman's throat. A crimson line appeared on the man's neck as Lu Su, with a casual flick of his wrist, wielded the saw with a terrifying speed that was nearly imperceptible to the onlookers, leaving only the chilling sound of slicing air in its wake. Alas, it is quite unfortunate. The opportunity was but a singular one. Additionally, I express my gratitude for the knife you so graciously provided. Chapter 12. A memorable scene. Cut off his legs, and he'll still thank us, as the words fell. The man opposite, gripping the knife with his right hand, had already relinquished his hold, his eyes wide with shock. His hands clutched at his throat as blood gushed forth like water from a vessel, an unstoppable torrent. Within mere seconds, the suspended figure transformed into a grotesque spectacle of crimson, the searing heat hastily congealing the blood. His body twitched in the air twice before falling still. Dead. Witnessing the brutal murder before them jolted everyone into a semblance of clarity. Lu Su found the situation rather amusing, gazing at the perfectly roasted body. He even felt inclined to share a dark joke. This red-skinned duck was quite the cosplayer. Truth be told, it resembled a hanging roast well enough. In fact, influenced by the greedy mask, he ought to have exploited this audacious assailant to amass more agony points. Yet he refrained, for the lesson etched in his mind was indelibly clear. never relinquished the chance to survive to another. If someone sought to kill him, he would not indulge in excessive dialogue. He retrieved the dagger from his shoulder and observed the weapon's description that materialized before him. Sharp blade, premium weapon, effect, armor piercing. When a user attacks with it, the force will triple with a power limit, exploration required. Description, when in doubt, just stab it in. Luce? Does this description seem a tad off? Winky face, a premium weapon. It may not sound particularly high in rank, but certainly better than nothing. With that, Lusu tossed the knife into his backpack as spoils of war. Moreover, by such classification, the mask upon his face did not appear to be a weapon or item. A sealed object of a sequence. It seemed to belong to a unique category altogether. Surveying the surroundings, no one dared to meet the gaze of the deep blue mask. In the shadows where human-constructed laws falter, violence remains the most eloquent form of communication. Well then, given the circumstances, let us discuss a price. At last, the first astute individual spoke up, prompting Lu Su to turn his attention to him. I know. Players like you are not after money. You seek leverage in this game, correct? In my initial game, I received a reward of 500 points, and with my commendable performance, my guide granted me an additional 300 points. I will offer you all of these points if you help me escape this predicament. It was evident that those with prior experience in completing the game possessed a significantly better psychological fortitude. However, Luce's subsequent words nearly caused the man to choke on his own blood. 800? Is that all your points? The crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? 800 points is quite substantial. What are you talking about? That is all my points. The game has only just begun. Who could possibly accumulate more? Did your guide not inform you of the situation? Luso, my guide, do you believe I could kill you? I asked. My reward is a direct 3,000 points, after all. Well, it's a modest venture. Since you were my first customer, I have decided to oblige. Luso consented to the transaction request from the other party. Furthermore, as you are indeed my inaugural client, allow me to grant you a little bonus. What? The other party was momentarily taken aback, as they were about to saw off their own leg and had yet to prepare themselves mentally, their teeth slightly chattering. Lusa merely accessed his personal game panel. Strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3, spirit, 0 bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary. System attacker, epic, current pain value, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lusa recognized the primary function of his pain value, attribute points. The values displayed on this personal panel could typically only be increased through serendipitous encounters or special items within the game. Yet Lu Su had a unique ability to augment them directly. The ratios for enhancing strength, agility, and speed were all 1, 2, while luck increased at a rate of 1, 5, and spirit at 1, 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Su allocated all his points to strength. Strength enhancement, 10, 24. His already superhuman strength had now doubled and more. Gripping the saw tightly, the wooden handle creaked ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. The surge of strength brought about a psychological inflation. Gazing at his not particularly muscular arms, Lusa felt as though an immense green giant resided within him. What do you mean? The man across from him gaped at Lu Su, whose veins were bulging as his right hand clutched the saw with ferocity. His mask contorted in a grotesque expression, suddenly filled with fear. Nothing, haha, it's all part of the service. Allow me to assist you in sawing off your leg. The man exclaimed, no, stay away from me. That wasn't part of our agreement. He began to thrash violently, the courage and resolve he had mustered evaporating in an instant. You're going to saw me. You might as well just let me die. You can't possibly torture me like you did to yourself. I can't take it. Fear not. I'm a conscientious merchant. I wouldn't harm you. I am merely conducting an experiment. As the man struggled desperately, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lu Su's eyes, and the shape of his mask morphed into a distinctly human-like exclamation mark. With a swift motion, he swung the saw, its speed generating a faint sound akin to thunder. Crack! The sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a butcher cleaving meat on a block. The rusted saw blade, propelled by an overwhelming velocity, transformed into a razor-sharp cutting instrument. The figure crumpled to the ground, landing with a dull thud. Only upon freeing himself did the man, who had lost his leg, come to the painful realization that it was over. Pain surged within him after a heart-wrenching scream. He writhed in agony while clutching his severed limb, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he endeavored to endure the torment. Raising his amputated left leg, he pressed down firmly to staunch the flow of blood, desperate to prevent excessive loss. A grimace, more grotesque than a cry, contorted his face as he offered a shaky thumbs up to the still hovering Lu Su, stammering, Thank you, esteemed one." This expression of gratitude was sincere. Although he had made a choice in the face of life and death, he truly doubted his ability to withstand the excruciating pain of sawing through his own leg with a rusted saw. Lu Su's miraculous intervention made him feel that his previous efforts had not been in vain, for at the very least, he had preserved his life. Ah, what a tumultuous affair this had turned out to be. He even owed his thanks to Lu Su. Chapter 13. The Frenzied Bidding. She has ample time to regret after finishing his flamboyant display. Lu Su reveled in his newfound strength, giving a thumbs up to the unfortunate fellow whose leg he had severed. The man seemed unfazed, having already experienced a superhuman power. He had mentally acclimated to the impending transformations in the world. However, others harbored quite different sentiments. His streaming room erupted with activity. The viewers' emotions surged even more fervently than when they had witnessed Lu Su's gruesome act of self-mutilation. After all, it was the first time they had witnessed someone genuinely wielding supernatural abilities. The allure of primal power always eclipses the allure of wealth and authority. Wow, what am I witnessing? I can't be hallucinating. That must be a supernatural ability, right? What kind of power is it to sever a leg with a rusty saw? I might have shouted a bit too loudly, but that's impressive. Is there a chance to connect with you? It seems you rarely watch your own streams. This is the true allure of this game, isn't it? If it involves superpowers, I want to give it a try, even if it means risking my life. I just checked other players' streams, and most aren't this brutal. It's just that this particular player encountered an extraordinarily challenging game instance. Fortune favors the bold. Stop boasting. Would you dare to saw your own leg if asked to do so? The streaming room transformed into a lively spectacle, as those who once regarded themselves as mere spectators now found themselves eager to engage. Their previous fears and anxieties were cast aside. Some had even begun to seek Lu Su's contact information, hoping to connect with him in the real world. There were whispers of high-ranking executives from Fortune 500 companies expressing interest in recruiting Lu Su. Kong Bai sat in front of the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. People were finally beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lu Su's superhuman abilities, while extraordinary, still retained a semblance of humanity. When the imagery of soaring through the skies and manipulating the elements materialized, it would be then that true chaos would ensue. However, amidst the flattery and fervor, someone finally discerned an inconsistency. Wait, doesn't anyone find something off here? With the ability to sever a leg instantaneously, why'd he choose to saw it off bit by bit before? The barrage of comments came to a halt. As this timid voice emerged, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, why would he choose such a torturous method? If I could perform a painless operation, why would I not? The earlier actions could be rationalized, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone thoroughly perplexed. A multitude of analysts, resembling blank slates, sat before their screens, conjuring countless reasons to justify Lu Su's inexplicable determination to inflict pain upon himself. Could it be that he truly harbors masochistic tendencies? Or perhaps there is a flaw in his reasoning. Such a notion seems implausible. A consummate player, a figure of such caliber, could not possibly be mentally compromised. Surely, there must be a deeper significance that eludes our understanding. Let's analyze further. Yet, the profound motivations behind Lu Su's actions remain forever beyond their grasp. After all, he merely sought a measure of suffering points. Below, the first individual rescued had vanished into thin air, leaving one to ponder whether this signified the conclusion of the game. Regardless, his disappearance ignited an extraordinary excitement among those still suspended. Before Lu Su could utter a word, a cacophony of voices erupted from the remaining players. Esteemed one, look here, I am willing to offer a price. I possessed 200 points, along with a basic weapon, all acquired in the initial game. I can provide them to you. Just come and sever my leg. Assist me in this task, and upon my release, I shall reward you generously. With a multitude of riches, you may fill out the checks as you wish. Come, strike my leg. All were compatriots of Huaxia, pleading for aid. Players, who had previously been too fearful to utter a word, now found themselves invigorated by the prospect of such a painless solution, each enthusiastically bidding for a leg amputation. In this day and age, one could auction off the act of severing another's limb. The broken windows theory never goes out of style under ordinary circumstances. If one were to suggest performing an amputation without anesthesia, no one would accept it. Yet now, after witnessing the rusty saw gnawing at Lu Su's leg for several minutes, the onlookers suddenly perceived the prospect of a clean severance as a profound blessing. Observing the frenzied eagerness of the crowd, Lu Su found it impossible to decline their offers, patiently awaiting their highest bids. After all, those who participated in the initial game, albeit unsuccessful, had accumulated some points, and many had signed internal agreements ensuring that the game's points would ultimately be transferred to him. Empowered by the mask of greed, Lu Su, devoid of psychological burdens, transformed into Lu the leg layer, willing to sever limbs as long as the price was right. Ultimately, he acquired an unprecedented game item, alongside a substantial number of game points and promises of post-clearance rewards, as he methodically amputated limbs. In Japan, he would have been hailed as a master of limb severance. Amidst the chorus of agonized screams, only 4 individuals remained suspended in the air. 2 appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, seemingly resigned to their fate. Lu Su dismissed them, their relinquished lives being of no concern to him. One former victor cast a fleeting glance in his direction before abruptly vanishing, apparently having redeemed an exit token from a prior reward. Finally, Lu Su turned his gaze once more towards the woman who had incessantly shouted and hurled insults at him. At this moment, she had fallen silent for quite some time. As Lu Su turned back once more, trembling with fear, she spoke again. "I warn you, is someone like you?" Yet this time, Lu Su was too disinterested to listen. The blade glinted as he severed his own shackled leg. His body then fell onto the platform. Reaching out to touch the edge of the platform, he smiled at the woman suspended in the air and said, "The magma is almost here." Lu Su's figure vanished, and within mere moments, the magma engulfed the platform. In the final fleeting glimpse, Lu Su observed the woman awakening at the last moment. Emitting a sharp cry, she desperately reached for the swaying saw above. A chilling scream followed, but it was too late. The magma had already consumed the platform, yet she had not yet been engulfed. She still had ample time for regret, but the opportunity had slipped away. It is folly that leads to one's demise. Chapter 14. The Distribution Ceremony of Spoils, the revelation of the perfectly cleared player. Whether that woman would experience remorse in the final stages, whether she would be torn apart by her emotions, was no longer a concern for Lu Su. At present, Lu Su felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps it was the insatiable greed that stirred within him. As the game approached its conclusion, he perceived his gains to be rather meager. Was such a punishment, akin to the sawing of a leg, truly adequate? Shouldn't there be a multitude of tortures to inflict repeated agony, a relentless torment of both body and spirit? The so-called hellish difficulty seemed to lack imagination, failing to reach the requisite level of perversion. As he pondered this, the familiar sensation of data flow did not manifest. It appeared that after vanishing from the platform, there was no immediate game settlement. As Lu Su opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an exceedingly bright space. The 4 individuals he had previously rescued now sat before him, their faces etched with terror as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings. The game was not yet over. This infernal torment seemed to persist. Just when they had emerged in ecstasy, believing their ordeal to be concluded, reality struck them like a thunderbolt. Upon Lu Su's exit, 4 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward him, indicating that the game awaited the arrival of all participants. Each person was secured to a chair, arranged in the shape of a regular pentagon, while at the center stood a pentagonal pillar that stretched into the unknown, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Unlike the others, Lu Su felt a sense of elation at the game's continuation. Regardless of the circumstances, the ongoing game meant further potential rewards for him. His mindset was evidently distinct. Having undergone the previous trials, he found himself becoming increasingly enthralled. He patted the mask that perpetually displayed a smile and muttered to himself, "I knew it could not lack creativity. The game ought to be even more twisted." He reminded himself to maintain control, although he relished the feeling of acquisition. Lusu was mindful not to succumb entirely to the rhythm dictated by the mask. The mask merely amplified his corresponding emotions. He must not relinquish complete control over himself. The participants have assembled. Welcome, conquerors of the hellish game. Following Lu Su's emergence, the mechanical voice that had been absent for some time reappeared in the space. Upon hearing this voice, the other 4 individuals shuddered, unsure if it was from pain or fear. "You seem to be quite pleased? That is rather illogical." Suddenly, the voice shifted its focus, and after a moment of confusion, the others realized it was directed at Lu Su. The game's controller was actively engaging with a player. Lu Su lifted his head, glanced around, and inquired, "Is that so? Well, that's rather delightful. So, is there any reward?" "What the hell, a reward? Are you addicted to milking rewards? This is a game of hellish difficulty, not some petty endeavor." Lu Su's simple statement left the game's controlling voice momentarily speechless, rendering it silent for an extended period. Suddenly, the lights surrounding the 5 individuals dimmed, casting shadows that accentuated the atmosphere of solitude and terror. A sharp, eerie sound pierced the silence, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, a vast, barrel-like space began to rise, filled with dark fluid. Upon closer inspection, a gasp escaped the lips of one among them. It was not merely dark water, but an unfathomable, staggering multitude of insects. They surged upwards in an unending tide, stacked one upon another, emerging from the depths below. The creatures were unlike any ordinary insects. Their grotesque appearances were unsettling. Some resembled scorpions, each measuring nearly half a meter in length. Others were covered in barbed spines, their long tongues writhing incessantly. Some soft-bodied worms twisted and contorted, bursting under pressure to release a viscous soup. Within the immense barrel-shaped space, the insects accumulated higher and higher, their incessant chittering filling the air, an abominable sight that churned the stomach. In no time, the cylindrical chamber was entirely filled. This was a colossal pillar, 5 meters in diameter and at least 10 meters high, now packed to the brim with these creatures. A rough estimate suggested that the number of insects in this anomalous space exceeded 100 million. The 4 individuals seated around the column were pale as death. Even Lu Su could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. While some may not fear wild beasts, few could remain composed in the face of such an infestation. Aside from the sorcerers of Miaojiang, it was unlikely anyone could maintain their composure. This was an experience that tested both the physical and psychological limits, a confrontation that was far beyond what any ordinary person could endure, particularly as these appeared to be extraterrestrial insects. The audience in the live stream expressed their dismay. "Goodness, this is too disgusting. I can't watch this any longer. I'm leaving to find another stream. Honestly, this is a bit too intense. I'd rather be an observer. Being a player is a terrible idea." The sheer number of insects had surpassed the threshold of curiosity for the viewers. Soon, they noticed that the barrier separating that space from their own room was a 50-centimeter square of specialized glass. Gazing at this window, the onlookers felt faint, realizing that these insects would soon be making their way in. How long would this torment last? A man nearby, overwhelmed by the pressure, slammed his fist against the glass, producing a dull thud. Yet, his anger was futile in that moment. As he stared at the swarm, Lu Su's thoughts drifted to the possibility of increased suffering points. Dear players, do you not feel honored? The game should have concluded by now. However, due to the excessive number of surviving players, which contradicts the essence of hellish difficulty, a small additional challenge awaits. The lifeblood of the game originally rested in the hands of this player, who could have easily positioned himself as the sole survivor. Consequently, the current trial would cease to exist, and he would once again emerge as the player who flawlessly completed the game. Indeed, He is the only individual among you to have attained the title of perfect completion in the novice level. However, due to his merciful nature, the present circumstances have unfolded. Come, let us all applaud his performance. The voice of the organizer resonated once more, accompanied by the illumination of Lu Su's room, making it evident to whom he was referring. Yet this time, both the tone and the words carried a distinct sense of mockery, leaving one to ponder whether Lu Su had offended him. The sound of applause rang out, crisp and clear, reverberating through the space, intermingling with the chirps of insects. Strikingly, the sole individual clapping at that moment was none other than Lu Su himself. Ah, indeed, according to your words, I have truly outdone myself. I too believe I deserve a round of applause. Thus, I pose the same question. With such an exemplary performance, will there be no additional rewards for me? Chapter 15. The Game of Profit Distribution, the Unluckiest Position. Lu Su's voice was calm, laced with a subtle sarcasm that suggested he was unfazed by the mockery from the organizers. He even returned the jibe. He was perplexed as to why he had suddenly become the target of scrutiny, as if the game had taken a disliking to him, placing him in the eye of the storm. They had even disclosed that he was a flawless player. Yet, he perceived no issue in this. The more he was targeted, the greater the opportunity for profit. Being singled out was merely a chance. Risk invariably accompanies opportunity. A philosopher of the surname Gao once proclaimed that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Gao, what was his full name again? Let's assume it was Gorky. All rewards and benefits from the game are not merely handed out. They must be earned, or perhaps seized. What one can attain depends on the forthcoming steps one is capable of taking. Greed, you seem to have adapted quite well to that mask. Yet I wonder, will your compassion in sparing their lives lead to your own downfall? Ah, my compassion has been noted. I'm almost moved by your words. Perhaps you could award me a trophy or an achievement badge. Lu Su deftly countered, allowing no opportunity for his words to fall flat. As Lu Su and the unknown voice exchanged barbs, the other four individuals present felt increasingly like outsiders, merely spectators to the duel of wits between titans, hesitant to interject. It was only at this moment that they grasped the distinction between a perfect clearance and a mere completion of a game. This individual had evidently been among the elite from the very beginning, and as they regarded him, their expressions grew more complex. Initially filled with fear and detachment, their gazes now held a tinge of gratitude. After all, though he was greedy and ruthless, akin to a vampire threatening their existence, he had ultimately saved their lives. Had Lu Su been merely a bloodthirsty maniac, he could have allowed them all to perish in the molten lava without a second thought. Indeed, in this hellish game, the act of brutally severing limbs could be seen as a form of grace. However, at this juncture, with the future uncertain, none of those present planned to express their thanks to this benevolent savior. All right, the final assessment. The profit distribution game. Let us embrace the joy of harvesting our rewards. Ordinary players, do not feel disheartened. In the next phase, you will be on the same level as that fellow. This is the game of the divine. A wager for challengers where anything is possible. Do not doubt your capabilities, for you can transform overnight. Welcome to the divine, chosen paradise. The alluring voice resounded once more, enticing the hearts of many, though it was evident that the words were not particularly friendly toward Lu Su. It is evident that it is delineating the relationship between Lu Su and others, and in the ensuing game, a certain competitive dynamic is bound to emerge among the participants. Subsequently, amidst the writhing and shrieking of the insects, two pillars materialized before each individual, within reach, adorned with a red and a green button respectively. Above these insect pillars, a scarlet numeral emerged. 100. The distribution game is about to commence. All of you have successfully passed the hell trial, and were originally meant to receive rewards directly. However, the number of individuals who pass the trial is unexpectedly high. Therefore, you shall collectively deliberate and allocate the final reward of 100. A special reminder, the rewards are indeed substantial. As the crowd stood perplexed, a screen appeared before each person. Each screen displayed distinct images, each containing unique content. Come and take a look at the desires and aspirations that dwell deep within your hearts. The visuals depicted the formidable abilities to move mountains and fill seas. planets shattering at a mere snap of fingers. There were scenes of opulence, gazing down upon the masses from a position of power. Somewhere in Tokyo, aboard a train filled with neon-lit beauties, where time suddenly froze, while a stepsister was doing laundry, getting stuck in the washing machine. Something strange seemed to have intruded. TSK, what a chaotic assortment you all have. In any case, the chosen paradise is a realm where your dreams can be realized. Trust me, in light of your currently limited understanding. This 100 undoubtedly holds the potential to transform your entire life. As the moment approached, the organizers, having skillfully lured the participants, deemed it unnecessary to prolong the preamble any further. The desires had been awakened, and what remained was the grand spectacle of distribution. Now, the distribution game is ready to begin, and here are the rules. This 100 represents the total sum of all rewards, and the method of allocation will be decided by a vote among the 5 of you, and no one possesses special privileges. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 players relaxed significantly. With this arrangement, the disparity between themselves and the player who had flawlessly completed the challenge seemed to vanish. However, what was the purpose of that ominous jar of insects? And that jar serves as a punishment for those who do not conform. The rules are as follows. Each person will sequentially present their proposed distribution scheme. If half or more of the participants press the green approval button, it indicates acceptance, and thus the proposed allocation shall pass, allowing everyone to receive their corresponding share of the rewards. Conversely, if the majority disagrees, the individual who proposed the plan will be transported into the jar. The little creatures will surely adore you. Then, the next person in line will present their proposal. As this was stated, the jar filled with insects flickered slightly. Gazing at the jar, the participants' previously anxious hearts sank completely. Originally, is this device intended for execution? Perhaps it constitutes one of the most terrifying methods of demise in existence. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed with the allocation of order. Let's begin. As the voice echoed, a number began to flash rapidly above each person's head, ranging from 1 to 5. The tension among the players instantaneously escalated. Several individuals shut their eyes, fervently praying to secure a later position. In this game, for those assigned early numbers, their fate is entirely dictated by the choices of others. Forget about any advantages that might be conferred. If one is placed in the front, mere survival becomes a formidable challenge. It would be preferable to have perished in the previous game. This is unequivocally a game of chance. Ding! With the sound, everyone's body trembled as the number settled, determining the order of each participant's fate. Number 1, Lu Su. Chapter 16. The Frantic Allocation Scheme. Is he seeking death? With the allocation complete, players numbered 4 and 5 instinctively exhaled in relief upon glancing at the numbers hovering above them. At the very least, according to the previously established rules, their lives were spared. Moreover, their positions were rather advantageous. As per prior discussions, if more than half of the participants disagreed, those who voiced their dissent would face execution. Hence, it was only natural to assume that those positioned ahead would be more inclined to cater to, or even appease them. After all, with their placements further back, they were unlikely to face death, and any particular advantages would be impossible to secure. In contrast, players 2 and 3 wore expressions tinged with discomfort. Their positions were precarious, facing the looming threat of the insect pillar, and the numbers above them offered little solace. Notably, player 2, the sole female participant, bore a particularly grim countenance, lamenting her ill fortune. However, upon witnessing the number 1 above Lu Su, the revered figure among them, her spirits lifted considerably, sensing a newfound equilibrium. At that moment, the other 4 individuals shifted their gazes toward Lu Su, their eyes betraying a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Indeed, in such a game, offending the organizers was hardly a prudent choice. Regardless of one's strength, they remained mere players, while the organizers were the architects of the game. Observing Lu Su, who had bowed his head in silence, they felt an inexplicable satisfaction. Everyone relishes the creation of idols, yet what they truly relish is witnessing their fall from grace. To see the most formidable presence among them, one whose strength had disrupted the equilibrium of the game, relegated to the most unfortunate position, was a source of secret delight. Any sense of gratitude vanished. After all, had he not extorted them when assisting with the leg incident? At this juncture, the ethereal light shimmering upon Lu Su's blue mask revealed no discernible expression as he continued to bow his head, murmuring to himself. The crowd fell silent, each eager to catch a glimpse of the thoughts occupying the mind of this esteemed figure. Outside the long pavilion by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to meet the azure sky. The crowd reacted with confusion. What on earth are you singing at this moment? Are you out of your mind? One ought not to speculate on the thoughts of the esteemed. Yet regardless, it was now Lu Su's turn to allocate. Alas, this must be a manipulation behind the scenes. This is clearly orchestrated. One should tread lightly and not provoke the organizers. Let us see how he navigates this. Surviving would be a stroke of good fortune. Those who stand out among the crowd are bound to be targeted. It is evident that the other players harbor a desire for his demise. It is wise to remain low-key. The sentiments in the comments reflected a lack of optimism, save for a few, including Blank, who furrowed their brows, sensing an underlying disquiet. In this game of strategy, it seemed incongruous for it to devolve into such a stalemate. They calculated their options while observing Lu Su, who continued to hum a tune, eagerly anticipating his judgment. Lu Su was also deep in thought, his mind immediately drawn to the effect of his greedy mask. At the onset of the game, its properties had been revealed, though he had momentarily set them aside. Greedy Blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed, becoming loquacious and quick-witted, cunning and treacherous. Benefits, luck subtly increases, with peculiar effects at critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the one who desires victory the most shall triumph. Logically, one would expect my luck to be quite favorable. If so, it appears there are no issues. After a prolonged silence, Lu Su finally spoke, chuckling to himself as the whimsical grin of the blue mask reappeared. Alas, it is truly a pity that the fine insects are of no use now. Observing the pain points before him, Lu Su grasped the crux of this gamble. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a voice interrupted him. This esteemed perfect clearance player, I believe it is time for us to abandon the riddles and speak plainly. We all acknowledge your prowess, but as the first, you need not claim this reward. You may divide it by 0. Let us discuss the distribution among the 4 of us. Although this means you gain nothing, if we successfully allocate, at least you will not be cast into this cage. You were once a perfect clearance player. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be another opportunity. What do you say? The woman beside him, who appeared quite insightful, spoke up, seemingly rational, considering Lu Su's perspective. After all, as the second player, if the first were to spiral into madness and choose self-destruction, the ensuing pressure would inevitably fall upon him. It would be wiser to take the initiative. Through this approach, they might secure Lu Su's vote, sharing the burden of risk. At that moment, the organizers chimed in once more. Attention, everyone, every 5 minutes. If a round of voting is not completed, the door before one of you will open slightly at random. Just then, the voice of the organizer echoed again, like a harbinger of doom. The participating players felt their hearts sink at his words. Moreover, to prevent any delays, if one deliberately withholds their distribution proposal when it is their turn, the door before them will open first. What do you think of my proposal, esteemed perfect clearance player? You've heard, this matter cannot be postponed further. The woman, now anxious, urged Lu Su to follow her lead. Do not interrupt me. Lu Su countered, lifting his gaze to ask, may I inquire if the distribution of 100 can include decimals, such as allocating 0.000001 to someone? No. Distributions must be in whole numbers. How unfortunate. Lu Su murmured softly, raising his head. In that case, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. My distribution method is as follows. Number 2 was taken aback, thinking to himself that indeed this fellow was about to lose his mind. Could such matters be decided unilaterally? The other players, too, perked up, their ears attuned to the unfolding drama. Number 5, 1 point. The man representing number 5 was immediately stunned. Number 3, 1 point. The player of number 3 doubted his own hearing. Number 1, which is myself, 98 points. Number 2 and number 4, 0 points. The woman representing number 2 was left speechless. As this seemingly deranged allocation method was revealed, everyone questioned whether their ears had deceived them. The entire live stream room erupted with disbelief. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Chapter 17. Dare to reject me when she is assigned. Both of you will find yourselves with nothing. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as one exclaimed, "Really? Even at a time like this, we must engage in verbal sparring? Only those who recognize the situation can be deemed wise." Another pondered, could it be that this fellow is indeed a masochist, yearning to enter that chamber of insects for the experience? Enough, came the retort, I feel nauseous. The organizers have made their intentions abundantly clear. Your non-cooperation is sheer folly. This is beyond mere banter or negotiation, someone interjected. I have long asserted that this individual is not a true leader. He merely navigated the initial challenges through sheer perversion of intellect to achieve a flawless victory. Allowing such a person to ascend as a leader is a gross dereliction on the part of this so-called paradise of the chosen. In that moment, various voices clamored, as people desperately sought to distance themselves from him, convincing themselves that the one before them was unworthy of their admiration, merely a misjudged figure. The clamor that ensues when a deity falls from grace is far louder than the uproar that greeted their ascension. Is the method of allocation confirmed? A mechanical voice echoed through the air, seemingly reflecting the organizer's astonishment at Lu Su's declaration. Confirmed. Modifications post-confirmation will incur relevant penalties. Confirmed. Following 2 affirmations. A somewhat blurred numeral reappeared above each individual's head, the figure designated by Lu Su. The lights dimmed. With a sharp click, a red light flashed as soon as Lu Su finalized the allocation method. Almost immediately, the second female pressed the rejection button without a trace of hesitation. With a stern expression, she turned to Lu Su and declared, Number 1, if you are so intent on self-destruction, do not blame us. Those unable to discern the situation, no matter how formidable their strength, ultimately cannot escape the grasp of death. It is over. If you are so eager to enter that chamber filled with insects, then your wish is granted. Her voice was cold, emboldened by the backing of the game's rules. She now felt no fear and openly unleashed her scorn upon Lu Su. Lu Su merely chuckled softly, turning to face the woman. She, undeterred, locked her gaze onto his blue mask, the source of her countless fears. Soon, this devilish man would meet his end at her hands. A sense of peculiar achievement and satisfaction washed over her as she contemplated this, the power to judge him at will intoxicating. Yet, as she beheld the woman's face, the smile upon Lu Su's mask remained unchanged. Within this game, there existed only 2 women. Compared to the other, she was slightly better off. Hearing Lu Su's words, a bead of cold sweat formed on the second woman's forehead. She vividly recalled the woman who had previously raged against number 1, Lu Su, in the hell of molten rock. Now, the woman is no longer present. What has transpired is self-evident. However, her demise was a consequence of her folly. As for you, while not entirely foolish, you cannot be deemed wise, and there remains a hint of arrogance in your demeanor. Number 2 fixed her gaze on Lu Su, her eyes brimming with defiance, and ultimately, a smirk of contempt graced her lips. On the brink of death, is it truly worthwhile to maintain the facade of respect for a master like you? She then turned her attention to the other players and proclaimed, Let us not squander our time. Press the red button before us to signify our dissent. This action will serve as retribution for the injury inflicted upon us and the extortion we have endured. It must be noted that there are but a few methods to incite enmity, and number 2's words were crystal clear, nearly provoking a laugh from Lu Su. In this hellish game, where the difficulty compels everyone towards either severing limbs or facing death, how did her words twist the narrative to portray herself as the victim of such brutality? Number 2, undeterred by reason, recognized that this was not a time for logic. The priority was to unleash the black water and forge connections with the others as much as possible. For, in his proposed distribution plan, we both receive nothing, only a 0. Given your lower ranking, you are unlikely to face any mortal peril, and such a meager reward is clearly unacceptable. As for 3 and 5, The mere allocation of 1 point appears less a gesture of alliance and more an affront. Let us collectively refuse. I assure you that in my forthcoming distribution plan, you shall not receive such paltry benefits. With but a few words, number 2 was intent on sowing discord among the group, positioning Lu Su in opposition to all. Ding! Another sound echoed, and the options before 4 transformed to red. In a fleeting moment, it appeared Lu Su had approached the precipice. Yet, he seemed unfazed, whistling a tune. The evening breeze caresses the willows, the sound of the flute lingers, the setting sun beyond the mountains. Number 2 paid him no heed, her eyes alight with the flames of ambition. Today marked her inaugural participation in the divine selection game. She yearned to personally bring an end to this once invincible contender. 3. 5. Cease your hesitation and make your decision. I have stated that when I declare my choice, the worst outcome will be an equal division, ensuring that you will attain better rewards. From start to finish, it was almost a solo performance by number 2, as if she had assumed the leading role in this second game. At that moment, Lu Su finally spoke. You assert that should you be the one to allocate, the worst result will be an equal split. So, why not allow the 3 of them to cast you out later? Once you are dead, they could divide the spoils among themselves. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? What purpose do you serve in this equation? Number 2. Upon hearing this, the second individual was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the remark. She stammered slightly, Everyone should not be swayed by his persuasion. I merely stated this as the most basic scenario. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, my method of allocation is far superior to yours. Lu Su let out a cold laugh, offering no response to her, and continued, following this line of reasoning, if we were to divide evenly, then why should the 4th and 5th individuals accommodate the 3rd, leading to the 3rd's demise? Wouldn't that result in a greater share of the funds? Yet at that point, 5th, would you still receive any money? The entanglement of cause and effect is intricate. The cause is at the forefront, while the effect lingers at the end. When those in front perish, one must contemplate the ramifications for oneself. Sometimes, actions must be evaluated from the end back to the beginning. You are correct. This game is indeed a game of chance, and I happen to be the one among you blessed with the most fortuitous luck. 3rd, 5th, you have no choice but to accept my distribution. Do you believe that? If the 4th were to allocate, your benefits would amount to nothing. Chapter 18. An inexorable conspiracy. He is not mad. Absolutely impossible. Lu Su's voice, tinged with a slight darkness, reverberated throughout the space. As soon as he finished speaking, the second individual erupted in a torrent of curses, anxiously exclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, do not heed his insidious suggestions. We can certainly negotiate a fair distribution. I will oversee the allocation. There is no way anyone will receive a complete 0. Please trust me. I swear on my character that we will not allow a situation where one person monopolizes everything. We have all endured this hellish game together. It is a matter of shared existence. The second individual spoke almost frantically, as if attempting to conceal something, suppressing her own unease. Lu Su's earlier remarks had instilled a profound fear within her, and she now instinctively desired to cast Lu Su out, to eliminate this mentally troubled fiend. An opportunity had presented itself. Lu Su, having discerned her psychological state, continued to smile and interjected, Oaths are never to be trusted. Compared to promises, choices rooted in human nature are far more reliable. What did you witness in those videos that stirred the deepest desires within you? What do you fear? Even if my policy is enacted and you gain nothing, you'll not perish. Yet, your current fervor is palpable. The desires buried within you, the ultimate benefits, are simply too enticing to relinquish, are they not? Sweat began to bead on the second individual's forehead. She yearned to articulate something that could turn the tide, to prompt the 3rd and 5th individuals to vote quickly. Just one more vote was needed. At that moment, someone who had remained silent thus far finally spoke. It was the 5th individual, radiating a sense of ease, as he was not under any direct threat to his life. I would like to ask you, esteemed first individual, why do you assert that if the 4th individual is given the responsibility of distribution, the 3rd and I would end up with nothing? Lu Su turned his head slightly in his direction, his blue mask forming a perplexed expression. Do you not apply any thought at all. He then shifted his gaze back to the second woman, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "This merely proves that you are less astute than Miss Second. If I am not mistaken, you have likely grasped the essence of this game since I last spoke, correct?" The second individual shuddered slightly, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, yet she was reluctant to admit it, attempting to maintain her defiance. Lu Su, however, did not grant her another opportunity. Leaning back in his chair, he continued, "Let us hypothesize that this game involves only one person. Undoubtedly, that individual would take home the entirety, 100%, of the spoils, rejoicing in their fortune. But what if there are only two participants? What would the distribution yield? 50-50? Or something else? Certainly not. It would inevitably be 100-0. For as long as half of the individuals consent, the distribution authority will be granted, rendering the thoughts of the other party entirely irrelevant." Lu Su's words captivated the thoughts of all present. Apart from the increasingly grim expression on the face of player 2, the others were entirely engrossed in listening. Lu Su's voice continued, "So, what transpires when there are three individuals in this game?" His tone was even yet. For those watching the live stream and contemplating deeply, a collective realization dawned upon them regarding the malevolence inherent in this game. Within and beyond the confines of the game, they instinctively echoed Lu Su's revelation. The distributor need only offer the third individual a minuscule advantage, completely disregarding the second participant, and thus the distribution scheme would be approved. The allocation would be 99-0-1, for if the third person were to dissent, the failure of that individual's distribution would lead to a scenario with merely two players left, wherein the last remaining participant would receive nothing. Hence, as the number of players gradually increases, what then shall occur? I need not elaborate further. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone present was astute, previously under external pressures. Their thoughts had been muddled, but now, with Lu Su having elucidated everything so clearly, they could deduce the potential outcomes themselves. When there are four players, the first person's distribution need only consider the interests of the second to last individual. For if the first player were to perish, the situation would revert to that of the previous three players, a scenario already clarified. The second to last would gain nothing. Thus, the distribution would be 99-0-1-0. Continuing this reasoning, we now arrive at the distribution for five players. Although difficult to accept and challenging to comprehend intuitively, if viewed through this lens, Lu Su's distribution method appears unassailable. Indeed, he is correct. Yet how could he dare? How could he? It must be understood that any unforeseen circumstance could exact a fatal price. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, seemingly unperturbed by the looming specter of death, his mental state exhibiting no signs of faltering. Thus, he proclaimed, "I'm the luckiest among you." In saying this, Lu Su was addressing the air directed at the organizers, implying his designated role as the first player. Is silence, then, a tacit agreement? The 5-minute time limit has expired. With a click, a small door before Lu Su opened and closed, revealing several seemingly amicable little creatures that began to meander aimlessly, chirping without purpose in this space. "You've even brought me a few companions. It appears you truly do care for me," Lu Su continued to banter, even initiating a playful invitation for the insects to come closer. He was in no rush to urge the other players, allowing them time to digest the information while he, too, pondered potential strategies for gaining an advantage. While he leisurely enjoyed himself, the other players were reluctant to accept the harsh reality, casting wary glances at one another, pondering ways to break the deadlock. Particularly, Player 2 was the most unwilling to concede. At that moment, she was still contemplating how to turn the tide. Ladies and gentlemen, this notion is merely the worst-case scenario, is a ploy of this game. As long as we unite. Yet as she spoke, she found it increasingly difficult to persuade even herself. Why would anyone else believe her? Players 3 and 5, I could offer you. Just as she intended to curry favor with them by directly granting points to win their trust, she suddenly recalled that in the previous round, Lu Su had already extorted all their points. Player 2, filled with despair, gazed in astonishment at Player 1, as if looking up at a towering mountain. Could it be that he had foreseen the current predicament? Chapter 19. Reason may not be worth anticipating, yet greed and human nature are eternal. As the second woman contemplated this, her gaze momentarily became vacant. If only we could trust one another, there would be no situation where only one person reaps the largest reward. She continued to grapple with her thoughts, engaging in meaningless soliloquies. The truth of the matter was rather simple. If everyone placed their trust in each other, how could the four of them possibly receive so little benefit? Yet, it was this very suspicion that ensnared them all. Stop thinking, number two. At that moment, Lu Su's voice once again interrupted her reverie. Can you truly confront your inner self? Would you believe that if I were to perish, you would not seek to claim the greatest share? Moreover, should you truly discover a means to win their trust, casting me aside to secure your optimal position, do you not think that number three would employ the same strategy to discard you? The sparkle in number two's eyes gradually dimmed upon hearing these words. She finally realized the futility of her situation. Initially, she had believed that her own intelligence could turn the tide. If only. But alas, there were no ifs left. At this moment, Lu Su began to amuse himself with the small insects that had crawled in. One creature, resembling a scorpion with a disproportionately large tail, had climbed onto his body at his beckoning. Grasping it in his hand, he applied a slight pressure, and the seemingly robust insect exhibited no resistance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su brought the insect closer to the wound where his leg had been severed. Suddenly, the scorpion's tail began to thrash violently, leading to an unexpected event, spitting fire. Pain God's chosen. Pain value 6. What in the world is this extraterrestrial creature? Lu Su was astonished, staring at the charred interface of his severed leg. He had never anticipated such power from this insect. It can breathe fire? By the way, this thing does have quite a remarkable effect on stopping blood loss. Stopping blood loss? You call charring a severed limb stopping blood loss. Other players, witnessing his antics and experiencing the insect's power, felt a heavy stone of pressure added to their already burdened hearts. Can this thing be taken away? Is there anyone from the organizers? Why are they silent? Lu Su's voice received no reply. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current distribution game, the essence of both was not particularly difficult. It was merely a severed leg, molten lava, a rusty saw, swarms of insects, death, the ever-looming door of venomous creatures. All these elements continuously piled upon one's psyche, overwhelming every psychological defense, driving one to despair, leading to erroneous choices, even the abandonment of life itself. Yet, all of this was ineffective against Lu Su. Number one, I have a question to pose to you. In the silence, the third player, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up as if grasping for a final chance. Your analysis is astute. However, this allocation method must be predicated on the rational state of all individuals involved. What if, regardless of interests, some among us are utterly indifferent, intent solely on casting you out to perish? As the words fell, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as the fifth individual, seemingly overcome with madness, forcefully propelled himself against his chair. I care not. I care not. Why should I, who have suffered so much and now find myself in the safest position, receive no benefits? I demand at least 10 points. It matters not who allocates them. If I am not granted my due, I shall not consent. We might as well all perish. After all, I am the last. I cannot die. The fifth individual shouted frantically, resembling a person on the brink of insanity. It remained unclear whether this was an act or a genuine descent into madness. In such a game of strategy, dealing with such a person proves exceedingly troublesome. The previously dim eyes of the second individual suddenly sparkled with renewed intensity, fixating intently on the fifth. As long as the fifth descends into madness, as long as he is a fool, whatever the reason, as long as he negates, at that moment, the fourth individual, who had been assigned 0 points, unexpectedly spoke. First, grant me 5 points. Pay no heed to the fifth's sentiments. I am willing to agree. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the expansive room. As if even the sound of breathing had ceased, the chirping of insects gradually fading into oblivion. The fifth individual's eyes widened in disbelief. The earlier frenzy completely evaporated. his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the fourth. His ruse of madness, which had failed to exert pressure on Lu Su, crumbled effortlessly. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Within the first individual S chamber, Lu Su laughed heartily, his expression of delight evident beneath his mask. He had done nothing but witness an exquisite performance. The collapse of a fragile alliance without any assault. Turning to the third, he articulated his response. Rationality may be a fleeting hope. However, greed and human nature are eternal. You shall inherently believe that regardless of who wields the power of distribution, that individual will inevitably make the choice I previously articulated. You desire to maximize your own benefits while simultaneously denying others the opportunity to do the same. Greed and suspicion are perpetual. My life or death is inconsequential. In terms of your own interests, the choices you face are merely life or death, 0 or 1. This is a hellish game, and the disparity between the rewards of 0 and 1 can ultimately be vast. What I have just presented to you, the very essence that ignites your deepest desires, shall not lead you to relinquish the distinction between these zeros and ones. Furthermore, having experienced this ordeal, you may find yourselves reluctant to venture into this game again. Thus, this may very well be your final opportunity to reap benefits and alter your reality. Ultimately, the only voice reverberating throughout the room was that of Lu Su. It resembled words directed at others, yet also served as a personal reflection. No one responded. The organizers remained silent. In an atmosphere thick with tension, each participant yearned for the possibility of an unforeseen event. Yet none materialized. As the second 5 minutes elapsed, a colossal spider entered room 3. Soon, the votes of player 3 and player 5 silently shifted to agreement, devoid of any dissent or resistance, as though they were fulfilling a tacit pact. Game over. Hell, difficulty dungeon, magma cavern, 5 players cleared. 1 achieved perfect clearance. Game rewards distributed according to the results of the test game. Divine Selection Paradise. We welcome your arrival. Chapter 20, Settlement of Abundance. Function activation and ranking forecast. The mechanical sound of the game reverberated in the ears of every individual. And as the game screen abruptly concluded before the spectators, the following messages appeared. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or anticipate the next session. Divine Selection Paradise welcomes you. You too can become a player. As Lu Su's game reached its conclusion, the audience, who had been intently observing the unfolding events, were met with the same 2 phrases. After witnessing this exhilarating and hellishly difficult game, the crowd could not contain their excitement. How ruthless! I had intended to watch a few more game instances, but once here, there's no turning back. I never imagined there truly existed such individuals in this world. Honestly, I still don't comprehend. Did he perfectly clear it? Why did people acquiesce to his distribution method? Why not let the upstairs players take a turn? With our intellect, it's best we refrain from engaging in this game. Why is he always wearing a mask? I'm curious to see his face. If he were to reveal himself, he would likely become an internet sensation in no time. Despite the game having concluded, the spectators remained reluctant to part ways, fervently discussing in the now black-screened livestream room. From start to finish, the number of viewers who had tuned in to Lu Su's performance swelled to tens of thousands, many of whom were reluctant to leave. Among the multitude of players who had achieved perfect clears, Lu Su stood out as the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies of a new world. However, the majority of the comments were rather naive, fixated on notions of fame and internet celebrity, driven by a sense of national pride stemming from their shared origin. Yet, amidst the vast crowd, concealed among the foolish majority, were also those with ulterior motives. On a blank laptop screen, dozens of documents were open, chronicling the intelligence gathered during this gaming session. This comprised game types, categories, various undisclosed information, and formidable players. Notably, the document concerning a player donned in a blue mask was the most extensive and detailed. Immediately following Lu Su's livestream, he swiftly transitioned to another channel to continue his intelligence gathering. However, his mind remained preoccupied with flashes of Lu Su's prior performance, replaying his myriad actions. In such a mental state, one could clearly discern that he possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. coupled with a disposition that regarded pain and fear with utter indifference. The game had barely commenced, yet players of such caliber had already emerged. How many more formidable individuals could there be? Within his heart, a tumult of excitement, apprehension, and reverence brewed. As the game progressed, it was certain that soon, entities capable of influencing global dynamics single-handedly would emerge. The world, indeed, is merely a game. Simultaneously, various official organizations, both domestic and foreign, had personnel scrutinizing the livestream. Grievously observing Luce, recorded, a character of eccentricity and immense strength, possibly suffering from a mental disorder, exhibits no fear of pain, perhaps even a yearning for it. Communicating in Mandarin, he is undoubtedly of Chinese descent, which could be deemed a fortunate circumstance. All information is to be meticulously backed up and classified at the highest level of confidentiality, dispatched to the Secretariat for observation and analysis, with the imperative to locate him. Setting aside the origins of this abruptly emerging world game, the top-tier players are likely to become strategic entities in the future. It is essential to locate them first, to guide, collaborate, or perhaps control them. In the unseen corners of the world, turbulent undercurrents are ever surging. Meanwhile, Luce has entered the game conclusion interface, listening to his game performance and reflecting on the spoils of his endeavor. Game over. Number of participants, 5, 214, 948. Number of completers, 1, 985. 419. Number of perfect clears, 7, 529. Your completion rating, SSS class, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears, 2. Rewards calculation in progress. Special event triggered, guided and caused an in-game bug, earning the achievement badge. System attacker, epic. Special event triggered, personal reasons led to a game extension, earning enhanced final rewards. Total rewards points, 8. 800. Items awarded. Intermediate healing potion X5. Advanced healing potion X3. Game exit token X1. Epic weapon lottery ticket X2. Random ceiling item lottery ticket X1. Special skill lottery ticket X1. Special reward. Awakening of the spirit. Personal spirit 1. Note: spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Gazing at the extensive list of benefits before him, Luce felt considerable satisfaction. The divine chosen game is undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Both the pain value and in-game rewards are sufficient to accelerate the growth of his strength. The next phase of the world's transformation often heralds chaos. He must enhance his power as much as possible before that day arrives. Wielding his mask, he could wreak havoc. Without it, it is prudent to avoid drawing attention. An individual bears no guilt while possessing treasures, yet the growth of his strength will inevitably be perceived as a threat by certain individuals. He decided to examine the rewards within his backpack, which were indeed quite substantial. Upon opening his game inventory, he surveyed the items within, including his extorted gains. His points have reached 12,400. He is uncertain of the significance of this figure, but it undoubtedly holds considerable value. As for weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, he currently possesses only the sharp person acquired this time. While its level is not particularly high, it suits him well enough for the time being. The 2 badges he possesses should be regarded as his distinguishing features from other players, as they are products of special event triggers. Godslayer, Legendary. Effect bonus. Immune to all effects except direct damage when facing attacks of higher rank. Your effects take precedence during the judgment of same rank attacks. System Attacker, Epic. Effect bonus. Successfully exploiting or guiding game glitches will yield rewards of a higher caliber. Luce was uncertain about the upper limit of badge wear, but given the bonuses, he decided to equip them for the time being. As for the newly acquired game Exit Coin, the description was straightforward. Exit Coin allows forcible departure from the game, with the cost being the complete loss of all items, abilities, and points obtained from a game. Description: a coward may preserve their life, but do not harbor delusions of reaping the benefits of the strong. A purely life-preserving item. After reviewing the various descriptions, Luce resolved to temporarily forego the lottery ticket and exited the game. Once again, he experienced the familiar dizziness, awakening in bed, but this time, as he opened his eyes, the voice of the game echoed suddenly in his mind. This voice also resonated with each of the chosen ones. Divine Selection Paradise. The first official game has concluded. Special notice, informing all chosen ones that functions have been activated and rankings are forthcoming. Chapter 21. The Pinnacle Rankings. Information on Xie Antong. The shop function has been activated. During the game's intermission, all selected participants may prepare their purchases in advance. The products available in the shop will enhance your performance within the game. The friend system has been initiated. All selected participants can add friends and engage in transactions and gifts, with applicable fees based on the specific amounts. Future gameplay, including collaborative gaming, is forthcoming. Please stay tuned. Announcement of functions to be launched. Since the commencement of the game, new players have been selected each day, and we eagerly anticipate everyone's participation as players. Now, 2 games have elapsed, and many exceptional players have emerged. We believe they will ultimately possess everything. To provide players with a better understanding of themselves and others, we will unveil the Pinnacle Rankings after the next game concludes. The Pinnacle Rankings will consider players' combat prowess, game performance, and accumulated enhancement items, ranking the top 100. Those who make the list will receive subsequent benefits. We look forward to everyone participating and performing well in the next game. The announcement concluded, resonating twice in each person's mind, as if underscoring its significance. Lu Su furrowed his brow upon reading the announcement. The Pinnacle Rankings. Such a concept essentially places top players under scrutiny. After merely 3 games, he suspected he was among the strongest of the lot, yet his prowess could not be deemed extraordinary compared to certain formidable factions. The simplest truth was that he currently lacked the confidence to survive a confrontation with firearms. Nevertheless, the mention of benefits was promising. He pondered whether his true appearance and personal information would be disclosed. That was a matter to be addressed later. For now, Lu Su decided to cast aside this uncontrollable issue. He was cautious, yet not devoid of adventurous spirit. It was unthinkable for him to deliberately underperform or abstain from the next game to evade the rankings. Survival was paramount, but the growth of his abilities took precedence. Should any complications arise, he would confront them head-on. With these thoughts in mind, he summoned the screen within his mind, observing the displayed page. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and ultimately, players will possess the world. Time until the next game begins. 47, 57, 43. This is a challenge from the divine, a paradise chosen by the gods. Welcome. In addition to this standard page, 2 new pages for friends and the shop had appeared alongside. After familiarizing himself with the functionalities, Lu Su opened his eyes within the room. Sitting up in the dimly lit space, he assessed his physical state and felt the completeness of his body. Ah, splendid. An exceptional reward for perfect completion, complete restoration. The advantages of joining the game are quite apparent. In the real world, the effect of the chosen one is still excessively restrictive. He lightly jumped twice, and the first sensation was one of buoyancy. Truly, it felt extraordinarily light. If the previous strength value of 10 was the threshold to break the genetic lock, then the current 24 points of strength have surpassed the bounds of control. Lu Su is unaware of the ancient hero's notion of being as light as a swallow. He only recognizes one truth, powerful enough to fly a brick. At this moment, he embodies that very brick. His legs seem to house a powerful engine, capable of delivering formidable propulsion. Previously, in the game, he had no legs, nor any actions to feel. Now, he finds that his body control requires adaptation. If Zhang Tao were to appear before him, taunting him again, he might truly hesitate. For a strike now could indeed be fatal. In the realm of reality, taking a life is undoubtedly a complicated affair. His experiences in the game, coupled with the influence of the greedy mask, have led him to exhibit certain tendencies that border on the abnormal. He must strive to return to normalcy. Opening his phone, he clicked on the familiar app, and the first trending topic that caught his eye sent a shiver down his spine. The chosen game can indeed lead to death. Lu Su thought to himself, as expected. The second game, the chosen paradise, would reveal its true nature, and people would awaken to the game's reality and its inherent brutality. It is worth noting that 5 individuals who participated alongside him had perished right before his eyes. one of whom he had even killed himself. The remaining players had neither achieved a perfect clearance nor possessed the opportunity for healing like him. Returning to reality with a severed leg? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Su felt a weight settle in his heart. Such a level of upheaval in the world could not be trivialized. The authorities should prohibit the opening of Chosen Paradise. Everyone should be barred from participating in that Chosen Paradise game. What is the essence of Chosen Paradise? Supernatural power or a scam? Hospitals everywhere are experiencing a sudden influx of patients. What is the official explanation? The trending topics have clearly shifted from excitement and curiosity to panic. Lu Su even noticed that some outrageous titles and videos could be seen one moment and vanish the next with a refresh. It was evident that an unseen hand was vigorously controlling and deleting content to maintain stability. However, Lu Su understood that such a state of affairs would not endure. Suppression is ultimately futile. Sighing, he turned off his phone and headed to school. The school bell rang, yet the classroom remained chaotic, devoid of any management. Resembling a bustling marketplace, students chattered incessantly, their seemingly boundless energy perplexing. However, this time, Lu Su found himself uninterested in their discussions. Their discussions about the game, filled with fear, speculation, and everything in between, stemmed from their own personal experiences. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed that he had grown somewhat distant from the others. The game had concluded. Did you witness it? Or rather, did you partake in it? Until a voice, imbued with warmth, broke through his thoughts, drawing Lu Su back to reality. Turning his head, he discovered that Xie Antong had somehow crept up beside him, whispering closely, although Lu Su had never openly acknowledged it. The nature of their conversation almost implied that he had indeed been chosen. What is it? Is something the matter? Lu Su still refrained from giving a direct answer. If you successfully cleared the game, congratulations on your good fortune. If you were merely an observer, you must have witnessed much. Xiantong's expression grew somewhat grave as she spoke, simultaneously retrieving her phone and murmuring softly. In this game, I have been gathering intelligence as much as possible. The divine chosen paradise is no trivial matter. The cruelty and brutality of some games have evidently surpassed physiological limits. They are aptly termed hellish difficulty. It is indeed akin to hell. Moreover, although the game has just begun, some exceptionally strong and perverse players have already emerged. Look at this video. As she spoke, Xie Antong stealthily slid her phone from beneath the table toward him. Suddenly, Lu Su's left eyelid began to twitch violently. Chapter 22. What a Small World. How to Evaluate Oneself Urgently. Upon unlocking his phone, Lu Su was greeted by a dim crimson expanse, the video content strikingly familiar to him. Lava, a saw. 10 players bound. Lu Su. With great difficulty, he suppressed the twitching of his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Is the world truly this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you must find a way to escape. What do you mean? Shall we saw off our legs? Huh. This is not the first time for such a gruesome task. Have you truly paid royalties for the rights to saw? What reward awaits the first to grasp the saw? Listening to the voice of the organizer and his own dialogues within the game, Lu Su felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What can I say? What should I say? After watching the video for a few minutes, Xie Antong, observing his expression, spoke up. Saw off your leg, saw. It's not just a chop. If it were someone untrained, I doubt anyone could truly muster the resolve. Death would merely signify giving up hope. But look at this individual. At that moment, Lu Su caught sight of himself in the video, leisurely sawing off his leg. At the time, wearing the mask of greed, he felt no issue. Now, in a normal state, it indeed appeared rather unsettling. To feign nonchalance, Lu Su deliberately inquired why he did not saw off the leg that was shackled. Xie Antong nodded, responding at first. I thought the person might simply be a bit unhinged, but as I continued watching, I realized just how terrifying he truly was. Keep watching. I have edited this to highlight the most critical elements. As she spoke, Xie Antong dragged the progress bar, obscuring her phone, explaining the contents to Lu Su. However, he felt a creeping chill listening to her analyze him. He was quite literally tingling from head to toe. Time elapsed, and finally, the video concluded, leaving Lu Su with a taut expression. To be honest, From an observer's perspective, he could finally comprehend just how astonishing his performance in the previous game had been. Such a feat could not go unnoticed, indeed. In summary, that was it. At last, the video ended, and Xie Antong took a deep breath, shutting her phone, her face betraying an undeniable shock. No matter how many times she watched, she found it endlessly captivating. Each viewing rekindled that sense of astonishment. Observing Lu Su's somewhat dazed expression, she assumed he was in a state of shock. So what do you think, Lu Su? What on earth am I to evaluate? How am I to assess myself? I await your thoughts, and I am quite anxious. Impressive indeed. It seems he has achieved a flawless victory. Nevertheless, Lu Su couldn't help but indulge in a bit of self-praise. What do you mean by impressive? This is nothing short of extraordinary. Xie Antong noticed Lu Su's distracted demeanor and felt a sense of urgency. Whether in intellect or prowess, the existence of such individuals is sufficient to disrupt the fabric of human society. We had sensed it previously, yet we did not anticipate its arrival would be so swift. Listening to her words, Lu Su felt an odd discomfort and interjected, "Does this truly disrupt human order?" It is far from that. The strength he has displayed merely surpasses that of an average human. Can such combat prowess genuinely alter societal order? But this is merely the inception. Xie Antong asserted with gravity. Power will only accumulate and expand, and one cannot fathom the multitude of such beings in this world. The transformation wrought by the divine selection paradise upon the world overnight has been both drastic and irreversible. In the future, it may not be the high-ranking officials or capital magnates who control this world, but rather the most elite players. As articulated in the divine selection game, players will ultimately possess this world. Lu Su remarqued? This video you possess, you recorded it yourself, correct? Have you uploaded it online? Or is it currently available on the internet? Xie Antong shook her head in denial. I have some connections at home that allow me to access first-hand information online. I did notice some postings of your video, but they were swiftly taken down. This not only indicates the shocking nature of your video, given the loss of life, but also suggests that the authorities have likely taken notice of the individual depicted in it. Top-tier players are undoubtedly of strategic interest. Officials, the state, various departments, and diverse factions will certainly be monitoring them closely. Now that the friend system has been activated, it is likely that team-based games will emerge soon. Mark my words, strange factions will soon proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Xie Antong spoke extensively, and Lu Su discerned that her family background was likely intricate, though he refrained from inquiring further. However, it was certain that the number of individuals and organizations observing him had considerably increased. He wondered how long the original sin mask could conceal him. After such extensive discussion, it seemed time for her to reveal some truths. I've already disclosed that I, too, am a chosen one. At that moment, Xie Antong suddenly wore a sidelong smile and leaned in close to Lu Su's ear, whispering, "Are you truly a player? Given what I know of you, it appears you did not heed my advice and have participated in the game, correct?" Lu Su, maintaining his composure, slowly pushed her away, thinking to himself that with the clamor in the classroom, no one would notice their conversation. Could we not stand so close? Breathing near someone's ear can be quite ticklish. He finally conceded without further denial. What difficulty level is your game instance? I neglected to observe that, despite the presence of fatalities in our game, it appears that the majority of participants manage to survive. Is it true that your game also incurs casualties? Xie Antong was momentarily taken aback and scrutinized Lu Su from head to toe. Fortunately, your luck seems to be fairly favorable. You must be engaged in a normal or difficult instance. According to the intelligence I have gathered thus far, the games within the divine selection paradise are categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. As Lu Su absorbed this information, his expression grew solemn. Although he had first-hand experience with a hellish game, his participation had left him somewhat oblivious to the overall dynamics of the game and the circumstances of other players. Please elaborate. Do you have any insights? What is the general proportion of these various games? Chapter 23. Campus Riot. Xie Antong nodded slightly. After all, to gain trust. Her purpose in seeking Lu Su was to find a reliable ally in the initial stages of the game. She believed there was no need to conceal anything in such matters. As for the proportions of the 4-game difficulty levels, it is difficult to specify exact ratios. However, it is evident that the higher the difficulty, the smaller the proportion. In most cases, the ordinary and difficult levels are more prevalent. Even the ordinary level is no simple feat, and once one reaches the difficult level, casualties become a frequent occurrence. As for the nightmare and hell levels, they are quite literally as they sound. They transcend mere gaming or level challenges, becoming a struggle for survival. At this point, Xiantong's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, and her complexion had notably paled. After all, she was merely a high school senior, accustomed to a life of comfort, and had never directly confronted the specter of life and death. Additionally, there are various types of games within the same difficulty level, each offering a myriad of options. Yet, there are indeed repetitive games, with numerous identical copies participated in by different players. For instance, in the video I just showed you, I witnessed another 10 players encountering the same game. As for the game graphics, I did not finish watching. In that instance, there were no top-tier players like the masked man. Everyone was relatively ordinary. It is likely that no one would survive. Anton swallowed hard. The thought of that scene sending a chill down her spine. Thus, it can be said that the divine chosen paradise is largely a game of chance. Being selected for a hell-level instance truly spells doom. Those who shared the same instance with the masked man had merely escaped with their lives. However, such a brutally realistic game will inevitably cultivate a generation of exceptional players who can alter the world. As Lu Su listened, he nodded gently, unfazed by the dangers involved. In his perspective, the more challenging the game, the greater the rewards. The opportunities within the game are equitable. So for elite players, being assigned to high difficulty instances is, in fact, a boon. Ideally, he hoped to encounter hell-level games, as they would offer him tremendous advantages. Can one choose the difficulty level of the game? How could that be possible? Xiantong replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. At least for now, it is absolutely not an option. From the competition footage and the players' performances, they are entirely unaware of what they are about to face. If given the choice, who would willingly select a hell-level game? Lu Su responded, "Indeed, that would be me." He was eager to choose the hell difficulty, if he had to categorize it. His initial game was likely of the hell level as well. Suddenly, Xiantong shifted her tone and looked at Lu Su, asking, "I suspect you have already participated in the game. Haven't you? If you are able to navigate through unscathed and maintain your composure, it is evident that you possess remarkable fortitude. However, ask yourself if you were assigned to a nightmarish game dungeon, wielding nothing but a rusted saw to sever your own leg, would you withstand such an ordeal?" Lu Su. Therefore, prior to participating in the game, one must be thoroughly prepared and possess a sense of awareness. Ideally, one should secure a token for withdrawal in advance. Although one may lose everything, at least a life can be preserved. Observing that Lu Su remained silent, Xiantong had no intention of waiting for his response and proceeded to articulate her own suggestions. The commencement of the game is crucial, and she too must devise a strategy to participate. "Why confide in me?" Lu Su suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. "What do you hope to gain from me? If the other party is aware of their foremost position, it is only natural to seek alliances. Yet it seems they remain oblivious. This young lady, intrigued by her interactions with him, offers such intelligence freely." Xiantong blinked a few times, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her eyes as she lowered her gaze to conceal her slightly flushed complexion, feeling somewhat helpless. This fellow, does such a man truly exist in this world who, when a girl extends goodwill, contemplates matters of mutual gain? Because the chosen paradise is on the brink of a cataclysmic transformation. Various official and grassroots organizations are poised to emerge, and even small personal factions will swiftly materialize. Amidst the collapse of order, suspicion, and hostility, the phenomenon of a dog-eat-dog society is inevitable. In such circumstances, the sooner one seeks allies, the better. While the situation remains manageable, trust among allies is far more attainable. Me? A question mark appeared above Lu Su's head. Seeking allies, and you choose me, a mere student? How juvenile. Your family background should be quite impressive. Why not strive to connect with experts or influential forces? It seems rather naive for two high school students to discuss alliances in this context. Yet, Xie Antong shook her head and earnestly replied, in this competitive format, depending on the game circumstances, a special forces operative may not necessarily outperform a petty thug, especially in the early stages when the rules are still unfamiliar. It is relatively equitable. Furthermore, my instincts tell me that you are not lacking in capability. Zhu Yuanzhang began his ascent as an emperor from the streets as a beggar. I do not find our conversation to be childish or unrealistic. How is it that those who pride themselves on rationality and wisdom are the only ones to foresee the advent of the chosen paradise? How could they know how to respond? I simply wish to seek you out. If possible, I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. With that, Xie Antong tentatively extended her hand toward Lu Su. He paused momentarily, taken aback by the gesture of camaraderie before him. He sensed that her words held a kernel of truth, yet they were not entirely truthful. Suddenly, at that moment, the school's loudspeaker echoed. Students in the eastern section of the teaching building, please evacuate swiftly and orderly to avoid crowding. Do not linger in the classrooms. Lu Su and Xie Antong exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. The eastern section of the teaching building? Was that not right here? Without a moment to spare for handshakes, Lu Su swiftly leaped onto the windowsill, eager to ascertain what was unfolding outside. The classroom had previously erupted into a cacophony, and amidst the overwhelming noise, he had failed to discern any commotion beyond the walls. Abruptly, a deafening explosion reverberated from outside the classroom, drowning out all other sounds, akin to the detonation of a load-bearing wall. A resounding, inhuman voice thundered, echoing throughout the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Celestial Society. Chapter 24. No Retreat. No Surrender, the Heavenly Society? Lu Su leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouts, and a twitch crept across his lips. Just moments ago, he had been discussing organizations and factions with Xie Antong, and now this had occurred? Moreover, this was peculiar. Wasn't the Heavenly Society an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties, commonly referred to as the Hongmen? Why had it suddenly resurfaced in this day and age? Lu Su's keen instincts informed him that this was undoubtedly linked to the chosen paradise, perhaps even a group directly targeting it. Following a thunderous roar, the voice continued unabated. As the sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The chosen descends, and the world unites. The world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Lu Su. Listening to this proclamation, he realized he had been correct in his assumptions. This group was indeed established with the chosen paradise as its objective. The repetition of their fervent chants began to wear on him, as if they had lost their sanity, their shouts echoing incessantly. Accompanying their cries were the screams of students and the cacophony of destruction. Walls crumbled, and various desks and chairs soared through the air. It was impossible to ascertain how many had been injured. Lu Su possessed a finely tuned sensitivity among humans from the commotion. He discerned that the source of the chaos was likely just below him, in the classroom beneath, which had devolved into utter disarray. However, Lu Su had no intention of intervening. He merely pondered why the school allowed such individuals to infiltrate. They were not present here now, so it was best to retreat. There was nothing further to discuss. Suddenly, a resounding explosion shattered his thoughts. The floor of the hallway outside the classroom was smashed open by a colossal hammer, sending debris flying and dust swirling. In the next moment, a ragged figure, muscles grotesquely bulging and towering over 6 feet tall, leaped from the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the individual raised their gaze slightly, locking eyes with Lu Su, who was peering out from the window. The two exchanged a bewildered stare. Lu Su thought to himself, damn, his luck was rather unfortunate. He had just mentioned not wanting to encounter such a situation. He quickly averted his gaze and jumped down from the window, skillfully reclaiming his seat in the chaotic classroom. In that fleeting glance, he had already memorized the general features and characteristics of the figure. The grotesque bulging of their muscles suggested a level of physicality far beyond that of a typical human. Their eyes a menacing crimson, devoid of reason, clad in a school uniform. It was now riddled with tears, stretched by the inflation of their muscles, and had sustained significant damage in the melee. In their hand, They wielded a massive hammer, the head of which exceeded 30 centimeters in diameter, crafted from an unknown metal. Any ordinary person struck by it would surely face grave injury or even death. Lusa had likely come to a realization. This individual was a student from school and undoubtedly a player. However, the reasons behind his current state remained unclear. Has something arrived? What is it? Xia Antong inquired loudly as she observed Lusa leap back. It appears to be a player, seemingly driven mad for some unknown reason. And now he seems to be promoting some organization, Lusa replied. Let us go. At that moment, Xia Antong wasted no words, pulling Lu Su towards the exit. After witnessing numerous scenes during 2 gaming sessions, she was acutely aware of the formidable threat that powerful players pose to ordinary individuals. At this moment, several classrooms in the East District were in utter chaos, with all the students rushing outside, excitement overshadowing their fear. As they burst through the door, they encountered the giant, who stood dazed. Holy cow! Lu Peng. Among the students, someone recognized him, appearing quite familiar. Approaching with astonishment, they gazed at the bewildered behemoth, who had evidently lost his sanity. You participated in the game, didn't you? How did it come to this? Impressive. Yet the giant did not even glance in their direction. With a casual wave of his hand, the student who had approached was sent flying like a plastic bag, propelled 7 or 8 meters away, collapsing unconscious upon the ground. The crowd immediately scattered in fear, leaving a wide, open space in the classroom. As time passed, the giant continued to shout slogans loudly, his voice resonating painfully in the ears of those nearby. Swinging the massive hammer in his hand, he smashed the classroom wall, reducing it to rubble. For reasons unknown, Lusa found himself fixated on the number 80. The giant did not pursue them actively. After several seconds, most had fled. Just then, the giant abruptly turned, his crimson eyes locking onto the crowd. He made eye contact with Lusa. Lusa thought furiously, damn it, why do you always have to lock eyes with me? Can't you look at someone else? He averted his gaze, having formed a rough judgment of the giant's strength, far inferior to his own. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened, and he charged towards Lusa, his massive frame creating a howling wind. The crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly fled, with Lu Su and Xia Antong retreating alongside them. The giant came to a halt, raising his heavy hammer, ready to swing it towards the fleeing masses. Lu Su raised an eyebrow, sensing that the attack might be directed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his pace, contemplating whether to take the blow on his shoulder to gauge the pain value it would yield. Get out of the way. Xia Antong urgently tugged at his arm, using her strength to help him evade the strike. What are you doing? Hurry and run. Why are you reacting so slowly? Lusa glanced at her in surprise, then turned his attention back to the giant, who was charging at them once more. Having confirmed the gaze, he realized this was indeed the person he was searching for. He could now be 80% certain that the entity opposite him seemed intent on targeting him. If he were to blend into the crowd, not only would it cause unnecessary casualties to others, but it would also make it easier for the adversary to single him out amidst the throng. After a moment of contemplation, Lusa glanced at the dispersing crowd and to Xia Antong, who urged him to leave quickly, saying, "Thank you." He then pushed her into the crowd, while he himself stumbled away from the masses. The solitary figure stood out starkly as the frenzied giant approached him. In this chase of pursuit and evasion, they distanced themselves from the crowd and reached a somewhat open platform at the corner of the floor. Lusa leaned against the wall at the corner, calmly turning to face the panting figure before him. There was no retreat left. Chapter 25. An unusual mode of communication stunned into silence. With a deep exhale, Lusa slowly turned to face the frenzied giant across from him. Although referred to as a giant, Lusa felt no sense of oppression or power from him, who seemed more like a mere pawn, released by someone behind the scenes to convey certain signals. Why had he singled Lusa out? Had he inadvertently exposed himself? If even Xia Antong could not discern the difference between him and his character in the game, Lusa doubted he would have been discovered so swiftly. It appeared there were circumstances he remained oblivious to. He slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and murmured to himself, "Why must I court disaster? In such a vast school, the only one capable of overpowering you is now fixated on you?" The only troubling aspect was that this green giant of a minor character's appearance had sparked a commotion, likely to become a headline news story, a significant societal event. If he were to become embroiled in this and subsequently subdue the giant, extricating himself could prove quite challenging. Are you not going to say anything? Just standing there? Strength is the greatest confidence. Lusu felt no tension and, relaxed, turned to address the giant. The cycles of day and night, the rhythm of existence. I certainly did not wish for you to utter such things. Lusu found himself at a loss for words. He could see that the giant had completely lost his faculties, likely manipulated by unseen forces. This seemed to point towards the organization known as the Heavenly Society. At this moment, the corridor and stairway a dozen meters away were crowded with teachers and students, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Many held their phones, expressions of fear etched on their faces, yet they continued to take pictures. Observing Lusu cornered, facing the massive and deranged figure, everyone felt he was in imminent danger. Run. Brother, are you just going to stand there and wait for death? Don't move. Don't provoke him. Amidst the crowd, various shouts and irresponsible, even contradictory, suggestions erupted incessantly. In the corner, the director's phone seemed to be overheating from constant calls, appearing quite urgent. Xie Antong looked at Lu Su with concern. She sensed that his retreat into the corner was intentional, but she was uncertain whether he possessed the means to handle the situation. Could even a player who had completed the game truly manage this? Lu Su observed everyone's reactions when suddenly, at the end of the corridor, a figure distinctly dressed differently from the others squeezed through. Clad in a red uniform, the individual exuded competence, and upon their arrival, the director swiftly approached them as if finding a source of reassurance. Soon after, a voice reached Lu Su's ears. "Student, do not be afraid. Please remain calm and do not provoke him. My name is Zhao Jiaqing, and I represent a relevant national department." Lu Su? It is evident that the voice did not emanate from the crowd, but rather from beside him, reminiscent of the whispered messages in martial arts novels. Extraordinary abilities? It must be a player. The thought flashed through Lu Su's mind as he immediately raised his gaze towards the man clad in a red uniform. Lu Su was certain it was him. Upon noticing Lu Su's look, the man signaled an okay with his hand and continued to convey his message. "Stay calm. I will assist you. Do not provoke him, and refrain from making sudden movements. Worry not. I shall ensure your safety. Just relax." In truth, Zhao Jiaqing was also uncertain, but he feared that Lu Su, being a student, might succumb to panic, so he endeavored to keep him steady. Lu Su replied, "Okay, no problem." While Zhao Jiaqing could communicate telepathically, Lu Su could not. He spoke directly and gestured an okay toward Zhao Jiaqing amidst the crowd. A multitude of teachers and students turned their heads in unison, casting suspicious glances at Zhao Jiaqing, causing a cold sweat to bead upon his brow. "My ancestor, why did you have to say that?" Zhao Jiaqing thought. "I told you to relax, not to relax to this extent. Do you not realize you are in peril?" The game had only just begun, and Zhao Jiaqing had little experience with such unforeseen events. Fortunately, the frenzied giant, Zhao Peng, had long since lost his senses and did not perceive any issue with Lu Su's words. Zhao Jiaqing could only force a smile and attempt to persuade. "Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. Whatever demands or difficulties you have, please articulate them. We are." Listening to these exceedingly familiar phrases, Lu Su could not help but smirk, pondering why this classic method of negotiation, akin to that of Hong Kong police films, still persisted despite being utterly futile. Clearly, the opponent had lost his wits. The cycles of day and night continued, while the other party incessantly repeated phrases resembling a large, unyielding echo. "The chosen ones have descended. The world shall unite. I never said it couldn't unite. Why do you keep repeating yourself?" Lu Su remarked, growing slightly impatient. "The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Belonging is one thing. You assert it belongs, and I never disputed that. So what exactly are you trying to achieve?" Lu Su endeavored to engage in dialogue with the imbecile. The cycles of day and night. Clearly, communicating with a fool was futile, as the other party continued to regurgitate the same words. At this juncture, Zhao Jiaqing's attempts at persuasion were utterly ineffective. Witnessing the two at the center of the arena engrossed in their conversation ignited his frustration, rendering him anxious. My friend, can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Do not provoke him. Zhao Jiaqing communicated once more to Lu Su. Yet, Lu Su had resolved not to prolong the situation. The opponent was evidently devoid of rationality, and stalling would yield no benefit. It was better to probe the adversary's condition. The Heaven and Earth Society is trash. Instantly, Zhao Peng jerked his head up, his eyes blazing with fury, murderous intent fixating on Lu Su, the one who dared to insult the Heaven and Earth Society. All right then, it is clear that this is indeed controlled by that so-called Heaven and Earth Society, Lu Su thought. Stop. Just as Zhao Jiaqing's words of provocation escaped his lips, it was already too late. He let out a thunderous shout. A tempest erupted, and the tiles beneath their feet exploded instantaneously. Zhao Peng, with his colossal frame, surged forward like a roaring locomotive, barreling towards Lu Su. At that moment, however, Lu Su stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Zhao Jiaqing dashed forward, yet as he initiated his charge, he realized it was futile. It was over. Lu Su remained in a relaxed stance, his gaze unwavering as Zhao Peng's imposing figure loomed over him. With a flicker of disdain in his eyes, he tilted his head slightly, evading the impending blow. In an instant, his left hand shot out like lightning, his thumb and index finger gripping Zhao Peng's chin. Crack. Chapter 26. The Disparity in Power. The world fell silent, as if muted by an unseen force, allowing the sound of bones shattering to resonate. It was merely the strength of two fingers. Yet those were the fingers of Lu Su. In an instant, the adversary's jaw was crushed, accompanied by the dislocation of the entire joint, effectively silencing any further cries or utterances. Buddy, since you've lost your wits, I shall not hold back. The force of 10 was already beyond the limits of human capacity, and now, Lu Su wielded a formidable power of 24. In truth, he had shown remarkable restraint. Had he struck without mercy, it would not have been merely a shattered jaw, but a pulverized skull. Boom! The tremendous impact, coupled with the force Lu Su exerted through his fingers, propelled the entirely unresponsive opponent to smash against the wall behind him. Lu Su deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the collision. Crack, crack! The bricks shattered, sending a cascade of debris flying. It was unclear whether the opponent possessed such inherent force, or if Lu Su's strength merely amplified the effect. The wall bore extensive cracks, resembling a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. Outside lay the campus, where Lu Peng lay sprawled on the ground, his massive frame having succumbed, his head protruding awkwardly. The man had entirely lost consciousness. The entire sequence transpired with remarkable swiftness. The distance between them was a mere 5 meters. And from the moment the adversary charged until the collision with the wall, scarcely a second elapsed. Lu Su had only acted when the opponent obscured his own form, moving with the swiftness of lightning, without any forewarning. Zhao Jiaqing had now rushed forward, his feet planted firmly as he stood transfixed by the scene before him. At a loss for words, his gaze oscillated between Lu Su and the unconscious giant on the ground, his mind struggling to comprehend the events. From his perspective, it appeared that Lu Su had provoked the adversary, who then erupted in rage, charging forward while Lu Su remained motionless. Then, in an inexplicable twist, Lu Su sidestepped, leading to the adversary's headlong collision with the wall. The entire affair exuded an oddly effortless air, starkly contrasting the previous tension, creating an absurd and surreal atmosphere. Just moments ago, Zhao Jiaqing had been on the verge of despair, envisioning Lu Su gravely injured or even dead, burdened by the prospect of bearing responsibility for a life lost. Yet now, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Not only, but the crowd had gasped in shock as Lu Peng charged, many capturing the moment on their phones while shutting their eyes in dread. Now, witnessing Lu Su unscathed, a hush fell over the onlookers, as if reality itself had faltered. You. Zhao Jiaqing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Su, assessing his seemingly unharmed state. You were the one who crashed into him. I shall not bear any liability for this, right? Lu Su a-t-il interjected. Zhao Jiaqing replied. Is that all you can think of? Zhao Jiaqing suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. It seemed that this young man's thought process was somewhat erratic. Are you all right? Does mental anguish count? I have suffered significant psychological trauma. Can I apply for state compensation? Lu Ziyuan asserted emphatically. Zhao Jiaqing replied, forget it, as long as you're fine. However, it would be prudent to refrain from such heroic antics in the future. I heard you decided to divert that deranged individual all by yourself to protect your classmates. You must prioritize your safety. Lu Su responded. What did you hear? Such outrageous news. What a preposterous misunderstanding. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind them, with cheers emanating from the crowd. Previously retreating, students gradually began to gather around. Impressive. What a reaction, akin to an F1 driver. My brother, you remained unflustered in a crisis. Instantaneously, the air was filled with the sounds of photography and short video uploads, accompanied by endless praises. The head of the department hurried over, surrounding Lu Su with questions of concern. Had there been a casualty today, his career would undoubtedly be jeopardized. A synchronized round of applause arose from the crowd, giving Lu Su the sensation of a triumphant bullfighter after a successful performance. How ironic, for wasn't that individual also knocked unconscious? Observing the throngs of students gathering, Zhao Jiaqing quickly raised his voice to restore order, prompting teachers to emerge and maintain discipline. Before long, several individuals clad in blue uniforms pushed their way through the crowd, surrounding Zhao Peng for reasons unknown. Lu Su casually deflected a few inquiries and, after assuring the head of the department multiple times that he did not require a hospital visit, sought to blend back into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing, noticing Lu Su's retreating figure, furrowed his brow and suddenly called out, wait a moment, producing a golden business card from the inner pocket of his uniform. He turned to Lu Su and offered it to him. Here is my card. Take it. I have numerous subsequent matters to attend to, and the scene will soon be cordoned off. I don't have time for a lengthy discussion. However, should you feel the need to contact me, do so. In his final words, Zhao Jiaqing emphasized the phrase you should, gazing intently into Lu Su's eyes as if conveying a deeper meaning. Lu Su accepted the card without a glance, slipping it into his pocket while affirming Zhao's words, and then discreetly departed. Zhao Jiaqing said nothing further, turning back to his colleagues to manage the unfolding incident. Are you all right? Xia Antong approached, whispering her inquiry as she watched Lu Su nod in response. Observing Lu Su's successful escape, she exhaled in relief, but a hint of suspicion lingered. Why did it seem that Lu Su was so assured that he would emerge unscathed? Did he possess such confidence in his own abilities? Had he acquired agility-enhancing skills in the game? Why does that peculiar creature seem so enamored with Lu Su, relentlessly pursuing him? These questions she temporarily buried in her heart, planning to inquire further at a later time. Observing the throng of students being evacuated, with the warning lines now established, the personnel from a special department diligently continued their work. As dusk descended, Zhao Jiaqing exhaled deeply, reflecting on the events of the day. The suddenness of the situation left him somewhat bewildered. A high school student, calm in the face of danger, exhibited such remarkable psychological resilience and quick reflexes. Moreover, he appeared to have never experienced feelings of anxiety or fear. Musing to himself, the impression that student left on him earlier that day was undeniably profound. In this world, there are only two types of individuals who remain utterly unflustered in the face of adversity. One is a fool, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, and the other possesses an unwavering confidence. Captain Zhao had nearly completed the investigation of the fundamental issues. At that moment, a female staff member clad in a blue uniform hastily entered, clutching several documents. There was something slightly peculiar about the injuries reported. Aside from the cranial fracture from the impact to the forehead, the individual's jaw appeared inexplicably shattered. Chapter 27. The third game held difficulty demonic hospital. Zhao Jiaqing, who had been lost in his own contemplations, was suddenly startled and turned around abruptly, causing a moment of surprise for the other party. A fractured jaw? Is it the result of an impact? Oh, the woman in blue responsible for administrative duties responded, producing a stack of reports and stating, it remains uncertain, which is why it feels somewhat peculiar. After all, the subject's skull also exhibits cracks, which is somewhat normal and aligns with the angle of the impact. However, if the impact occurred at that angle, it stands to reason that the jaw should not have been affected. I wonder if there was some friction involved, or perhaps it was a prior injury. He is out of immediate danger now. His name is Lu Peng, and investigations have confirmed he is a player in the Chosen One game. Just as the secretary prepared to continue with the report, Zhao Jiaqing abruptly interrupted. Wait a moment. He furrowed his brow as he approached, seizing the stack of X-rays from the secretary's hands and scrutinizing them intently. The secretary, responsible for the investigation, was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Zhao Jiaqing suddenly exhibited such keen interest in the peculiar injuries. The severity of the bone fractures appeared more pronounced than the trauma to the head. It is worth noting that this student possessed considerable physical strength, having been capable of breaking through walls. Although the human skull is remarkably resilient, the stark disparity in damage was indeed puzzling. What do you think could be the cause? Zhao Jiaqing inquired, his mind reflecting on the events of the day. As the sun and moon cycled through the sky, that individual had evidently lost his senses for some reason, repeatedly uttering the same phrases. The incessant repetition indicated that his jaw could not have been broken previously. It must have been the result of that singular impact. Could it be friction with the wall? After all, he broke through it directly, the secretary speculated, mistakenly believing Zhao Jiaqing was concerned about the condition of the injured party. Zhao Jiaqing replied, "That is a possibility." He did not refute the suggestion, but merely murmured, his thoughts incessantly replaying the peculiar behaviors of the high school student from earlier that day. Time passed swiftly. Following the sudden incident, the weekend arrived, coinciding with the school's measures to enhance security. Lu lay quietly on his bed, awaiting the arrival of the next game. The past few days had been filled with trepidation as he pondered whether members of that strange organization would come to investigate him, or if the relatives of the student he had eliminated would seek retribution. Fortunately, none of these scenarios had come to pass. Time remaining until the next game begins, 0:58:43, the final hour. At that moment, he was engaged in a phone conversation with Xie Antong, discussing the forthcoming game. "I don't know how you managed it yesterday, but I presume your strength is not to be underestimated," Xie Antong remarked. "Nevertheless, this game remains exceedingly perilous, and I strongly advise you to procure an exit token before engaging in play." Lu typed a response, "I understand. Will you be participating in the game this time as well?" The reply was rather succinct. "Let's each partake in our own pursuits for now, and should the opportunity arise, we can add each other as friends. Additionally, I must inform you that although the attire within the game is standardized, according to the intelligence I have acquired, it seems that undergarments can be directly brought in. Therefore, you might consider attempting to carry something from the real world into the game." Lu Su, upon reading the message, was astonished to discover this intriguing piece of knowledge he had never encountered before, pondering what unique connections his desk mate might possess. Having a background is indeed advantageous. Unlike himself, who, out of sheer necessity, has resorted to using hacks. After expressing his gratitude, Lu lay quietly on the bed in his small room. Lost in thought, he contemplated whether Xie Antong was truly trustworthy. If collaboration were to occur, he would undoubtedly need to disclose his status as the first-place contender. However, the other party's affluent background was evident, raising the question of whether such matters could be resolved solely through trust. As he reflected, feeling the passage of time, he retrieved a golden business card from his school uniform pocket. It was bestowed upon him by Zhao Jiaqing, a reminder that he should reach out when the time was right. He glanced at the unfamiliar department name on the front and then flipped it over to view Zhao Jiaqing's contact information, pondering for a moment, and then tucked the card into his underwear. "My apologies, Mr. Zhao Jiaqing. You shall accompany my brother for a while." Coincidentally, regarding the experiment of attempting to bring items into the game, I have nothing suitable at hand, so I shall make use of yours. It fits perfectly. Taking a deep breath, he organized his backpack, ensuring it was stocked with his accomplishments and various potions, awaiting that long-anticipated sound. For reasons unknown, this sound always stirred a surge of excitement within him. Please ensure you are adequately prepared. Please choose to become an audience member or a player. Player. Greetings. Player. You have a brief moment to prepare. Game points, 12,400. Pain value, 6. Strength, 24. Agility, to speed, to luck, 5. Spirit. Bonus medals, God Slayer, Legendary. System Attacker, Epic. Game has been initialized, preparing to commence. Welcome to the chosen paradise. The familiar sensation of dizziness and disorientation enveloped him once more. However, this time, Lusu had developed a considerable degree of adaptability, like returning home. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious yet dimly lit room. The air thick with a musty, damp odor, suggesting that the sanitation of the environment was rather lacking. As his body swayed slightly, the sensation of solid ground returned. Unlike the previous experience of being suspended in midair, Lusu felt a twinge of disappointment. Why did it seem less exhilarating this time? After all, the last encounter had at least granted him the thrill of a potential escape. He absent-mindedly touched his face, the mask fitting perfectly, seamless in its embrace. Surrounding him were several other players, but before he could take in their presence, a voice resonated that filled him with satisfaction. Welcome, players, to the hellish mode of the divine selection game, Demon Hospital. As a mechanical voice echoed, the creaking sound of machinery followed, and a tracked robot emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of all players shifted, their faces reflecting a grave seriousness. They were no longer novices. They had come to comprehend the terrors associated with Hell Mode. What a stroke of misfortune. It was only the second game, and they were already confronted with such horrors. Yet beneath the mask, Lusu's face revealed a smile of contentment. Hell Mode? This truly felt like a return home. Chapter 28, The Gluttony Mask. My friend, are you truly devoid of intellect? Under the hellish mode, managing 1's pain value should be relatively straightforward. If I include this instance, it seems I have consecutively faced hell-level dungeons 3 times. Such fortune is indeed remarkable. A soft chuckle escaped my lips. Thankfully, it is I who endures this. A normal person would likely crumble under such circumstances. Greetings, esteemed players. I am your host for this occasion. You may refer to me as the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. Of course, if you prefer to call this place a prison, that is equally acceptable. Lusu gazed at the metallic robot before him and suddenly inquired, Tom, is your voice the same as that within the previous game? Great Tom, mind your language. Lad. Lusu sensed a familiarity in the voice, yet chose not to challenge the host's dignity in a futile manner. Instead, he merely opened the live stream to seek any pertinent information from the audience's perspective. It has begun. I skipped class to witness the perspective of the expert. I resign to watch. Once I master it, I shall no longer attend this B class and will also partake in the game. What a high-level match. I just checked, and all 5 players in this dungeon have previously cleared the game. There are no novices. Furthermore, apart from this individual, the foreigner over there is also a flawless player. This will be quite entertaining. Wait a moment, did I interpret this correctly? Why does the color of the mask the expert wears differ from the last time? Lusu briefly scanned the comments and noticed that the number of individuals focusing on him was steadily increasing. The sensation of being observed was indeed uncomfortable. Yet the advantages were evident, such as swiftly acquiring information about those around him. High-level match, indeed. It appears that the participants this time may not be as easily dealt with as the last. Wait, the mask's color? Prompted by the thought, Lusu turned his gaze toward the metallic robot. From the robot's mottled surface, he could faintly discern his own blurred reflection. It was a red mask. Red Miko, gluttony, personality influence, a state of appetite intensification due to greed, leading to mental disarray, capable of consuming anything, transforming all repulsive items into exquisite delicacies. Benefits, extraordinary digestive abilities. Anything consumed is converted into energy, negating all negatives. Side effects. The more one consumes, especially harmful substances, the greater the confusion due to mental influence, and the energy within does not belong to oneself. Failing to release it to a certain extent may lead to explosive demise. Hiss. Lusu inhaled sharply, taken aback by the magnitude of this revelation. The previous greed mask had offered the choice between ordinary and overload modes. with no significant alterations noted in the ordinary mode. However, gluttony is distinct. It is the only attribute among the 7 deadly sins that lacks a mode selection. Both lust and gluttony exert a considerable influence on the psyche, representing the most profound negative impact. The description suggests that its functionality is indeed extraordinarily perverse, rendering it a bug-level superpower, especially in the early stages. It is no wonder that it is classified as an S-rank ceiling artifact, with effects and side effects that are of the highest caliber. One can only speculate about the levels of other statuses and overload modes. Nevertheless, high risk equates to high reward, adhering to the principles of this game. At least for now, he does not perceive any detrimental effects on his psyche. Well, it is evident that all of you who have arrived here are no ordinary players. You may take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another and exchange insights about your abilities. After all, in a certain sense, you are both partners and competitors. What do you mean? After the tin robot concluded its statement, a foreign player among the group spoke up. Based on previous comments in the chat, Lusu recognized him as a player skilled in achieving perfect completions. Literal meaning: take some time to familiarize yourselves. The red light atop the tin robot flickered twice before it rolled away, dragging its body toward the exit. So what is the task in this game? Do not rush. Furthermore, you shall address me as the great Lord Tom. The tin robot seemed quite irked by the player's impoliteness, not bothering to turn around as it continued to depart. Once the door closed, the damp space of several dozen square meters was left with only these 5 players. The atmosphere fell into silence, tinged with a sense of pressure due to the game's hellish difficulty. The earlier inquisitive foreigner furrowed his brow and remarked quizzically, "What is the purpose of this robot's arrival here? It hasn't conveyed anything. Damn, perhaps it was merely intended to serve as a mirror." Lusa listened to his mutterings and replied while touching his mask, "Moreover, does this international friend comprehend Chinese? Why then does he not speak?" After all, the robot's words seemed to be in Chinese, or perhaps they were rendered in English to his ears. The foreigner paused at this, raising an eyebrow and displaying a contemplative expression, but merely responded casually, "I don't want to." Lusa chose not to engage further, and the atmosphere once again grew cold. There were 5 players in this game, all appearing to be seasoned participants, giving off a semblance of competence, although each expression resembled someone who had just consumed excrement. It was commendable that none cried out in despair upon hearing about the hell mode. There stood a foreigner who appeared rather arrogant. He seemed to understand Chinese, yet refrained from speaking, his demeanor suggesting he was imitating a certain film star, adopting a brooding persona. To the left was a robust figure, seemingly strong in physique, yet likely lacking in skill. Fortunately, his physical characteristics were quite distinctive, allowing us to forego remembering his name and simply refer to him as the big guy. There's also a woman who, since her entrance, had been scanning everyone with her eyes, perhaps not one to be underestimated, but one could only hope she would yield a few gold coins. To the far right was a particularly flamboyant individual, a towering man standing at nearly 2 meters, while others were clad in the basic attire provided by the game. He had somehow donned an outfit entirely in red, adorned with patterns, thus earning him the moniker Flamboyant Man. Silence. The man in the red attire, whom Lusu had dubbed the Flamboyant Man, stiffly turned his neck, his lips twitching slightly as he addressed Lusu. "Brother, can't you keep those thoughts to yourself? Why must you vocalize the narration? Is there an issue with your intellect? How am I flamboyant?" This is the attire mandated by the organization. Chapter 29. One of us? Which department are you from? The corner of the Flamboyant Man's mouth twitched incessantly. While the other 3 players turned their heads to gaze at Lusu, their expressions a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Not to be rude, but your presence is utterly incongruous with the surroundings, is it not? In this oppressive and cold atmosphere. In a hellish game where life could be at stake at any moment, he had assumed the role of a judge. The group had just absorbed his monologue amid such tension, leaving their emotions somewhat disjointed. The Flamboyant Man in red sighed softly, scrutinizing Lu Su from head to toe, feeling an overwhelming urge to mock him. "Are you really judging us? Everyone else appears relatively normal, yet you don a mask. No less. A bright red one. emanating a glow that continuously forms various patterns. Is this the reward you received in the game? One can only describe it as abstract, much like yourself. What? Did I say that out loud? Impossible. Can you read minds? Lu Su, taken aback, touched his mouth, registering the icy temperature of the mask. You did say it. The flamboyant man in red, exasperated, immediately regretted his words. Why am I even engaging with this lunatic? Goodness, a real intelligence-draining aura. Isn't it? Observing the expressions of those around him, Lu Su began to realize that perhaps there was some truth to the situation. It seemed that the mental disarray induced by the gluttonous mask was indeed persistent. If he did not take control, minor troubles would inevitably arise. Oh well, I've said it now. Every game requires a narration, and it may help you understand how others perceive you. Who wants to know how you see us, anyway? Of course. Burly figure couldn't help but scoff, fitting perfectly into his character archetype, and once again, silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was sizing each other up, though none appeared as neurotic as Lu Su. A cough broke the stillness. The flamboyant man in red took the initiative to speak. My name is not flamboyant man in red. I am called Jotion. That is my true name, not a nickname. I believe that in this hellish game, we should strive to eliminate unnecessary barriers as swiftly as possible. From a broader perspective, we are all human, united as one. At present, we must understand each other better. I believe this will benefit the game. Most of you are likely from Huagua. I am affiliated with an official organization, and you may place your trust in me. Jotion spoke calmly, attempting to forge connections among the group. This inclination stemmed from his background. In times of crisis, it is paramount to unite any available strength, especially since there were no existing grievances among them. I don't think so, interjected a foreigner. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet, but you may address me as Kirk, for that is my name. The woman who had remained silent until now finally spoke, directing her gaze towards Jotion. Greetings, and thank you for your candor. However, as the Tin Man previously mentioned, this game entails both cooperation and competition, which indeed complicates the establishment of trust. The officials? The burly figure interjected. The game has only commenced a few days ago, and already there are officials? You people meddle excessively. Your greatest contribution would be to refrain from interference and stop the incessant chaos. It was evident that the burly man's temper was far from amiable, exhibiting a generally brusque demeanor in his interactions. Yet, Lu Su understood that this was likely a manifestation of fear and anxiety. The pressures of the hellish game required him to release his distress in an unfriendly manner. Observing the awkward exchange, Jotion sighed, fully anticipating this outcome. Slowly, he turned his head to Lu Su, awaiting his response. He had just reviewed his own live stream, and he was well organized. External personnel were constantly monitoring him and had provided information regarding Lu Su's situation. Logically, he should be a skilled player. Lu Su, noticing the other's head turned towards him, pondered for a moment before replying, Am I truly not permitted to call you the red-clad rake? Jotion, feeling overwhelmed, retorted, If you are at a loss for how to address me, you are free to concoct a nickname of your choosing. Who inquired of you? Is that the crux of the matter? At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and the voice in the room resonated once more. It was the same voice. Yet this time, the Tin Man did not appear. Only a mechanical voice accompanied by text on the wall emerged. God's chosen paradise, hell mode, demon hospital. Player's basic task, survive. As long as you endure until the completion of the mission, you shall be deemed successful. Player's objective task, identify the source of the disease, locate the individual most afflicted, and neutralize the crisis they pose. Players who fulfill the objective will receive additional rewards, assessed based on performance and contributions. Demon Hospital, welcoming every patient. Countdown, 5 minutes. The game is about to commence. 0:05. 00. Once the brief description concluded, the voice ceased, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. It was as if any unnecessary conversation had already been undertaken by the tin robot. Now, they were faced with a serious outline of their tasks. Upon reading the task description, solemn expressions spread across the faces of the group. Hell mode, with the basic task being mere survival. The 5 individuals present were far from ordinary. Merely contemplating the survival aspect was enough to instill fear. Jiutian recognized that the likelihood of cooperation among them was indeed quite low. Furthermore, the task was ambiguous. What illness? How does one determine who is most afflicted? Surviving until the end constitutes success. Yet if someone were to shirk their responsibilities and let others tackle the tasks while they merely survived, would it not yield the same outcome? How was it designed? A palpable silence enveloped the crowd as they began to quietly inspect their backpacks and supplies, bracing themselves for the unknown that awaited in 5 minutes. All right, Lu Su murmured to himself, yet in such a tense atmosphere. Even the faintest whisper drew the attention of those around him. The individual donning a red mask reached into his trousers, and the nature of that action was rather inappropriate. What does this mean, my friend? In a public setting like this, is the mask a mere guise for your true self? The man in red smacked his forehead, turning to the staff in his live streaming room, asking, is his information accurate? Is he truly a skilled individual? Before he could finish his thought, his expression abruptly shifted. His eyes fixated on the object Lu Su was retrieving from his trousers, an exquisite golden business card. The type of custom card was all too familiar to Jiutian. Instantly, his demeanor lightened, as if he had encountered a friend, and he strode confidently towards Lu Su, whispering in his ear, "One of us? Brother, your disguise is quite impressive. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, The Patient's Sedative Meal. Are you eating in your frame? Lu Su instinctively turned his wrist as the other party leaned in, flipping the card in his hand face down, casting a wary glance at the individual. Cut the nonsense. We're on the same side, and time is of the essence. Which department are you from? Me? Lu Su raised his chin slightly, contemplating. I'm from the senior third department. Jiutian exclaimed, "What the hell? The high school department? What kind of nonsense is this?" Jiutian was flabbergasted, glancing at the dwindling 3 minutes left, feeling increasingly uneasy. How could this colleague still be in such a state? Did he not appear trustworthy? While it was indeed possible for them to be from distant places, was there truly no trust in this official organization? Come on, I can see your business card. My name is Jiutian, from City K in Jianhai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we even need such things? Look at my clothes. He tugged at the fabric of his red attire. Why aren't you in uniform? Did you turn it into a red mask? Your regulations are quite peculiar. By the way, you must have our people in your live stream, right? Just have them check me out. Luce sensed a misunderstanding and continued with his nonsensical chatter. You seem quite aged. How can you be from the same department as me and still be in high school? Are you the director of political education? Jiutian retorted, toughened up. This person is simply lacking in organization and discipline. Jiutian's livestream screen displayed a reminder from relevant staff. Currently, our organization does record players who have successfully completed the challenge. However, there seems to be no record of anyone fitting this mass situation. You should communicate more. Suppressing his urge to strike out, Jiutian coldly lowered his voice. Comrade, I don't know what your intentions are, but your comments about my clothing color and intentionally revealing your business card clearly aim to draw me in. Do you have something to say? Lu Su scratched his head, stating, I seem to be feeling a bit hungry. How strange. Who asked you? Jiutian snapped, turning away with a parting remark to watch out for himself. Clearly disinterested. Goodbye. He directed his words to the livestream staff. Quickly find out where this person belongs. This is absurd. In a hellish difficulty game, how could it be taken lightly? Players are reminded that it is advisable to exit this room swiftly before time runs out. At this moment, the countdown had reached 1 minute. The door to the room swung open, revealing a pitch-black corridor that seemed to lead into an abyss. No one dared to defy the voice announcement. In hell mode, one could unexpectedly encounter a fatal state. The foreigner, Kourk, took the lead and strode out, his silhouette exuding an air of aloofness. The burly man glared at his back, clearly annoyed, then followed suit. Jiutian and the woman quickly followed, exiting the room. Lu Su maintained his customary behavior. Just as he stepped out of the door at the last moment, he paused outside, peering back in to gauge what might transpire. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, propelling Lu Su backward, leaving an impression of a mask upon it. Jiutian, who had been observing his colleague with a sidelong glance, now weakly turned his head away, feeling overwhelmed. Once the door was closed, a long corridor came into view, curving into the darkness ahead, obscured after about 100 meters, veering to the left. Along both sides of this corridor stood imposing iron doors, dark and silent, as if containing ferocious beasts within. The entire hallway echoed with an eerie silence, suggesting that these doors concealed the patient's quarters. Jiutian traced the curvature of the wall with his hand, calculating the distance ahead, and took a bold step forward. Before engaging in any serious tasks, he intended to familiarize himself with the terrain and the fundamental architectural structure. There were no stairs, indicating it was a single-story building. Though hidden doors could not be entirely ruled out. Given the curvature, it might even be a circular structure. In the hushed ambience, Jiutian's voice resonated as he candidly shared his thoughts with the group. At that moment, the voice of the game re-emerged. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Dining time counts as task time. During this period, players must enter the patient's rooms. If you go outside, you must return to the room promptly. Lingering too long in the corridor may lead to undesirable consequences. With a clatter, a food tray dropped from the hidden compartment beneath each room, its origin unknown. Instantly, an unbearable stench permeated the air. Bathed in the dim glow of strip lighting, the tray revealed a large canister of a viscous substance, which one would find hard to convince oneself was edible. It was impossible to discern its contents, with vague glimpses of shattered bones and viscous membranes. Beside the canister lay a small dish holding several white pills. The tray bore an inscription: patient's mental state unstable, sedatives mixed into food, perhaps communication can be attempted. This so-called hospital seems primarily concerned with mental issues, Jiutian murmured. Damn, the burly man cursed. Who could possibly remain sane eating this? Is it really that unpalatable? Lu mused, eyeing the contents on the floor. Why did he find it oddly appealing? The gluttonous mask had an overwhelming effect on appetite, completely suppressing rational judgment. The red warning lights began to flash, urging players to hasten into the patient rooms. With no time for further contemplation, Lu hastily selected a room and entered. Grasping the food tray, the atmosphere within the room starkly contrasts with that outside. It is far from pristine, with the walls marred by various stains, some even bearing traces of blood. Yet, the illumination within the space is exceptionally bright, persisting incessantly day and night. In the corner, a gaunt figure resembling a malevolent spirit crouches, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons. The moment Lu steps inside, the man casts a glare filled with animosity, fixating intently on the tray of food in Lu's hands. It is mealtime, presumably breakfast, though my memory of it is hazy. Ah, the exquisite flavors of the mortal realm, my friend. You appear so emaciated, on the verge of starvation. Would you care for a bite? The room is devoid of any furniture. Lu surveys the surroundings before placing the tray down and sitting directly on the floor. Want to eat? A hoarse voice emanates from the patient, laced with hostility. Of course not. You new kid delectable? If it's so delicious, why don't you partake? Let me tell you, don't get too cocky before he can finish a sentence. Lu's eyes suddenly sparkle with excitement. Really? Thank you, he exclaims, lifting the mysterious can and pouring its contents directly into his mouth. The patient looks on, bewildered. Chapter 31. The Whirlwind and the Variables of the Hellish Game. Bang. 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 A fissure appeared on the mask, and an enormous container of substance was being poured in frantically, as if it were an abyss. You will be the same in the future. At this moment, the man had only just completed his sentence, rendered utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, half of the contents had been consumed, and with the remaining portion in hand, Lu politely inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to partake?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Very well, thank you." Then, tilting his head back, he resumed consuming it. Within less than a minute, the entire container had been devoured by him. This manner of consumption transcended humanity. To put it simply, in terms of eating, Lu exhibited a display of superhuman ability, a manifestation of extraordinary power. To be frank, upon initially grasping that container, Lu felt a deep-seated resistance. Although the influence of the gluttonous mask led him to perceive the contents as the finest delicacy in existence, Reason cautioned him that it might not be suitable for consumption. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of experiencing the mask's potency, coupled with the pain value, Lu Su resolved to proceed. A secret recipe hamburger from the old eighth. However, once the substance entered his stomach, he lost all control. Divine delicacy, he had never tasted anything so exquisitely delightful. The experience transcended mere stimulation of taste buds, directly invigorating his mind. There was no turning back. With a single container consumed, an overwhelming sense of euphoria enveloped him. A warm sensation wrapping around him as if he were in a paradise. Simultaneously, there was no sense of fullness. Rather, his hunger intensified. An insatiable appetite consumed him, and Lu Su felt an abundance of strength surging within him, yearning for more sustenance. The numerous spectators and staff from the relevant organizations who had been observing Lu Su were now utterly bewildered. No. Huh? What does this mean? Is this part of the task? I cannot comprehend. Is there a senior here to elucidate? Where is the previous senior who provided insight? What does this signify? In comparison, the behavior of that lunatic across the way seems remarkably normal. I have long heard that this esteemed individual behaves differently. The analysts from various organizations were left scratching their heads, unable to fathom the implications. However, the reason was made abundantly clear by Lu Su from the outset. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, gazing at the masked figure before him, feeling as though his mind was faltering. You are not a staff member. You are a fellow patient? Lu Su comfortably settled on the ground, deciding to abandon his defenses. Regarding his appetite, he resolved to relinquish control entirely, allowing all reason to fade and focusing solely on the task at hand. Delicious. The life you all lead here is nothing short of divine. The man's lips twitched slightly. How I deserve a deity? After a moment of mental disarray, he let out a cold laugh, casting his gaze towards the plate beside him and the medication upon it. The gaze once again turned fierce, glaring at Lu Su with malevolence. No more pretense, is it? No one truly cares what these individuals consume. Their so-called meals are merely a means to administer drugs to them. Previously, there had been some semblance of pretense, but this lunatic before him seemed intent on directly feeding him medication. Pointing at the drugs, the patient inquired, "What does this mean?" "Oh, my apologies." Lu Su glanced over and offered an apology. He then picked up the dish, flipped his hand, and poured its contents directly into his mouth. There was no need for chewing. It simply slid down his throat. Such wastefulness was disgraceful, yet the brother across from him was rather considerate, reminding him of his own actions. After finishing, a ravenous Lu Su patted his stomach and looked at the man bound by iron chains opposite him, asking, "Have you had enough to eat, Slim?" The thin patient replied, "Huh? What did I eat? Didn't you consume everything? When did I eat your food?" Lu Su, perplexed, questionned. It seems as though the events of mere seconds ago never transpired. He asserted with wide eyes and a blatant falsehood. The patient, hands clasped around his head, reflected on everything that had just occurred, comparing it to Lu Su's earnest tone, seriously doubting whether his mental state was deteriorating. Indeed, how could such revolting food have been consumed by the staff? Was it possible that he was hallucinating about eating? Could it be that he had just been the one eating? The patient murmured to himself, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. No, what does this mean? Am I being deceived? I understand now. This is a method of brainwashing, making the other doubt themselves, making it easier to interrogate them. Impressive, great leader. The viewers in the live stream seemed to have grasped the situation, showering praise once again. Suddenly, the thin man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he lunged at Lu Su in a frenzy. The iron chains restrained his body in midair, mere feet away from Lu Su. It felt as distant as the heavens, rendering him unable to touch. "Where's my medication?" "You consume my medication. What am I supposed to eat?" Previously resistant to the drugs, he now lost control, resembling a vengeful spirit. His emaciated form revealed sinewy muscles marred by bloodstains. The chains creaked under the strain, and the strength of this man appeared beyond human limits. "What medication? I'm not certain what you're referring to." Lu Su responded with an air of wisdom, seemingly unfazed. "I understand, my friend. You must still be hungry. Rest assured, I won't let you go hungry." The rations provided here are indeed insufficient. I will certainly assist you. Look at you, you're practically withering away. As he spoke, he patted the head of the now mad man and immediately dashed out, exuding an eagerness that was palpable. Leaving the patients in the room, some moments they exhibited madness, others calmness, and at times they rolled on the floor, howling. After Lu Su dashed out, he sprinted along the circular corridor. At the entrance of each cell lay the repugnant meals and pills. What was I even doing out here? Lu Su's mind was somewhat muddled. He decided to eat first, disregarding everything else. With that, he began to consume voraciously, devouring the food without restraint. Each time the hospital reminded him to return to the ward, Lu Su would swiftly race back. The emaciated patient was left bewildered. This individual claimed to be searching for food, yet returned each time ravenously feasting. Where is my food, brother? Aside from the provisions each player initially brought into the room, all the breakfast offerings from the demonic hospital that remained outside were thoroughly devoured by Lu Su. Notably, at the outset, Ko-Urk, after surveying the food, paused for contemplation and chose not to take any. Instead, he simply pushed the door open and entered. Thus, Chapter 32, Where's the Food? Thus, the provisions that Kirk had deliberately left behind found their way into Lu Su's stomach. As Lu Su passed by the door where Kirk was located, he cast a glance and noticed a slight opening. However, he paid it no mind. What was a game? Who was Kirk? He had long since forgotten. All that mattered was the sustenance. Outside, as Lu Su voraciously consumed his meal, Kirk was within the confines of his room, skillfully employing his extraordinary abilities to subtly manipulate the situation. Kirk, the proud American, possessed a degree of arrogance that was well-founded. A former criminal profiler for the CIA, he was adept in negotiation techniques and psychological analysis, a distinguished honorary professor at Harvard University, and a recipient of numerous accolades in the realm of criminal investigations. Utilizing his exceptional qualifications, he delved into a wealth of classified materials following his initial task, recognizing the significance of the game, and flawlessly completing his first challenge. Now, he was a player endowed with superhuman capabilities. Mental manipulation. In terms of his extraordinary powers, he had already surpassed Lu Su. With his advantageous background and newfound abilities, Kirk felt confident in extracting information from a few mentally unstable individuals. How long have you been here? He inquired, surprising himself with his fluent Mandarin. The game ensured there would be no language barriers among its participants, yet he chose to speak in Chinese at this moment. I can't remember, 3 years? 30 years? Kirk furrowed his brow, diligently attempting to disrupt the other's mental state while posing his questions. Through his earlier gentle coaxing and innocuous inquiries, he had effectively dulled the other's defenses. Currently, he had gleaned that the individual's name was Long Lu, reminiscent of his mother, who was mumbling about some task and expressing a desire for fish-flavored shredded pork, a dish he repeated incessantly for reasons unknown. And what do you believe is your ailment? Kirk asked. I'm not sick. Long Lu fervently shook his head, as if gripped by a fit of hysteria, and Kirk felt his control slipping further away. Very well, sir, we choose to accept that. But, in your opinion, who here is truly afflicted? Medicine, no. Medicine. Long Jiao at this point was drooling and nearly delirious, losing control of his faculties. Kirk sighed, realizing that he had reached an impasse and could only temporarily withdraw. All right, take a moment to rest. I shall go fetch you something to eat. Your favorite fish-flavored shredded pork. I will return shortly. With that, Kirk rose and stepped outside, preparing to procure both food and medicine. He had initially hesitated to do so, believing that medication and such substances might provoke a severe backlash and exacerbate the psychological traumas accumulated over the years. However, he could no longer control the situation merely through his personal charisma. He had no choice but to resort to medication. Nevertheless, he had already managed to synchronize the other's consciousness with his own rhythm. It was neither here nor there to mention it, but to the other party, that heap of malevolent deeds appeared as innocuous as fish-flavored shredded pork. It seemed that fish-flavored shredded pork was indeed the other's obsession. Once he satisfied this fixation, he would administer the medication, gaining complete mastery over the other person, which would render the game significantly simpler. Hell mode was merely a facade, appearing somewhat darker and more sinister. The other players for Huagua were unlikely to have made progress as swiftly as he had. He had no concern for those who might be slacking. His sole purpose in participating in the game was to achieve a flawless victory. In his eyes, there was no such thing as cooperation. Players were competitors, and whoever cracked the game first would reap the greatest rewards, gradually accumulating power. Hell mode did not intimidate him. As he pondered, Quirk had already stepped outside, hands in pockets, a slight smirk gracing his lips, reminiscent of a Western version of a quirky Dragon King. Upon stepping out, he noticed the plate was empty. Where's the food? Qu'est-ce qui que pose it? This was the first instance since entering the game that he encountered a situation beyond his control. Where was the food? Why was there only an empty plate left? It would be one thing if the food was gone, but the medication had vanished as well. Instinctively, Quirk glanced at the doorways of the other rooms. With 5 players in total and so many rooms, there should have been ample food. He instinctively looked around, and his body stiffened. No, none of it was there? Where had the food gone? What the FK? Unable to contain his exclamation, Quirk's expression turned bewildered. Was it possible that in this game, food not taken into the room would simply disappear? The previous game announcement had not mentioned such a rule. Moreover, why was the plate still there if the food was gone? At that moment, the game chat was filled with laughter. I feel a bit sorry for this guy's expression. I never expected his teammates to be the biggest issue. Even the most brilliant mind couldn't fathom that those items were consumed by teammates. Poor Quirk. With the chat overflowing with laughter, a bewildered Quirk returned to his room, his earlier confidence dissipating. Upon raising his gaze once more, his brow twitched violently. The figure of Long Lu across from him had shed the previous foolish demeanor. Now, his blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity, and the chains binding his body rattled ominously. The walls and floor had begun to crack under strain. The sheer force exhibited was beyond human capacity, causing Quirk's teeth to clench in discomfort, as though the other could break free at any moment and eliminate him. Where was the fish-flavored shredded pork? Wait a moment. The chef was still preparing it. He was ensuring the finest culinary experience possible, so there was no need to rush. Quirk forcibly steadied himself, attempting to calm the other. I will keep urging along, he said before shutting the door and stepping outside. As Quirk was momentarily incapacitated, Luce had already reached the terminus of the circular corridor. In an open chamber there, the figure of Tom stood parked. Have you made any discoveries, dear player? A familiar mechanical voice resonated as the tin robot turned its gaze towards Lu Su. Do you have any food left? Tom seemed momentarily taken aback by the direct inquiry, remaining silent for a brief interval. You smell delightful. Lu Su continued, yet refrained from any further action, retreating to his own quarters just as the crimson light was about to activate. After taking a few steps away, he encountered Quirk, who had emerged to gather information. Confidently advancing towards the end of the corridor, glancing into each infirmary. In the presence of his counterpart, Luce tipped his head back and consumed from the can he held, as if to guard his food from being taken. Quirk! Chapter 33. In an instant, his gaze became clear. Brother, I'm just playing around with you. As he observed the unexpected arrival of the red-masked figure approaching from across the way, Kolki felt as if his mind were entangled in confusion. Am I hallucinating? Has the mental interference rebounded upon me? Watching as Lu Su hastily consumed a can of peculiar contents, Kolki forced himself to accept the surreal scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief and his mouth slightly agape. What a momentous encounter. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die laughing. I've been oscillating between the perspectives of those two. Honestly, such a terrifying atmosphere has been transformed into a comedic spectacle. Though amusing, I remain utterly oblivious as to how they intend to complete their task. After all, this is a hellish game. What are you doing? Kolki exclaimed incredulously as he gazed at Lu Su, momentarily dismissing notions of national pride, and directly inquired in Chinese. Eating? Isn't it mealtime? Lu Su responded nonchalantly, of course. What else would I be doing? Do you have any food? Kolki opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Lu Su's actions. He attempted to disrupt Lu Su's mental state, only to discover that his opponent's mind was already a chaotic tangle, rendering his interference utterly futile. It was akin to dropping a single drop of ink into a mire, attempting to taint the entire pool. In fact, the moment he wielded his abilities, he felt a backlash, his complexion paling momentarily. With eyes wide in shock, Kolki regarded Lu Su, pondering. Has this fellow endured something? In this infernal game? Has he already suffered mental harm? In the fleeting moment of their gaze, Kolki imagined 1,000 possibilities, while Lu Su's thoughts wandered through the realms of classic cuisines from various nations. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Lu Su's right hand bore a small dish, containing 6 tablets. Without a moment to spare for further contemplation, he urgently declared, "Give me the medicine." Lu Su yawned and replied, "What nonsensical language are you speaking? I don't understand. Hand over the tablets you have." Kolki insisted. "What tablets?" "This eccentric medicine. It's my breakfast." "All right, fine, it's breakfast. Could you possibly share your breakfast with me?" Kolki began to coax, realizing that Lu Su was likely not in a sound state of mind, and thus adopted a strategy akin to conversing with someone delusional. "Why would I give you my breakfast? Are you begging?" Lu Su retorted, a look of displeasure manifesting on his mask. Kolki thought, "Indeed, why should someone else's meal be offered to me? No, wait. Why am I even considering such things?" Shaking his head vigorously to regain composure, Kolki recognized that the difficulty of this hellish game was indeed formidable. He patiently addressed Lu Su, saying, "Because I am a poor soul, I have been hungry for quite some time, and I now require your assistance. For the sake of Christ, might you help me, dear sir?" In a moment of desperation, Ku-Urk even resorted to speaking in a peculiar English accent. "If you're hungry, you should eat, but you can't substitute medicine for food, you lunatic." Lu Su retorted, then seized the plate in his hand, flipping it over to swallow 6 pills in one go. Ku-Urk responded, "Am I not just following your lead? Have I become the lunatic here?" However, as he watched Lu Su consume the last of the pills, his heart plummeted. What a shame. How could a perfectly good game devolve into this? What a complete liability. Could this game not be designed for solo play? A red warning light blared, compelling the two to retreat to their respective rooms. Ku-Urk's gaze grew progressively colder as he observed Lu Su's silhouette, stating flatly, "If you still possess a shred of sanity, utilize the exit coin. At the very least, you can save your life." Lu Su did not look back, seemingly oblivious to the fact that those words were directed at him, and hastily returned to his room. Once inside, Ku-Urk felt an overwhelming tension envelop him. Long Lu writhed on the ground, resembling a tormented specter. He had picked at his scars, blood splattering everywhere, and the stone-paved floor bore the marks of his frantic clawing. Is this even human? The calmness in Ku-Urk's eyes slowly morphed into apprehension, rendering him speechless as he stood against the door. "Medicine, medicine, where's my sweet and sour pork?" Faced with the other's clearly deranged ramblings, Ku-Urk swallowed hard and began to negotiate. "The food is still being prepared." Shifting back to Lu Su, he had also returned to his room, confronted by his emaciated patient. The situation he encountered mirrored that of Ku-Urk's, a patient who had not eaten, now rolling around like an alien, on the verge of transformation. Yet Lu Su displayed no fear, casually approaching the other, sitting on the floor, and naturally inquiring, what a delightful breakfast this is. Have you had enough to eat this time? Clearly, you brought nothing back for me." If the patient were still capable of coherent speech, he would surely yell this into Lu Su's ear. But now, he could only emit a series of meaningless sounds. You too will become like me. You will transform into something akin to me." As he screamed, the chains snapped taut, and his fingers, like blades, slashed down, carving a deep gash into Lu Su's shoulder, blood oozing forth. Yet Lu Su remained unfazed, simply leaning against the wall, murmuring, "It appears you are still unsatisfied. Indeed, like you, I too have yet to eat." The patient, in a frenzy, flailed his limbs wildly, inflicting wounds upon Lu Su. "Pain, God selection. Pain value 1. Pain God selection. Pain value 1. Lu Su exhibited no reaction, allowing the assaults to continue as if he were entirely oblivious. "Well, I've had enough to eat. What brings you to me?" Lu Su turned to address the ghastly visage before him. The patient, bewildered, responded, "Shouldn't it be you seeking me out? Perhaps Luce's mind was so muddled that the patient's affliction seemed to overshadow his own. The patient could not suppress a dialogue. I'm quite hungry, yet I feel I've overeaten. Luce rubbed his belly and stood up. My friend, this position seems rather uncomfortable. You summoned me for assistance, did you not? As he spoke, he seized the patient's arm, which bore the strength of a force capable of shattering stone. Yet under Luce's grip, it was rendered immobile. A flash of crimson light erupted as Luce retrieved his sharp blade from his backpack. The side effect of the gluttony mask. Consumed energy does not belong to the individual and, if not released upon reaching a certain threshold, may lead to catastrophic consequences. Then let's release it, he cried. The patient, grasped by the wrist, let out a primal roar. In the next moment, the crimson light blazed forth, with a power value of 24, augmented by a threefold enhancement from the sharp blade, and the force released from gluttony, a resounding crack echoed. The sturdy chains, seemingly capable of restraining a dinosaur, shattered under the pressure. Simultaneously, the patient's howls ceased abruptly, leaving him dumbfounded as he stared at the chains that had bound him for countless years. In the frenzy and chaos of his eyes, clarity emerged, and the hands that had been clawing at Luce fell limp. What is happening? Chapter 34 with breakfast concluded. None of the patients in the ward had taken their medication. They gazed at the severed chains, seemingly paralyzed as if under a spell. Their aches and pains vanished. Even the madness that had consumed them moments before seemed to dissipate, as if the man who had so fiercely intended to kill Luce was an entirely different person. I was just messing around with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. What on earth just happened? Here it comes, the ultimate display of strength. The last time this master played a game, I was utterly astonished. Clearly, one could have gone on a rampage, yet chose to blend seamlessly into the madness. To be honest, I had heard of this individual's condition in the previous game. Coming to the hospital must feel like returning home. The emaciated patient stood awkwardly, his body stiffening, as if uncertain of what to do next. Though freed from a single chain, he was bound by something far more formidable, Luce's grip on his wrist. In those fleeting seconds, he felt as if his nerves had gone numb, his arm devoid of sensation. Luce exhaled slowly, sensing the tumultuous power within him begin to ebb, granting him a semblance of comfort. He released the man's hand. Who are you? Perhaps the overwhelming external stimulus had momentarily roused the patient from his chaotic state, granting him a glimpse of lucidity. I am your fellow patient. Yet Luce's mind was no clearer. The conversation remained disjointed. What is your name? My name is Gang. The patient paused, perplexed. Although it was a perfectly ordinary name, he felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet. I am Long Wu. I am Long Wu. Luce did not inquire further. Long Wu proclaimed his name with fervor, as if awakening from a dream and finally recalling his identity. However, the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, engulfed once more by confusion and frenzy. The hand that had gained freedom began to writhe, yet inexplicably, he refrained from attacking the proximity of Luce, instead swinging the iron chain to assault the walls and floor. Externally, it appeared as if he were grappling with impotent rage. The breakfast period has concluded. All players, please return to the designated correction point. The breakfast period has concluded. The announcement resonated loudly, echoing throughout the prison-like hospital. Oh, the bell has rung. It seems it's time to return. Luce muttered to himself, disregarding the man behind him who had begun to spiral into madness, and strolled toward the exit. Suddenly, just as Luce was about to step outside, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Move! Turning slowly, Luce beheld Long Wu collapsed on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, face a deep purple, having slammed his head against the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his brow. In conjunction with his tattered attire and the bloodstains that adorned his body, he resembled a man who had endured a decade of relentless torment within the confines of a prison. As Luce turned his gaze back, his eyes were aflame with emotion, and he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Leave this place. If you do not depart, you will become like me. Luce fell silent for a brief moment, slightly bending forward to regard Long Wu, and a peculiar smile gradually emerged on his masked face. With a tone laced with playful irony, he remarked, My dear sir, What differentiates us now? During lunch, you will still extend your hospitality towards me, correct? His voice, akin to a chilling cascade, enveloped Long Wu, instilling an inexplicable shiver that coursed through his being. After uttering these words, Lu Su straightened and exited the infirmary. A resounding crash echoed as the door slammed shut, and all returned to the original room, the same 5 individuals, neither more nor less. However, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. It appeared that the current game had yielded no favorable outcomes. The sole female player appeared pallid, evidently shaken, while the previously imposing figure bore visible injuries. His right arm was drenched in blood, hastily bandaged with his clothing, yet crimson stains continued to seep through. Well, esteemed players, the first round of the game has concluded. How are you all faring? The mechanical voice of Tom resonated, as he too was present in the room. You may take a moment to converse briefly and reflect on your experiences while awaiting the commencement of the next round. Of course, should anyone believe they have identified the most afflicted individual, do not hesitate to inform me. Now, you're free to proceed as you wish. With that, Tom maneuvered to a corner, ceasing all movement, as if he had entered a power-saving mode. Damn, this cursed game. A sudden roar erupted within the room, emanating from the burly man, his forehead glistening with sweat, desperately clutching his bloodied arm. What is this place? A hospital? These beings are not even human. His incessant curses revealed the palpable fear that had gripped him. It became evident that upon entering the infirmary, the burly man had fixated solely on completing his task, intent on hastily administering medication to advance his own progress. He had given no thought to the tormented patients, and when they refused to comply, he had audaciously attempted to pry their mouths open and force-feed them. At that moment, he realized the true nature of what he faced. These pitiful patients seemed to harbor the ferocity of wild beasts within them, and in an instant, he found himself utterly defenseless. Were it not for his commendable physical condition and regular exercise, he might have lost his life that day. Indeed, the realm of physical prowess transcended mere human standards. At that juncture, Jiu Tian chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Hellish games, such difficulty is to be expected. Let us exercise caution. At the very least, they still possess chains. And we have medication. I propose that we share our current intelligence. I shall begin. I have observed a peculiar phenomenon. Initially, my patient exhibited a strong aversion to the medication. Yet after a period of persuasion, they suddenly became frantic, insisting on taking the drugs. The woman-esque complexion also turned pale, and shortly thereafter, Jiuqian remarked, indeed, the patients I encountered initially displayed symptoms akin to mania, refusing both medication and sustenance. However, after a while, they would erupt in fury, demanding the very medication they had previously rejected, consuming it all in a frenzy. It is most strange. Furthermore, after taking the medication, that manic sensation dissipated, yet we were utterly unable to extract any coherent information. Their minds were completely chaotic. At that moment, Cork abruptly rose to his feet, stating, I have nothing to convey. I only have one question. He then turned to the supine Lu Su and inquired, are you aware that, aside from your few patients, no one in the entire hospital has taken their medication? Did you consume it all, Mr. Red Mask? The last 2 sentences were spoken by Cork in Chinese. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then turned in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding dynamics between the 2 individuals. Chapter 35 before him. The patient appeared remarkably rational, as if the medication was not merely a means to an end. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned eerily silent. No one anticipated such an internal conflict would arise without any prior progress in the task. Jiu Tian fell silent for a few seconds, struggling to process this bewildering information. What did it mean that he had consumed everything alone? He decided to speak up to ease the tension. Mr. Kourk, what do you mean by that? Literally what I said, Kourk replied curtly. I never imagined that someone could obtain the ability to eat within the game. His irritation was palpable, stripping away much of his previous rationality and arrogance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a bloodstain on his face, a consequence of his failure to bring back the sweet and sour pork, which had provoked the patient, Long Lu. to dig up fragments of stone from the ground to hurl at him. Jiu glanced back and forth between the two, still unable to comprehend the situation. He then opted to seek assistance from external staff in his live broadcast room, as they had always been vigilant on his behalf. Indeed, Jiu, it is quite literal. This contestant in the red mask has consumed all the delivery products in this hospital, his team relayed. Not just the medicine, but all the food. We have accounted for a total of 112 portions. This feat is beyond human capability, as the volume of food has exceeded the records set in world eating competitions. We speculate that this is an extraordinary skill unique to him, exceedingly bizarre in its level and nature, though. It appears somewhat ineffectual at present. What? Jiu stared at the subtitles provided by his team, his mind struggling to keep up. His reaction mirrored Ku Urk's expression when he had encountered Lu Su earlier. Is he insane? What is he eating? Is that even fit for human consumption? Does he not fear for his life? Is this some twisted attempt to experience his superpower? What about the context? Why did he eat? And why did he consume everything? There are unfortunately no reasons or explanations. Jiu the reply continued. If we must attribute a motive, he simply kept exclaiming that he was hungry, and wanted to eat. So he did. It's utterly absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been at work, yet they cannot discern any purpose behind his actions, suspecting that his mental state may be quite chaotic. Compared to him, other patients in the same ward appear significantly more rational. Notably, one patient has managed to engage in 2 rational dialogues with him, a feat none of your players have achieved. It is regrettable, however, that while the patient exhibited rationality, he did not reciprocate, resulting in no further productive dialogue. Jiu brow furrowed deeper, his confusion intensifying as he grappled with the unfolding situation. There is no reason, no motivation, yet the outcome appears to be relatively satisfactory. How is it that a patient exhibits more rationality than him? Is it really possible for a patient to engage in a rational discourse with him? Is there truly no significance in this? After all, upon being chosen by the game to become a special commissioner, he had undergone a prolonged period of grassroots work experience, aware that many matters are not as straightforward as they seem. Adhering strictly to rules often proves ineffective in grassroots life. It is frequently those who appear to lack structure and are less concerned with procedural niceties who ultimately achieve favorable outcomes. He remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Lu Su and cannot conjure a plausible explanation. Moreover, one crucial point warrants utmost attention. Under no circumstances should one offend him. Do not provoke that individual. His combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Jiu furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered a description of combat ability as terrifying. At this moment, Lu Su, who had been languidly reclining, finally interjected, interrupting Jiu contemplation. Ah, it's you, my beggar brother. What is the matter? Haven't you managed to scrounge up any food yet? Lu Su uttered cryptic words that only the two of them could comprehend, comfortably sprawled on the ground. The burly man and the woman stood nearby, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation, unsure of what was transpiring. Kirk had shed his previous arrogance. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Those medications are meant for the mentally ill, not for you. If you consume too much, your mind is utterly deranged now. I assent it. If you're unwell, then withdraw. This game is ill-suited for you. You cannot blame me for your inability to obtain food. Securing it is my own skill." Lu Su continued to ramble nonsensically. Enough. Kirk erupted in frustration, having never experienced such a sense of helplessness as if conversing with a fool. Do you realize that if I acquire that medication this time, I will make significant progress? I am but a hair's breadth away from fully controlling him. This hellish game poses no inherent danger. You have artificially created a perilous situation. Chinese individual. I cannot discern whether you are feigning madness or have genuinely lost your sanity. Those medications are tools for completing the game. You are obstructing the game as progression, hindering our advancement in this infernal challenge. This jeopardizes our chance of salvation. You must either behave yourself or promptly exit this game. Suddenly, Lu Su, still reclining on the ground, slightly lifted his head and cast a glance at him. A sharp light seemed to emanate from the red mask. and Kirk felt as though he had been suddenly targeted by a predator in the wilderness, his mind momentarily clearing. Lu Su slowly articulated, "How do you know that those medications are tools for clearing the game? Who informed you?" In unison, everyone redirected their gaze towards Lu Su, who lay upon the ground. Did he just speak coherently? This marks the first occasion on which Lu Su articulates words of significance, engaging in conversation akin to that of a typical player. Kuwerk's mind momentarily faltered, and Jiotian also found himself lost in contemplation. It appears that within the game's narrative, there has never been any mention of pharmaceuticals. Medications serve to alleviate the suffering of patients, as inscribed on the platter, alongside the repugnant food, which can essentially be regarded as an aspect of the game. The true effects of these drugs, their underlying principles, and the ailments they correspond to remain an enigma to them all. In fact, Kuwerk himself had initially harbored doubts, aspiring to rely on his own abilities rather than resorting to medication. Ultimately, however, they all acquiesced to the notion. Lu Su's voice persisted, this time with unwavering conviction. Those substances are not merely tools intended for advancing through the game. Upon uttering this statement, it resonated like a thunderclap, plunging the group into silence. Even Tom, the motionless tin robot in the corner, turned his head to observe the unfolding scene. Kuwerk furrowed his brow in deep thought, as all contemplated the implications. Jiotian broke the silence, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that?" "Those are not game items," Lu Su replied, reclining once more. "That was my breakfast. Ah, I feel a bit peckish again. When does lunch commence?" Kiskiviko irte. Chapter 36. Restoration Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttonous mass curse you. Son of a wretch. Coke erupted in a fit of rage, his previously cultivated emotions crumbling into disarray. He had never encountered a contender quite like this. Initially, he found himself immersed in contemplation, pondering the validity of the words spoken. Perhaps this individual possessed extraordinary insights. However, just as he began to take the conversation seriously, the other party retorted with a flippant remark about breakfast. "Why not call it your execution meal instead? Are you still unwell? What time is it?" Coke's face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress his indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Su. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Investigating the mental hospital had led to a teammate revealing their own insanity. How was he to navigate such a predicament? Lu Su lay on the ground, observing the enraged Coke with an expression akin to their first encounter, and curiously inquired, "Oh my heavens, what troubles you, poor Tom? Is that white cat once more toying with your emotions?" "I am Tom. I am not pitiable. You must refer to me as the great Tom." The tin robot in the corner, which had previously turned its head away, earnestly interjected before returning its gaze. The female player lowered her head in exasperation, feeling an overwhelming headache surge through her. The burly figure immediately began to hurl insults anew, reapplying bandages after having bled further in his fury. The entire scene transformed into a farcical display. The previously solemn atmosphere dissipated in an instant, leaving no one to ponder the matter of remedies. Everything seemed but the ramblings of a deranged individual. Jiotian was similarly overwhelmed. Having initially believed that Lu Su's extraordinary nature would yield remarkable deeds, yet it now seemed prudent to refrain from overthinking. He could not afford to be ensnared in the musings of a madman within this hellish game, for the consequences could be fatal. Leading the team proved to be a challenge. However, recalling his colleague's description of Lu Su's unparalleled strength and recognizing the necessity of maintaining internal cohesion, he hastily interjected, "Everyone, let us remain calm and focus on the game, rather than turning against one another." The flamboyant red-clad man? Lu Su appeared to finally recognize Jiotian. Jiotian's lips twitched involuntarily. "No, my friend, have you truly lost your mind? How is it that you remember the nickname you bestowed upon me so vividly? Go away from me." Coke, unwilling to engage further, coldly uttered a final remark before distancing himself from the group, taking a seat further away. The notion of teamwork was non-existent. These inept individuals either contributed nothing or, like that lunatic, were merely a liability. He could only chart his own course for the future. Lu Su lay on the ground, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, lost in the chaos of his own mind. When he had previously called out to the man in the red attire, it was a deliberate act, a token of his responsibility towards the team. He was conveying a signal. He had not entirely lost his sanity. If he were to relinquish control over his mental turmoil, he would be unable to benefit from the enhancements granted by the gluttony mask. Thus, he allowed himself to indulge in illogical behaviors, surrendering to his physical impulses. Nevertheless, he retained a modicum of rationality. After all, becoming a complete madman, controlled by the mask, was unacceptable. Yet, whether anyone received and understood his signal remained uncertain. He was currently reveling in the sensation of power. Although the side effects of the gluttony mask were considerable, its unique enhancements far surpassed those of the greed mask. With 112 portions of food and 700 unknown drugs, he was imbued with immense energy. At that moment, he felt as though there was a powder keg within him, ready to unleash tremendous strength. The previous feat of slicing through iron was merely a triviality. The surging energy within him expanded, and with each bit absorbed, it repaired his body and augmented his strength. Previously, when Dragon 5 had attacked him in the room, he had allowed himself to be torn apart, resulting in 4 or 5 points of pain accrued. Yet now, to the other players, he merely appeared disheveled. No one noticed his injuries. This was because all his wounds had healed. The energy accumulated within him granted an extraordinary recovery ability to his externally manifested injuries. Moreover, his strength had risen from 24 to 25 points. To be precise, all his attributes, save for spirit, had increased by 1. This was not due to his own allocation of points, but rather the terrifying effects of the gluttony mask. The potent energy absorbed, even a fraction, had already yielded such results. He intended to savor the benefits of this mask, as long as he maintained his fundamental rationality. The superficial chaos of his thoughts was inconsequential. Furthermore, whether it was due to the chaotic thoughts or the resonance with this place, he found that his muddled and unclear thinking enabled him to grasp many matters with greater clarity, such as those drugs and these individuals. As the quarrel subsided, there remained some time before lunch. Ku-Urk sat alone in contemplation, while Lu Su lay motionless on the ground. No one knew what plans these two exemplary players had in mind. Jiao Tian attempted several times to initiate conversation, eager to discern the current situation and future intentions. However, responses were scant. During breakfast, the shared insights gleaned by all included that a patient would calm down only upon taking medication, and that the patient would claim to be unwell, both characteristics aligning with those of a mental illness. This information was of little assistance in advancing their mission. After a moment's hesitation, Jiao Tian ultimately shared a piece of intelligence of his own. My patient uttered a phrase to me. Besides proclaiming his health, he also asserted his innocence. I am uncertain of its significance, yet I invite everyone to consider it. The large man and the woman exhibited no reaction, but both Cork and Lu Su, who lay on the ground, noticeably twitched their ears. Lunch is about to commence. You all understand the rules, so prepare yourselves. Time has nearly elapsed, and the door swung open once more, revealing the metal robot Tom, who rolled away on its tracks, exiting the room. The lunch hour has begun. Players, please commence the game. Cork slowly opened his eyes and approached the doorway. In the annals of international medical history, the severity of mental disorders has never been definitively classified. Yet here, we must seek out the individual with the gravest affliction. Currently, all patients are adamant in their claims of wellness. It appears a shift in perspective is necessary. Contemplating this, he turned back to gaze at Lu Su. Chapter 37. Is the hospital essentially a prison? I love you. I must issue a warning to you. What the hell? Upon turning around, I intended to weigh the implications and ensure that Lu Su would not interfere this time. However, as I glanced back, I was astonished to discover that Lu Su had vanished without a trace. He was the first to step outside, and when the voice of the game began, he was still lying motionless on the ground. Where could he have gone? A sense of foreboding welled up within me, and soon after, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted behind me. Once one's appetite is awakened, it becomes insatiable. Lu Su had been eagerly anticipating the commencement of lunch, but it had already been quite some time, and naturally, it would not wait for him. The moment the meal was announced, he dashed out like a cheetah, sweeping up everyone's lunch. This act of dining could hardly be deemed as such. It was merely a rapid consumption, followed by a swift transition to the next. The speed was so astonishing that by the time Ko-Urk registered what was happening, Lu Su had already devoured over a dozen plates and was advancing at an astonishing pace. It was as if he feared someone might compete with him for the food. To be honest, I had anticipated this. Although it is a hellish game, why is it so comical? Ha ha ha. I feel for Ko-Urk. I can hardly contain my laughter. My masked brother makes a swift appearance. There is simply no reasoning with him. The other players were equally bewildered. Although they had heard rumors of Lu Su consuming all the food in the hospital, it had not truly registered until now. Witnessing it firsthand, they were left agape in disbelief. Jiu Tian could not suppress a gulp. He now understood why it was said that this individual's combat prowess should not be underestimated or provoked, given the ruckus and speed of his dining. He seriously doubted that he himself would not end up as a meal if he approached. Terrified, he thought, he would eat me, would he? Stop! Ko-Urk let out a desperate scream, disregarding everything, and frantically dashed out to seize food. In the end, Ko-Urk managed to grab a plate of medicine, carefully tucking it away. All other food had been completely cleared away. It seemed the patients here were equally perplexed. How could they suddenly be denied their meals in a hospital setting? Clutching the medicine in his hands, Ko-Urk cast a wary glance at Lu Su. This time, he dared not utter a word. He was genuinely afraid that Lu Su might pounce on him. With his medicine in hand, he headed directly to Long Lu's room, ready to commence his information gathering. The other players had clearly begun to regard Lu Su as an abnormal contender, hastily retreating into their rooms, avoiding any interaction. The patients within the rooms appeared somewhat normal. It seemed that the hellish difficulty of this game was primarily embodied in this individual. Lu Su also entered the previous room, gazing at Long Wu on the ground. Long Wu appeared as though he had endured some torment throughout the morning, twisted and exhausted on the floor. Upon hearing someone enter, he let out a ferocious roar and attempted to charge forward. However, just as the body surged forward halfway, it abruptly came to a halt. It was not restrained by iron chains, but rather, it recognized Lu Su, and its gaze instantly became clearer, the frenzy dissipating into a gentle calm. "Greetings, beautiful lady," Lu Su said softly as he closed the door with grace, displaying remarkable politeness. "Why has my gender been altered?" Long Wu sat on the ground in a daze, as if his soul had been siphoned away, motionless and unresponsive, resembling a desiccated salted fish. He understood that engaging with the man before him was futile. Lu Su lingered at the doorway, continuing, "What brings you to summon me? By the way, is there something to eat here? That fellow who invited me this morning didn't he even allow me to satiate my hunger, which is utterly unreasonable. I find myself incensed at the mere thought. I shall not forgive him." Long Wu remained silent, quietly seated on the ground, reflecting, "That person from this morning was me. I am still hungry. You must have devoured my lunch as well. Haven tea you?" Gradually, in a sudden burst, the previously disoriented Long Wu spoke up. Why? Why is it me? Because with great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man, Lu Su responded, his words disjointed as he patted Long Wu's shoulder. "Peter, you must remember this. What a chaotic mess. I am utterly bewildered. Is that really Spider-Man making an appearance?" The boss is giving a nonsensical reply to a read message. But don't you think that these patients seem to have articulated some semblance of sanity in the presence of the boss? Long Wu twitched at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Su's erratic mannerisms. He pressed on, "What exactly are you here for? If you are insane, then every individual in this prison has their own cell. If not, why subject me to this torment? I am innocent. Those within are the guilty ones." Long Wu's outburst sent shockwaves through the live stream. Wow, what an overwhelming amount of information. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed upon that this was a hospital? Why has it turned into a prison? What do you mean by the people inside? The patient has shared so much more than the information received from Kirk. Is this the communication method among the mentally ill? I just wonder if he can comprehend it. Lu Su rested his hand on Long Wu's shoulder. The expression behind his mask unusually serious, as if deep in contemplation. Are you saying the people inside will provide me with food, correct? Long Wu. He desperately wished to lose his sanity, but managed to suppress it. Yes. Thank you for your hospitality. Lu Su rose and headed straight for the food, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. After his departure, Long Wu buried his head in the ground, gasping for breath. Nevertheless, their sins in this place could perhaps be considered absolved. Lu Su continued onward, traversing deeper until he reached the circular end where Tom was stationed. With a pause in his steps, he glanced at Tom and remarked, "Brother, you truly exude a delightful aroma." Tom remained silent. Subsequently, Lu Su wasted no time and opened a nearby door, stepping inside. The dim light illuminated the blood-red walls and floor, where a figure sat quietly on the ground. Slowly, it raised its head, revealing a dark visage. Its sunken eyes and wide, almost sinister grin exposed a set of jagged teeth. "At last, another like you has arrived. Where's my meal? Have those foul remnants been spared for me as well?" It fixed its gaze on Lu Su, emanating a chilling laughter. "I'm aware of your intentions, yet." Before the figure could finish its sentence, Lu Su interjected, "I love you." The other responded with confusion. Chapter 38. The Great Masked Man initiates a new round of torment. What did you just say? The patient in the inner chamber, momentarily taken aback, inquired with skepticism. "I love you." At this juncture, Lu Su's mind cleared, and he reiterated his declaration with remarkable ease. With a proclamation that ensnared the other for over 30 seconds. The patient gaped, as though something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. The previously twisted smile and contorted expression had vanished, leaving only a visage of bewilderment. "You are not this. Incredible. I never anticipated such an opening. The commencement is a grand move with a remarkable control effect." It seems that Long Wu was indeed correct. The masked master merely alternates players to inflict torment. "Coke, come and learn. Wasn't it said that Coke's skill is mental interference? Observe what true, top-tier mental interference looks like." Previously, it seemed that this patient possessed a modicum of rationality. Well, that is dissipated now. The viewers of Lu Su's live stream had momentarily forgotten the inherent dangers of the game, finding the entire scenario rather amusing. However, the patient within the game did not share this sentiment. He gazed at Lu Su, his expression akin to one who had just consumed something foul, and ultimately could not suppress his inquiry, Why? Lu Su, with an air of nonchalance, closed the door and replied, "My child, you must understand that true love requires no justification." The patient, having forgotten the carefully crafted words he had prepared, muttered unconsciously, "Does love truly need no reason?" "No. Why the hell am I even contemplating such things with you?" With a look of trepidation, he raised his gaze to Lu Su and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Are you insane? My friend, to be precise, you are the one who is unhinged." Lu Su responded earnestly. The other, "That does seem to bear some logic." "No." Suddenly shaking his head vigorously, the patient slapped his own face, pondering why he consistently found himself following this man's line of thought. Initially believing he had received his toys, he now felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension, convinced that this individual was unlike anyone who had previously graced this place. "Who are you? Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring of others?" Lu Su replied with utmost courtesy. "Who am I? I am somewhat unclear myself, but you may call me Wang Ao." "Ah, Mr. Zhang, greetings." "I am Batman," Lu Su exclaimed, intentionally lowering his voice as if clearing his throat, mimicking the iconic DC intonation. "What the hell?" The pitch of the other's voice noticeably escalated. "What sort of nonsense is this?" Striking his own head in frustration, Wang Ao began to question whether he had neglected his meals or medication, exacerbating his condition. "Why does my mind feel so muddled today, as though I am witnessing an illusion?" "All right, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand," Lu Su stated. "Oh, very well," Wang Ao instinctively responded, and the sinister expression he previously wore returned to his face. "So where's the food?" Lu Su inquired. "Huh?" Wang Ao looked up, his momentarily stirred emotions completely shattered. "Where's the food?" Lu Su spread his hands, seemingly questioning him. I don't know why there wasn't any food today, Wang Ao replied innocently, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, aren't you supposed to bring me food? Why? Lu Su appeared unfazed. As the saying goes, when one is filled with confidence, the other often falters. Wang Ao, bewildered, seemed genuinely to ponder the question. Yeah, why? Wasn't it you who invited me? Lu Su continued his relentless pursuit. When did I invite you? After entering, Lu Su had only exchanged a few words, yet Wang Ao felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. His mind now a chaotic mess. No, I shall not dwell on this. In an instant, his eyes widened as if awakening from stupor. A feeling of impending rage surged within him. Clenching his jaw, a fierce aura radiated from his entire being as he stomped his feet and stood up abruptly. His gums, stained with blood, were exposed, and the muscles on his face contorted, twisting like strands of thread. His physical condition was markedly improved compared to before. The iron chains binding him had lessened significantly, leaving only a thick chain shackling his left leg, granting him greater freedom of movement. Extending his darkened nails, he pointed a finger at Lu Su, declaring, "Kid, stop rambling in front of me. I warn you." Yet in the next moment, Lu Su's figures seemed to flash before him, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Wang Ao froze, taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to approach him so closely. Was he not afraid of death? His pupils constricted. A violent urge surged within him as he prepared to strike. But in an instant, a powerful hand rested on his shoulder. "Mr. Lu, why the haste? Let us sit and discuss this calmly." An overwhelming force, akin to a mountain, pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile. Prepared, Yao's legs buckled, and he felt his knees. "Huh, why are you kneeling?" "No need for such formality," Lu Su remarked, settling cross-legged before him. Yao's lips trembled, his gaze transfixed on Lu Su, speechless for an extended moment. Was he even human? Was that strength truly that of a mortal? His blood-red eyes gradually softened, and the earlier impulse to strike vanished without a trace. "Excellent, just as anticipated. Your eyes are now clear, ha ha ha. Just like the previous Long Wu. Long Wu, a friend may perish, but I will not. Brother, experience this for yourself. In terms of sheer combat prowess, isn't this a bit overpowered? Welcome, our esteemed masked figure, to a new round of torment. What troubles you, brotherly? Why are you always kneeling?" Lu Su sat before him, their proximity palpable. "I mentioned that even if you cannot remember my name, could you at least stabilize upon a surname? I've already been assigned numerous different last names." At this moment, the disoriented Wang Ao had lost his ability to think clearly, his speech becoming incoherent, and it appeared that his own martial prowess was faltering as well. Thus, he could only follow the protocol, hastening to seize control of the situation. It is a lamentable irony that under Lu Su's extraordinary mental state, this Wang Ao, as a deranged individual, had begun to contemplate strategies. "I understand your purpose. You have inquiries to make of me, do you not?" After speaking, Wang Ao, fearing that Lu Su might divert the conversation into uncharted territories, hurriedly continued without awaiting a response. "Are you here to inquire about who is the most gravely ill in this hospital?" Chapter 39. The Twisted Mind and the Bloody Game. As Wang Ao uttered these words, he slightly lowered his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Su, a glimmer of smugness evident in his gaze. After all, based on his experience, no individual seeking his counsel ever refrained from posing this particular question. Regardless of how deranged or unstable the person before him appeared, he firmly believed that this matter would stir something within them. "I can provide you with an answer, a truthful one, if you agree to partake in a game with me." At that moment, the staff members of Jiutian, who were attentively monitoring every player's livestream, were rendered speechless, all converging around Lu Su. They had never anticipated that a game which had shown little progress would suddenly take such an unexpected turn here. Is it really that simple? They just laid it all bare? Why do I feel like this patient isn't truly unwell at all? They seem the most composed among us. Comparison is a treacherous thing. In contrast to this masked figure, everyone else appears rather sane. But did the game NPC really divulge such critical information so easily? Or have they encountered a player like this before? The implications of that thought are somewhat unsettling. Listening to Wang Ao's words, nearly everyone was aflame with excitement, except for one individual. Shouldn't the one who is most unwell seek a doctor? What does that have to do with me? Lu Su remarked, scratching his ear in confusion. Don't you wish to inquire about this? Wang Ao was thoroughly perplexed. He could now conclude that the person before him was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Thus, he tentatively probed, brother, are you new here? Are you also going to reside in this place? If so, it seems that each person's room is separate. Why do you seek me out? Wang Ao's voice betrayed a hint of anxious retreat, even tinged with a sense of grievance. After all the torment he had endured in this place, he never expected to find someone today who would further exacerbate his suffering. If you insist on me asking you questions, I suppose I could oblige. Lu Su mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What? Wang Ao's eyes ignited with a renewed fervor, a bloodthirsty desire resurfacing within him. Upon hearing Lu Su's voice, not only Wang Ao, but also the audience in the live stream let out a sigh of relief. They had feared that Lu Su had truly descended into a state of utter madness, forsaking the readily available path to victory. In response to everyone's anticipation, Lu Su's gluttonous mask contorted into a contemplative expression. Then, leaning in with an air of mystery, he queried Wang Ao, have you ever considered a particular conundrum? What? The phrase 5 characters is, in essence, 3 words. 5 what? After a prolonged pause, Wang Ao's mind buzzed, momentarily struggling to grasp the absurdity of the statement. How could 5 characters possibly equate to 3 words? Wait, he counted his fingers slightly, his face contorted in pain as he glanced up at Lu Su, nodding in exasperation. When you say 5 characters, it is indeed 3 characters, isn't it? So, by the same logic, 6 characters can also be 3 characters, correct? Wang Ao. Therefore, 6 equals 5. His expression had become numb. After living here for so long, this was the first time he truly yearned to escape this wretched place. Lu Su was hardly anticipating his response, continuing to mutter to himself. Following this reasoning, 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0. I have discovered the grand, unifying equation of mathematics. Thus, consuming 10 bowls of rice equates to 3 bowls, which equates to 0 bowls. Which means one hasn't eaten at all, right? I'm a bit hungry. At that moment, Wang Ao suddenly leaned forward, sincerely grasping Lu Su's hand, and said earnestly, brother, I believe your condition is rather severe, even more so than mine. For some reason, this bizarre hospital has failed to deliver medication today. It is utterly irresponsible. Tonight, after you take my medicine, I feel your situation has escalated. In ancient times, there was Kong Rong who yielded pears. Today, there is Wang Ao yielding medicine. Is this truly a question that a person could conceive? I now feel that my masked brother is genuinely here to play a game, primarily for amusement. My heart aches for Wang Ao. Wang Ao has been thoroughly toyed with. After feeling sympathy for Cork and Long Wu, now the empathy for Wang Ao has emerged. Lu Su could be considered the world's foremost cardiologist, having left everyone thoroughly distressed. Wait, no. Wang Ao abruptly released his grip, his eyes flashing with fury, confusion, and chaos. I seem to be losing my mind. What am I doing? Why do I care about this person's issues? Why should I concern myself with his ailments? I must. He must. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a deranged expression slowly returned to Wang Ao's face. A vacant grin spreading as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your problem. I know it all. However, to unveil the answer, I have a condition. You must play a game with me first. This time, Wang Ao's confusion finally gained the upper hand, preventing him from following Lu Su's rhythm. What game? This was Lu Su's first genuine response to his inquiry. His eyes shimmered with a joyous red light, as if he had finally arrived at his own domain. He produced a piece of iron from beneath him. The metal surface was mottled with rust, yet the edges, aside from a few notches, glinted sharply, clearly having been honed into a blade. The metallic sheen reflected the excitement on Wang Ao's face. This was indeed the source of his affliction. He gazed at Lu Su and spoke, watch closely. Subsequently, he pressed one hand flat against the ground while wielding the knife with the other, initiating a frenzied dance. The blade pointed downward, weaving effortlessly between the 5 fingers, striking with such velocity that it conjured lingering phantoms in its wake. It was, in the purest sense, a performance of the blade. Yet, his technique was evidently not flawless. Amidst the blurs of movement, the sounds of flesh being torn and the splatter of blood erupted intermittently, eliciting from Wang Ao a low, ecstatic murmur, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Ultimately, he came to a halt, his palm drenched in blood, saturating the ground beneath him as the crimson liquid flowed in serpentine patterns. He presented a shard of iron, stained with flesh, declaring, "It's your turn, 100 strikes." As if in his element, Wang Ao erupted into a wide grin, reminiscent of the Joker from a DC film. Lu Su slowly lifted his gaze, his mask revealing a broad smile, receiving the bloodied patch. "Once again, Mr. Chun, I adore you. This time, I am utterly sincere." Chapter 40. Making the game more interesting this time, Wang Ao listened to Lu Su's frenzied rants, seemingly indifferent, as if he could not hear a word. With a maniacal grin, he gazed at the red mass before him, fixated on the knife in Lu Su's grasp. This was his affliction, and equally his sin. 100 strikes? Indeed, 100 strikes. Both men laughed heartily, locking eyes, each reflecting their own desires. Lu Su did not anticipate that at this juncture, someone would voluntarily offer him the torment he craved. Meanwhile, Wang Ao had already immersed himself in the pinnacle of spiritual ecstasy. He thirsted for blood, for agony, and for suffering, indifferent to whether the one enduring the torment was himself or another. The duration of his stay here had slipped from his memory, yet the reason for his arrival remained vivid. Torture, torment, indiscriminate harm. He had long since transformed into a demon of this world. However, due to the affliction of his mind, he had not been executed, but rather confined here for treatment. Yet within these confines, he endured tortures far more horrifying than death, day after day, year after year. And yet, he relished it. He had adapted to everything here, embracing his very existence. Moreover, he had encountered several individuals who came seeking certain information from him, only to submit themselves to his whims and torment. Thus, he languished in the abyss of self-torture and the torment of others, reveling in it. Previously, he had always exploited his adversaries' weaknesses, coercing and threatening them, savoring their fear and helplessness. This time, however, it was slightly different. He faced a similarly afflicted individual who had just thrown him into a state of mental disarray. But it mattered not. Once the game commenced, once that sanguine sensation enveloped him, he would harbor no fear. On the contrary, witnessing this peculiar individual crumple before him, observing their pain and struggle, was far more intriguing, was it not? Anyone who sought him out had their own desires, and with desire comes vulnerability. With a resounding clap, Lu Su raised his right hand and struck the ground forcefully, fingers splayed, revealing the gaps beneath. His other hand held a shard of metal, motionless for a moment, as if contemplating something profound. Then, with a deft flick of his wrist, he turned the metal piece and extended it toward Wang Ao. "What? Are you afraid?" Wang Ao twisted his neck, a familiar smile gracing his face, seemingly mocking, yet also proclaiming his own triumph. He then leisurely sat up, licking his wound, and spoke. "I am unaware of your intentions, but I assure you, regardless of your strength, should you refuse me, your aim shall remain unfulfilled. My sole desire is to spend more time with you." The red, gluttonous mask retained its irreverent expression, as if seriousness and tension could never possibly manifest upon its visage. "Here you go," Lu Su uttered. "What?" Wang Ao slightly raised his eyebrows, pondering the implication. "You said it. You take the lead," Lu Su replied amicably with a smile, casually adjusting the blade in his hand to indicate that all was well. "I trust you. Your skills are exceptional, 100 strikes." A twitch played at the corner of Wang Ao's mouth, which then erupted into a wild grin, culminating in a hearty laugh. All right, no problem." He accepted the knife, leaning slightly forward to whisper in Lu Su's ear, "Your psychological resilience is indeed impressive. I relish a prey like you. I hope you are prepared." He then stepped back, intently observing Lu Su's mask for any subtle shifts in expression, before raising his hand high. With all his might, he plunged the blade forcefully into the back of Lu Su's hand. The sharp sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed. Wang Ao had not adhered to the rules of their game, for the knife did not target the spaces between the fingers. The rusted metal embedded deeply, blood oozing forth. The warmth saturating his palm. Wang Ao could feel the temperature of the blood. Licking his lips, he gazed at Lu Su's face, anticipating a change in expression. However, he was ultimately met with disappointment. There was no alteration in the demeanor of the mask, no tremor in the body. The emotions that should have been evident were entirely absent. Even at this moment, with the blade piercing through, Lu Su's hand remained unyielding, devoid of any reflexive withdrawal or muscle spasms. His hand was still relaxed. What did this signify? It was a testament to Lu Su's complete defiance of biological instinct, suppressing his neural reflexes with utter indifference. Wang Ao's smile gradually stiffened as he observed Lu Su beginning to speak. Lu Su's voice was hauntingly calm, like a whisper in the darkness, tempting him into the abyss. Pain chosen by fate, pain valued too. So, shall we keep count? Or is the knife too deeply embedded? As he spoke, a powerful hand seized Wang Ao's wrist, slowly extracting the blade along with the iron shard. Shall we make this game even more interesting? Lu Su's words required no response. While Wang Ao was momentarily dazed, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Lu Su's other hand covered his face, obscuring his vision. Had he played before? Come, let us continue. In the enveloping darkness, Wang Ao felt a slight tremor in his body, a chuckle escaping his lips, perhaps stifled by something lodged in his throat. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a vice, rendering his already muddled mind exceedingly chaotic. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, Lu Su slowly closed his eyes. This seems a bit too explicit, one thought echoed. I cannot comprehend, yet somehow there's an overwhelming sense of tension. I perceive this as a kind of competition between two individuals. It is a contest of the mind. Whoever loses faces a collapse of the pathological thought patterns accumulated over time, a phenomenon that seems to be referred to in psychology as the overload effect. The masked figure did not succumb to the rhythm of the opponent. Rather, he employed the opponent's own methods to dismantle him. All right, Lu Su spoke softly, his voice gentle. Thus, there are still 99 more to go. Continue. In the darkness, it felt as though a command had been issued, pressing the switch to commence the game. Chapter 41. The Collapse of Wang Ao. You are the most afflicted. Upon receiving Lu Su's command, Wang Ao suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar, eyes shut tight, and began to indiscriminately stab in a wild frenzy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The iron sheet transformed into the sharpest of blades, descending with reckless abandon. Some pierced through his palm, others sliced through flesh, while many missed entirely, embedding themselves into the ground. Wang Yao exerted tremendous force, to the extent that his hand, gripping the iron sheet, became lacerated, blood streaming down and mingling with Lu Su's. Like a madman, Wang Ao proceeded with his task, unable to comprehend that any living being should instinctively react to an attack. Even he, who relished in pain and torment, could not fathom the indifference exhibited by the individual before him. It was inconceivable that someone could remain unresponsive to such agony. In Wang Ao's eyes, it appeared as though the other party did not even recognize this as their own body. Halfway through his 100 strikes, he extended his other hand to grasp Lu Su's wrist, seeking confirmation that the latter was still present and had not evaded him. However, disappointment washed over him as Lu Su's hand remained immobile, as if it were not his own. Lu Su himself shared this sentiment. With eyes closed and immune to pain, compounded by mental disarray, he remained oblivious to any issues at hand. Only intermittent voices echoed in his mind, reminding him of the benefits he was accruing. Chosen of agony. Pain value 1. Chosen of agony. Pain value 2. Chosen of agony. Pain value 1. As time progressed, perhaps due to his hand nearing ruin, the pain values dwindled. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao hoarsely shouted out these final numbers, abruptly wrenching his gaze downward to behold his disfigured palm. In that instant, Luce's calm voice once again resonated in his ears. Is the 100 complete? Should you not answer my question now? Your game is quite intriguing. I find it rather enjoyable. The voice was serene, the tone gentle. Ha, what are you? Wang Ao let out a hollow laugh, and in an instant he shattered, charging at Lu Su with a furious roar, knife in hand. You shall perish. Like a man possessed, Wang Ao forcefully plunged the blade into Lu Su's shoulder, who did not even attempt to evade. However, when he sought to withdraw the knife, he discovered that the tension in Lu Su's muscles rendered it impossible to extract the iron sheet. With no time to contemplate, or perhaps devoid of the capacity to think, the next moment, the world around him spun violently, and with a resounding thud, he found himself pinned to the ground. A large hand clasped Wang Ao's face. It was Lu Su bearing down upon him. With a forceful clench of his fingers, Wang Ao felt as though his head might explode in that fleeting moment, the pressure within his skull surging to an unbearable level. The strength he encountered was utterly beyond the realm of humanity. Although Wang Ao himself had long since transcended human capabilities, he now harbored an overwhelming belief that the individual before him was entirely beyond his ability to contend with. How could this be? How could you possibly remain unperturbed? What manner of being are you? Wang Yao Shote. The remnants of his rationality vanishing without a trace in an instant. Their affliction resembled a protective shell, imprisoning them within and rendering them incompatible with the outside world. Yet now, Lu Su, employing his most familiar approach, shattered this protective barrier head-on, and in an instant, a tide of terror engulfed him. The crimson mask of Lu Su shimmered, forming an array of expressions that shifted unpredictably. Do you know? Once, there was a woman who exhibited a similar demeanor, engaging in a game with me, and in the midst of it, she even sought to end my life. Your fortune surpasses hers. I afforded her no opportunity to speak. Your game is intriguing, but once it concludes, should you not answer my queries? Luce, with both hands pressing down on Wang Ao, including the one that had nearly rotted away, left his opponent drenched in blood. Wang Ao had long since lost his composure, staring in terror at Lu Su, repeatedly uttering, I don't know, I truly don't know, in fact, I know nothing at all. I had deceived them in this manner before. I have no idea who the most afflicted individual is. Wait, it's you. You're the one who suffers the most. I understand now. I finally comprehend. You are indeed the one who bears the heaviest burden. Lu Su forcefully grasped Wang Ao's head and slammed it into the ground, producing a resounding thud. Is that pleasing to the ear? A pleasant sound indicates a good head. Who inquired about that? Did I say that was my question? Blood oozed from Wang Ao's forehead as he gasped for breath, unconsciously asking, then what is it you wish to inquire? I ask you based on previous statements. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, 5 equals what? And what does 6 equal? Oh, right, they all equal 0, in that case. It seems our game has yet to conclude, for there remain 100 more strikes. Wang Ao, his eyes instantly glazed over, hollow as though he had already perished. Hee ha 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 ha. Suddenly, pinned to the ground, he began to laugh aimlessly. It's over. The child has been tormented into foolishness. Truly, the ultimate torment of Wang. How can a mere hour of lunchtime feel so interminable? Terrifying indeed. Ever since he arrived, no food, no medicine. And now, a random patient to torture. He must be a devil. Why, how? Has it begun again? The torment has resumed. Are you among those who once tormented me? Why has this method been employed this time? Wang Ao's eyes were devoid of emotion, his lips moving in a disjointed manner, uttering a few incoherent phrases. Suddenly, a spark of clarity flickered in Lu Su's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcibly subdued the chaotic spirit of the gluttonous mask, prompting him to inquire, Who tormented you before? In an instant, a semblance of vitality returned to Wang Ao's gaze. Yet the chaos within him was now even more pronounced than before. He clasped his head with both hands, writhing in agony on the ground. What? What torment? What have I just said? The medicine. Where's my medicine? Why hasn't it arrived today? You will kill me. Who are you? You. No, wait, kill me. In the dimly lit cell, Wang Ao's heart-wrenching cries reverberated incessantly, as if he were enduring the most excruciating torture known to mankind. Chapter 42. It seems you can commit suicide. Kelka's hypnosis. Lu Su's expression beneath the mask shifted, a myriad of smiling and solemn faces intermingling before settling into tranquility. I do not know what torment. Who tormented me? Who are you? I do not know. At this moment, Wang Ao appeared as if some switch had been flipped, babbling incoherently, his words tumbling out in a chaotic stream. Both Lu Su and the live audience understood that the previous question had undoubtedly struck at the very depths of Wang Ao's soul. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Su stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Ao sprawling to the ground. What is your name? Did I not ask you? I have yet to inquire. Huh? Wang Ao, bewildered, lifted his gaze, appearing weak, pitiable, and helpless. Did you not just ask? What are you saying? Lu Su threatened, raising his foot menacingly. No. Whatever you say is true. Wang Ao hastily complied, his mental state completely shattered, revealing the most vulnerable side of himself. The madness and ferocity that had once glimmered in his eyes were completely extinguished, leaving only the remnants of a spirit fractured by Lu Su's relentless probing. Caught in a tumult of confusion and fear, he occasionally lapsed into a state of stupor. What do you want to ask? You ask. No. It's the drugs. Kill me. Let me go. The fragments of his speech failed to coalesce into coherent sentences, underscoring the depth of his disarray. Dear Mr. Chin, if you truly wish to die, have you not always had that metal piece with you? Why not take your own life? Wang Ao, in an instant, his eyes brightened, clarity washing over him as if awakening from a profound slumber. He had never contemplated this question before, yet now, prompted by Lu Su's inquiry, he found himself inexplicably intrigued by why he had never considered it. Before Lu Su's question, it seemed that such a notion had never existed in his mind, as if it had been erased by some unseen force. Indeed, it seems I could commit suicide. His gaze fixated on the metal piece in his hand, a flicker of struggle ignited within Wang Ao's eyes. Why not end it? If I die, everything will be over. As he wrestled with the chaos in his mind, his vision suddenly blurred, and the metal piece vanished from his grasp. Looking up, he saw that Lu Su had snatched it away, holding it as if by some unseen means. My dear classmate, how can one play with knives during class? I must confiscate this. Wang Ao. No? Did you not just suggest I consider suicide? Are you out of your mind? Can I just die? Gritting his teeth, Wang Ao's nerves felt as though they were a wire, mercilessly bent and twisted by Lu Su, clearly on the verge of snapping. With a sudden lunge, he was swiftly overturned by Lu Su's kick, who then stepped on Wang Ao and declared, Do not scream. I have just remembered a question I wish to pose. A grave expression emerged upon Lu Su's masked visage, which in turn rendered Wang Ao's demeanor solemn. The forthcoming inquiry prompted Wang Ao to earnestly contemplate the notion of hurling himself against a wall in despair. Tell me, if you had indeed taken your own life just now, would this prison have gained another suicide, or lost one? And now that I have seized your blade, does that not constitute a life-saving act on my part? A life-saving grace is akin to that of a rebirth by one's parents. Can I now consider myself your father? It appears my affection for you resembles paternal love. Wang Ao. Let destruction ensue. The audience watching the live stream was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. My heart aches for Wang Ao, who has endured relentless torment. He is now in a state of utter despair. But in the end, is it indeed a case of gaining another suicide or losing one? It seems both arguments hold merit. Those upstairs should cease their speculations. Further contemplation may lead to madness. It appears that the masked individual consistently receives the most information, which seems crucial, yet he never delves deeply enough. Clearly, he cannot probe further. Wang Ao has divulged a plethora of information, but collapses under pressure or admits ignorance. There is an evident issue at play. Perhaps we should explore the situation with Kirk. That foreigner seems quite formidable and has already gathered significant intel. In Long Lu's chamber, a certain measure of trust had been established with Kirk, who is now fervently engaged in brainwashing. The 6 pills painstakingly extracted from Lu Su's mouth had all been administered to Long Lu. As for food, Quirk deemed it inconsequential. He cared little for the hunger of these patients within the game. His sole concern was achieving his own objectives. At this moment, his mental manipulation abilities were at their peak, as he coaxed gently with his words, while wielding an object resembling a pocket watch, which he incessantly waved. This was his personal hypnotic device, not a game prop, but rather something he routinely employed. To smuggle in, he had utilized Lu Su's method of close concealment. As for the means of such concealment, well, let's not elaborate. You just claimed you were innocent, correct? Quirk inquired, echoing information previously shared with the group. Guiding the dialogue. Yes. Long Lu sat on the ground, appearing like a dazed child. You also stated that you are a newcomer? That the earlier individuals are the guilty ones, and this is a prison. Indeed. However, upon entering the hospital, there will always be a question of timing. What does it mean to be a newcomer? Does it imply that all prior individuals are guilty? Long Lu shook his head, his spirit waning as he responded, no, not at all. The individuals before me have always been guilty. As we entered further inside, Quirk furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating, sensing that something was amiss. By this reasoning, it seemed plausible that the individuals within this institution were divided into 2 distinct groups. Whether this was crucial information and the criteria for such division remained uncertain. The individuals you referred to as being at the forefront, were they incarcerated due to criminal transgressions or mental instability, thus confined here? Indeed. Then what about you? Or rather your companions? What was the reason for your entrance? Me? Why am I here? Suddenly, Long Lu's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling someone on the brink of an explosive outburst. Quirk's mental interference began to recoil, as if a tempest was brewing deep within Long Lu's consciousness. Without warning, Long Lu abruptly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a furious roar directed at Quirk. Sensing the impending chaos, Quirk, clutching his pocket watch, instinctively leaped backwards, taking refuge in the corner of the wall. Lunch break has concluded. All players are requested to return to the initial resting area. Chapter 43. Idly Waiting? A blade for Tom. Lunch hour has concluded. All players are requested to return to the initial rest area. The announcement echoed thrice, reminiscent of a battlegrounds call to retreat. Quirk exhaled a sigh of relief. Throughout the entire lunch period, his nerves had been taut, as if he had endured a fierce battle. Now, his back was damp with perspiration, a realization he had previously overlooked amidst the inquiries for information. The chains binding Long Lu rattled ominously. His neck flushed crimson as if he were about to lunge at Quirk. Quirk, wary, brushed his fingers across the bloodstains on his face, remnants of an earlier encounter with the frenzied Long Lu, during which he had failed to evade. He sensed that he was now perilously close to the truth, having touched upon realms unexplored by others. This institution, or rather prison, was divided into 2 distinct groups. The issues between these factions may well pertain to the ultimate objectives of their tasks, though he had yet to discern any tangible connection. Nevertheless, progress, however incremental, was a positive sign. Addressing Long Lu before him, Quirk inclined slightly and spoke. Esteemed sir, the psychological counseling for noon has now concluded. I'll look forward to our next meeting. With that, he opened the door behind him and retreated from the room. Meanwhile, in the chamber occupied by Lu Su, he and the opposing Wang Ao also heard the announcement. This time, it was Wang Ao who visibly relaxed. Upon hearing the sound, his eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a parched traveler encountering a refreshing oasis. As he cautiously glanced at Lu Su, his gaze exuding an air of vulnerability. Lu Su, feeling a sense of lingering anticipation, rose to his feet, raising his decayed right hand to his mask, meticulously licking away the bloodstains. As he did so, he cast a glance at the weakened Wang Ao, who instinctively shrank back against the wall. Surely, this fellow does not intend to devour me, Wang Ao pondered uneasily. Lu Su, clutching a shard of metal, remained silent as he turned towards the door. Wang Ao, utterly drained, slumped against the wall, collapsing to the ground, relieved that this demonic figure had finally departed. Suddenly, just as Lu Su reached the threshold, he turned back, a benevolent smile gracing his masked visage. "I shall return shortly, Mr. Wong." With that, he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Ao's eyes dimmed, and the tension that had gripped his heart dissipated entirely. "To be honest, I find Kirk quite formidable. The masked man seems to stumble upon information almost by accident. I believe the masked man has integrated seamlessly with the mentally unstable, engaging in completely unobstructed dialogue. The masked man's torment of a single mentally ill individual is quite telling. In truth, comparing the departure of the two, I perceive the primary disparity lies in their respective combat prowess." The audience engaged in animated discussions, only to realize that Lu Su, upon his emergence, did not head towards the initial room as anticipated. Instead, he turned in the opposite direction and strode directly into the open room where Tom was situated. Without uttering a word, he approached Tom's side and, with a swift motion, plunged the metal piece he had confiscated from Wang Ao directly into the iron head of the metallic robot. The impact was resounding, the force so great that it embedded itself halfway into the robot's skull. Tom, audience, official staff observing. "Hey man, are you alright? This is bizarre. Are you really provoking the game host? Surely, this won't end well for you. This player seems to be courting trouble for no reason. Do you have an issue? Why was there no notification sound? Shouldn't it have triggered some hidden quest or granted a new achievement? Nothing at all. How miserly. Tom, damn it, this is infuriating." It's worth noting that Tom's face was already the color of iron. Players should prioritize the game and not overthink. "Alright, delicious Tom, you truly are enticing." The great Tom. Lu Su paid no heed to further altercations and simply turned away, embarking on a grand detour towards the room at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the elongated circular hallway, a sound so harrowing it could only be described as excruciatingly tragic. Lu Su's expression beneath the mask shifted slightly, yet he continued his journey toward the room. Upon arrival at the initial chamber, he discovered he was the last to arrive. A conspicuous trail of blood extended to this very spot, and as his gaze lifted, he beheld the grotesque, agonized visage of a large man. At that moment, the man's right arm appeared on the verge of severance, with bone protruding grotesquely, merely held together by remnants of flesh. Jiu Tian was beside him, staunching the bleeding. "Do you have any medicine? Hurry." The large man painfully retrieved a basic healing potion from his backpack and poured it over the wound. In an instant, the flesh began to writhe, healing slowly, and the bleeding subsided somewhat. Seeing this, the large man exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. "If this doesn't work, I must ensure my own safety. How did it come to this?" Jiu Tian, being a member of the official organization, instinctively inquired, "What happened?" "I was caught off guard. Maintaining vigilance against those creatures is exceedingly difficult. Everyone's level of restraint differs, and that guy, he actually dropped his pants and attacked me." Jiu Tian, "Alright, that's something even a man would struggle to endure." Upon hearing this, the woman present turned pale, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. After a considerable time spent ensuring the large man would not bleed out, Jiu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and settled down beside him. A mere hour had elapsed, yet it left everyone feeling utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu Su was an exception. Ku Urk, seated at a distance, glanced up at the imposing figure and succinctly remarked, "If you cannot endure, then withdraw." There was little more to say. In his view, these individuals were of little use and would be better off preserving their lives early on. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, the others finally took note of Lu Su, who had entered without uttering a single word. Jiu Tian cast a brief glance and was immediately struck with shock upon seeing Lu Su's right hand, which had been nearly mutilated. His mind reeled in disbelief. He was acutely aware that this seemingly erratic individual might possess the highest combat prowess. "You two have sustained injuries?" Jiu Tian exclaimed, astonished. "Who could inflict such harm upon you?" Lu Su replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Who? Me? I'm not injured at all." As he spoke, his hand, resembling something that had been through a meat grinder, swayed slightly. The scene was undeniably graphic. Jiu Tian. Chapter 44. The unreasonableness of resisting the impulse to spend. Exiting the coin trading. Ah, you mean this. Lu Su glanced at his own hand and, as if just realizing it, exclaimed in astonishment, What is happening? What did I just do? Fortunately, it appears to be nothing serious. Jiu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Judging by the visible condition, Lu Su's injuries were hardly less severe than those of the burly man. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of Lu Su's wounds did not seem alarming. Perhaps it was Lu Su's overly nonchalant demeanor that contributed to this perception. At that moment, Lu Su retrieved a sharp blade from his backpack and examined his palm. He pondered whether, severing, it would affect the subsequent progression of the game. A large question mark appeared on the red mask, indicating that he was genuinely contemplating this matter. After all, he had lost his legs in the previous 2 games. Losing a hand seemed to render the game rather lackluster. Hold on. Jiu Tian urgently intervened, fearing that Lu Su might truly go through with the amputation. Are you certain your current state is acceptable? He inquired tentatively, twirling a finger beside his head to suggest the state of Lu Su's mental faculties. He had access to the records of Lu Su's last game and was aware that this individual might exhibit a hint of madness, yet possessed formidable strength and an astute mind masked by apparent insanity, characterized by cunning and avarice. However, it was evident now that while Lu Su's strength and madness were apparent, his rationality seemed utterly absent. Moreover, he had just received information from the staff observing the game outside regarding the cause of Lu Su's injuries, which appeared extraordinarily outrageous. Was the intelligence truly reliable? Or had that calm intellect gone? It seemed more plausible that he was devoid of sound judgment. Or had the food and drugs here truly impaired his mind? Could they still collaborate under such circumstances? My condition? Not great, Lu Su mused. Acknowledging Jiu Tian's inquiry, I feel quite hungry. As he spoke, the mask even displayed a hint of a pitiable expression. Jiu Tian instantly adopted a pained expression. So adorable. So charming, I want to keep one. Such an unexpected contrast. You probably can't afford to. With this eating style, even the wealthiest would be impoverished. I feel like Jiu Tian is on the verge of losing his composure. The boss enters the ward to torment the deranged and emerges to torment his teammates, indiscriminately inflicting damage. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the burly man nearby, who clutched his shoulder and howled in agony. His body began to convulse violently on the ground. Utterly intolerable. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was a pinnacle of biotechnological advancement, capable of mending the human body in ways beyond comprehension. Even at a rudimentary level, it proves to be exceedingly beneficial. However, the swift reconstruction of muscle, the realignment and healing of bones, and the secondary connection of nerves all entail immense suffering. The brute, having previously only endured superficial muscle repair, now faced the profound agony of nerve reconstruction, a sensation beyond his capacity to endure. What is this? Is this medicine devoid of anesthetics? Oh, such severity? Lu Su observed with keen interest, extracting a bottle of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it into his palm. Jiu Tian watched this scene, his lips twitching as he mused internally about the peculiar motivations behind such a healing endeavor, which seemed rather unconventional for a typical carbon-based life form. The brute continued to wail, his cries reverberating through the room, piercing and shrill, further intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere to a nearly terrifying degree. The hellish game was indeed cruel and excruciating. Yet Lu Su felt a tinge of disappointment, for after a brief wait, he had not accrued any pain points. Evidently, this torment from healing did not meet the triggering conditions. Damn it, I can't take it any longer. This cursed place offers no information at all. What is the point of progressing through these levels? No one can possibly triumph in hell mode. Wait, why can't I exit? The brute collapsed onto the floor, venting his emotions, when suddenly, his voice was laced with terror. What can't be opened? Jiu Tian inquired curiously from his side. The shop. What's wrong with the shop? Why can't I access it? The brute's tone was rife with panic, his earlier rage dissipating. Resembling a helpless child, Jiu Tian looked at him quizzically and replied, The game shop can only be accessed outside the game for purchases. once acquired. Items can be stored in the backpack and brought into the game. Is this not a standard reminder from the game? You truly were unaware? The brute's eyes were instantly clouded with fear as he murmured repeatedly, "What? When was this mentioned? How could I not know? How will I purchase exit tokens? What am I to do?" Geotion's expression tightened as he stepped back slightly. This is a hellish game. Everyone knows the mortality rate is high. The reason all present maintain their composure is precisely due to the existence of exit tokens. Everyone here has completed the game and purchased that item. Ultimately, if all else fails, one can exit, albeit at the cost of all acquired in-game assets. However, one's life remains intact, with life preserved. The dread of this hellish game is mitigated, unlike during Lu Su's previous encounter with a hellish game, where the novice players around him had no opportunity to exit. Yet, such a critical matter, for the brute to have forgotten it, left Geotion speechless, a weight settling in his heart. The air grew still, despair flickering in the brute's eyes, and the atmosphere became stiflingly oppressive. Suddenly, a distinct sound of a coin being flipped echoed through the air, resonating with an unusually crisp clarity. The crowd turned their gaze, only to find that it was Lu Su engaged in this peculiar act, leaving them perplexed. They wondered if this eccentric individual was merely showing off or if there was some deeper meaning behind his actions. Was it truly necessary to taunt a desperate player? "I am hungry." Lu Su's deep voice broke the silence, inquiring, "Do you have anything to eat?" In that instant, the previously bewildered mind of Geotion recalled his colleagues' descriptions of Lu Su's performance in the last game. A moment of enlightenment struck him, and he cast a surprised glance at Lu Su before turning back to the imposing figure beside him. By using a withdrawal coin, you forfeit everything you have gained in the game, be it physical enhancements, special abilities, or points. Therefore, when it comes to safeguarding your life, it's time to go all in. Chapter 45. No turning back. Deteriorating condition. The large man's gaze initially reflected confusion, but soon it appeared as though he grasped certain realizations, seizing onto the prospect of salvation with fervent desperation. "Are you planning to sell your exit token?" Earlier, he had deemed Lu Su a lunatic. Now, even honorifics slipped from his lips, revealing the lengths to which one might go to preserve life. Lu Su remained silent, unwilling to expend excessive rationality on the man before him, instead continuously flicking the coin in his hand. The intricate patterns adorned it, resembling a delightful trinket. Yet within the game, it was a lifeline. "Bro, let's negotiate. Sell it to me," the man pleaded, disregarding any semblance of pride. "I can't access the shop, and I've hoarded all my points without spending a single one. I haven't used any of the prizes or rewards, saving them for critical moments. Well, I did use a basic recovery potion just now. My fault. At this moment, the large man was entirely devoid of dignity, humbly imploring for assistance. "I'll give you all of this. Just grant me an exit token. I want to leave. I have no idea when an accident might occur here. I can't hold on any longer. Or perhaps we could exchange contact information. Once outside, I could." As he trailed off, he began offering various conditions reminiscent of his former player self, though Lu Su remained unconcerned by such negotiations. With a tilt of his head, Lu Su flicked the exit token, which arced gracefully through the air before landing at the large man's feet. The man's eyes widened in delight, and he lunged forward, picking up the coin and cradling it as if it were a precious gem. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him. He sensed a sharp aura locking onto him. Lu Su stood before him, silently wielding a gleaming blade. The large man forced a sheepish smile and hurriedly began the transfer, eager to prevent any misapprehension from the formidable figure before him. Then, as if fearful of Lu Su changing his mind, the moment the transaction concluded, the large man bolted away, clutching the exit token, and vanished in an instant. One member of their 5-person team had departed. Lu Su received 400 points, a strength elixir, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. The sight of the scroll surprised Lu Su to some extent, although its level was modest. It represented a form of superpower. However, this item required the awakening of one's spirit for learning. Fortuitously, the large man had not awakened. Otherwise, he would have surely made use of it. For now, Lu Su stowed it in his backpack, considering the haul quite profitable. given that an exit token was worth merely 1,000 points. At that moment, Kalek, who had remained aloof, finally spoke up, lifting his head and addressing Lu Su directly in Chinese. It's for the best he's gone. After all, that means less competition for rewards. Moreover, is your exit token a game reward? I recall that exit tokens in the shop are limited. Each individual only has one opportunity to purchase. This statement was clearly directed at Lu Su. He spoke half-truths. Indeed, Lu Su's exit coin was a reward from the game, yet he had never purchased it, nor had he ever contemplated leaving the game. Jiu Tian felt a pang of anxiety. He had not considered this aspect. Would he inadvertently lead Lu Su astray? He hastily inquired, "Do you still possess any exit coins?" "Perhaps you do not. Then why would you leave? Is the game not enjoyable?" Lu Su replied somewhat dazedly. Yet that was, after all, an escape route. "What will become of your retreat?" Jiu Tian pressed, growing increasingly anxious. "What is a retreat?" Lu Su lifted his gaze, revealing a rare moment of composure on his mask. From the instant he entered the game, there had never existed a retreat. This determination was a premeditated choice by Lu Su, not a reflection of mental turmoil. Even in the absence of the chosen of suffering, lacking the power to surpass others, and devoid of immunity to pain, he would still partake in this brutal game. To exit the game would mean losing everything, losing superhuman powers, forfeiting the chance to change his life, relinquishing the current mask, and perhaps even the possibility of losing the chosen of suffering. That was inconceivable. From a moment he entered the game, the only means of departure was through success or death. He felt he had nothing to lose. Starting anew was merely an excuse for the weak. Those who lacked enlightenment should remain mere spectators. Once you retreat, you can never again stand atop the pinnacle. After uttering these final words, it seemed as though he had exhausted his mental strength. Lu Su collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to an extensive slumber that would last the entire afternoon. Eating and then sleeping, a behavior that aligned perfectly with gluttony. Jiu Tian stood in a daze, gazing at Lu Su on the ground, seemingly incredulous. He had not anticipated that someone so evidently mentally unwell could articulate such sentiments. For a fleeting moment, had he not seemed normal? Meanwhile, in the distance, Ko-Erk harbored no such thoughts. He merely sat quietly, observing, with a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. The dinner time has commenced. All players are invited to begin the game. Once again, the door opened, and the sole female player stepped out with heavy footsteps. This time, Lu Su and Ko-Erk sprang into action almost simultaneously. Lu Su commenced a new round of sweeping, while Ko-Erk aimed to snatch at least one portion of medicine from Lu Su's grasp. Yet this time, everyone distinctly perceived an intensified strangeness enveloping the entire hospital. As the door swung open, sounds previously unheard resonated, screams, murmurs, and a rustling noise, all muffled, distant, and terrifying. Not even the thick iron doors could stifle these sounds. Perhaps it was due to a day without medication. It seemed as if the conditions of all the patients in the hospital had worsened, leading to a chaotic frenzy within. The final female player even clutched an exit coin as she entered the room. Yet, it was not only the patients who were gravely afflicted. Lu Su was also among them. For the third time, he swept up all the food and medicine, and it felt as though the energy within him might erupt at any moment. The gluttonous mask seemed to have reached a critical juncture. Bang! As Lu Su opened the door, he inadvertently exerted so much force that the 10-centimeter thick iron door bent under his kick, startling the patients who had been on the verge of a breakdown into sitting upright. In the next moment, Lu Su swiftly positioned himself beside one of them. "I've heard I can pose questions to you. I ask, you respond." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Ko-Erk had yet to step into the room. After everyone else had entered, he paused momentarily before making his way to the doorway of the room where Jiu Tian was located. He pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 46. Doubt and Warning. Only 3 remain. In the room at the end, Wang Ao found himself confronted by dangerously unstable Lu Su. Initially, when the door was suddenly kicked open, his instinct was to bare his teeth in a display of defiance. However, upon seeing Lu Su, he instinctively recoiled, abandoning any notion of aggression. Yet, he was swiftly pinned against the wall, lifted by Lu Su's terrifying strength. The moment Lu Su's hands clasped around him, Wang Ao felt an overwhelming urge to surrender. Resistance was futile. The insatiable hunger of the gluttonous mass consumed him. The more he devoured, the hungrier he became, spiraling deeper into a chaotic mental state. As he gazed at the mass before him, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. This individual seemed intent on devouring him whole. This was not merely a metaphor. It was a visceral reality. "Calm down, my friend. I'm not appetizing. Feel free to ask me anything you wish," he stammered. Gripped by a primal fear of impending predation, a deeply ingrained instinct igniting his will to survive. After a moment of labored breathing, Lu Su continued, "I met someone at noon, and he left me quite dissatisfied. I hope you can remedy that." Wang Ao was slowly released, but dared not utter a word, mentally acknowledging that the individual Lu Su met was likely himself. Yet in this tense moment, he refrained from contradicting or advising Lu Su. That would be sheer folly. Lu Su produced a knife from his possession, its blade glinting menacingly as he addressed Wang Ao. "Once our conversation concludes, we shall engage in a game." Haha. In the hospital, donating sperm is legal. So why is it illegal for me to directly donate to those who desire it? They say bananas and carrots have ways of easing bowel movements. Do you personally believe it is through ingestion or topical application? If an adult novel features only minors, can it still be classified as an adult novel? You have prepared 5 cups of water for 1,000,000 liters. How do you intend to distribute them? Wang Ao remained speechless, overwhelmed by Lu Su's rapid-fire inquiries, which seemed to provide a semblance of relief to his chaotic mind. However, Wang Ao's lips trembled, and he could scarcely reply, whispering, "I don't know who the most afflicted person here is. Perhaps there isn't one. Please don't pressure me." Despite the mask-clad figure's erratic behavior, observers noted that Wang Ao's mental state appeared to stabilize. Isn't it evident that Wang Ao is becoming increasingly composed? One remarked, but what good is stability if he fails to articulate any questions? His rambling seems pointless, another countered. Honestly, while the antics of this figure are indeed thrilling to watch, they seem entirely irrelevant to progressing in the game. He appears utterly unconcerned with the outcome. How can one achieve victory under such circumstances? A third chimed in. "Indeed, I think I'll turn to Kirk instead. He seems to be on a quest for liquor, and it's prudent to follow the lead of those who are reliable." As time has elapsed, nearly a day has passed in the game. Previously, a day in a relatively normal game was not considered a short duration. However, in this instance, there appears to be no clear direction. The audience has begun to express some discontent regarding Lu Su, a player reputed for his impeccable completion skills, who seems to have lost his sanity, mingling with the deranged. His contributions to the game's completion seem negligible, perhaps even counterproductive. At this moment, prompted by some individuals, the audience has become aware of the encounter between Ku-Urk and Jiu Tian. Jiu Tian is seated in a hospital room, contemplating the drooling, incoherent figure before him, when suddenly a voice emerges from behind. "Hello." The standard Mandarin pronunciation jolts Jiu Tian, who swiftly turns around to find a foreign visage. "Oh, Mr. Ku-Urk." Jiu Tian responds, "Why have you come to my room?" The game rules do not prohibit 2 individuals from being in the same room. Ku-Urk replies, hands in pockets, exuding a haughty demeanor. "Moreover, you are from a special department in Huagua, are you not?" Jiu Tian hesitates, pondering whether it is appropriate to divulge such matters to a foreigner. Although he claims to be an official, it is evident that his background is even more significant. Do not be alarmed. Your nation's formidable organizational structure must have already established relevant departments. Such matters will undoubtedly be made public soon. I presume that the information you possess is extensive, encompassing our backgrounds and our performance in the game, all of which must be under your scrutiny. Jiu Tian nods, candidly acknowledging, "Indeed, this is for the sake of a better game. I offer you a piece of advice. Maintain your distance from the mentally unstable." Jiu Tian is taken aback, glancing back to assess the patient, who seems incapable of causing harm, and replies, "Thank you for your concern. However, I have always exercised caution and maintained a safe distance. Regardless of the temptation, my psychological resilience is adequate, and I shall not falter." Ku-Urk, with a stern visage, states impassively, "I am not referring to them." Jiu Tian is momentarily bewildered. Are you speaking of the masked individuals? What is it? Nothing of consequence. I still have many uncertainties. The information I possess is scant. Ku-Urk succinctly concludes, turning to depart with an innate, eagle-like arrogance. I must achieve a perfect completion of this game. You still have some utility. Conserve your strength and safeguard your life. Once I have clarity, you may prove useful. With that, he exits, closing the door behind him. Jiotian's brow furrows in contemplation, unable to find tranquility. Upon mentioning the mentally unstable, Jiotian immediately realizes whom it refers to. Jiotian, who is the mentally unstable one. I cannot discern. Is this an internal conflict? It seems Ku-Urk is rather unfriendly. That seems reasonable. The masked individuals appear to be a hindrance. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, the first day's dinner passed unnoticed. The game has concluded. All players, please return to the initial room for a respite, echoed a familiar voice. In an instant, a door swung open, and a figure leapt forth with the agility of a fish, their gaze vacant. It was the last remaining female player. Her attire was disheveled, her eyes hollow, and traces of blood marred her face. Once the door to the initial room closed, the remaining four exchanged bewildered glances. As the female player suddenly dashed to the corner, her complexion turning pale as she violently retched. Just as the others were about to inquire, she produced a game token, uttering not a single word, and exited the game. On the surface, the progress of the first day appeared stagnant and enigmatic. Meanwhile, only 3 players remained. Chapter 47. Bone-chilling fear and astonishing speculation. Jiotian gazed at the spot where she had departed, releasing a soft sigh. He understood the torment of this game. Apart from the individual donned in the crimson mask, who appeared quite at ease, no one else could find solace. Even Ku-Urk bore visible wounds on his face from time to time. The mental anguish, abysmal living conditions, coupled with the ever-present threat of physical harm, painted a grim picture. Considering the earlier remarks of the burly figure regarding the potential for someone to be harmed, and given that she was a woman. Moreover, the game did not provide sustenance or water for the players. They had gone an entire day without a drop to drink. TSK, aside from that red-masked figure who had provisions. What made him so exceptional? Jiotian shook his head. He was well aware of the girl's background as an official. She was merely an ordinary player, fortunate enough to have completed the game twice and garnered some rewards. Upon realizing the nature of the hellish game, she had initially contemplated fleeing, but upon discovering that surviving meant others could clear the game as well, she resolved to endure. Yet, she soon recognized her naivety amidst the insanity of the prison, the deranged teammates, and the grievous lessons from past experiences. So be it. Alas, perhaps it's for the best to withdraw, Jiotian mused with a hint of regret. Beside him, Lusa glanced at the mess the female player had left on the ground and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances. After a brief moment of hesitation, he suddenly slapped himself and swiftly turned away. Jiotian raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Lusa's erratic behavior. Meanwhile, Ku-Urk approached a rare occurrence and continued. There is nothing to lament. In a game like this, preserving one's life is already a stroke of luck. This is not a place befitting her level. As he spoke, he gradually surveyed the surroundings, adding, the remaining players appear somewhat comparable now. 2 flawless victors and 1 high-level individual with a special official status. Such are the only ones deserving of this hellish game. Then, casting a glance at Lu Su, who lay sprawled on the ground in A-Tai shape, Ku-Urk inquired, my friend, who has long feigned madness, do you truly intend to remain in this game? My ability is mental interference, and I have employed it on you numerous times, mostly with adverse effects. Your state of confusion has transcended mere pretense. Even self-hypnosis cannot sustain you much longer. You may soon find yourself eternally lost here, forever becoming a specter of insanity. Ku-Urk pressed closer to Lu Su, as though delivering a death sentence to the figure on the ground. In the distance, Jiotian furrowed his brow, observing the two, but this time refrained from mediating, choosing instead to silently watch the unfolding events. Your ability is consumption? From the very beginning, I have questioned your purpose. I still seek to understand. However, I believe that for a normal human being, That is not a prudent choice. Once more, I inquire, are you truly resolved not to withdraw? Do not tell me you lack the means to exit. At this moment, Cork had approached Luxuriates, but just as he contemplated moving forward, an overwhelming sense of impending danger seized him. Luxuriates, who lay silently on the ground, suddenly spoke. I suggest you refrain from drawing too close to me at this juncture. Cork halted, an inexplicable premonition urging him to halt his advance. With a chuckle, he retreated, turning away. Are you quite confident? I merely worry that if you do not withdraw, my endeavor may prove exceedingly arduous. Luxuriates remained silent, grappling with the immense surge of energy within him and the tumultuous, chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He wished to speak no more and soon succumbed to slumber on the ground. Jiuqian, too, refrained from uttering anything further, not even broaching the topic of their day's findings. He understood that these two would likely not heed him. Three famished souls sat at a distance in a vast, empty room, either resting against the wall or sleeping, enduring the night. Indeed, they were merely surviving. This night was exceptionally torturous. The entire hospital had gone a full day without sustenance or medication. By nightfall, it resembled a cacophony of wailing spirits. Not even the multiple iron doors could muffle the sound. The famished specters pounded against the doors and walls, rendering the hospital far more terrifying than a haunted house. Cork relied on self-hypnosis to secure his sleep, while Luxuriates had long succumbed to slumber. Jiuqian, however, found no solace in sleep. He sorted through the messages relayed by his colleague, contemplating the sudden confrontation between Cork and Luxuriates, and an eerie chill enveloped him. An inexplicable sense of crisis overshadowed him, leading his mind to incessantly ponder similar occurrences. This hellish game appeared devoid of physical torment, yet he sensed an unsettling disquiet, an inexplicable fear beginning to envelop him. The atmosphere resembled that of a haunted house throughout the night, and with the dawn, the game persisted. Cork resumed his race against Luxuriates, one striving to seize food, while the other aimed to procure at least a portion of medicine. However, this time, Jiuqian purposefully approached the door of a particular room. It was Longwu's chamber, the first patient Luxuriates had encountered. Instinctively, Jiuqian felt that the source of his fear resided within. Upon entering the room, he beheld the emaciated figure of Longwu, who appeared remarkably listless. Another visitor? A different one, I see. Greetings. Jiuqian was astonished to discover that Longwu's mental state was surprisingly stable, prompting him to get straight to the point. Do you know who the most afflicted individual in this hospital is? Ah, such a familiar query. This is how it should be, indeed. Longwu quivered on the ground, gazing at Jiuqian. No, the answer is no one. There is no one who is the most afflicted. Who among us is free from illness? You too shall fall ill. One day, you will succumb to sickness, forever remaining here. Jiuqian gazed at the other, feeling a sense of helplessness as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent. The enveloping dread that had haunted him throughout the night returned with a vengeance, sharpening his mind with startling clarity. His colleague had shared the information gathered by Lu Su and Cork. Aside from the psychological nuances he was unaware of, he possessed knowledge of everything else, including every patient and their utterances. From Longwu, Lu Su learned that the individuals behind were innocent, while those in front bore the guilt, thus necessitating inquiries directed towards the latter, subjecting them to torment. The individual at the forefront was mercilessly tortured by Lu Su, who, in a fit of madness, suggested that perhaps they ought to inquire about who among them was the most afflicted. He even proposed a game, asserting that he was unlike the previous individuals. What was it that the patient understood? Was it a construct of a game? Who were those individuals Lu Su referred to as preceding him? Moreover, the questions posed by Cork revealed a division within the hospital. Two factions existed, with the former group being guilty and the latter innocent. When Cork inquired about the purpose of the latter group as presence, questioning why they remained, the response was madness, sheer madness. And now, Longwu reiterated that those of us who cannot uncover the answers will ultimately fall ill too, destined to linger eternally in this place. This individual is known as Longwu, while the counterpart from Cork's side is called Longlu. Could it be that the reason the individual in front speculated on Lu Su's inquiries was due to prior questioning, and not merely once? The hospital's denizens are divided into two groups. The first comprises genuine patients, while the latter consists of those seeking answers. This latter group failed to discern the identity of the most severely afflicted and thus remains here forever. A bold hypothesis took root in Jiutian's mind, refusing to dissipate. It felt as though the chilling winds of night had morphed into a cloak of fear, enveloping him tightly and chilling him to the bone, rendering escape nearly impossible. These individuals were once players too. Have you heard of the divine chosen paradise? Chapter 48. A flaw unforeseen by predecessors. Do you not wish to inquire why? What did you say? Long Wu appeared not to have comprehended Jiutian's words, lifting his head in confusion and repeating the question. Those were eyes devoid of life, mechanical in their gaze, sending chills down Jiutian's spine. However, at that moment, something far more significant and terrifying loomed over him, compelling Jiutian to stand his ground. The chosen paradise. He articulated each word with intensity, fixing his stare upon Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds elapsed in utter silence, each moment stretching as though a century had passed, leading Jiutian to question whether time itself had come to a standstill. Long Wu remained rigid, his gaze unyielding, resembling a statue. In the next instant, a chain came crashing down toward Jiutian with ferocity. The severed chain swung like a battle axe, and even with his swift reflexes, Jiutian could not evade it. Just then, a pair of green boots appeared on his feet, releasing a powerful gust that propelled him backward by a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. Exquisite weaponry, agile boots. The wind stirred by the chain caused Jiutian's eyes to sting, leaving him in a state of shock. Had he been struck, it would have resulted in at least broken bones. Oh, give me. Kill. In an instant, Long Wu had transformed into a man possessed, his emaciated form now surging with red steam, as if entering an extraordinary state. The ground beneath him fractured, stones scattering. Jiutian, filled with dread, cowered in the corner, his heart plummeting. The adversary had suddenly gone mad. Upon hearing the question, he had spiraled into madness. Even in silence, it served as a response of its own. Kill! Kill! Long Wu's liberated hands swung the chain wildly, thrashing about as Jiutian maneuvered within the room, ultimately seeking refuge near the doorway. The entire chamber bore the scars of devastation, reminiscent of a violent earthquake. What? What is this? What chosen? Are you speaking of? Who are you? And who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me medicine. In the end, Long Wu clasped his head with both hands, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony, incessantly murmuring. Jiutian stood frozen, feeling utterly at a loss. No, not medicine. I refuse to take those drugs. Get away. Suddenly, Long Wu changed his plea, rushing to the farthest corner, recklessly bashing his head against the wall until it bled profusely. Then, with a faint breath, he turned to look at Jiutian. In that moment, Jiutian beheld the clearest pair of eyes he had ever seen. Run, run. Then, once more, Long Wu reverted to that vacant expression, as if he had fallen asleep. Jiutian remained rooted in place, speechless for an extended period. He could almost ascertain that his suspicions were likely correct. Yet, had not the game of the chosen paradise only just begun? If these individuals are also players, what could be the explanation? Furthermore, according to their memories, they have lost track of how many years they have been trapped here. Why do they not utilize the exit tokens? Is it that they cannot or will not? When did they enter the game? Has the game already commenced? Or is there a discrepancy in the timeline? Jiutian took a deep breath and retrieved his own exit token from his backpack, examining it closely. The intricate and exquisite patterns on it seemed to offer him a fleeting sense of security, prompting him to return it to its place. There remains a path to retreat. A path to retreat. However, if that is the case, then everything becomes rather perplexing. Can this game truly be completed? As for Long Wu, if he truly is a predecessor, his strength surpasses what Jiutian had initially perceived. If the tasks are identical, can he achieve what those who came before could not? Identifying the most afflicted individual. It sounds like an exceedingly simple proposition. Yet, all those who have come before have failed. He must uncover the loopholes that none of the previous players have considered. Is that even possible? Moreover, why are they eternally confined here? What have they endured? In an instant, Giotion felt as if his confidence had plummeted like a frostbitten eggplant. Special Operations Officer Giotion, I must remind you, this is a psychiatric facility, and all information you gather requires thorough analysis. The official personnel, who had been observing the live stream, interjected with a warning. Additionally, the organization's directive is to prioritize the preservation of one's own life in critical moments. Do not overexert yourself. Giotion weakly nodded, leaning against the wall to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Were there any updates from those two individuals? Kirk has received responses from patients, stating that there is no one who is the most afflicted. We are merely slaves. Giotion scoffed softly, piecing together his conjectures. He felt he could comprehend the information Kirk had acquired. What about the Red Mask? Does he have any news? The same as usual, no useful information. Just a series of doors opening and tormenting the patients in turn. The patients all claim that none of them are more afflicted than the others. We hardly observe that side anymore, as it is essentially just communication among the mentally ill. Giotion sighed heavily, recalling Long Wu's state and the current frenzied demeanor of the Red Mask. Surely, he is not genuinely insane. Breakfast time has concluded. All players are to return to their initial rooms. The three of them sat in a triangular formation, silent as statues. Kirk wore a contemplative expression, seemingly lost in thought, while Lu Su maintained his usual demeanor. Only Giotion, having grasped the secret, emanated a profoundly subdued aura. Greetings, players. I'm the illustrious Tom. You may engage in conversation during the break. If there are any discoveries, judgments, or inquiries related to the game, feel free to ask me. The mechanized robot Tom stated in a formulaic manner, before rolling away on its tracks to a quiet corner. After an indeterminate period, Giotion ultimately made the difficult decision to share the alarming intelligence with the two individuals. Although it could potentially dampen their spirits, he felt compelled to proceed. Everyone, I have some rather unsettling news that I believe you ought to be aware of. In this prison, those individuals who have consistently proclaimed their innocence might, in fact, be players just like us. Upon concluding his statement, Giotion lifted his gaze to observe the reactions of the two. To his surprise, he found that Ku-Urk had shifted his attention, his eyes glinting with a mix of astonishment and, curiously, a hint of delight. Meanwhile, Lu Su seemed utterly indifferent, as if he had not heard a word. Aren't you going to inquire why? Chapter 49. The Ultimate Accusation. Is Lu Su the objective of the game? Giotion felt somewhat speechless, perplexed by the reactions of these two individuals, which diverged significantly from his expectations. Ku-Urk abruptly rose to his feet, paced back and forth for a moment, and then turned to Giotion, speaking earnestly. Mr. Gio, I sincerely appreciate your analysis and intelligence. With this, many matters have fallen into place, and my thoughts have been clarified. Giotion, bewildered, responded, Wait, is what I said truly that credible? You simply accept it without question? You don't even wish to understand how I reached this conclusion? Furthermore, why are you smiling? Shouldn't you feel a sense of dread instead? Giotion was at a loss. He had always perceived Ku-Urk as a relatively easy person to communicate with, arrogant yet rational. Now, however, he found himself struggling to comprehend the situation. He instinctively glanced at Lu Su, only to observe a disdainful expression on the latter's red mask. As if to say, isn't this obvious? Did you really need to state it? Giotion thought, how on earth did you deduce that? Wait, why am I even trying to discuss this with someone so clearly unhinged? Confusion enveloped him. He had spent considerable time pondering this very issue, consumed by fear and worry. Why did these two seem so unfazed? Perhaps the lunatic in the red mask was to be expected, but why was Ku-Urk also so nonchalant? Could it be that he misunderstood my words due to a language barrier? As time wore on, Giotion sat on the ground in a daze, occasionally glancing at his two eccentric companions. Lu Su, without needing further description, lay sprawled out, appearing utterly lethargic, a seemingly untroubled slacker, albeit one possessing terrifying power within. Yet, his condition seemed to be deteriorating, as he lay there occasionally chuckling and mumbling incoherently, leading Tion to question whether he might suddenly transform into a superhero. Meanwhile, Ku-Urk was also restless, wandering about in the distance, his expression shifting between confusion and realization, muttering to himself. Tion felt increasingly unsettled, touching his face in disbelief. According to Long Lu, players would ultimately remain trapped here forever. Had they both truly lost their minds? The audience's skepticism grew, with various voices echoing their doubts. The last comment struck Tion's heart with a pang of anxiety. Indeed, if they truly went mad, they might not even be able to use the exit token. Lunchtime begins. All players commence the game. As the sound echoed, Lu Su sprang into action, swiftly devouring his meal. However, this time, Ku-Urk remained still, slowly approaching Tion's side. I believe it would be prudent to halt this game. We have neither food nor water, and this has dragged on long enough. Tion shot him a surprised glance before addressing the nearby robot. Host, I have identified the person in the most critical condition. Tion. Oh, please call me the Great Tom. Tom turned his head, inquiring, who is it? Let us wait for his return. Without him, the game cannot proceed. With hands in pockets and an air of confidence, Ku-Urk observed Lu Su's silhouette at the end of the path, indulging in his meal. It seemed Tion had already anticipated Lu Su's intentions, momentarily rendered speechless. Attention, players ahead. The game is on hold. Please return to the initial room promptly. Lu Su consumed his food with great speed and soon sauntered back with an air of nonchalance. However, at that moment, his unstable energy reached a critical point, teetering on the brink of self-detonation despite his physical prowess. The red mask bore a broad smile as he approached the door, an aura of malevolence and eerie distortion surrounding him. Ku-Urk stood at the threshold, the two locked in a silent standoff. Yet, as Lu Su reached the entrance, he simply sat cross-legged, a mere step from the door. Red warning lights began to flash, signaling Lu Su to hasten into the infirmary. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Yet, Lu Su remained motionless, engulfed in that crimson glow, seemingly taunting the situation, his grin widening. This player, please enter, Tom the cat urged, but Lu Su remained obstinate, as if challenging something, his smile stretching ever wider. I think it unnecessary. We have reached a critical juncture, and my decryption must commence, Ku-Urk declared, turning to Tion. Each time a pivotal question arose, the patients would descend into madness. This surely indicated something significant. Tion, your information is invaluable. You mentioned that those behind were once players. I care not for their circumstances, but it aligns with my own. Thus it must hold truth. When I inquired about your purpose here, my patient also went mad. From this information, we deduce that while the patients may speak madly, they do not speak falsely. Therefore, what they initially claimed may indeed be true. They are not ill. There is no individual in the most critical condition. It is precisely because such a person does not exist that the former players have perished completely. As the conventional gameplay logic falters, we must eliminate all possibilities. The most conspicuous fact has always been before us. You. With that, Ku-Urk raised a hand, pointing at Lu Su outside the door, a smirk gracing his lips. You are the target of our mission, the one in the most critical condition. However, the game speaks of the gravest patients within the hospital. Lu Tion, eager to counter this assertion, was promptly silenced by Ku-Urk's raised hand. There is nothing inherently impossible. He is presently within this very hospital. Moreover, if this premise holds, all of his actions become justifiable. He possesses powers and abilities that far exceed those of an ordinary player. His madness has always been evident, seamlessly intertwining with the essence of this institution. He consumes all the medications of the patients, ensuring they remain in a state of oblivion. In a game devoid of sustenance and hydration, he chooses to forcibly ingest all manner of vile substances, severing the last remnants of nourishment and weakening us. He exhibits no concern for the exit tokens. The patients here live in fear of him. At this juncture, Ku-Urk exhaled deeply, as if all obstacles had been swept aside. The answer has always been glaringly apparent. Even the audience acknowledges his severe affliction. This game is undeniably straightforward. It merely exploits the frailties of human nature. Preconceived notions lead us to believe he is a player, and the viewers have remarked upon his previous gaming streams without ever contemplating. Indeed, this game has made it abundantly clear from the outset. The nature of our relationship could be one of collaboration or competition. In the words of your ancient Chinese proverb, it is akin to being blind beneath the lamp. Am I not correct? With the piercing gaze of an eagle, Quirk fixed his stare upon Lu Su, standing outside the door, and spoke sharply. Chapter 50. Who told you that he is the host? Listening to Quirk's incessant chatter, Lu Su remained silent, his expression behind the mask shifting rapidly, akin to the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera, leaving the onlookers bewildered. The crimson light in the corridor pulsated with increasing frequency, transforming the entire passage into a blood-red hue, devoid of flicker, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Quirk ceased his discourse, his hawk-like gaze fixated on the crimson mass before him, eagerly anticipating a reaction or the next move. A low, gravelly chuckle emanated from beneath the red mask, reminiscent of the sound of decaying wood scraping against a saw. It seemed my assumptions were not unfounded. The red light had been flashing for 5 minutes. Finally, Lu Su spoke, yet his words were utterly irrelevant, failing to address Quirk's accusations. Thinking? It is hard to believe such a verb could be associated with him. I wonder, does this foreigner make any sense? Could he be the masked man? If he is indeed the masked man, why are we still able to witness the live broadcast from his perspective? Is this not a player-esque live stream? This is rather troublesome. My thoughts are muddled. And what are the players confined within for years? Is it true? Every time I contemplate entering the game, the difficulty of Helm mode extinguishes my resolve. Luxuriates remarque élicited nos discussions. The crowd had grown accustomed to the ramblings of a madman, and no one intended to extract meaning from his words. I advise you to observe carefully. During the last game, when everyone believed this expert to be insane, he was, in fact, the most lucid among us. I await his forthcoming performance. Oh, esteemed blank figure, why have you arrived so late this time? Regardless of the audience's judgments, Jiu Qian, who had spent a day in close proximity to Lu Su, sensed that something was amiss. There exists an enigmatic essence in individuals, known as aura or presence. For instance, standing beside certain people can evoke an involuntary sense of dread due to their overpowering aura, placing one in a subordinate position. Currently, Lu Su's presence was the most chaotic and unstable since entering the game, exuding a formidable sense of pressure, akin to a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, the words spoken by the other seemed the most lucid and rational since entering the game. The spirit of the red mask appeared to have regained some clarity. What have you realized? Jiu Qian inquired of Lu Su, still skeptical of Quirk's conjecture. Although there seemed to be no significant logical flaws, Lu Su had a business card. At the commencement of the game, he had observed Lu Su extracting a golden name card from his trousers, for they were indeed brothers. Could this be a conspiracy? That seemed rather implausible. I pondered. Lu Su spoke while belching, as though he had overindulged, and I contemplated the notion of punishment. His words left everyone momentarily perplexed, unsure of his intentions. What was punishment? Hadn't the game stipulated that one should not enter the infirmary when the red light flickered? Laisse-te dire conséquence ensuite? Yet, nothing had occurred, ha ha ha. A raspy laughter emanated from beneath Lu Su's red mask, his expression ultimately morphing into a grotesque grin directed at the immobile Tomcat. What do you think? Why is there no punishment? Tom, whose mechanical body appeared even stiffer, refrained from uttering a word. Kirk continued, You are already the final target. What further punishment is required? Whether you are genuinely insane or merely feigning madness, it is over. Just as he intended to elaborate, Lu Su unexpectedly turned his mask towards him for the first time, grinning as he said, "Heh, brother, you smell delightful. I concur with your assessment, your arguments, and your analysis of this game. They are all sound. It is also reasonable to consider possibilities that previous players failed to envision, even in the obscurity of the dark. The enigma of this game has always been apparent, and that too is acceptable. However, you incessantly proclaim your desire to transcend conventions, yet you remain bound by the very rules. Who led you to believe?" As he spoke, Lu Su slowly lifted his hand, pointing at the silent, Standing tin robot Tom. Who told you he's the host of this game? With Luce's manic voice echoing. A heavy weight seemed to crash down upon Jiotion's mind. Jiotion was not the sharpest intellect, lacking quick wit, yet he was not obstinate, often grasping concepts with minimal prompting. He subtly shifted his footsteps backward. Kirk furrowed his brow, suddenly laughing as he remarked, "You must truly be out of your mind. He is indeed the host of this game, as was established from the outset." "Oh, is that so?" Luce chuckled. "Why don't you recall who stated that?" Kirk wore a confident smile, assured in his memory of crucial details. He could effortlessly recall every nuance of the game. As he reflected, Kirk's smile abruptly froze upon his face as he remembered. At the very beginning of the game, a tin robot had entered the room and addressed everyone. "I am your host for this session. You may call me the Great Tom. This is what he himself declared." Swallowing hard, Kirk's demeanor darkened, suddenly sensing that events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. Gazing at the person across from him who had been in a frenzy for 2 whole days, he spoke. "Stop spouting nonsense. If the host isn't the one stating such things, then who could? Moreover, aren't the rules of the game, its background, and its execution all dictated by him?" Luce's smile gradually widened as he retorted, "Is that so?" Kirk could only stammer, "Damn it. His astonishing memory is now clouding my thoughts." The moment he finished speaking, recollection flooded back to him. The rules of the game were not articulated by Tom. Rather, they emanated from an untraceable mechanical voice. The text appeared on the walls of the initial room. Kirk swallowed hard, and before him stood a figure bathed in crimson light, adorned with a grotesque grin, the masked man. Beside him loomed the silent, brooding figure of the ironclad robot, Tom, shrouded in darkness. A cold sweat trickled down Kirk's brow. The assertions in this chapter can be revisited in chapters 28 to 29, which provide clear hints. In truth, the entire instance has consistently offered unmistakable clues. Chapter 51. Why won't you answer me? The most afflicted of all. A bead of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly trickling down his sharply defined western features, provoking a tingling sensation. Yet at that moment, Kirk had neither the inclination to wipe away the sweat nor the capacity to feel any discomfort. He was enveloped in a profound numbness. How could this be? In his mind, a kaleidoscope of images flashed by from the moment he entered the game to the current scene. Every utterance from Tom, the figure before him. "Call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You may engage with one another, familiarizing yourselves with your abilities. Your relationships are both collaborative and competitive. I am right here. Feel free to approach me with any inquiries, and do inform me once you've identified your targets." It certainly sounded like a competent game facilitator, yet wasn't all of this just meaningless chatter? There was a complete absence of substantial information. The game's rules were conveyed through a mechanical voice, as were its objectives, which subsequently materialized on the walls. The commencement and conclusion of meal times were announced in the same sterile voice. Even the warnings were mechanical. Kirk was astonished to realize that, apart from this metallic robot Tom, there appeared to be no issues with the game whatsoever. How had he not noticed this before? Luce's earlier remarks had pierced through his psychological defenses like a dagger, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. You keep insisting on breaking free from convention, yet you remain ensnared by rules. Indeed, why had he never contemplated this? Never sensed the incongruity. He had accepted the game's absolute authority as a given, acknowledging the host's role, and had never considered the possibility of an alternative. To his astonishment, he found Luce's words to be quite reasonable. He was actually acknowledging the logic of a madman. When had this lunatic become aware of such matters and committed them to memory? His mental disturbances had backfired. The other party was clearly in disarray, verging on madness. How could this be? Suddenly, in the stillness of the space, an eerie laughter resonated. It was Luce, his laughter swelling from beneath the mask, eventually erupting into boisterous guffaws. Ha 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 ha. No one could discern the source of his mirth. It seemed he had either lost his sanity or was mocking them. In that moment, even Kirk felt it was not entirely unreasonable to consider that the masked man was the most afflicted of all. "My apologies, Mr. Kirk. I still hold you in high regard, and mean no offense, ha 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 ha. I find myself beginning to lose control. As the words resonated, Jiu-Tian's gaze descended, and a twitch coursed through the corner of his eye. There before him was Lu Su, whose 4 fingers of the right hand had plunged deep into the earth, stirring it with a frenzy akin to crushing tofu. As Lu Su's rationality surged, so too did the intensity of his aura, erupting like a torrent. The boundary that separated them felt as if it tethered a ferocious beast. No, let me ponder this. Just as Coerk's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, Tom, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke for the first time. His metallic head turned mechanically to face Coerk. Coerk, player, you have deduced correctly. You have identified the most afflicted individual. Now, commence your resolution. Eliminate him. Tom, the ironclad automaton, delivered the announcement of the game's outcome with an unchanging, remarkably calm demeanor. However, as Coerk absorbed the words, he felt a shiver run through him. For reasons unknown, he sensed something was amiss in Tom's current state of discourse. Shouldn't there be some reaction to the words of that red-masked figure? Yet, if one were to insist that Tom was the host, it wouldn't be entirely unfounded. Moreover, his own bizarre and frenzied behavior seemed increasingly inexplicable. Coerk chose not to respond to Tom, instead addressing Lu Su. My actions? Have I not always been quite clear? Lu Su replied, seated on the ground, hands raised in exasperation. I am hungry, hence I must eat. What kind of explanation is that? This is the crux of the matter. In Coerk's mind, it felt as though 1,000 wild horses galloped past, yet he no longer dared to regard Lu Su as mentally unstable. Lu Su, swaying slightly, continued, I have long warned you all that the food and medicine are problematic, especially the medicine. It is not a tool for clearing the game. It is prepared by our esteemed Tom, is it not? It does not stabilize the mind. Instead, it incites chaos and exacerbates one's condition. Coerk's brow twitched, and he instinctively blurted out, How do you know? But as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Was it not evident? This fellow had transformed after consuming it. What do you care how I know? It simply is what it is. Lu Su found it inconvenient to elaborate, as this was, after all, a manifestation of his own mask's power. The gluttony mask stored the energy consumed, yet if not released, it posed a risk of explosion. Merely consuming over 100 cans in a single meal shouldn't have overwhelmed Lu Su's constitution, yet he sensed something was off from the very first bite. The surge of energy was unsettling. Moreover, under the influence of gluttony, should one consume toxic substances, they would become impervious to poison. However, as the energy from the food accumulated, the degree of mental disarray would intensify. If those medications are indeed tranquilizers, then they should be as innocuous as sugar pills for Lu Su. Such a ferocious surge of energy and mental disarray indicates that the substances are undoubtedly toxic, extremely so. The poison is potent enough to make everyone here feel ill, to drive them to madness, even altering their consciousness to the point where they believe they require that drug. In truth, ever since I entered the hospital and glimpsed the task at hand, a remarkably simple solution to the challenge emerged in my mind. If I were to eliminate everyone, wouldn't that suffice to complete the objective? However, I soon realized that this notion was flawed. My patient mentioned that someone had tormented him. Who could that be? Former players? No, they could not possibly contend with Wang Ao, and such an ordeal would not be sufficient to drive him to insanity. Moreover, observe, the red light continues to flicker, yet the punishment has yet to arrive. Who will punish me? Who is tormenting them? Lu Su rose to his feet, taking a step forward, gazing down at the ironclad robot, Tom, whose mouth on the mask was agape as though it sought to swallow him whole. Why do you not answer me? You who are truly the most afflicted. Tom, you are so aromatic. There's a scent of human flesh about you, one I have sensed for quite some time. Chapter 52. Take action. Who said I am an intellectual competitor? Upon hearing Lu Su's inquiry, Jiu-Tian instinctively took a step back, shielding Coerk with his presence. The words of this foreigner seemed nonsensical. Surely, his comrades possessed more wisdom. Meanwhile, Coerk appeared as though petrified, his gaze dark and unmoving. He was reluctant to accept the disheartening truth that he had been outmatched intellectually by this individual, who had displayed erratic behavior from the very beginning. In retrospect, there seemed to be a semblance of reason in Lu Su's assertions. He even began to suspect that aside from the issues with drugs, the entirety of the situation was not overly complex. Damn, but now, there was no need for further contemplation. Huh, are you referring to me? Tom finally spoke, his tone imbued with surprise at Lu Su's remarks. However, the three individuals present soon realized that his voice had transformed. Gone was the mechanical quality. Now his tone was sharp and hoarse, reminiscent of a voice irrevocably damaged. Oh, is that so? I had almost forgotten until you mentioned it. How did you deduce that? Wait, didn't you just admit it, big brother? Shouldn't you at least put up a bit of a struggle? Is that too difficult? Lu Su spread his hands, seemingly mocking his opponent. From the outset, this game had an inexplicably simple essence. Identify the most afflicted individual. This notion suggested that given sufficient time, it was an achievable task. Regardless of whether the ultimate answer was one of the people present, myself, you, or even a mere cockroach on the ground, with enough time, thorough algorithms would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. I believe there have been players who have pointed the finger at you in the past. At this moment, Tom turned his gaze toward them, his iron head glimmering with intensity as he spoke. Before you arrived, there had been 4 groups of individuals here. Among them, only one person made such an identification, claiming I was the ultimate target. Lu Su chuckled. The remaining individuals must have crumbled under the pressure before they could even consider it, correct? Tom tacitly agreed, offering no response, and continued. Guess what happened to that person who successfully identified me? You arrived a bit late. Had you come a little earlier, you might have savored his essence. This statement evoked a wave of nausea among all present, as well as the audience. Yet for Lu Su, it was merely trivial. Remarkably, a flicker of anticipation appeared on his masked visage as he remarked, "Ah, that is indeed a touch regretful. If I were to become minced meat later, do remember to give that fellow Wang A.O. a generous portion. He likely harbors quite the grudge against me." This comment left Tom momentarily speechless. He seemed to have genuinely never encountered such a person before and even suspected that the other's condition might be quite extraordinary. It appeared that you were prepared to accept your fate. Heh. Lu Su, however, also chuckled, taking a slow step forward. Yet with this single step, a sound reminiscent of heavy objects being compressed resonated in the air. Through the corner of Zhu Tian's eye, he noticed that Lu Su's step had actually left a footprint on the ground. The imprint was a finger's depth, as though crushed by a steamroller. I mentioned earlier that the task in this game seemed deceptively simple in its initial phase. Thus, the difficulty should lie in the latter part, wouldn't you agree? Resolving your situation may not be so straightforward, Tom. However, I am well aware that you must have numerous restrictions, such as the inability to act unless players violate the rules, or how I could strike your head without evoking a response, and many other possibilities that I have yet to conceive. As Lu Su articulated these thoughts, Tom's body momentarily stiffened, as if something personal had been touched upon. Nevertheless, you need not concern yourself with such matters. I do not intend to squander time on them. Who told you that I am an intellectual contender? Reasoning and strategy are merely expedients when one lacks strength. But now, I believe it is time to commence. Shall we take action, Great Tom? Before he could finish his statement, almost simultaneously with the mention of taking action, his fist had already launched forward. Such a breach of martial ethics. Boom, boom. 2 resonant sounds erupted simultaneously as both figures were sent hurtling backward. A large fist imprint appeared squarely in the center of Tom's specially granted head. Due to Lu Su's ambush, he had no time to evade and was knocked away by a single blow. Facing an opponent, Lu Su was finally able to unleash his full strength for the first time, augmented by the energy he had absorbed. Delightful. Of course, in the same instant, he also sustained considerable injury. The thick iron door of the initial chamber inexplicably collapsed, hurtling directly toward Lu Su. He had no understanding of why this object seemed to accelerate without the need for distance. Regardless, the tremendous impact caused the iron door to explode upon contact with Lu Su, scattering fragments everywhere, and he was propelled like a cannonball. The deafening roar caused half the wall to cave in, and as Lu Su lay amidst the debris, he felt an extraordinary sense of elation. Countless shards of metal were embedded in his body, and his bones appeared to be far from fully healed. Yet his pain threshold surged by 10 points instantaneously. Ha ha! You are far more useful than that Wang Ao. In the chamber at the end of the prison, Wang Ao remarked. As he spoke, feeling the surge of power akin to a tidal wave, Lu Su was almost compelled to exclaim in exhilaration. It didn't hurt. It was purely exhilarating. Raising one hand, he pressed it against the adjacent iron door, which happened to be Long Wu's sick room. His room was situated closer to the front. With a firm grip, he astonishingly crushed his hand into the iron door, then twisted it vigorously in a clockwise motion. The 10-centimeter thick iron door emitted a sharp, grating creak as it was twisted, sending metal shavings flying. Surprisingly, the entire door possessed a peculiar softness to its texture. It crinkled like fabric, forming a large vortex centered around Lu Su's hand, creating an extraordinarily beautiful sight. In that moment, the door was dislodged and hurled like a dart toward the direction where Tom was being flung. The massive iron door whistled past, generating a turbulent airflow that nearly destabilized Cuckoo, causing his face to pale in shock. Could this individual truly be so fearsome? Lu Su's expression beneath the mask radiated pure enjoyment. Although this power did not belong to him, he could wield it freely for a brief moment. A sensation that was utterly exhilarating, making the long wait before nearly exploding worth it. It was akin to the sheer delight of spending money that wasn't T1's own, or indulging in a woman who was not one's own. Chapter 53. Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Lu Su did not linger for long. He understood that even within the realms of the hellish game, the ultimate resolution should not merely entail a direct confrontation with his opponent. Just as in his inaugural novice game, the path to victory should not involve the outright slaying of the guide. Yet, who could blame him for possessing the gift of pain? Who could fault him for aspiring to ascend to the highest echelons, yearning to experience the sensation of suffering? Thus, my apologies, Tom, but the only recourse is to relish the battle. He recognized that his previous strike was unlikely to eliminate his foe, for the latter was exceptionally formidable. Consequently, he began to augment his own strength in the heat of the moment. He first utilized 20 points of pain value to elevate the enigmatic and seemingly purposeless spirit from level 1 to level 3. Only then did he meet the learning criteria and employed the special skill learning scroll he had just acquired. Special skill scroll extraction. Acquired powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand. Your right hand possesses the ability to self-learn, proficiently utilizing any item that it can manipulate. Description. If you're uncertain of how to proceed, entrust it to your brother. In an instant, an ineffable sensation coursed through Lu Su's right hand. There was no extraordinary feeling, merely the impression that his hand had become notably more agile. This marked his inaugural acquisition of a transcendent skill, and he realized that skills were indeed categorized by levels. According to the game's description, they were divided into 4 types: ordinary, powerful, frenzied, and forbidden, which was relatively straightforward. This ordinary skill lottery scroll could only yield ordinary and powerful skills, and he considered himself fortunate. With no time to ponder further, Lu Su hastily continued to draw. His equipment had remained unused, reserved for moments of necessity, with the hope of possibly trading with others if the situation allowed. However, it was now abundantly clear that this was such a moment. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll X2. These were rewards from his previous flawless completion, all redeemed. Acquired Epic Weapon, Enigmatic Cloak. Enigmatic Cloak. Capable of transforming into any garment appearance according to one's desires, it possesses a degree of defensive capability, perfectly shielding against handgun bullets fired from 10 meters away, and features self-repair functionality. Description. I understand you may perceive this item as trivial, thinking, is this really an epic weapon? Trust me, it is indeed quite splendid, and it saves money. Lu Su. An epic weapon is just this. Even though your description has echoed my sentiments, I must reiterate. Acquired epic weapon, Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar, a weapon resembling a handgun, or perhaps one might categorize it as a hand cannon. Its attacks are divided into 3 tiers. Primary tier, no energy consumption. The bullets fired possessed the power equivalent to that of rifle ammunition. Advanced tier, consumes 0.5 energy, with an attack power comparable to that of a small grenade launcher. Hell's Roar Archive, the true embodiment of Hell's Roar, capable of self-regulation based on energy consumption. The greater the energy expended, the more terrifying the attack becomes. The recoil intensifies correspondingly. Description: charging method, harvesting life for energy. Do not question its scientific validity. This is simply how it is set. Oh, Lu Su rose in surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Judging by the length of this description, this item seems far more substantial than that elusive cloak. At least it appears to be something of worth. Hell's Roar indeed sounds promising. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Su stood up and glanced at Tom, who had also managed to rise from the rubble. Tom's condition was markedly different, aside from a dent in his head. He seemed relatively unscathed. In contrast, Lu Su's injuries would certainly warrant admission to an intensive care unit in a conventional hospital. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His pain threshold was increasing, and he could always rely on medication. He retrieved a bottle of basic restorative potion and gulped it down with remarkable speed, fully embracing the potential of gluttony. "You are somehow unscathed?" Tom, his brain still reeling, was astonished by Lu Su's physical resilience. The last player who had guessed his identity had perished instantly from a single blow. How could this fellow be so durable? Bang! The response was a gunshot as Lu Su seized Hell's Roar and fired a shot at Tom. With the firearm in his right hand, the scholar's skill transformed into something exceptionally useful at that moment. Having never touched a gun before, Lu Su became an instant marksman, hitting the target with astonishing precision. Tom's mechanical arm lifted, its electromagnetic arcs drawing a metal plate to shield him. Clang! The plate was pierced, leaving an impression on Tom's forehead. He had managed to block it, but not entirely. Furious, Tom abruptly turned to glare at Kirk and Jiutian, who were watching from the sidelines. "Kirk the player, your deduction proves accurate. The most gravely afflicted among us is indeed he. Are you not going to assist?" "Kirk, wait, did you not just acknowledge this? Is this not a revelation dungeon? Rather, is it a frenzied battle dungeon?" In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, caught off guard by the realization that he was being bested by a madman in his area of expertise. He swiftly made a decision. Mental interference. He directed it at Tom, maintaining a semblance of courage to engage. The sensation of chaos and madness surged back at him. Yet there was a startling truth. His backlash was still not as severe as Lu Su's. "Humph!" Tom grunted softly before casually waving his hand, causing the metal in the room to respond as if it were an extension of his being, launching several iron spikes toward his adversaries. "Go!" Jiutian's nimble boots released a gust of wind as he dashed forward, toppling Kirk. Yet one iron spike still found its mark, plunging directly into Kirk's thigh. "Ah, what a heavy price. Do not eat sour radishes." Holding his thigh, Kirk was rendered incapacitated. Before Tom could revel in his triumph with a few taunts, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the iron paneling before him, and he was violently propelled away by the terrifying shockwave. Hell's Roar, level up. Remaining energy, 49. 5. How miserly. Even the initial energy provided isn't fully replenished. Tom was incensed as countless voids appeared on the wall, creating a disconcerting arrangement that would make anyone with a fear of clusters cringe. A multitude of iron spikes launched forth, hurtling towards Lu Su. Lu Su's steps were steady. He neither flinched nor dodged. With his cloak billowing, he advanced boldly into the rain of iron spikes. In his right hand, Hell's Roar was unleashed at full throttle, while his left produced a bottle of intermediate recovery potion. If necessary, he would consume it. Let the mutual destruction commence. Chapter 54. Who is a robot? Boom, boom, boom. The Hell Roar at this moment could hardly be described as a mere pistol. It was akin to an artillery piece, wielded with such finesse by Lu Su that it seemed to dance effortlessly in his grasp. Under normal circumstances, a cannon would require intervals for cooling and reloading between shots. Yet Lu Su was unfazed. Ignoring the recoil, the roaring muzzle remained utterly steadfast, as if he were cheating in a game. To be fair, Lu Su had indeed found a way to bend the rules. However, Since the game did not impose penalties, it mattered little. The thunderous blasts continued unabated, sending every metallic apparatus in the initial chamber, along with massive chunks of concrete, soaring into the air, accumulating before Tom. Yet, the sheer bulk of the debris proved ineffective. It was incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Lu Su's cannonade, which rendered the entire room shrouded in smoke and dust. Metal shards and severed wires littered the space, making visibility nearly impossible, and standing upright had become an arduous task. The violent shockwaves forced Tom, encased in his iron shell with an internal power supply, to stagger back. Struggling to maintain his footing, Zhu Qian had already whisked away Kirk, abandoning the injured Tom in a corner while he began to navigate the room in search of any potential assistance. Tom's metallic exterior was marred with scars, the intense bombardment causing the edges to curl. After yet another deafening blast, a piece of his shoulder armor was violently dislodged. A low, anguished growl escaped Tom's lips as he reluctantly opted for evasion, his treaded legs propelling him swiftly to the top of the slope. Beneath the dislodged armor lay a human shoulder, devoid of skin and charred beyond recognition. The degree of scorching revealed that this was not a result of Luce's firepower. Rather, it was a consequence of Tom having fused himself with the outer layer of iron. What lay beneath this metallic shell was truly difficult to describe. "I told you, it's like a barbecue." From a distance, Luce's voice resonated, offering no respite for his adversary. The artillery in his hands continued to roar as if it were free, with only a 0.5 energy expenditure. He could fire 100 rounds. "Your body has been modified too," Tom exclaimed, glancing over while dodging and defending within the room, unable to fathom the sight of Lu Su, who appeared more machine than man at that moment. It was not merely Lu Su launching a one-sided assault. Tom had been firing back as well. With so many iron spikes, even the most agile could not evade them all. In Tom's original plan, he had intended to endure a barrage from his opponent, believing that by the time he countered, Lu Su would be nearly incapacitated. Yet his own iron spikes were nearly depleted, while Lu Su's artillery showed no signs of ceasing. Was this individual's defense truly so formidable? However, upon closer inspection, Tom realized that Lu Su had not evaded at all. At this moment, he was impaled by 4 or 5 iron stakes, resembling a scarecrow, utterly indifferent to his own condition as he pushed forward relentlessly. The severed stakes were stained with crimson blood, and the exposed bones of his shoulders glimmered with a chilling pallor, provoking a wave of nausea in Zhu Qian. Is this truly humanity? What kind of fighting spirit is this? His abdomen, shoulders, and thighs were all pierced through by the iron stakes. Such injuries would incapacitate any normal person. Yet for Lu Su, it was merely a matter of pain value 7.6. The tattered cloak shrouded his vital organs, while the gluttonous mask served as the best defense for his head. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, nothing could harm him. Zhu Qian could hardly fathom the agony he must be enduring, even if the opponent was indifferent to pain due to mental issues. He could not possibly continue fighting in such a state. Boom! The response to his thoughts was another blast from a hand cannon, sending Tom hurtling backward to crash against the wall. "Hey, comrade, it seems like your neck is gushing blood," Zhu Qian remarked, a tinge of apprehension creeping into his voice. He could not help but feel fear. The scene before him had transcended his understanding. The personnel who previously provided him with intelligence analysis were now rendered useless, each one falling silent, confronted by a realm of ignorance. The individual combat prowess displayed before him now rivaled that of an entire squad armed with firearms. Since the commencement of the game, no one had been able to comprehend such phenomena, nor had they prepared psychologically for it. Can this truly still be considered human? Lu Su touched his neck, feeling the warm crimson. "No worries, it hasn't hit the artery," he replied nonchalantly, tilting his head back to gulp down a bottle of mid-tier restorative potion. Instantly, all his wounds ceased bleeding and began to miraculously mend. If it were an arterial injury, he would likely require a high-grade restorative potion. Smiling, Lu Su pulled out one of the iron stakes embedded in his abdomen and hurled it back at Tom. Tom swiftly evaded, daring not to take the hit. The stake crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, creating a large hole. its force comparable to that of the previous hand cannon shot. One by one, the iron stakes were extracted from his body, transforming into new projectiles aimed at Tom, forcing the metal robot into a frantic dance of evasion. "Why are you dodging? Didn't we agree to face each other head-on?" Lusu expressed his dissatisfaction with Tom's performance. Tom retorted angrily, "Who the hell said anything about that? Can I be like you? No, wait. Logically, my defense should be much higher than yours. Who among us is the robot?" This was the second question that flitted through Tom's mind after pondering who among them might be insane. "Look me in the eye, you little brat." As Lusu faced yet another barrage, this one was deflected by a metal plate that Tom had drawn in with electromagnetic force. However, as the explosion left Tom momentarily disoriented, a steel spike was hurled towards him in the aftermath. With a sickening sound of metal scraping, the spike embedded itself directly into Tom's chest. His complexion shifted drastically, and with a sudden motion, the floor beneath Lu Su erupted, propelling him into the air and embedding him into the ceiling, which subsequently collapsed, crashing him back down to the ground. "You seek death." Tom's eyes blazed with a fierce, malevolent light, as if he had been provoked at his most vulnerable. The entire hospital room began to warp under the intensity of his fury. The outer layer of bricks peeled away, revealing the inner metal and steel support structures that began to converge chaotically around Tom, accumulating in size, growing ever larger. "Your words suggest that from the very beginning, our fates have been intertwined in a struggle of life and death." Chapter 55, The Prison Riot. The roar of life, harvest dug. Lusu spat out the sand and blood from his mouth. With the depletion of his strength, he finally managed to muster the energy to retch. He cleared the stones from his body, his fingers stained with blood, and pushed himself up from the ground. Feeling over himself, he ascertained that none of his bones were broken. Thus, everything was ostensibly fine, as if nothing had transpired. Chosen a pain value 3. What does that mean? Is this the second stage of the boss? Has it been triggered already? It doesn't seem like I've taken much damage. This game appears rather poorly crafted. Both the narrative and the modeling are quite mediocre. Muttering incoherent words that no one could comprehend, Lusu transformed into a drug-fueled warrior and poured a vial of basic potion into his mouth. Well, a little should suffice. It seems my body cannot withstand excessive strain at the moment. It appears that I must endure this title of drug-fueled warrior for a while longer, and in this game, the most critical resource for me is undoubtedly potions, given my substantial consumption rate. Next time, I shall procure more. Casually, he unleashed a few bursts toward Tom, shattering a considerable amount of the metal fragments that had coalesced around him. However, at this juncture, Tom's colossal form no longer evaded. Instead, he began to withstand the blows. Due to the excessive accumulation of layers, he could no longer be propelled away. A circular arc of electricity formed at the point where an iron stake was embedded in Tom's chest, flickering with unusual light and generating a formidable magnetic field that attracted everything nearby. The iron stake lodged in Tom's chest was inexplicably oxidizing at an alarming rate, becoming rusted and corroded. Meanwhile, the energy accumulating around him continued to intensify, warping the air and distorting the light. The exoskeleton armor emitted a hissing sound as the steam in the air condensed and evaporated, cloaking the already gigantic figure in mist. Flesh weakens, mechanized ascendance, at a distance of at least 3 meters. Tom's head appeared somewhat dazed, muttering incoherently. Lusu now doubted whether that iron stake had indeed brought Tom to the brink of death, as he found himself in a state of uncontrollable chaos, having activated some switch within his body. TSK, this has become quite difficult to handle. It seems I have underestimated the situation. You speak of mechanized ascendance? You're merely a brute force, Tom Stark, and you still have a long way to go. Sitting on the ground, bloodied and exhausted, Lusu took a moment to recuperate, awaiting the automatic realignment of his internal organs. Turning his head, he noticed that the door beside him had swung open. It was he who had opened it, the same door used to twist and attack Tom. Inside sat Long Wu, looking utterly bewildered as he sat on the ground, unable to comprehend the events unfolding outside. Why haven't they provided food or medicine lately? A madman has appeared in the prison, and today there is such a commotion. Wait, why is this madman looking at me? Luce peered through the door, observing a familiar face within, a gentle smile gracing his masked visage. Hello, have you eaten? He inquired. Long Wu remained silent, merely closing his eyes. A look of despair etched upon his face, as though he wished to evade the harshness of reality. Lu Su lifted the hell roar, aiming it at his counterpart, shifting it into the first gear. Bang, bang, crack. The iron chains snapped in response. Following a series of gunshots, all the chains binding Long Wu shattered, granting him newfound freedom within the confines of his prison. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling a sense of bewilderment. You are free now, old senior. Consider this a treat for your liberation, Lu Su remarked. I have taken your medicine. How do you feel? Do you sense a greater clarity? A grin spread across his face as he rose, his strength nearly restored. He first fired 2 shots, sending clouds of dust swirling, then retrieved the sharp blade from his backpack. Though he had always been adept with the knife, it felt curiously familiar in his hand, as if he were a master of the blade. The hands of a scholar are indeed remarkable, he mused, savoring the familiarity as he performed a few flourishes with the knife. Painful divine selection, grant me a boost. Strength 2430, agility 1015, speed 1015. All 3 attributes surged. Yet Lu Su worried that excessive strength might lead to a lack of coordination, coupled with the sharp blade. The triple damage from cutting attributes loomed ominously. He weighed the knife in his right hand, then with a powerful flick, sent it slicing through the air in an arc, effortlessly piercing layers of iron, as if they were mere paper. The gleaming edge of the blade swiftly approached the head of the iron robot. Tom's eyes, devoid of rationality, instinctively tilted to evade the lethal strike. The blade embedded itself in the side of the iron head, a dark red and yellow substance oozing out, grotesquely repulsive. Lu Su raised his hand, intent on capitalizing on the injury with 2 shots aimed at the wounded spot. However, as he squeezed the trigger, the prison floor undulated like waves, hurling Lu Su into the air. In the next instant, a cacophony of sounds akin to firecrackers erupted. Behind him, every iron door in the circular corridor, save for the one confining the players, exploded open. The doors, propelled by a howling wind, surged toward Tom, becoming part of his colossal form, resembling a grotesque assemblage of a toy. At that moment, his massive body collided with the ceiling, reaching a terrifying height of 5 meters. His figure resembling a heavy, ruinous war god. Witnessing this scene, Lu Su couldn't help but jest. This could easily serve as a minor boss in any soul-themed game. He contemplated shifting the hell roar into its 3rd gear. Meanwhile, the prison resonated with howls of wolves, echoing through its confines. What is this commotion? As Lu Su instinctively turned around, he was astonished to discover that nearly 90 patients had emerged from their wards, all rushing into the already distorted corridor, screaming frantically. Subsequently, they all turned their heads in unison, over 80 pairs of eyes, thoroughly consumed by the lust for slaughter, fixated intently on Lu Su. A chilling howl erupted from one of the nearest patients, who lunged forward, covering a distance of 20 meters with the ferocity of a wild beast. His hands, resembling claws, sank into the flesh of Lu Su's arm, before he opened his mouth wide and lunged for Lu Su's throat. With a crunch, several teeth shattered as a fiery red gun barrel had already been thrust into his mouth beforehand. Bang! A yellowish-white substance erupted from the back of his skull, splattering against the wall, while those extinguished, frenzied eyes ultimately met Lu Su's merciless gaze. Life harvested. Energy 1. Chapter 56. A warning? Ignorez d'installation. I am uncertain whether you are under control or ensnared in a state of madness, unsure of your next course of action. Lu Su gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and then surveyed the group before him, individuals who had entirely succumbed to irrationality. He issued a threat with a commanding tone. The response was a cacophony of inhuman roars, emanating from these wretched souls, now akin to malevolent spirits. Indeed, they were but famished specters. Those once tormented by Lu Su's relentless torment now stood devoid of fear, staring at him like mindless husks. Lu Su adjusted the hell roar to its lowest setting. Should he need to eliminate these minions, he wished to conserve his energy. As I am uncertain If any of you are innocent, I shall grant you a chance. He pretended to chamber a round in the hell roar. I will count to 3. If you can return to your quarters, I shall consider you human. With that, Lu Su kicked the lifeless form at his feet, sending it into the throng. He glanced around, noticing that none seemed to comprehend, as those closest to him continued to advance. The expression on his mask shifted momentarily. 3. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and 2 figures collapsed, augmenting the energy of the hell roar by 1. 5. It appears that each kill yields varying energy gains. The worth of life is now distinctly quantified. What affliction plagues these individuals? What manner of brainwashing have you employed? Behind Lu Su, the towering figure of Tom had nearly taken form. Lu Su turned to regard this colossal entity, inquiring, "What have you implanted in their minds?" "Ha! Merely a trivial thought," Tom replied, his voice devoid of its previous calm, now a manifestation of sheer madness. "How humane of you!" Lu Su mocked, realizing the depths of Tom's insanity. "No wonder they say you're the most deranged here. These individuals are entirely at your mercy, manipulated and toyed with. What illness could possibly afflict them? Pathetic wretch, you think yourself the madman? You are merely lost in your own delusion, indulging in self-comfort." Tom stiffened, his massive steel form momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, you think yourself the madman? Is madness a title of honor? You control these fools. What purpose does your charade serve? Everything you do is mere self-amusement, playing God among a throng of puppets. You, too, are merely a pawn in this game." Behind the mask, Lu Su's words grew increasingly venomous, particularly his final statement, which struck a nerve deep within Tom. "You are merely a pawn in this game. As if you're not also a mere plaything of this game. Play? Indeed, there is much to be played with. For those players who entered later, I have implanted nothing within them. Observing their resistance, witnessing their descent, I find it quite amusing. And you shall become the most entertaining of all my toys. Call me the Magnificent Tom." It is evident that Tom has truly lost his composure. With a thunderous roar, all the patients surged towards Lu Su. Simultaneously, the powerful magnets affixed to him began to exert their influence, solidifying everything around him and flattening the metallic debris. Just as ants can overwhelm an elephant, Lu Su dared not be careless, skillfully navigating the twisted corridor, leaping and bounding, while his crimson firearm intermittently roared, reaping lives one by one. Under attack, his pain levels escalated. In taking lives, his hell roar charged. Lu Su triumphed alone twice, a dual victory. The players had not been implanted, had they? Lu Su's foot braced against a protrusion in the wall as he adjusted the hell roar to its 3rd setting, with energy at 5%. Jiutan, please find a way to release the remaining players. Me, Jiutan, caught off guard by the chaotic battlefield, considered it a remarkable feat to survive in such turmoil. "I believe in you, comrade. Activate the starting mechanism." A terrifying orb of energy materialized on the wall where Lu Su aimed the hell roar, and once charged, it unleashed a direct assault upon the adversary. Excellent. Jiutan, assessing the battle before him, felt unable to intervene, gritting his teeth. He consented and then produced a bizarre object from seemingly nowhere, rushing into the adjacent room. Having previously prepared for escape scenarios, he had exchanged for relevant tools in advance. Boom! Lu Su's projectile struck the opponent as if it had floated towards them, subsequently erupting with an even more ferocious sound than before. Red brilliance adhering to the cybernetic body of the opponent, producing a cacophony of explosions. A colossal robot, 5 meters tall, raised its arms in defense. Although it appeared to withstand the attack, its tower-like frame was scorched red by the intense heat, with the edges of its metallic form beginning to melt. Tom was also forced back by the blast, bending his massive body until one knee met the ground. He cautiously lifted his gaze to Lu Su's weapon. Although this adversary proved formidable, it was the armament in his hands that seemed capable of inflicting true harm. Subsequently, he raised his hand, clenching his fist tightly, causing all remaining patients to clutch their heads in agony, blood erupting from their orifices as they emitted pained wails. As the frenzy intensified, a horde surged towards Lu Su, all vying for the hell roar gripped tightly in his hands. This purely offensive, epic weapon boasted an astonishing might. While Lusu harvested the lives of the puppets lunging at him, he also had to deftly evade the frenzied onslaught of flying metal shards and iron stakes. These swift metallic fragments were akin to bullets in their lethality. Then, he began to manically amplify the energy levels of the hell roar, setting it to the third tier of custom energy, intent on delivering a significant blow to Tom. Warning: due to limited bodily tolerance, it is advised not to exceed a high single energy output. What? You can still talk? Lusu exclaimed, glancing at the hell roar in his grasp, astonished. Warning: given the constraints of physical endurance, it is best to keep the single output within 20 of the limit. Enough chatter. I refuse to accept that. Crank it to the maximum. The arrow is already on the string. Are we really going to deliberate over-endurance at a time like this? Everyone knows what to do in such circumstances. Ignoring warnings, install. Chapter 57. The Sun from Hell, the achievement of severed hands at this moment. Hell's roar was firmly lodged at 20 in the third gear. Yet under Lusu's unwavering command, it began to escalate further. It climbed to 50%. However, amidst this charged state, a multitude of frenzied patients had already crawled upon him, their bodies entirely under external control, clinging to Lusu's waist with their full weight in an attempt to restrain him. Humanity had been wholly forsaken, primal instincts reigning supreme, as they resorted to utilizing any available weaponry to attack, their sharp fangs and claws leaving various marks upon Lusu's body. Previously, Lusu had adeptly employed his handgun to eliminate a third of their number with pinpoint accuracy, a commendable feat for one still unseasoned in such grim endeavors. According to international military conventions, a combat unit suffering a loss exceeding one-third typically finds its fighting capacity severely diminished, often descending into passivity or even mutiny, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, the brutal slaughter Lusu had inflicted upon a third of their ranks did nothing to shake their resolve. They continued to launch themselves at him relentlessly. It was an unavoidable confrontation. Thus, from the outcome, one could infer that the most formidable fighting force was comprised of those devoid of self-awareness. At this juncture, it appeared they perceived Lusu's hell's roar as an opportunity awaiting charge, fervently lunging toward his hands. Simultaneously, at least 3 or 4 individuals were gnawing at his arms, akin to wolves feasting upon flesh. Though his firearm was temporarily rendered useless, Lusu maintained an expression of amusement. With his right hand still gripping hell's roar, he seized one individual by the head with his left, applying a crushing grip. In an instant, the victim's eyes bulged outward, resembling a compressed ball on the verge of bursting. Grasping the head, Lusu flung the individual like a sack, sending them crashing violently against the wall, resulting in a catastrophic explosion akin to a watermelon shattered by force. The use of a firearm was predicated on hell's roar's ability to absorb life force for charging. It was not that it was incapable of inflicting harm. At this moment, Tom had completed his assembly. The special metals embedded within the prison walls and floor had all adhered to him, transforming him into a synthetic incarnation of devastation. Suddenly, his metallic head swiveled, as if detecting something, and he turned to gaze at the corner where Kirk had been hiding. "Player Kirk, what is the matter?" he inquired. He was the most gravely afflicted individual within the prison. Why was he not taking action? "You seem to be an inadequate player." Kirk had initially resolved to remain inconspicuous, hoping to evade detection and perhaps navigate through the ordeal unscathed, pondering the possibility of the red-masked figure emerging victorious. Upon realizing Tom was looking his way, his mind nearly imploded with anxiety. What should he do? He himself is not one to engage in combat. His primary competence lies in analysis and decryption. Of course, he had just suffered a setback in that regard. I understand, but at this moment, Kolke's mind raced, contemplating how to buy himself a moment's respite. In the next instant, a barrage of iron rods descended upon him. Gunpowder is an exceedingly inefficient means of energy, propelled by electromagnetic force. These projectiles possess a lethality rivaling that of firearms. Lusu's audacity to withstand such an onslaught stemmed from his own reckless nature. Yet Kolke knew that if he were to take a hit, there would be no second chance. Thus, upon witnessing the imminent attack, Kolki swiftly clenched the withdrawal coin in his hand and exited the game. Although it was regrettable to see his hard-earned points and the rewards for his flawless clear evaporate in an instant, he was not as resolute as Lu Su when it came to preserving his life. As he vanished into thin air, Tom, though surprised, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After dispatching the remaining nuisances, he strode purposefully towards Lu Su. His towering form, 5 meters tall, scraped against the prison ceiling, sending sparks flying. With a fist raised high, akin to half the size of Lu Su's torso, he unleashed a powerful blow, propelled by intense steam and electromagnetic force, striking Lu Su squarely. In the process, he obliterated a patient who had been clinging to Lu Su, reducing him to mere pulp. This strike was far from trivial, had it been a protagonist from another tale. Such a hit would have surely sent them spiraling into another realm. Yet, Lu Su merely flew backward, crashing through the wall of a hospital room, coughing up blood as his pain levels surged by 6 points. The patients, utterly under control, paid no heed to the fact that their leader had just crushed one of their own, and they lunged at Lu Su once more, offering him no respite. Although he had landed a successful strike, Tom suddenly felt an inexplicable dread, sensing an ominous presence targeting him, as if it could claim his life at any moment. He was well aware of Lu Su's resilience and did not believe that one punch could incapacitate him. Hence, he dared not entertain the previous mindset of a cat playing with a mouse. He rushed forward, intent on dispatching this foe swiftly. As he took a step, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, the sound of metal striking flesh resonating sharply. His relatively small head was thrown back as a heavy iron chain lashed out at him. Tom was utterly taken aback to discover a second adversary capable of resisting him within this prison. Looking up, he beheld a figure leaping high into the air. Bound by 4 chains at its limbs, Dragon 5, now freed from captivity. In his eyes, the confusion and disarray had vanished, replaced by a fierce hatred and an unwavering determination that had long been dormant. With a flourish, he swung the chain, attempting to ensnare the robot's throat, a tactic that elicited a bemused chuckle. Below, the former players, once liberated and possessing even a shred of consciousness, began to rally against the formidable war machine before them. They are not ordinary individuals. Although their combat prowess may not rival Lu Su's, they are certainly formidable enough to pose a challenge to Jiotian. Tom's massive frame was forcibly brought down to one knee. Although he soon managed to throw them off, this high-caliber assault still presented him with considerable trouble. It was then that he recalled these individuals had not taken their medication for 2 days. Their current mental state was far from the previously indoctrinated condition. The drugs had all been consumed by Lu Su. Was this part of his calculations? As Tom seethed with anger at the realization that these playthings had begun to resist him, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant cluster of patients. "Move aside." This command was clearly directed at the players. Subsequently, Tom beheld a sphere of crimson light engulfing everything before him. The Hell Roar, delivering a 50% energy output in a single strike. It seemed as if the sun from the infernal realm had descended upon the earth, accompanied by a hellish welcome, crashing down upon Tom, who was unable to evade in the confined space. In the wake of this devastating blow, the terrifying heat instantaneously vaporized Lu Su and his companions, while the immense recoil obliterated Lu Su's right arm. The bones of his shoulder were forcibly ejected from his back, and his right hand, wielding the Hell Roar, was shattered at the elbow, sending the remnants of flesh and bone flying through the air. In this third game, after having suffered 2 prior instances of leg amputation, Lu Su was now faced with a severed hand. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58. The Rending of Iron. The decayed flesh beneath steel in Lu Su's eyes. Everything before him had transformed into slow motion. He slightly raised his head, observing his severed right hand still soaring through the air. A soothing warmth enveloped his chest, a comforting sensation that felt almost pleasant. Glancing down, he noticed that the protective cloak was shielding his vital organs, now scorched to a fiery red by the small sun before him. Beneath the coat, blood bubbled like boiling water, surging with frothy intensity, ultimately coalescing into a vivid crimson fuel that clung to Lu Su's form. Pain chosen, Pain value 3. All of this, when considered holistically, imparted a strangely warm feeling to Lu Su. It was rather comforting. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was theoretically gravely injured. One could not truly immerse oneself in such a sensation of comfort. With swift reflexes, he produced a vial of basic potion, clenching it between his teeth. He then sprang onto his toes, executing an aerial interception, and caught his flying right hand with his left, grasping it firmly. The condition of his hand was somewhat secondary. What truly mattered was the potential loss of the Hell Roar, this epic weapon. Without it, his current combat prowess would be significantly diminished. This formidable opponent was not something the current players could contend with. Yet there was Lu Su, with immunity to pain, combined with his extraordinary human strength. Enhanced by the effects of the potion and a reasonably capable weapon, he could boldly confront this hellish mode of the game, disregarding the conventional strategies for success. He remained ensconced in battle, oblivious to the profound shock that the external audience was experiencing. Among the myriad of perfect players, the visual impact of Lu Su's prowess was truly unparalleled. In Lu Su's ultra-high-speed dynamic vision, although everything appeared to unfold in slow motion, the reality was astonishingly rapid. The barrage, the severance of his hand, the searing recoil, this series of events transpired simultaneously, all within a span of less than a second. Now, the infernal sun had descended upon Tom, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The entire hospital was instantly enveloped in blinding white light, an intensity beyond the capacity of the human eye. Any semblance of rationality compelled onlookers to avert their gaze, steering clear of such overwhelming brilliance. The prison itself was suffused with unbearable waves of heat, and those who ventured too close to the epicenter of the explosion shrieked in agony, retreating in haste. A 50% output in a single strike had already surpassed the standards of epic weaponry, pushing boundaries further still. Perhaps Hell Roar had never anticipated such a terrifying single throughput. "Hey, are you all right?" Amidst the searing airwaves, a familiar voice emerged. Jiutian, wielding a handheld breaching tool, forcibly pried open the iron door and rushed towards Lu Su's previous position, having successfully completed his mission of liberating the players. He hurried out to investigate the terrifying commotion outside. He needed to ensure that the red-masked figure could not perish. To him, the essence of humanity was paramount. The game had only just begun, and the emergence of such a talent was vital to preserve. The qualities and psychological fortitude displayed by the other party instilled in him the belief that even if the game were to remain unconquered, the mere act of living was still worthwhile. It was merely a matter of starting anew. After charging a few steps through the smoke and blinding light, Lu Su's silhouette finally emerged before his eyes. He halted abruptly, his footsteps ceasing. Before him stood a bloodied figure, cloaked in a tattered mantle, the powerful rise and fall of his chest signifying the heartbeat within, while the dried bloodstains imbued his form with a tragic hue. In his left hand, he grasped his own right hand, which clutched a firearm with fierce determination, while a bottle of medicine dangled from his mouth as he poured its contents down his throat. Zhu Tian found it difficult to articulate the profound shock that the scene before him evoked. His feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, preventing him from moving for an extended moment. He gazed at the figure before him, as if it were a statue, questioning whether he was witnessing a scene from a film, until Lu Su spat out the medicine bottle, shattering it upon the ground, jolting him back to reality. "Are you all right? You just took the medicine, didn't you? What's wrong?" Lu Su glanced at his own body, assessing, "Is there anywhere that's bleeding profusely?" To which Jiu Tian replied, "Not at all. Even the severed limb has been cauterized by intense heat." As Jiu Tian observed the nonchalant demeanor of Lu Su, who held his own severed hand in his left hand, the emotional barriers he had erected began to crumble further. The sight before him was far too graphic for his imagination. It was difficult to fathom that the game had only just begun. And yet such a person existed in this world. Did he lack the sensation of pain? Lu Su had little time for idle chatter. He detached the Hell Roar from his right hand and handed the severed limb to Jiu Tian. "Help me hold this. Step aside. It's not over yet." As Jiu Tian instinctively accepted the severed hand, A chill coursed through his soul, leaving him momentarily dazed. In his left hand, he wielded the hell roar, which still retained about 10% of its energy after having harvested a considerable amount of life force. Lu Su shifted to the second gear, firing as he advanced toward the colossal machine lying amidst the ruins. Although he no longer had the scholarly precision of his right hand, he felt little need for accuracy now. A mere explosion would suffice. The adversary, struck by a blast, clearly suffered, as the central metallic structure lay utterly obliterated. The molten metal now gradually solidifying. The metal suspension at the arm's position had fractured, rendering the connected iron plates utterly unusable, akin to a broken bone still tethered to flesh. Tom's original form was now largely exposed, staring in astonishment at Lu Su, who continued to unleash a furious assault despite the loss of a hand. The roaring of the second gear rendered the massive robot incapable of reassembly, dragging itself backward across the ground, carving a deep furrow in its wake. Meanwhile, Long Wu and Long Lu, armed with iron chains, secured the joints of the damaged robot, preventing it from wielding any further power. Though they exchanged no words with Lu Su, they seemed to share an unspoken camaraderie in battle. With abysmal marksmanship, Lu Su emptied the hell roar in his hands, surveying the ground littered with the shattered remnants of Tom. The arc on Tom's chest flickered once more, attempting to reassemble through magnetic force, but in the next heartbeat, Lu Su leaped atop him. Ignoring the searing metal beneath him, he stood dominantly over Tom. With a resounding crack, his left hand descended like a chisel, carving a gaping wound in Tom's chest. Amidst the nauseating sound of tearing metal, Lu Su ruthlessly ripped apart the iron plating on Tom's body. For the first time, Tom emitted a scream of human-like agony. Beneath the iron shell lay decayed, charred flesh, oozing with pus. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary. Sequence upgrade. Gazing at the iron shell in his hand, Lu Su's mask contorted into a look of disdain. The metal was encrusted with a repugnant, leather-like substance, which upon closer inspection could be discerned as human skin. Astonishingly, Tom had actually fused his entire iron casing with himself. What purpose does this serve? Lu Su pondered, furrowing his brow. Surely, this is not what mechanical ascension entails. No wonder the scent of human flesh permeated the air. This wretch had fused himself with metal, yet the human body's circulatory system would inevitably reject such foreign material. Pus, scabs, and the very act of welding. How many years had he endured this torment in this infernal hospital, mindlessly repeating such acts? In the realm of self-torment, one could only find amusement in Lu Su's endeavors. For the true master of masochism was none other than our illustrious Tom. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lu Su realized he had drawn too close to the searing metal. Yet, this was intentional. He had chosen to confront it head-on for the sake of accumulating pain value. Tom, your affliction is indeed severe. With his foot pressed against the opponent's chest, Tom inexplicably faltered at the mere utterance of this phrase. The Great Tom. Call me the Great Tom, he screamed, his right palm radiating with blue arcs of electricity, as if he were poised to resist further. Boom! A powerful kick, imbued with 30 points of strength, shattered the opponent's shoulder, pinning him to the heap of steel debris. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. The intense heat of the metal and its sharp edges relentlessly tormented Lu Su's flesh, yet he remained undeterred. These were not fatal wounds, and he must not allow his foe a chance to retaliate. Crack! The iron plating on his right shoulder was torn away, revealing the flesh beneath. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. Crack! Half of the iron shell of the robotic adversary was ripped off, exposing a horrifying, blood-stained visage that would undoubtedly require censorship. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. Boom! The lower half's track mechanism was obliterated, revealing the grotesquely contorted legs within, which could scarcely be called legs at all, merely a mass of flesh folded and crammed together. It was akin to the practice of foot binding, applied to the entirety of the lower body and forced into the tracks. Chosen of suffering, pain value 2. Standing atop the immense steel wreckage, Lu Su unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Tom, dismantling his form and disregarding his own injuries, shattering his defenses. At last, He had stripped away half of the iron armor, revealing the diminutive, misshapen figure within. The ghastly appearance of his opponent was too much for Jiotian. From a distance, could scarcely bear to look and instinctively lowered his head. Yet, upon doing so, his gaze fell upon Lu Su's severed hand, prompting him to raise it once again. Good heavens, is this truly the most afflicted individual? He conceded at last. Is it truly possible for someone to inflict such torment upon themselves? This is akin to subjecting oneself to daily torture. The revulsion was so overwhelming that the onlookers scarcely had time to be astonished by Lu Su's remarkable turnaround. Instead, they began to feel nauseated by the sight of Tom. Stripped of his outer shell, Lu Su's primary objective was to dismantle all the machinery affixed to his opponent, and having nearly accomplished this, he ceased the peeling process. For Tom, who had welded armor to his own body, removing the iron shell was not dissimilar to skinning. In fact, I possess an intriguing piece of trivia. One can indeed fashion machinery into a humanoid mech to be worn. Tom, with his mouth agape and a contorted visage, bore 2 orbs that shimmered with a malevolent glint. Die, perish for me, call me the Great, he muttered incoherently, once again grasping a metal rod in a futile attempt to retaliate. Bang! The most common mode of Hell's roar, a single shot, brought an abrupt end to the grotesque and wicked life of his adversary. Life Energy 4. This time, the increase was particularly substantial. With the opponent vanquished, the agony dissipated, and a weary Lu Su sat in silence amidst the metallic ruins. This instance was undeniably challenging. Had it not been for Hell's roar and his resolute choice to confront the ordeal head-on, he might have found himself in peril. At this moment, only 2 players remained in the dungeon, Jiotian and Lu Su. The other patients had perished, while the seasoned warriors who had assisted in the battle now sat on the ground, appearing as if their souls had been snatched away. Suddenly, a luminous object emerged from Tom's lifeless form, resembling the loot that typically drops after defeating a boss in a game. Isn't this a rather game-like scenario? Lu Su gazed incredulously at the book that floated before him and stepped forward to retrieve it. Tom's diary. Who, in their right mind, writes a diary? Oh, it turns out to be a lunatic. That makes sense. Lu Su was unsure of the purpose of this item, but instinctively opened it. Strive, endeavor. I want to make a fortune. Next year, I will have models at the club. Strive, endeavor. Upon opening it, Lu Su was met with the disillusionment reminiscent of an elderly man's subway phone wallpaper. Strictly speaking, this was not a diary at all, but rather a mystical object that conjured vivid images in one's mind, visions of Tom's past. Tom, lacking in skills, of diminutive stature, and with an unremarkable family background, was nevertheless well-versed in the principles of success and firmly believed in his potential for wealth. Daily, he boasted online, fervently fabricating various backgrounds for himself, relishing the pleasure of inciting frustration in others through heated exchanges. Eventually, his parents aged, unable to support him any longer, necessitating his entry into the workforce. Thus, with dreams of striking it rich, he succumbed to wild fantasies. Having heard that short videos can be lucrative, one embarks on the journey of filming them. Upon learning that becoming an internet celebrity can yield riches, fantasies of stardom arise. The notion of writing novels for profit ignites a desire to pen stories. Engaging in various group chats, entrepreneurial circles, professional networks, one zealously toils away. The esteemed figures are formidable. One yearns for their guidance. It is said that these titans earn millions annually, yet they remain humble. When will I ascend to their ranks? Tonight, slumber is forsaken in the pursuit of relentless ambition. In the presence of the adept, one fawns. When encountering novices, one feigns expertise, belittling them. Thus, after more than a decade of fervent striving, one finds oneself impoverished and unaccomplished. Tom has succumbed to madness. With fervor and toil, I shall amass great wealth. I shall seize control of everything. I'm the greatest, I must. I must. Amidst the endless whispers of despair, he is guided by a peculiar force, leading him to a prison. Lu Su's head snaps back as he ceases to peruse the book, shaking his head vigorously before forcefully closing it. There is something amiss with this text. In just a few fleeting glances, an overwhelming surge of information has invaded his mind. This information, steeped in chaotic negativity, is rife with the basest desires of humanity: laziness, ignorance, apathy, depravity. Were it not for his mask, already teetering on the edge of insanity, he might have succumbed to its grasp. This entity holds tremendous power. Lu Su muses in astonishment. Suddenly, a voice resonates within his mind. Relevant sequence items detected. Relevant sequence props found in the backpack. Shall the sequence upgrade commence? Chapter 60. A brand new S-Class sealed object. Lu Su closed his eyes, tilting his head to one side, as a torrent of negative emotions flooded his mind, compelling him to force himself into a state of calm. This was precisely the moment when Lu Su felt utterly drained. Had it been when he had spent 2 days spinning through the prison's culinary offerings, his mental disarray would likely have rendered him indifferent to such matters. Yet now, this foolish diary possessed a certain weight. What? Listening to the game sounds in his ears, Lu Su inquired with a trace of confusion. Detecting you possess an upgradable sealed object. Detecting you have related items. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Lu Su scrutinized the message, only to discover that the so-called related item was a lottery ticket nestled within his backpack. It was a remnant from his second flawless clearance, entitling him to a random sealed object draw. If he were to upgrade, what level might it attain? It will surpass the current level. Lu Su, I seem to have just heard a rather ludicrous statement. When I inquire how the upgrade occurs, you merely assert it will exceed the existing level. Does that imply there exists an even lower tier for upgrading? What a nonsensical game prompt. At that moment, the notification chimed once more. Current Tom's diary is at the pinnacle of B-class sealed objects. Oh, how astute of you to remind me. Sealed objects and weapons are both unique items produced within the game. The distinction lies in the absence of explicit side effects associated with weapons. Sealed objects, conversely, are akin to a double-edged sword, especially those ranked highly in the sequence, as their side effects are often intolerable. Lu Su speculated that this item was likely designed based on the SCP model, lacking in originality and bearing slight elements of the curse genre. However, the unique abilities of sealed objects, when utilized effectively, can be extraordinarily powerful. For instance, his mask, which he had yet to fully harness, had already conferred numerous conveniences. He had only explored 2 of the 7 abilities, and he had yet to experience the overload mode of each. If he were to upgrade, it would at least ascend to A or S rank. Lu Su pondered briefly, realizing that this prospect seemed more advantageous than a direct lottery draw. Jiao, having observed Lu Su with curiosity while he held the book, approached him. As he drew near, he caught sight of Lu Su abruptly slamming the book shut and tilting his head away. Jiao, surely, you're not that wary of me, are you? To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiao cleared his throat, uncertain of where to place his hands. Glancing around as he spoke, this should signify the conclusion of the game, right? It must have ended by now. Game over. Players may choose to settle immediately or opt for a self-settlement after 30 minutes. As if to ease Jiao discomfort, the background music of the game re-emerged. Simultaneously, the screen before all spectators abruptly darkened, and 2 lines of subtitles materialized before their eyes. The game has concluded. We invite you to explore other ongoing games or anticipate the next event. In each instance of conclusion, the same words resonate for all spectators. However, those with awareness have invariably immersed themselves in the game, while the majority prefer to remain mere onlookers. They occupy a lofty perch, detached from the fray, evading risk. Yet ultimately, they gain nothing. Is it really over? Nearly 2 days of gameplay. The performance of the elite always extinguishes my desire to participate. It is utterly terrifying. Wait, wasn't this dungeon supposed to be insurmountable? That fearsome entity before could be defeated by current players. Rankings. ISNT, they're supposed to be a global leaderboard? I demand to see him at the pinnacle. Even in complete darkness, the crowd remained, captivated by the pre-game ranking forecasts, which held the attention of all, even the entire world. Within the game, Jiao realized, due to the audience's restricted access, he could no longer reach the external staff. This sensation was quite disheartening. He had to confront the aberration before him alone. Although he had previously faced challenges solo, the psychological difference of being observed versus unobserved was palpable. Contemplating the other's previous gluttonous behavior, Jyotian felt a twinge of anxiety about the possibility of being devoured. Suddenly, as if coming to a realization, he extended the severed right hand of Lu Su toward him. Lu Su did not hasten to accept it. Instead, he glanced at Jyotian, brandishing the tome of Tom with a declaration. "This belongs to me. You have no objections, I trust." Jyotian paused, then fervently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is yours. After all, you bore the brunt of the effort. Our success is but a reflection of your prowess." Having worked in the department at the universe's end, Jyotian's emotional intelligence was notably high. Yet, a pang of guilt lingered. For ultimately, only the two of them had triumphed, making him the sole beneficiary. Surely, this is not the proper method for achieving victory? Jyotian ventured tentatively. Certainly not. Relying solely on brute force is not a rational approach. At that moment, Lu Su's mind was clear, and he was capable of coherent conversation. However, identifying vulnerabilities, earning trust, and conducting a gradual analysis were excessively slow, and ultimately, confrontation was inevitable. It was simply a matter of not needing to face his full strength. Lu Su offered a brief explanation and, in turn, reclaimed his severed hand. Yet, only he understood that the primary motivation behind his brazen approach was the necessity to unleash the power of gluttony and to accrue some pain points. They were far too weak. Each instance of self-inflicted pain was woefully insufficient. Jyotian observed Lu Su, whose body was marred with injuries, yet appeared inexplicably invigorated, leaving him at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether there existed another player capable of replicating Lu Su's extraordinary performance. Yet the recollection of the recent scene left him with a lingering sense of trepidation. It was excessively violent. Were you truly not intending to? Just as Jyotian was about to initiate a conversation to establish rapport and confirm identities, he suddenly realized that Lu Su had vanished without a trace. Without a word, Lu Su had already transitioned into the final game settlement screen, departing from this infernal asylum. Jyotian. Game over. Level up. Upon entering the restoration space, Lu Su's entire being floated amidst a warm and gentle embrace. Without delay, he commenced the enhancement of the diary in his possession. The random ceiling item lottery tickets in his backpack slowly turned to ash as if consumed by flames, and then the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in radiant light. Grade B ceiling item, Tom's diary, undergoing ethereal upgrade. You have acquired a currently undocumented, entirely new Grade S ceiling item. Number S, 147. The Confession of the Disheartened. Chapter 61. A Triumphant Completion. The Interdimensional Backpack. An S rank? Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that he had indeed encountered such fortune, instantly elevating his rank to S. The concept of an S-rank sealed item was foreign to Lu Su, as his original Sin Mask was merely a rank. Although it held a prominent position, a fundamental disparity existed between it and the S-rank. Was today truly his lucky day? Contemplating this, Lu Su swiftly began perusing the relevant descriptions, only to discover that Tom, the self-destructive individual, had genuinely bestowed upon him a remarkable treasure. Sequence S, 147. The Confession of the Disheartened. An item that encapsulates and magnifies a disheartened individual's emotions throughout their life, ultimately coalescing into a force of law. The book comprises 100 pages. As one progresses through it, the negative emotional feedback experienced by the user intensifies, and likewise, the harm inflicted upon the reader escalates. Special use. Exhibits profound efficacy against ethereal and mentally unstable adversaries. Warning. If you both flip through and read this book, you are indeed a great person. Description. Should you find yourself under the delusion that your life has been relatively pleasant of late, rest assured. A few more glances at this book will remedy that notion immediately. The description presented a clear double-edged sword. It appeared to be somewhat akin to a mental assault. As the description failed to specify, Lu Su could not ascertain the true extent of this item's potency, but the designation of S rank was undoubtedly indicative of its significance. Lu Su harbored no desire to experiment upon himself, while he was unafraid of physical harm. He deemed it prudent to reserve such a mental attack for his next encounter with an adversary. With a sigh of relief, he began to review the gains from his current gaming session. Total participants in this competition, 7, 125, 948. Participants who completed, 1, 862, 459. Perfectly completed, 4, 956. Your completion rating, SSS rank, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions, 3. Rewards being calculated. Special event triggered. Not adhering to the original completion path. Opting to confront the game's most arduous conditions head-on. Achieving the Medal of Accomplishment. Chaotic Marauder, epic. Rewards points for this session, 6,000. Items awarded this session. Intermediate Healing Potions 5, Advanced Healing Potion 1, Game Exit Token 1, S-Rank Sequence Sealed Item. The Confession of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core, Heart, a Machinery. Triumphant Completion Rewards. In recognition of outstanding performance and successful transference of items from the external realm, 1 unit of interdimensional backpack space is awarded. The cascade of rewards was indeed substantial. Lusu had always pursued perfect completions, embracing high risks for high returns. Notably, upon receiving a unit of the interdimensional backpack, he observed a slot in his backpack interface transform into a resplendent gold. Gazing at its succinct description, Lusu felt as if his heart had momentarily skipped a beat. This backpack slot facilitates the interchange of items between the game and reality, permitting the ingress and egress of goods across realms. If it is said that games empower formidable players with the potential to alter the world, then the existence of this backpack space signifies the true inception of games transforming reality. The notion that items within the game can be extracted into the real world is profound. Should Lu Su choose to, he could simply discard his confessions of failure. And soon enough, an inexplicable urban legend would emerge in the real world. Not to mention the possibility of future, more catastrophic weapons, poisons, and other items. Moreover, the concealment of these objects is absolute. They elude detection by any known tools, their effects manifesting in a manner unbeknownst to all. No one could fathom whether one might be wandering the streets, concealing a nuclear device. The potential threat to society is incalculable, and Lu Su speculated that if this were to come to light, he would undoubtedly be branded a terrorist. This is the reward for achieving a perfect triple victory. After a moment of calm reflection, Lu Su realized that this item must still be rare, likely possessed by few. In the present world, the number of individuals who have achieved a perfect triple victory is uncertain, but certainly not many. As he pondered, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he produced his elusive cloak. He bundled the Hell Roar, Sharp Blade, Confessions of a Failure, and a collection of potions together with the cloak, forming a substantial package. He then attempted to place it into the two-dimensional backpack. Only a single item may be placed. Players are advised against clever tricks. Lu Su, wait. This is but a single item, merely different components. It is called the Tom Robot. What item is not composed of various parts? Is there anything that exists in a state of perfect unity? Lu Su began to argue his point. The game has its own criteria for defining a single item. Even matter is composed of molecules. Please place a single item. Seeing that his attempts to exploit a loophole were futile, Lu Su pondered briefly before placing the elusive cloak inside. As a functional item, it proved immensely useful, saving him the trouble and expense of selecting and purchasing clothing while also providing protective capabilities. Subsequently, Lu Su quietly awaited the rewards of his perfect completion, mending his body and restoring his ideal state. This was also the reason he dared to recklessly utilize his body in each gaming session. Gradually, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Lu Su awoke once more in his somewhat cramped quarters. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether his rising power had inflated his aspirations for a more comfortable living situation. Why was he beginning to care about such superficial matters? Strength must always take precedence. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the undeniable improvement he felt compared to his last gaming experience, feeling quite satisfied. He wondered how long it would be until his next game. Just as he contemplated this, the game's notification sound concluded in his mind. The third game has concluded, and all participants have finished. Individual performances are currently being compiled, and the peak leaderboard will be unveiled to all selected individuals in half an hour. We hope everyone can choose to become a player and join this glorious contest of strength. The game module has been loaded. Language translation will automatically be provided for all players. A new game mode has commenced. This message is directed to all selected individuals, and soon, Lusa received a personalized notification. Dear player, congratulations on your outstanding performance and exceptional skill as you have entered the peak leaderboard. Please select your name before the official announcement. Will you use Su as your leaderboard name? Chapter 62, The Pinnacle Revealed, number 1 in the world. Lusa listened to the voice in his mind, gazing at the question before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly declined. No, I shall not use my real name. All right, please choose a moniker for yourself within the game. Anything will suffice, as long as it is not my true name. By the way, will I be visible on this ranking? Do you confirm the use of this name? Anything will suffice, as long as it is not your true name. By the way, will you be visible on this ranking? Lusa, are you out of your mind? Is this even a name? Do you confirm the use of this name? Are you out of your mind? Is this even a name? Lusa. This artificial intelligence was almost comical enough to make him laugh in frustration. Lusa's mind began to feel a bit strained. He pondered whether he was truly unable to communicate with the game. Must he resolve this now? He attempted to exit the naming interface. Do you confirm the use of? Lusa felt somewhat dazed at that moment, waved his hand dismissively, and decided to choose a name directly, finding the AI's lack of wit rather amusing. The pinnacle leaderboard was about to be unveiled, and, if he dallied too long, he feared it might inadvertently assign him a name. Originally, he thought it would suffice to let the game generate a name based on his characteristics. But now that he had to create one himself, he found himself entangled in indecision. Should he concoct something arbitrary? What if he later found himself unable to change it? That could lead to various unforeseen complications. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lusa resolved to draw inspiration from his mask and the associated titles. Original sin mask. Original sin bere? Miracle Walker was still grinding in the wild. Never mind. He decided to embrace a slightly dramatic name for the game. After mulling it over, he ultimately confirmed the name on the game's interface. Sin. Do you confirm the use of the name Sin? Confirmed. Game ID confirmed. Your image on the pinnacle leaderboard will be derived from your in-game avatar. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. May your valor reach the heavens. Once the pleasantries concluded, the game's voice fell into silence once more. Lusa sat up from his bed, donned a dreamy cloak, and transformed into a school uniform before reclining comfortably with his Redmi phone in hand. News on various entertainment websites was now dominated by posts related to the chosen game, while celebrity gossip and current affairs had become mere footnotes. The Chosen Paradise, a game that was changing the world, had gradually become mainstream, with an ever-increasing number of chosen ones emerging daily. Although most of the chosen ones were too intimidated to become players, opting instead to be spectators. Their interest and admiration remained unwavering. Numerous experts emerged to voice their disapproving sentiments, suggesting that the game should be resisted. However, such news had become inconsequential, as no one truly cared. Now, everyone was genuinely concerned about one thing. The pinnacle board was about to be unveiled. In truth, not only the spectators, but Lusa himself was quite curious about this matter. Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? By what means had they done so? Possessing the divine enhancement of suffering, achieving a flawless triple victory. One cannot help but ponder the strength of other heroes in this world. As Lusa casually browsed through the largest social media platform in the country, he stumbled upon numerous grassroots speculations, featuring conjectures from various top players regarding the mightiest contenders currently capturing public attention. Among these, he discovered experts from different nations, including himself. However, his portrayal was rather gruesome and violent, rendering many of the more respectable images unshareable. Ultimately, in the public perception, he appeared merely as a masked lunatic. The Pinnacle Rankings. The game has commenced thrice, unveiling many formidable players. To encourage everyone to strive towards greatness, we shall establish a pinnacle leaderboard. The top 10,000 contestants will receive corresponding medals, while the top 100 will be prominently displayed on the board. Sustained presence on the leaderboard will yield unforeseen benefits. We urge all players to exert their utmost effort. This identical proclamation resonated within the minds of over 20 million chosen individuals worldwide, imbued with a soul-stirring effect that sent shivers down their spines. Subsequently, a golden leaderboard materialized on each player's game interface. Lu Su scarcely examined it, scrolling rapidly from the bottom upwards. Most participants did not employ their real names, whether out of a desire for anonymity or to adopt a more appealing moniker. However, few, like himself, donned masks. The majority of those chosen displayed their faces. As he swiftly scrolled upward, Lu Su unearthed a chilling reality. Among the top 70 players, nearly all had achieved flawless triple victories. This indicated that, theoretically, their strengths were not vastly disparate. The distinctions among them likely lay in minor performances and a stroke of luck, some drawing fortunate weaponry from lottery tickets, while others did not. For instance, one player might summon a battle vehicle from an epic weapon, while another could conjure a coat that alters appearances. The gaps in capabilities were substantial. Certain players seemed firmly affiliated with specific organizations and relevant factions, boldly presenting their personal descriptions. Number 17, Thomas Reno. Ability description: exceptional physical prowess and combat skills. Proficient in wielding all known human weaponry. Capable of expertly operating any vehicle in the world. Currently possessing the ability to create clones with indications of bodily enhancements. Other abilities remain unknown. Related information: member of U.S. Secret Force, tasked with executing presidential directives. All mission documentation is destroyed post-completion, with no data retained. Such backgrounds have been unearthed due to this game. Lu Su Mused. Number 14, Black Mountain Bear, codename. Ability description: enhanced physique. Possessing the superhuman ability of beastification, exhibiting remarkable vitality, formidable destructive capability, and regenerative abilities. Relevant information: planner and participant of the Russian Dead Hand system. Number 8, Sun, codename. Ability description: possesses berserk-level capabilities, relentless as the scorching sun, with the shortest cumulative completion time in the first 3 games. Relevant information: suspected to be of Chinese descent, the world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Lu Su's gaze sharpened slightly. This description and statement seemed somewhat familiar to him. The Heavenly Society? This relevant information must have been authored by himself. Truly, he spares no opportunity for self-promotion. Is he the supreme leader of this organization? Contemplating this, Lu Su finally turned the seemingly useless leaderboard to the top. Number 1, Sin, codename. The world's number 1. Chapter 63. Challenge Mode. The most notorious player upon realizing that he had indeed secured the coveted first place. Lu Su's gaze grew notably serious. Fortunately, it seemed his repeated acts of reckless abandon during gameplay had yielded tangible results. To be candid, the honor of ranking held little significance. However, the prospect of falling short in skill compared to others would have been somewhat difficult for Lu Su to accept. He scrutinized his own description. No. 1, Sin, codename. Ability description: possesses an excess of capabilities without a defining characteristic, demonstrating a unique understanding of the game. Often analyzes methods to maximize game difficulty. Willingly placing himself in perilous situations. Suspected of serious psychological disorders. Suspected of self-destructive tendencies. Considering combat strength, in-game performance, psychological resilience, and various other factors, the top rank is undeniably well-deserved. Related background: unknown. In the background section, any player wishing to conceal their identity could easily be marked as unknown. The sole distinction in Lu Su's case was that his ability description contained a greater abundance of details than others. Ironically, it conveyed much yet amounted to little, a peculiar beauty akin to the absurdity of pulling down one's trousers to pass gas. However, this could be viewed as a blessing, for Lu Su was currently equipped with seals, skills, attributes, and gear. Should he reveal all his secrets, he might feel at a disadvantage. The game's privacy protections were commendable. Ability descriptions were provided as general outlines for all. Yet his photograph was anything but discreet. It depicted him during a battle in the demon hospital, impaled by several iron spikes, while deranged figures clung to him. ravenously gnawing and tearing at him. Yet, Lu Su stood unmoved, as if anchored to the ground, his red mask adorned with a grotesque and sinister grin, his right hand wielding Hell's Roar, firing steadily. That image resembled a still from a Hollywood blockbuster, leaving Lu Su momentarily unable to recognize himself. What the heck? How did I manage to look this good? He mused, laughing at the absurdity of it all. With the mask on, his mind had been solely focused on combat and slaughter, oblivious to the image he projected. Now, in a relaxed state, he could not deny that he appeared rather impressive. Upon the leaderboard's release, the major media platforms buzzed with the stark reality of his first-place ranking. The most fervent discussions revolved around the nationalities of the top players. In contemporary society, the competition between nations ultimately boiled down to a contest of talent, particularly in the case of elite players capable of potentially influencing global dynamics. Though Lu Su's status as the world's top player bore no direct relation to him, the sense of national pride would undoubtedly resonate with many. With Lu Su's identity still shrouded in mystery, he instantaneously became a global sensation. Is the world's number one really this dashing? This transcends the bounds of humanity. He had downloaded that image as wallpaper. Was this a privilege of being first? How was the ranking determined? What justified his position at the top? It is difficult to discern his superiority over the others. It seems that a neighboring Korean website has already confirmed that this crime is attributed to a Korean individual. The cacophony of discussions will undoubtedly persist from today onwards, as Lu Su has almost overnight ascended to the pinnacle of fame. At this moment, in the office of the K Province Administrative Office in southern China, the computer screen suddenly froze. Jiu Tian stood beside the computer, directing the staff to play the video. Enlarge this image, slow it down, and extract this frame. As a special operative, Jiu Tian wielded a degree of authority, orchestrating the activities around him. The content displayed was the moment in Lu Su's third game when he presented Zhao Jiacheng's business card. Lu Su held it delicately, nearly obscuring it entirely. Yet a corner remained visible. Zhao, perhaps? Jiu Tian muttered to himself, gazing at Lu Su, who had transformed from a colleague half an hour ago to the world's foremost player. I knew you could achieve first place. How could there possibly be anyone superior to you? The world's number one player is from our nation. It could even be one of our own. Jiu Tian's excitement was palpable at this point. Are you certain? Queried another staff member hesitantly. Of course. I spent 2 days with him, sharing the same game, facing life and death together. Can I be mistaken? Jiu Tian replied, exasperated. The staff member retorted, what I meant was, are you sure he is one of us? If he is not and possesses a business card, that raises concerns. In any case, let's report this to the organization, check the database, and search for anyone with the surname Zhao. We cannot allow the world's number one to be co-opted by other organizations or, worse yet, lost to foreign entities. Such an outcome is unacceptable. As Jiu Tian spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave, fixated on the image of the figure in the red mask on the screen. A corner of the staff member's mouth twitched as he remarked, you speak of shared experiences, yet here you are, merely riding the coattails of his success. You flamboyant red-clad gentleman. Lu Su, meanwhile, gazed at the avalanche of news proclaiming him as the world's number one player, inhaling sharply. The capabilities of various organizations remain uncertain, and he was unaware if there existed individuals capable of telepathy. How much longer could he maintain his anonymity in this role? A sudden sense of inexplicable danger washed over him. His mind fixated on a singular thought. If upon opening his door tomorrow, he were to confront a battalion of heavily armored soldiers, would he possess the leverage to negotiate terms? It seemed rather dubious. He needed to participate in more games. He mused, contemplating inflicting a few wounds upon himself daily, excluding the pain of self-harm from his thoughts. At that moment, the game notification chimed once again, invigorating Lu Su's spirit. Game update. New mode activated. Challenge mode. Surely, no player considers themselves inferior to others. Now, the opportunity to prove oneself has arrived. Players may submit challenge requests. Those ranked outside the top 100 can challenge those within the rankings. Should a player outside the rankings achieve a higher number of consecutive perfect completions, the ranked player must accept the challenge. If a ranked player initiates a challenge, please refer to the specific description for the challenge method. We encourage everyone to enthusiastically participate and demonstrate that they are indeed the best. Lu Su stared blankly at the notification before him, feeling an inexplicable sense that the final statement was somehow directed at him. Being the world's best not only attracts attention, but also subjects one to the scrutiny of the game. Just then, a prompt sound echoed, and a message appeared on his personal interface. Player number 79 Park Buching has chosen a challenge number 1 Zue. Do you accept the challenge? Chapter 64, The Ultimate Challenge. As soon as the challenge mode for the fourth game, The Seven Wonders of the Campus, was released, Lu Su was met with a challenge, showcasing an efficiency that was truly remarkable. One could only say that the title of World Number 1 undoubtedly attracts attention. However, upon reading the notification, Lu Su's immediate reaction was, how on earth am I in 79th place? What a disgrace. According to the usual narrative tropes found in novels, shouldn't he, the second place, be a golden-haired prodigy, effortlessly excelling in everything, who feels humiliated for not securing the first position and thus seeks to challenge me? How can a mere 79th place contender dare to challenge me? With an air of disdain, Lu Su, holding his second-hand Redmi phone, turned over on his shabby dormitory bed. What audacity it is to challenge me. But soon, he noticed another issue. Park Buchung, what kind of decent person bears such a name? Ah, a Korean, I presume. With the comprehensive knowledge he had amassed as a senior in high school, he recognized the characters. Piao Buchung. Why not? He mused. Perhaps he has a relative named Qianbugo as well. Lu Su mentally berated this challenger from the distant realm of Hanming, lying back on his bed without any urgency to accept the challenge. This fellow even used his real name. Does he find it appealing? Suddenly, the 79th place contender sent him another message through the challenge platform. So you are the first? A masked coward, as you Chinese would say, a rat that hides its head and reveals its tail. You even gave yourself a sinful code name, clearly aware that occupying the first position without the strength to back it up is the gravest sin. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you do, I suggest you quickly take a screenshot of your ranking. This will be the only glory of your life. If you do not dare, then consider yourself a cowardly turtle. The opponent's messages were numerous, filled with provocations aimed at inciting Lu Su into battle. After a brief glance, Lu Su lost interest in continuing to read. Heroes are as plentiful as fish crossing a river, but this one was evidently not among them. What a lowly creature this was, making such unimpressive taunts that resembled the antics of schoolyard bullies he had encountered before. It was a mystery how this individual managed to achieve 79th place. For the time being, Lu Su chose to ignore him, not out of indecision regarding the challenge, but simply because he felt compelled to participate in the game. He would not miss out, regardless. He wanted to wait a moment longer to see if any higher-ranked players would challenge him. It would be better to face someone formidable. Given that his status as number 1 was so conspicuous, it stood to reason that many would seek to challenge him. Did none of the top 10 competitors feel disgruntled? However, after sitting on his bed for over 10 minutes, Lu Su observed that most high-ranking players were not as reckless as he had anticipated. The majority seemed to understand that engaging in combat against an unknown strong opponent for the sake of an elusive ranking was, quite frankly, unwise. A multitude of challenge notifications flooded in, yet most were ranked beyond the 100th position, with some even failing to breach the 10,000 mark. It was evident that such aspirations were nothing short of delusions of grandeur. Did they truly fear no consequences? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su responded succinctly to the message on the Challenger's interface. Fool. Without further ado, he blacklisted the individual, dismissing any further discourse. Meanwhile, in an opulent residence in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Buching stirred from his grand bed, incensed by the elegant Chinese characters relayed by the system. He pounded the mattress in frustration. After all his taunts and provocations, the top contender merely hurled an insult. Was such a lack of decorum truly touching? Damn it, those Chinese. He muttered through gritted teeth, resolved to engage this adversary in a serious discussion. However, upon discovering he had been blocked, a cacophony of furious shouts and the sound of objects being hurled filled the room, causing the butler stationed outside to tremble in trepidation. Suddenly, The door was forcefully kicked open, startling the butler, who promptly turned to Park Buching with a slight bow. "Prepare the vehicle for Chongwadi." Park Buching's countenance darkened, yet inexplicably, a smile crept upon his face. "I shall fight for our great Han Ming nation." 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, he would enter the challenge mode within 6 hours. This was remarkably efficient. Lu Su would not have to endure a 3-day wait to partake in the next game. The only predicament was that he had just concluded the previous game. With no time for respite, he was on a relentless schedule. Although, theoretically, he had recuperated, the sensation of being mentally taut. Lu Su relished it. Of course, his immediate priority was to request time off. He opened the contacts page on his Redmi. Yesterday, 2108, Siet Antong. Has the game concluded? What was the outcome? My organization's preliminary framework is ready based on previous business models. Would you care to join? Yesterday, 2315, Siet Antong. 908, Siet Antong. What sort of game is this? 1345, Siet Antong. Are you still alive? Lu Su mused that the probability of demise was indeed quite high. Regrettably, he was still alive, albeit gravely ill, perhaps unable to attend school. "Please help me request a leave," he typed before sending. 1826, Siet Antong. You haven't been chosen by that challenge mode, have you? Lu Su replied, "Not at all, my friend. Is it that obvious? Moreover, you dare to speculate that I could be among the top 100? Enough of this. Truly, please help me request a leave. I suffered food poisoning in the last game and cannot leave the restroom today." With that casual excuse dispatched, Lu Su glanced at the time until the next game commenced. Over 5 hours remained. He decided against further screen time, closing his eyes to rest and attempting to sleep. It would be wise to gather his strength before the next game arrived. With a hint of skepticism, he replied briefly. Subsequently, Siet Antong cast her gaze upon the message displayed on her gaming interface. Time passed swiftly. When Lu Su opened his eyes once more, the game had concluded, and he found himself directly on the initial page of the game. Welcome to the Chosen Paradise, esteemed number 1, Sin. This game features a challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenger, you may select the level of difficulty. Hard, nightmare, hell. Lu Su recalled that Siet Antong had once informed him that Chosen Paradise offered a total of 4 distinct levels of difficulty. This challenge mode, however, bypassed the first tier of normality altogether. Hell mode. Lu Su swiftly glanced at the description and made his choice. Chapter 65. The Mask of Original Sin Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed. Hell mode. Your bravery is commendable. You are the strongest player. As this is a challenge mode, it diverges slightly from the conventional gameplay. Historically, players engaged in competitive challenges primarily for mutual benefit, collaborating to vanquish foes, with the true antagonist being the game itself. However, certain difficulties are specifically tailored for Lu Su, the challenger. Players ranked within the leaderboard may choose to engage in combat or not. Prolonged avoidance of confrontation may incur subtle penalties. Should a player opt for battle, they may select the game's difficulty level. Difficulty, equal challenge for both parties, a contest to determine the ultimate victor. Nightmare. The challenger faces increasingly adverse conditions, yet triumphing yields rewards superior to those of the challenger. L. The challenger is placed at a severe disadvantage, and the challenger gains a portion of in-game authority. However, if the challenger prevails, the original challenger receives a substantial reward. Simultaneously, the challenger will suffer repercussions, facing a certain penalty. Lu Su skimmed through the descriptions, primarily focusing on the latter half. This is truly hellish. Most importantly, there is the aspect of retribution. To challenge me without bearing some cost? I lost my top ranking, but if you lose, it is a loss for you. Both players have confirmed. The game difficulty is set to Hell mode. Meanwhile, Park Buching nearly burst into laughter upon seeing this game prompt. You dare to choose Hell? Do you look down upon me? With a sinister expression, Park Buching pressed the confirmation button, thoroughly surprised by this audacious decision. Let me tread upon your head as I ascend to the pinnacle of this world. When I am on the verge of defeating you in-game, remember to capture your pleas for mercy. This last remark was directed at the audience in his live stream. The Dark Cold Kingdom has officially promoted this event, and at this moment his live stream boasts a considerable audience. If a player emerges as the strongest from our nation, it would significantly enhance the cohesion and international confidence of the Dark Cold Kingdom, potentially elevating its global standing. Simultaneously, the rules of the game were presented to the players. This mode is a competitive challenge, as the players are not from the same faction. Any messages sent by viewers regarding either side in any live stream will be invisible to the players. Specific victory conditions for both parties will be determined by the game. Should either party utilize a withdrawal token, it will be considered a victory for the opposing side. There are 10 minutes remaining before the game begins. Please prepare your equipment and potions. Lu Su observed that the game had rectified some bugs, reflecting that, in truth, the game had become somewhat simpler. How is this game? Madly assisting oneself. After opening his backpack and pondering for a moment, Lu Su decided to purchase some supplies from the store. While strategically underestimating his opponents, he felt it prudent to pay some attention tactically, especially if it aligned with his own playstyle. Having exhausted an excessive amount of potions last time, Lu Su spent several thousand points to replenish 10 bottles each of basic and intermediate recovery potions. Though he had hesitated to use the advanced potions, he ultimately decided to stock up on 5 bottles as well. This should suffice for his needs, right? As long as he had potions, unless he was instantly killed, he would essentially be invincible. He gathered all sorts of miscellaneous metals, weapons, and seals. Speaking of his mask, that prompt appeared once more. Original Sin Mask. Please select whether to use the currently unlocked traits of greed and gluttony. No. L'use décisively refusé. Opting for a random selection of new traits. Initialization complete. This usage type will randomly select from the emotions that have not yet been unlocked. Lu Su had been clear from the beginning about the potential of his original Sin Mask, which he had yet to fully exploit. Taking advantage of the early game, unlocking as many emotional traits as possible was his current objective. Just then, a reckless challenger had emerged. Game is ready. Initializing. Hell game has loaded. Wishing all players a pleasant experience. The 7 wonders of the campus. Subsequently, Lu Su experienced a moment of darkness before entering another scene. He lifted his heavy head, akin to waking from a blissful slumber in his senior year Chinese class, only to hear the bell signaling the end of class. Upon looking up, he was taken aback by the striking resemblance of the classroom to his own senior year classroom. The nearly identical segmented blackboards, the arrangement of desks, even the single desks on either side of the front row. Lu Su began to wonder if he had indeed fallen asleep in class, and whether this so-called divine game was merely a dream. Observing the familiar surroundings, Lu Su instinctively glanced at his classmates. Turning around, he spotted an individual resembling someone wearing a helmet, and he immediately recognized him. Although one eye was obscured by a faint blue screen, and the other was entirely sealed by the helmet, with the chin and mouth covered as well, there were still unmistakable features. Lu Su was no stranger to faces. He was not face-blind. Isn't this my challenger? Who are you? Xia Antong was equally unprepared. She had simply received a notification for random matchmaking at the onset of the challenge mode and decided to participate. After all, compared to normal game modes, challenge modes were relatively devoid of life-threatening risks. Little did she know, upon entering, she would be greeted with a hellish difficulty notification. She was momentarily stunned, confirming for a long time before reluctantly pressing the confirmation button. Is there really someone bored enough to increase the difficulty for themselves? Who on earth did she end up matching with? Subsequently, she noticed a masked figure seated beside her. The moment she beheld the pale green mask, a sense of comprehension washed over her. Xia Antong was instantly reminded of the various games this individual had previously participated in, recalling their unreasonable and exceptionally ruthless demeanor, which made her feel as though her life had already been halved. The challenge mode was not a solitary endeavor. It would assign personnel related to the game to both challengers and the challenged. I am your ally. Suppressing her inner trepidation and anxiety, Xia Antong endeavored to respond with composure. Lu Su remarked, "So that is how it is." It seems she had also assumed she was in such a predicament. Goodness, are there truly so many challengers? He was now eager to inquire. If you are here, have you indeed arranged for my absence? Lu Su inquired. Therefore, what is your role? Listening to the somewhat frosty tone of the other, Xia Antong felt an overwhelming pressure. She had analyzed the other's capabilities through several games, which led to certain conjectures. if her deductions were accurate. The mask worn by the figure before her was indeed pale green. In the 7 deadly sins, pale green signifies wrath, gumi. Chapter 66. The powerful always hold the advantage with the crack of a gunshot. The 7 deadly sins are associated with distinct colors, a fact well known to habitual offenders. Initially, there was the blue mask. Within the game, Lu Su was fixated on money, valuing wealth over life, with blue symbolizing greed. Following that was the red mask, where Lu Su began to indulge in excess, daring to consume anything, with red corresponding to gluttony. Anyone possessing a modicum of relevant knowledge and having analyzed this formidable player could easily deduce the significance of Lu Su's mask color. Xia Antong was evidently such a person. Observing the light green hue on Lu Su's face, an alarm rang within her mind. Why would it be rage? The situation was dire indeed. Given this individual's behavioral patterns, betraying a teammate did not seem entirely implausible. Unconsciously, merely sitting beside him, Xia Antong began to contemplate the possibility of exiting the game. Lu Su, too, sensed that his recent tone had been somewhat abnormal. His intention had been to inquire about the purpose of the game in assigning teammates, or perhaps to ascertain what abilities the other possessed. Yet, his words had been abruptly reduced to a rather unfriendly, "What is your role?" This statement, when viewed in light of his fury, appeared not only logical but also intimidating, discouraging any opposition. Light green gumi, rage. Personality influence. Taciturn, cold, irritable. I am the blazing fire that consumes the world. Benefits. Mental oppression, imposing intense psychological pressure on the weak-willed, instilling fear. Enhanced combat abilities, agility, strength, and defense across the board. All effects intensify with the degree of rage. Immunity to all mental disturbances. All mental attacks merely amplify the user's rage. Side effects. Irritability, diminished rational thinking, yet heightened intuition. All negative emotions will transform into rage, and if not controlled, one may become a bloodthirsty maniac. As this was his first usage, it was set to normal mode by default, without entering overload. However, Lu Su had no intention of entering overload. Upon reading the description, he felt a twinge of fear himself. Was this a normal person? This was nothing short of a chosen Spartan. Rage was notoriously difficult to control, as one seldom recognizes their fury as unjust, often sinking deeper into it. The blazing fire that consumes the world? For instance, right now, when Xia Antong took several seconds to respond, he began to feel a sense of irritation. This was still someone he knew. Had it been a random match, Lu Su might have been overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to strike. Are you inquiring about my abilities? After being subjected to Lu Su's fiery demeanor and realizing he was likely engulfed in rage, Xia Antong hastily adjusted her approach and spoke up. You are the strongest player. If I possess any ability, it would probably be my wealth. Lu Su, lacking patience, interrupted before she could finish. And what good is that? Wealth is undeniably advantageous. Regardless of the upheavals in the world, those who possess riches and power will always enjoy a certain precedence. For instance, my equipment may even surpass yours. With that, Xia Antong gestured towards the helmet atop her head and continued, this is the all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. A legendary weapon? He did not even possess one himself. On what grounds could she claim such a thing? Not everyone aspires to engage in relentless battles within the game. For some, a stroke of luck in overcoming challenges or winning top-tier weapons through chance may lead them to trade this opportunity to acquire anything they desire from the elite, subsequently choosing to withdraw from the game altogether. This is the choice of many. In truth, since the game's inception, resources have swiftly coalesced towards a select few. As Xia Antong spoke, it appeared that her demeanor had calmed, and she opted to unveil her worth. Perhaps you do not care much, but on the other side, the challengers, likely the elite class from Korea, are represented by someone whose data I have. He competes on behalf of all Korea, and his equipment is certainly not inferior to mine. This may also be the reason for his audacity to challenge the top. Otherwise, do you think he is simply courting death? Lu Su found himself at a loss for words. In this challenge, for players, 3 of whom belong to the elite class, only he, the first, stands as an exception, and now he is viewed as a mere target, someone to be used as a stepping stone. The divine selection game, an entity poised to alter the world, still harbors countless unaltered aspects. Suddenly, a peculiar rage surged within him, igniting an impulse to obliterate something, yet he remained uncertain of his objective, as if an inferno blazed within his chest. In that instant, however, Xiaontong's perception sharpened drastically. She felt as though a force had seized her throat, an oppressive fear gripping her heart like a colossal hand. The figure before her transformed into a ferocious beast, making her feel like prey in the presence of a supreme predator. Is he enraged? Simultaneously, countless data streams flickered across the blue lens before her left eye. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended the truth. This strongest player was not merely from a disadvantaged background. He likely hailed from a truly dire situation. Xiaontong wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, a voice reverberated across the campus, announcing the arrival of the game's alert. Challenge mode game, the 7 wonders of the campus. Zue, currently in the black faction, must locate and decipher the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours. Failure of the black faction results in the victory of the white faction. A few terse statements, hardly providing any useful information. Is that all? The mask of Lu Su gradually began to display several symbols. It is not as if you chose the hellish mode yourself, Xiaontong mused inwardly. However, since I have already arrived, it is indeed a pleasure to witness the unparalleled intensity of the world's foremost game. Contemplating this, the omniscient eye above my head commenced its operation. The 7 wonders of the campus are, in essence, well-established tales of peculiarities that are familiar to all. Yet here, they must have undergone significant modifications. It is essential to discern any potential discrepancies. To begin with, this classroom presents an anomaly. From the onset of communication between the 2 individuals, it has been exceedingly raucous. Aside from the 2 of them, the surrounding students exhibit unusual behavior, appearing as if each suffers from a form of hysteria. The individual at the back seems preoccupied with playing with his own nasal mucus, twirling it like a string. Beside him, 2 others are dancing with their shoes atop their heads. On the podium, several individuals are mimicking gorillas, howling wildly. The classroom is cluttered with white statues intended for sketching, contributing to an atmosphere of striking dissonance. The blue lenses shimmer with a continuous flow of light, reminiscent of a computer processing data, while Xiaontong's mind enters an ethereal state marked by absolute concentration. If this classroom were to correspond to, just as she is fully engrossed, boom! Suddenly, a tremendous sound akin to cannon fire erupts beside her. Chapter 67 Kill. The Sigma man never indulges in idle chatter. Xiaontong was startled, abruptly withdrawing from the depths of her analytical thoughts, turning to gaze blankly at the figure beside her. At that moment, Lu Su wore a green mask adorned with a large, gripping the hell roar in his hands, which he had adjusted to a second-tier mode, shattering the classroom's blackboard into pieces. Why did you fire? Xiaontong regarded him with a perplexed expression, her train of thought thoroughly disrupted. She had always prided herself on being an analytical genius, having amassed data on all known top-tier experts. The all-knowing eye was the most perfectly suited tool for her abilities. All-knowing eye, a legendary weapon, perceives oneself, observes all beings, comprehends all things. Top-tier data analysis tool, theoretically capable of deconstructing and analyzing all objective existence as long as mental and physical energy is sufficient. Description: all things are interconnected. It is merely that people are unable to see it. Omniscience is omnipotence. She had already entered a focus state, beginning to decode the urban legend of the 7 wonders of the campus. However, Luce's gunshot nearly frightened her soul out of her body. I mean, can you possibly stabilize your emotions a bit? Previously, as a mere observer during Zue's challenges, she felt a sense of strength emanating from him, an aesthetic of chaotic violence intermingled with profound logic. Yet now, as they stood as teammates, she felt a monumental pressure. The intensity brought forth by this primary player seemed even more daunting than the challenges of the game itself. The impact of that gunshot was critical, for it silenced the entire classroom in an instant, as if a pause button had been pressed. Every expression froze in the last moment. The 20-odd peculiar students within the classroom fixated on the gun-wielding Lu Su. Strikingly, not a single one exhibited fear upon their faces. Observing the expressions of her classmates, their eerie visages frozen in time, Xiaotong's all-knowing eye drew a comparison with normal human beings in her mind, evoking an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Pseudoimo, a term flashed in her mind. These individuals appeared human, yet their movements and behaviors struck her as profoundly uncoordinated. In broad daylight, merely sitting there provoked a chilling sensation, as though she were ensconced in a haunted house. Fortunately, the most terrifying presence in this ghostly establishment sat right beside her. "Shut up and be quiet." Lu Su surveyed the room. Under the influence of his furious mask, his intuition sharpened, allowing him to sense the growing oddity in the atmosphere. However, all negative emotions morphed into anger, and as he sat there, he felt increasingly irate, staring at the bizarre students, an overwhelming urge to strike surging within him. Was the all-knowing eye? Lu Su inquired, the first time he had actively sought an answer from Xiaotong. Analysis and reasoning, establishing connections, theoretically. Possessing knowledge of the current information should allow one to deduce who the next president of the United States would be. Thus, where was Park Bu-chung now? Time is ample. Theoretically, it can be deduced, replied Xiaotong. Lu Su nodded, idly spinning his hell roar with one hand. Thus, you locate him, and I shall eliminate him. Xiaotong, your reasoning holds merit. However, the rules of the game stipulate that your victory criteria involve unraveling or dismantling the 7 wonders of the campus, rather than vanquishing him. Furthermore, due to your self-chosen hell mode, the freedom within the game is extended towards the opponent, making direct discovery of him rather improbable. Xiaotong merely stated the truth, but immediately regretted her words. This fellow might currently be in a state of fury. Would my statement not lead him to believe I am placing blame? What are the 7 wonders of the campus? You are unaware? Xiaotong was momentarily taken aback, thinking that this had become a viral sensation on the internet long ago. If one is oblivious to this, the difficulty of the game is indeed excessively daunting. Thus, she hastily elaborated. The 7 wonders of the campus are a series of urban legends that circulated widely on early internet platforms, encompassing 7 supernatural occurrences within educational institutions. They include the Hanako in the restroom, the 13th step at night, the anatomical model in the biology lab, the moving statue of Ninomiya, the piano in the music classroom at night, the tiers of portraits, and the sound of a basketball bouncing in the empty gymnasium. However, given the hell mode, I suspect these 7 tales have undergone various modifications. They are likely unrecognizable from their original forms. Once Xiaotong finished her explanation, Lu Su slowly bowed his head, his mask adopting a contemplative expression. Yet in truth, he pondered nothing. He barely grasped the essence of the 7 events after hearing the description. They sounded rather tedious. In essence, these are 7 unique incidents occurring within the campus. Yes, Xiaotong nodded. You previously mentioned you possess considerable background? Xiaotong was perplexed by this remark, thinking that speaking too much could lead to errors, so she refrained from responding. Do you carry a nuclear bomb on you? What? The lenses before Xiaotong shimmered chaotically, as though the all-seeing eye had momentarily faltered, gazing incredulously at the enigma before her. Do you carry a nuclear bomb on you? Luxuriates. Since this transpires within the confines of the campus, this approach seems more viable. Exterminate them all. As he uttered the words, exterminate them all, a palpable aura of murder emanated from Lu Su, intensifying. Xiaotong, I must say, my dear fellow, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from thinking while wearing that mask today. Suddenly, the classroom, which had fallen silent for quite some time, erupted once more into chaos. Those previously silenced by Lu Su resumed their erratic antics, as though his earlier threats had been entirely inconsequential. Lu Su, hey. The entire corridor is in disarray, and your class is the most unruly, you wretched beasts. At that moment, a corpulent man with a protruding belly barged through the door, cursing vehemently as he entered. Behold that weight, surely no less than 400 to 500 pounds. The flesh upon the abdomen has sagged to the knees, and in hand, a glass tumbler is clutched. Particularly, you two, As he spoke, his greasy hand pointed towards the only two in the class who remained unscathed, Xie Antong and Lu Su. The incessant ruckus had drawn even the most useless of individuals into this class, yet they remained oblivious to any aspirations. A product of a mother-s birth, but lacking her nurturing. I truly am exasperated with you all. Day after day, it is the same. Xie Antong sensed that this might be a trigger within the game-s narrative. Yet her heart sank with a foreboding realization. Indeed, from the corner of her eye, she observed the expressionless face behind the pale green mask, the hand slowly raising a firearm. With a resounding slap, the hefty figure bellowed, "You little brat. You dare to defy me. Move, I dare you. What do you intend to do? Come on, try me. If I evade, I shall no longer be known as Wang Longfei. I'll be damned if I bang." Within the classroom, the sound of gunfire reverberated for the second time. Chapter 68. Game Punishments? Game Benefits. The gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the atmosphere. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's prominent forehead, while a vast spray of blood splattered across half the wall behind him. Crimson, ivory, and golden droplets were scattered everywhere, a fitting tribute to his hefty physique. His eyes remained wide open, and the fierce, brutish expression lingered on his face as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "What did you just say your name was?" "Bang. Who were you cursing just now?" "Bang, bang." Lu Su adjusted the hell roar to its first setting, firing several rounds into the corpse on the floor without wasting energy. The massive body quivered with each shot. These few rounds were purely an expression of rage. Wang Longfei was already beyond the realm of the living. To perish so early in life, having successfully claimed a name for oneself, could be deemed a miracle. For a brief moment, the entire classroom fell into a stunned silence, only to swiftly revert to normalcy, as if the gunfire and the corpse had stirred no ripples. Some students continued to indulge in their activities, while others remained engrossed in their own whims. Within this chaotic scene, only Xie Antong maintained a semblance of normalcy. Beneath her helmet, her mouth slightly agape, she felt her mind teetering on the brink of overload. She had watched videos of the Sin game before, though they had been wild. She could at least discern the underlying purpose. Now, however, the intent was utterly inscrutable. This might trigger some form of game punishment mechanism. Xie Antong weakly muttered, sensing that she was running out of time to analyze the situation. Almost immediately, she recognized the potency of her own ominous words. A crimson glow flooded the entire classroom, and a chilling mechanical voice echoed throughout the room. "Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcefully disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures will be enacted." Upon hearing this transmission, Lu Su's typically irritable mask unexpectedly bore a rare smile. Indeed, a smile. This had been his intention all along. When one lacks information and is at a loss for how to contend with an adversary, the solution lies in provoking the opponent to engage with you. Soon enough, you will acquire further information. Whether you pursue your foe and eliminate them, or they come seeking you and meet their demise at your hands, the outcome remains unchanged. The moment the red warning lights flared to life, an atmosphere of lethal intent enveloped the room. Lu Su's body was instantaneously immobilized, as if the very power of the game's rules constrained him, slowly forcing him back into his seat, like a well-behaved child in class. Meanwhile, Xie Antong was thrust away by a terrifying force, crashing against the back wall of the classroom. Subsequently, the 20 or so classmates erupted into chaos, producing a range of weapons such as batons, spike clubs, and whips from seemingly nowhere, swaying toward Lu Su with an air of wild abandon. As they encircled him, they sang and danced, resembling primitive forest dwellers clad in school uniforms. Then, a tempestuous assault descended. Pain God S selection, pain value 1. Pain God S selection, pain value 1. Lu Su felt a slight urge to laugh. Yet the sensation of being besieged compelled him to transform his emotions back into a fury. It seems that Park Bu-chung is indeed exceptional. Previously, he sought to accumulate some pain value, but now it appears to come effortlessly. A game penalty? Nay, a game boon. This announcement of punishment resonates throughout the entire player base, and challengers can hear it as well. Park Bu-chung is still engrossed in exploring the permissions the game grants him. contemplating how to design a strategy that maximizes his benefits. Xia Antong's conjecture was accurate. He is unequivocally a contestant fueled by resources. Armed with the finest weaponry provided by the South Korean government and leveraging the accumulated resources of his family, he stands under the spotlight, bearing the expectations of the Great Han underworld as he endeavors to seize the top position. Should he succeed, he would ascend to unimaginable heights. From that moment forth, in the Great Han underworld, his name would be more valuable than any commodity. What does it matter to be first? The game has only just commenced. How formidable can a top position truly be? He must secure it with unwavering determination. As he contemplated this, suddenly, the game's notification sound reached his ears, causing his lips to involuntarily curve into a broad smile. So simple, is it not a bit too fortuitous? The viewers from the Great Han underworld, who were watching his live stream, experienced an instant surge of exhilaration. Park Buchung Appa will undoubtedly prevail. We already won half the battle. I knew it would be effortless. Our contestants from the Great Han underworld are the strongest. Park Buchung Appa is the #1 player. While others were celebrating halfway through the match with champagne, this group of South Korean players had already begun to indulge themselves with champagne right from the start. Park Bu-chung, glancing at the game's announcement page, found it difficult to suppress his smile, yet in an effort to maintain an air of composure, he feigned a remark. The game is indeed somewhat simpler than I anticipated. However, I shall not be complacent. I will ensure that the throne of the strongest player remains within our Great Han underworld. Meanwhile, Lu Su, having gathered a wave of pain value, concluded his punishment. The previously surrounding individuals, having put away their bloodied instruments, slowly retreated. They resumed their earlier peculiar activities, some indulging in blowing their noses, others in disrobing. Lu Su sat quietly in his seat. His coat remained unblemished, yet crimson blood flowed from his cuffs and pant legs. The atmosphere in the room resembled a tranquil deep sea, yet concealed a tempest capable of engulfing everything at any moment. Xia Antong intended to approach, but the oppressive atmosphere rendered her immobile. She understood that Lu Su was likely in a state of wrath and bloodlust. The situation seemed poised to spiral out of control. Lu Su gradually rose to his feet, elegantly straightening his blood-stained cuffs and realigning his slightly disheveled collar. At that moment, his mask bore no expression, reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror. After finishing, he intended to leave. His calm words lacked any vehement outburst, leaving one to ponder to whom he was speaking, as if he were conversing with himself. In the next instant, he once again lifted the gun in his hand, aiming at the back of a man who had just been mercilessly beaten with a stick, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure collapsed in response. The act unfolding with an eerie naturalness, the gunshot echoing through the empty classroom like a funeral bell. Kill! Warning! Warning! The player has violated the game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory trigger activated. Chapter 69, Lu Su. I do not accept your suggestion, as the same warning echoed once more. All the classmates, previously resembling mere puppets, stiffly turned around. They stared blankly at the lifeless body on the ground, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gradually, they lifted their heads, their expressions rigid as they gazed at Lu Su. A throng encircled him, yet none dared to approach. Their expressions seemed to convey a silent plea. No way. Lu Su lowered his firearm, awaiting the constraints and limitations that the game imposed. His gaze remained steadfastly fixated on the crowd before him. Feeling the weighty, almost palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Lu Su, Xia Antong realized that any words from her at this moment would prove futile. The leash on the beast had been loosened, and it was impossible to rein it back in. All she could manage was to utter, "Remember to take your medication." Xia Antong was well aware of Lu Su's previous state as a formidable warrior in the game, and she could only hope that this powerful figure would not inadvertently end her life. That would indeed be quite the spectacle. As for herself, she began to scrutinize the room's furnishings, her all-seeing eye transforming everything before her into data, arranged and combined for her analysis. Possessing the all-seeing eye, she understood that all coincidences in the world were far from mere happenstance. With sufficient calculations, Even a pencil could serve as the catalyst for a murder. Hence, if the game had a purpose, the permissions granted to Poo Booching should logically be confined to the 7 ghostly tales. Therefore, the peculiar classroom where they first emerged must be one of the sites of these legendary narratives. Even if it had been altered excessively, there should still be some fundamental characteristics that remained unchanged. What was the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? Numerous areas contained those sketch-like statues, which, while appearing innocuous, raised the question, could they be the only props? What about the sculptures? The moving statue of the second palace? After Poo Booching's modifications, it could still be considered a statue, which was somewhat acceptable. However, what of these strange classmates and the unfortunate Wang Longfei, who had been shot down without hesitation? Were they merely NPCs, of no consequence? Simply tools for Poo Booching to inflict harm upon them? Standing at the back of the classroom, Xie Antong observed everything, contemplating other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Su was surrounded at the desk, enduring the imposition of punishment. The warning signals of punishment resonated simultaneously with Poo Booching, leaving him momentarily dazed. What? Another violation? He pondered. Are the levels and traps I designed truly so formidable? Have we triggered the punishment mechanism again? Come on. It appeared that our strongest player was indeed somewhat misnamed. He could only hope for a degree of self-awareness. If he truly could not cope, it would be best for him to withdraw. All he desired was for him to claim the top rank. There was no necessity for him to perish. Before the live audience, Poo Booching continued to shape his own image. On the other side, Lu Su had completed his punishment. His bloodied form rose, and he consumed a vial of basic potion before raising his gun once more. Wait, Sin, you might indeed need to eliminate these individuals. Suddenly, Xie Antong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Otherwise, what? Lu Su halted his finger on the trigger, his previously menacing aura now enveloping Xie Antong due to her interruption. But first, please listen to me. The next bullet, aim for that fool playing with his snot, right in the head, hit his nose. Hearing Xie Antong's words, the imbecile who had just turned away to continue his childish behavior incredulously turned his head, his eyes fixated on Xie Antong. Not you, sister. You're a living demon too. He already bore an appearance reminiscent of a simpleton, but now he seemed even more absurdly wise. However, he had no opportunity to utter another word. Bang! The gun fired, and the hellish roar claimed life. A gaping wound appeared in the center of the forehead of the fool Xie Antong had targeted, and he collapsed straight down. His eyes remained open, staring blankly at the ground. The other students, as if oblivious, continued their activities, their indifference chilling to the bone. A sound escaped Lu Su's throat, hinting at his confusion. Unlike previous instances, the game's punitive segment had not materialized this time. Xie Antong let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have caught on just in time. Her deductions had proven accurate, allowing her to discern the issue before Lu Su's rage spiraled out of control. This classroom, one of the urban legends, had been grotesquely modified into its current chaotic state. The anatomical sculptures interspersed with the human figure sketches on the blackboard, along with the splashes of color on the floor, led her to believe it was an art classroom. The presence of sculptures prompted her instinctive guess that this legend involved moving statues. Yet the students, with their distinctly peculiar behaviors, could not merely be dismissed as irrelevant. Thus, the anatomical sculptures might serve as teaching aids. The sketches on the blackboard were clearly depictions of dissection, possibly intended for instructional purposes. The colors on the floor, aside from being dyes, could also be various reagents from a laboratory. This place might well be a biological laboratory. Hence, the urban legend could be an anatomy classroom's human models. These models might genuinely originate from human subjects, sourced from a dissection lab. These students were not students. They were not human. They were disparate body parts. Upon closer inspection, one could even detect a faint formaldehyde scent emanating from them. Their essence lay at the core of their bizarre movements. For instance, the endlessly snotty fool was essentially a nose. Once all these threads of information intertwined, the conjectures became coherent, and Sin's shot validated it all. Destroying the nose meant the punishment of the game would not descend. This eerie tale appears to have been unraveled, The sole dilemma lies in the fact that certain actions of individuals remain elusive to Xie Antong, as she struggles to ascertain the true essence of their pivotal identities. Consequently, she can only proceed by addressing those she is more certain about. The next bullet is aimed at the individual who is inverted, incessantly dressing with his feet. Yet this time, there is no sound of a gunshot. Lu Su turns his head, and an intriguing expression adorns the pale green mask he wears. This sight sends a shiver down Xie Antong's spine, leaving her perplexed about the source of the anomaly. In the next moment, Lu Su raises his hand and brandishes his weapon. Bang! A single bullet finds its mark, striking the head. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures will be enforced. Chapter 70. The Fear of Park Bu-chung. Addicted to violations? A gunshot echoed, and a body crumpled to the ground, the penalties of the game re-emerging, alongside the shattering of Xie Antong. Why aim for the head? What prompted the decision to disregard my counsel after a mere glance? Do you harbor other considerations? Can you truly think clearly in your current state? As a highly skilled crime analyst, she found herself bewildered. She believed she had unraveled this bizarre tale. She saw no fault in her reasoning. So, what was his true intention? Unavoidably, Xie Antong recalled her initial encounter with the crime game, the gruesome imagery of sawing limbs, and the speculation surrounding him. Back then, she had scoffed at it. Now, an unsettling chill coursed through her. Could it be that he harbors some peculiar obsession? Simultaneously, another individual grappling with confusion was Park Bu-chung. Upon hearing the game's warning sound once more after a few minutes, he sensed something amiss. Was this pace not excessive, triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes? This felt profoundly wrong. What on earth were you doing? Despite possessing considerable freedom, the inability to discern his opponent's actions left him with an ominous premonition, inducing a sense of unease. No, this fellow is rather peculiar. Citizens of the great Han Ming Kingdom, do assist me in discerning what he is up to. If this proves too simple, I shall refrain from crafting further complexities. Though his internal feelings were far from pleasant, he maintained a fade of bravado, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Yet, he overlooked a fundamental rule of the game. Viewers in a competitive state are unable to provide hints. Consequently, the messages received were an array of nonsensical garble. Ian, in persistently, TSK. Damn it, why is everything so useless? As he gazed at the strings of gibberish floating across his screen, Park Bu-chung couldn't help but curse. But this vexation was trivial compared to the clarity of the subsequent messages. Wow, what are they saying? Claiming we are useless, forgetting the game rules, and making such outrageous statements. We are clearly trying to assist, and the challenge mode benefits you. Park Bu-chung Appa wouldn't disgrace us, right? Within the borders of the great Han Ming Kingdom, few dared to speak to Park Bu-chung in such a manner. However, in this online realm, amidst the game, no one seemed to care about his authority. Frustrated, he yearned to unleash a torrent of expletives, yet he had to mind the repercussions, suppressing his anger. Everyone, please calm down. I didn't mean it like that. I am not referring to you. Rest assured, I shall triumph. Will he win? He will win. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Su had transformed the classroom into a veritable slaughterhouse. He was utterly unreasonable. After the punishment concluded, he raised his hand and drew his gun, extinguishing the life of a punisher with a shot to the head. Not a single word escaped his lips, nor did he utter any threats. It was a mere act of slaughter. Each punishment seemed less like a consequence meted out by Lu Su and more like a countdown to the demise of these punishers. With every countdown that reached its conclusion, a life was claimed, only to usher in another round of countdown, until everyone was annihilated. This was a form of psychological torment that felt akin to slow dismemberment. Lu Su remained silent, yet in that moment, those beings who were devoid of human consciousness bore expressions inundated with fear. Their movements retained an unsettling, grotesque quality. Yet each action grew increasingly sluggish, as though they were apprehensive of something. They recoiled from Lu Su, desperately attempting to distance themselves from him. However, the rules of the game compelled them to inflict punishment upon him. Lu Su's wrath had somehow instilled fear in entities that should have been devoid of awareness. This bizarre scene left Xie Antong in a state of bewilderment, feeling conspicuously out of place. Gradually, she noticed the movements of these pseudo-beings began to distort for reasons unbeknownst to her. Earlier, a diminutive woman had perched her right leg upon her head, hopping forward with peculiar grace. Xie Antong speculated that her true form must have been her right leg. Yet now, amid her terror-stricken gaze, the woman had switched to using another leg atop her head, continuing her peculiar hopping. Could their true forms be interchangeable? Xie Antong found herself perplexed. During this chaotic moment, she weakly cautioned Lu Zui, stating, striking the head will almost certainly trigger the punishment mechanism. The body parts one mentioned are their true forms. They're not human. Lu Su, he seemed to disregard her words, continuing his relentless rhythm of being struck, rising, and firing. An oppressive black aura coalesced around him, resembling an emotional black hole, with Lu Su at its center, the most terrifying of demons. Anyone who ventured into this sphere was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite being gravely wounded, blood seeping from beneath his coat, and his surroundings splattered with crimson, he exhibited no sign of weakness. Rather, his presence grew increasingly formidable, as if he had entered a state of bloodlust. This aura did not extend to Xie Antong, allowing her to maintain a semblance of ease, though the air in the classroom felt thin, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning! The game as penalty alerts echoed every 3 minutes, akin to a harbinger of death, yet it was not Lu Su's life that was under threat. At this moment, Pu Bu Chung felt utterly numb. The incessant echoes of violations assailed his ears, transitioning from initial euphoria to an overwhelming apathy, and now culminating in sheer terror. He was not by Zue's side and was oblivious to his current actions. The notifications that should have elicited joy now sent shivers down his spine with each chime. What transpired over there? He had no means to contact his teammates outside. Logically, if something truly went awry, they should reach out to him, shouldn't they? The alert for punishment was alarmingly regular, occurring every 3 minutes, almost to the second, precisely matching the game's penalty duration. This indicated that Zue was persistently committing infractions. Pu Bu Chung sat in a classroom on the periphery of the campus, fingers interlaced, his expression ashen. Could any of the eerie tales or traps he had devised lead to such a predicament? Have you become addicted to violating the rules? Chapter 71. The Art of Substitution. Did you foresee this earlier? Moreover, the most pressing concern is, why are my teammates unable to contact me? What exactly has gone awry? In his design, he had contemplated nearly every eventuality, yet he had never anticipated that violations could persist incessantly. If it were not due to his own flawed rule design, it could only mean that the transgressor had chosen to violate the rules repeatedly. What could his intentions be? Has he lost his sanity? Is he merely indulging in an effortless victory? While he had often fantasized about his triumph, he had never envisioned such a simplistic approach. Could it be that this first player possesses no true skill, believing himself to be the chosen one? Park Buchung's lips curled into a slight smile, momentarily lost in reverie, only to be followed by beads of sweat forming on his brow as self-doubt crept in, his mind swirling in chaos. Meanwhile, Zue, far away in an unknown realm filled with strange tales, had yet to take any action against Park Bu-chung, yet he had already deftly seized control of his opponent's psyche, subjecting him to relentless inner turmoil. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one violating the rules and facing the consequences. I remained unscathed. He had chosen this hellish mode himself, thus facing the game's repercussions was only fitting. This challenge was his confrontation with me and the game, and the advantage lay with me. For reasons unknown, Park Bu-chung began muttering to himself. Who prompted him? One could only surmise it was a means of self-encouragement. After fervently instilling some concepts within himself, he finally began to feel somewhat at ease, his mood gradually calming. 3 minutes later, he was startled to find he had not heard the game's punitive announcement once again, as if he were still adjusting to the silence. He looked up in confusion. Huh. After a moment, the game's notification sound resonated once more. The 7 Wonders of Campus, the human anatomy model in the biology classroom, the black player has completed. Current progress, 1-7. Remaining time, 23:17:08. Huh. Upon hearing the voice return to his ears, he focused intently, only to discover that the tone seemed altered. Had he truly completed the level? How would he have cleared it? Park Bu-chung was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't he had stated that the advantage was mine? Why had he cleared it in such a short span? Moreover, he had been in violation all along. How could he have passed the level? Was it through the interference of his teammates? Yet, they were ostensibly brought in to hinder his progress. I protest, divine chosen paradise, can you hear me? By what means did he achieve his clearance? I need to know. I have never heard of a game that allows one to succeed solely through violations. Just moments ago, he had been persistently transgressing, and now he had cleared the level. Park Bu-chung found it difficult to accept this blow, and he began to directly question the game. However, the game paid him no heed, offering not a single word of response. Not everyone is like Lu Su, who can provoke the game and emerge victorious with a badge. After being disregarded by the game, Park Bu-chung could only silently face rejection, pacing back and forth in distress. He felt miserable, yet there was little he could do. He lacked the audacity of Lu Su, who was willing to gamble his life to test the game's limits, leaving him to seethe in impotent anger. How bizarre. Wait. The overloaded brain of Park Bu-chung finally recalled something, prompting him to review that message once more. The human models in the biology classroom. The biology classroom. Wasn't his teammate there? In a flurry, he grew anxious. Was this person utterly useless? They could breach the rules, yet still advance. And he desperately sought to make contact to understand what transpired. Then, the game's notification chimed again, shattering his composure entirely. White side player, Jean-Air Liu, exited the game. The game continues. And this Jean-Air Liu was indeed his teammate from the biology classroom. What? Huh? Park Bu-chung's face morphed into a meme, resembling the famous confused black man, violating the rules, advancing, and then his own teammate exiting? What is this? Is this game truly hellish difficulty? This must be hellish difficulty for me. Moments earlier, Lu Su rose from the pool of blood after the punishment ended, tidying his clothes and collar before casting his gaze upon the last remaining individual. The person appeared somewhat numb, standing there while his colleagues, those imposters, lay scattered as corpses. Fear filled his eyes as he stared fixedly at Lu Su. Just moments ago, he had wielded a stick, fiercely attacking Lu Su. Yet, a mere stick could not vanquish the strongest player in this realm. Now, he likely comprehended that his life was drawing to a close. He was fortunate, having been randomly selected as the last survivor by Lu Su. Yet, he was also unfortunate, for he had to confront Lu Su at this moment. What a pity. Lu Su finally spoke, and no one knew to whom he was addressing. Then he raised his gun. Imposter! What are you lamenting about? Bang! The gun fired, and the last individual collapsed, silence enveloping the classroom. Lu Su turned to face Xie Antong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom. Xie Antong promptly raised her hand and exclaimed, "It's me. I am your teammate, not one of them." Lu Su. I know. At that moment, the multitude of corpses on the ground dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind a scattering of limbs, the remnants of a human body, reeking with an unsettling odor. Simultaneously, the notification of game completion echoed. Xie Antong approached, eager to inquire about Zue's motives for such actions. However, she noticed Zue with his head bowed, motionless as he gazed at the severed limbs, once again raising his gun. What? Is he going to desecrate the dead? Suddenly, a portion of components on the ground sprang up, forming the silhouette of a person in midair, rushing towards the door. Before Xie Antong could react, a gunshot echoed, and Lu Su shot a hole through the opponent's thigh. A piercing scream resonated through the air as a figure plummeted down, clutching their leg in agony. No, I am not Pu Bu-chung. I merely... Before the words could escape, Lu Su, with a hellish roar, unleashed his weapon. Kill. Jean-Air Liu, caught off guard, utilized the exit token. Amidst the intense onslaught, a scream erupted, and he vanished from the spot, exiting the game. At that moment, The information previously absorbed surged back into Xie Antong's mind. Jean Erlu's special ability, death substitution, allowed him to divide his body into multiple segments, with only one being the true vital point. Any injury to other locations would not result in death, even if the heart was struck. Xie Antong had struggled to identify which part of the imposter was the true body due to the presence of Jean Erlu's components, which could also move and masquerade as the real entity. If an incorrect attack was made, it could lead to all imposters being defeated, but the true vital point remaining elusive, resulting in failure to clear the game and misleading both Xie Antong and Lu Su into believing they had misjudged the method to succeed. Therefore, was it Lu Su's unwavering determination to bear the risk of violating the rules by exterminating all imposters? Had he perceived this earlier? Xie Antong turned in astonishment to gaze at the masked, taciturn figure of Zhe. Lu Su responded, "What do you believe I have discerned?" Chapter 72. Gradually escalating difficulties. Confidence restored, Lu Su found it difficult to comprehend how Xie Antong had come to perceive him, yet he refrained from offering an explanation. At present, his rational faculties were entirely devoted to suppressing his violent and murderous impulses, lest he succumb to chaos. He felt no inclination to speak. The mere act of opening his mouth irked him, and irritation led him to thoughts of violence. He was consumed by an urge to kill. In this state, Lu Su appeared considerably more composed compared to his previous indulgent and gluttonous demeanor. He even exuded a semblance of elegance, reminiscent of a taciturn and aloof deity. However, this was naught but an illusion. Beneath the placid surface lay a tempestuous storm, a bloodthirsty beast concealed beneath an elegant facade. The enigma had been unraveled, the first miracle of the campus, within less than an hour, shattering much of Pu Buqing's illusions. At this moment, the corpses and blood upon the ground had dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind an unsettling array of dismembered body parts. Xie Antong gazed at the grotesque tableau, replaying the events in her mind repeatedly. How could this be? While her cognitive abilities had yet to fully harness the power of the all-seeing eye, it was undeniably a legendary weapon. She had not discerned the true nature of these individuals swiftly enough. What level of mastery did this mask of sin possess? Or was it merely a product of the opponent's acute intellect? When did you realize that some of the limbs belonged to those from the golden second floor? Lu Su replied succinctly, "I did not notice." Following this brief admission, he consumed a vial of basic restorative potion to rejuvenate himself. Since his initial dose, he had only partaken of one intermediate potion, and now he felt as invigorated as at the outset, perhaps even more so. The initial encounter with this enigma had been nothing short of a reward for him. He had not overthought the situation, unlike Xie Antong. He had not been preoccupied with the notion of completing the challenge from the very beginning. His determination to slay the Punisher stemmed solely from a desire for retribution, an urge to endure punishment. The subsequent stillness of the corpses was not a result of his active discernment of irregularities, such as traces from the golden second floor. Rather, it was an instinctual recognition akin to a beast sensing the gaze of a predator in the wilderness, a pure instinct. "May I inquire about the purpose behind your previous actions?" Upon hearing the response from Sin, Xie Antong began to probe cautiously after contemplating various possibilities in her mind. Lu Su, upon hearing her, adjusted his disheveled cloak, transforming its outward appearance before vigorously shaking off the blood that adorned it. "I need to warm up." Furthermore, it is now evident. Lu Su stretched forcefully, a broad smile emerging upon the light green mask he wore. These enigma games can indeed be conquered through brute force, can they not? Xie Antong's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he wore a smile, the violent aura emanating from his opponent intensified. In essence, he was immersing himself in the game, testing its completion methods. If the game's penalties were not lethal, and if he could eliminate all potential threats, he intended to bulldoze through. A sense of frustration welled up within her. She found it challenging to keep pace with the erratic mind of a manic individual. Initially, she believed she had deciphered the puzzle at the pinnacle of this gaming competition, only to discover that the other party had never intended to cooperate as a team from the beginning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Park Buching had also received game prompts and fresh reminders. The black side's Lu Su had completed a game, and the hellish difficulty began to reveal its true torment. Park Buching's permissions were escalating significantly. With each completed tale of horror by Lu Su, he could impose a restriction. The levels and scales of these restrictions also increased, becoming more grotesque as the game progressed. For instance, when Park Buching attempted to declare that Zue could not breathe from that moment on, the game promptly rejected it, deeming it an impossible restriction. At this moment, he was repeatedly probing the limits of the game on his screen, planning his next moves while muttering incessantly in frustration. Damn it, useless. No news at all, just quit the game. Isn't Jean Erlu highly ranked domestically? Wasn't it said that he possessed life-saving skills? And yet he just exited? Why not just die outright? What a spineless thing. What on earth are they doing over there? Shiba, utterly useless. He was already quite restrained. Had it not been for the many onlookers, his curses would have been even more vulgar. It was understandable, though. The opponent seemed to have achieved victory inexplicably, while his own teammate had exited without sending any message. His own situation should have been flourishing. Yet, Jean Erlu had no choice. It wasn't that he didn't wish to communicate, but Lu Su had simply not afforded him the time. He was split into numerous fragments across different doppelgangers. When Lu Su violated the rules, the game mandates forced him to execute punishments, leaving no time for communication. Each punishment concluded, and Lu Su immediately followed up with another shot. Jean Erlu, too frightened to react, had no opportunity to relay any information. Ultimately, when he was shot in the leg, any delay in exiting would have turned him to ashes at Lu Su's hands, rendering any message utterly futile. Lu Su's mask of fury emphasized efficiency, leaving no time even for a word. Thus, it led to Park Buching's current state of utter confusion. However, soon a smile reappeared on his face as he declared, "But it doesn't matter. Rest assured, in the end, the victor shall be none other than myself. It is merely a single challenge, insignificant in nature. One could only remark that the individuals in the second-floor chamber of gold are rather inept. My constraints shall intertwine, drawing him into the abyss. He shall pay dearly for his hubris." As Pu Bu Chang spoke, he once again pressed the confirmation button. A portion of his audience from Huagua in the live broadcast stood in bewilderment. Is he confident once more? Simultaneously, a notification regarding the game resonated in the minds of the players. The black player has achieved a remarkable feat within the campus. And now the white player issues the first constraint. Among the black players at all times, there must be at least one individual present in the realm of the horror game. Chapter 73. I did not underestimate him. I just wanted to end his life listening to the voices surrounding them. Lu Su and Xie Antong simultaneously paused as they began to prepare for the next eerie scenario. Initially, Lu Su felt a twinge of annoyance. Was this additional rule imposed at the last moment? Xie Antong furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that the nature of this restriction did not seem coincidental. It appeared to be a method of division, a means to separate the two of them. At that moment, Lu Su grasped the implications of the restriction. Frustration often clouds reason, and after a brief contemplation, he remarked, "Well, that works out as well." Xie Antong responded, "What do you mean by that? Must you be so explicit about considering me a burden?" Nevertheless, she sighed, acknowledging that while her omniscient eye, when fully developed, would not lack combat prowess, her current capabilities did not primarily lie in fighting. Moreover, even if she possessed some combat ability, it would likely pale in comparison to the prowess of the formidable being before her. Thus, she proactively proposed, "Very well. It's clear that this rule mandates the presence of at least one person within the game scenario at all times. Since you are stronger, I will remain here while you proceed to the next level." Seeing Xie Antong taking the initiative, Lu Su readily agreed, exclaiming, "Good." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Wait, not so fast. Xie Antong had not finished her sentence. Yet the urgency radiating from him suggested he could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash havoc. "Help me take this outside and throw it into the sky." Xie Antong handed him a metallic sphere, barely 2 centimeters in diameter, its surface as hard as iron. At that moment, she appeared strikingly cyberpunk. With a faint blue screen flickering before her right eye, displaying streams of data, while her left eye was obscured by a helmet. Pointing to her covered left eye and then to the metal sphere, she explained, "This is my eye. If you throw it into the sky, it will assist you in surveying the area, revealing the correct gaming location." Lusu applied a bit of pressure to the sphere, testing its sturdiness, and nodded in understanding. "Additionally, you should wear this." Xia Antong rummaged through her belongings and produced a device resembling headphones. "Stay in touch, and be sure not to lose it." Lusu accepted the item, bringing it to his ear, and it instantly morphed into a flowing form that enveloped his ear, providing no sensation of wear, yet ensuring it would not fall off. "What caliber of weapon is this?" Lusu instinctively inquired. "Epic grade." Lusu could not help but squeeze his trench coat, thinking to himself that he had finally encountered an epic-grade weapon even less useful than his own. "Moreover, there are a few matters I am uncertain if you have noted, but I shall mention them nonetheless. First, the recently imposed restrictions in this game may very well increase with each level you clear. Moreover, it is highly probable that there is more than one teammate on the side of Pu Buqing." Xia Antong seems to have grasped the current psychological state of the criminal. Hence she refrains from unnecessary chatter and directly expresses her conclusions. For Lu Su, who is in a state of furious rage, this mode of communication is most preferable. He pays little heed to these matters, deeming them insignificant. His instincts do not perceive these events as threats to his life. "Be mindful," he remarked before striding out of the classroom, leaping from the third floor to the ground, and forcefully throwing Xia Antong's eyes into the sky. The metallic sphere spun a few times in the air before vanishing from sight. In the eerily quiet classroom, Xia Antong found a seat in the back, holding her breath, and closed her eyes. The campus was enveloped in silence. The sun was obscured from view, and no clouds adorned the sky. The atmosphere was not blue, but rather a murky gray, as if a bucket of paint had been spilled upon canvas. The entire world felt shrouded in a pallid gloom, suffused with an eerie stillness that weighed heavily on one's spirit, inciting Lu Su's anger. He wandered aimlessly through the campus, deeply contemplating a singular question. How much power would the hell roar need to collapse the entire teaching building before him? Even if it could bring down the structure, would it not still pose a considerable challenge? What bother? At that moment, Xia Antong's voice resonated through his earphones. She had entered the fray, her tone calm and steady, almost robotic in quality. While the exact locations were uncertain, there was only one gymnasium within the school. Thus, the sound of basketball bouncing in an empty gym could only emanate from this singular place. "Location," Lu Su replied, raising his gaze. Above him, the metallic eye of the omniscient orb began to move swiftly, refracting a spectrum of colors, forming an arrow to guide Lu Su's path forward. Furthermore, although Pu Buqing's abilities are considerably inferior to yours, it is worth reiterating that he may possess substantial support and well-equipped resources. Do not underestimate your adversary. Perhaps it was the absence of Lu Su that dissipated the enveloping aura of black dread, allowing her thoughts to return to a more normal state, emboldening her to speak more freely. "I haven't underestimated him." Lu Su looked up and responded. "I merely wish to eliminate him." His tone was even, devoid of personal vendetta, as if stating an undeniable fact. Lu Su stretched his body, and amidst the fog-shrouded campus, a sound erupted reminiscent of legendary martial artists, a cacophony of cracking bones. The previous countless punitive strikes had been akin to a fierce battle, and now Lu Su was fully warmed up. With several powerful leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before even stepping inside, the sounds of intense competition erupted from the court, a cacophony of excitement that starkly contrasted with the somber atmosphere of the entire school. Lu Su stood before the main entrance, showing no hesitation as he strode forward, unapologetically embodying the essence of an intruder. Upon entering, the relentless sounds of ping-pong filled the air, while the badminton court reverberated with the fierce scraping of feet and the sharp whoosh of powerful smashes. The basketball court echoed with thunderous shouts, occasionally interspersed with the piercing sound of whistles. Shouts of anger and cheers of triumph erupted within this venue, showcasing a commendable atmosphere for sports within the school. As Lu Su ventured further inside, he gazed around, surveying the surroundings, and muttered to himself, there seemed to be quite a few people. standing at the entrance. The entirety of the venue was laid bare before him. Amidst the cacophony of the bustling arena, it was utterly deserted. Chapter 74. The unyielding task or mission is merely to delay. The stadium, eerily silent, evokes a chilling sense of foreboding, exacerbated by the inherently sinister atmosphere of the school. An oppressive aura envelopes Lu Su as he strides to the center of the vast arena. Sounds reverberate around him, vividly tangible yet elusive, rendering the presence of countless voices both disconcerting and isolating. In this hollow expanse, he stands akin to a solitary island, beset by fear and loneliness. Remaining here too long by daylight could drive one to madness. At night, it might induce fainting spells. In order to facilitate the audience's understanding for their future roles as players, the visuals are presented from a first-person perspective. Previously, they had only witnessed videos of the deranged torturing the game. This atmospheric dungeon, steeped in terror, is a novel experience for them. Why on earth would they choose a horror theme? One voice quivers. No, my cabinet just moved. I can't watch this. Another exclaims. The other miraculous tales on campus are already eerie. The methods to conquer this sin are already violent. If they decipher normally, it could be even more frightful. Shan Antong, observing through the omniscient eye, finds the situation rather perplexing. The imagery reflects a distinctly Chinese horror aesthetic, but the absence of visible figures renders her data analysis exceedingly challenging. Standing resolutely at the heart of the arena, Lu Su slightly raises his chin, the expression on his mask morphing into one of perplexity. Such a multitude, he murmurs, even as the visual void persists. Yet, an instinctual awareness ignites within him. Despite the space's diminutive dimensions, he feels countless eyes scrutinizing him, a primal intuition magnified by rage. As the tension escalates and the participants grapple with an impasse, Lu Su inexplicably raises his hand and fires a shot. The air warps momentarily as a bullet pierces through, leaving a hollow in the distant floor. Yet aside from that, nothing seems to have transpired. He appears to have merely discharged his weapon at random. However, the expression on the rage mask grows increasingly serious, his brow furrowing as he swiftly draws his gun and fires again at another location. The sound of gunfire erupts incessantly. Lu Su's right hand transforms into that of a Western gunslinger, unleashing a flurry of shots throughout the room. Though each shot is singular, the rapidity of his firing, unimpeded by the need for cooling, creates a continuous cacophony reminiscent of a machine gun's barrage. The once pristine and luminous stadium is swiftly transformed into a war-torn landscape, as if it were a battlefield. The basketball hoop's backboard shatters, the badminton net cascades to the ground, and the floor and walls become riddled with bullet holes. Yet within the vast expanse of the arena, the cacophony of voices remained undiminished, the sounds of various sports harmonizing with the echoes of Lu Su's gunfire, as if they were engaged in a collaborative dance. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his actions. In the stadium, it appeared that madness had seized him as he recklessly discharged his weapon, yet with no tangible result. Isn't this madness? What does it mean? It seems that resorting to violence here is futile. Of course, how could one enact violence when not a single soul is visible? Shooting into the arena serves no purpose. I initially thought he might charge through, but now it seems he cannot find a way. Due to Lu Su's exceedingly peculiar behavior, many spectators deemed him to be losing his sanity. In his earpiece, Xiao Antong's voice broke through, asking, "What are you doing?" The expression on Lu Su's masked face was one of intense concentration, his brows furrowing as he surveyed his surroundings. He sensed an omnipresent gaze upon him, laden with palpable malice. Most of this malevolence was subtle, almost imperceptible, akin to invisible phantoms encircling him. However, a sharp intuition had recently tightened a string in his mind, revealing a more pronounced, tangible hostility emanating from a specific location. Thus, he fired his weapon. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had missed his target. The moment he raised his gun, that intense malice vanished, only to reappear behind him. With each subsequent shot, he aimed at the clearly malevolent spots, eager to discern the outcome, yet each attempt met with failure. The expansive space resembled a night sky dotted with countless dim and lifeless stars, among which one would occasionally flicker, detected by Lu Su's heightened senses. But as soon as he raised his gun toward the glimmering star, it would shift to a different location, often behind him, entirely contrary to its previous position. Lu Su's firing quickened, but it proved futile. The flickering malevolence eluded even the bullets. To the spectators, he appeared to be nothing more than a madman, as none could share his acute intuition, nor perceive the malice lurking in the room. In a shadowy corner of the arena, an unseen figure held its breath, intently observing as Lu Su finally ceased firing. It quickly initiated contact with Park Buching through the game's internal communication. "Hello, Mr. Park. This sin is now in my vicinity." Anxiety gripped him as he endeavored to keep his words concise. Park Buching responded, His expression transformed into one of delight upon recognizing the caller. "The arena, correct? Excellent. Fanrin, hold him there. I am aware of your capabilities. Ensure he is eliminated." Fanrin swallowed hard and continued, "That is precisely what I intended to discuss. It seems I have been discovered." "What?" Park Buchung's eyes widened in astonishment as he rose to his feet, gazing towards the distant location of the stadium. "How did he manage to do that?" "I am uncertain, yet among my myriad spiritual entities, he directed a shot towards my true form. Although my spiritual transformation occurs swiftly, each subsequent shot of his has found its mark in the direction of my corporeal self. I have evaded many times." Only then did Park Buchung's expression relax somewhat, as he remarked, "So he simply cannot catch you, can he?" Fanrin replied, "Regardless of the circumstances. The challenge of this eerie tale primarily hinges upon you. Confound him, mislead him by time. Your task is to stall. You bear the weight of the great cold underworld's expectations upon your shoulders." Chapter 75, Where the eyes cannot see, the heart will guide you in the end. Park Buching could not resist the temptation to cast aspersions on Fanrin. He remained oblivious to the immense pressure Fanrin was under, indifferent to his fate, reveling instead in the predicament of the entity known as Zue. The game consisted of 7 levels, each fraught with its own eerie tales, and a mere 24 hours to navigate them. This time frame was indeed quite constricted, should any level present a challenge. Compounded by the restrictions he had imposed on Lu Su's allies, time would slip away rapidly. Presently, he found himself at a loss, unable to fathom Fanrin's capabilities or how he might counter them. The ability he possessed was perfectly suited to the haunting atmosphere of the venue, not necessarily to confront Zue directly, but to prolong the encounter until exhaustion claimed him. In his original strategy, this level was intended to be the ultimate test of endurance. Yet unexpectedly, Zue had already made it to the 2nd level. "Fanrin, please do not be so ineffectual." After terminating the call with Park Buching, Fanrin took a deep breath and continued to navigate the tense environment of the gymnasium. Indeed, after preparation, his abilities rendered him invincible on his home turf. His prowess lay entirely within his skill set, the berserk-level ability, Ethereal Doppelganger. Fanrin could manifest ethereal duplicates, which required time to prepare and could not stray too far from his physical form, no more than 100 meters at most. These duplicates lacked offensive capabilities. Their mere proximity instilled a sense of despair and fear in others. However, Fanrin was perplexed as to why this effect seemed utterly ineffective against Zue. Though it appeared a rather lackluster ability, as long as he remained within 100 meters, the exchange between his ethereal form and his physical body could occur at will. His physical form, shrouded in stealth, rendered him nearly undetectable. This capability bore little offensive power, and Fanrin struggled to control his ethereal manifestations. Yet within the eerie confines of the gymnasium, it became an invaluable tool for stalling. Fanrin had always believed that, given ample time to prepare, even the world's strongest could not best him. And now, the moment for practical application had indeed arrived. Yet, when confronted by Lu Su, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, an inexplicable aura that radiated oppression and dread, making him hesitant to approach. After all, this was a matter of evading gunfire. With each of Lu Su's raised arms, he swiftly exchanged with a doppelganger placed in the blind spot of the gun's muzzle. Although he had not yet faltered, the psychological burden weighed heavily on him. Moreover, he remained baffled as to how Zue had discerned the location of his physical form. The abilities of the world's most formidable adversary seemed excessively comprehensive. To outsiders, Lu's actions appeared to be nothing more than shooting at thin air. Devoid of purpose, coupled with his previously reckless and aggressive approach to overcoming challenges, most observers believed he was merely acting irrationally. Except for Fan Run, concealed within the ether. No one could comprehend the sheer precision of Lu's every shot or the unsettling nature of his actions. Shall we explore another location first? Venting frustration by shooting at the gymnasium serves little purpose. It seems that the current state of the situation is ill-suited for analysis. Perhaps we should allow the blank to take a look and proceed to the next scene. With only 24 hours, time is indeed quite pressing. We must not succumb to the Koreans. The audience began to devise strategies. Those seasoned viewers understood that the protagonist never heeded their suggestions. Suddenly, after a period of calm, Lu Su raised his gun again, aiming at Fan Ren's position. In that instant, an alarm rang in Fan Ren's mind, prompting him to swiftly reposition himself behind Lu Su. Engaging with this formidable figure was no easy task. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Rumor had it that this powerful individual could kill without a flicker of hesitation, with tales suggesting he had even consumed a victim in one of his missions. Fear gripped him, yet, almost immediately, Fan Ren sensed something amiss. His pupils dilated in shock. The gun did not fire. Lu Su's action was merely a test to ascertain how Fan Ren had evaded the shot. A meaningful smile gradually emerged on the pale green mask. So, you did not dodge bullets. You merely observe my movements? With this realization, Lu Su relaxed his grip, allowing his weapon, the hell roar, to drop to the ground before vanishing into his backpack. He pressed his earpiece and said, "You should leave now and explore elsewhere." Siet Antong responded, "Are you certain?" Upon seeing Lu Su nod, the metallic sphere above spun twice before decisively flying away. Siet Antong understood that since the protagonist had made a decision, her presence here was likely inconsequential. Soon, the vast arena was left with only Lu Su standing quietly. Slowly, beneath the mask, he closed his eyes, shutting out the surrounding clamor and immersing himself entirely in his primal instincts. After all, the gymnasium was devoid of life. It would be better to simply close his eyes. Sometimes in places unseen, the heart will guide you. Tell me, is the gun faster or am I? His voice was soft, yet resonated over the din of the gymnasium, overpowering all noise like a tiger's roar, silencing the wilderness, clearly reaching Fan Ren's ears. For a moment, Fan Ren was taken aback, uncertain to whom the words were directed. How could a person possibly outpace a gun, outpace a bullet? Yet, in the next heartbeat, a chill coursed through him as a figure loomed larger in his vision. A sense of impending doom enveloping him. Transition. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Lu Su's right leg descended forcefully, akin to a mountain-splitting axe striking the earth. Amidst the cacophony, the floor of the badminton court was instantaneously smashed, a massive crater forming as cracks rapidly spread throughout the arena. Fan Ren stood at a distance, steadied by fear, gazing ahead in astonishment. He realized the reason why Lu Su chose to sheath his weapon. The individuals accompanying him exhibited no inclination to raise their hands, and he was fully capable of gazing ahead while simultaneously dashing backward. Although not as swift as a bullet, it was far more unpredictable. But how could this be possible? How could a human possess such speed? Fan Ren had never encountered anyone like this, even if the opponent were the world's best. He had never conceived that a person's flesh could transform into a lethal weapon. Were his Achilles tendons forged from steel? Yet at that moment, he had no time to be astonished. Before he could catch his breath, a terrifying gale once again swept toward him. The menacing mask of fury, imbued with the essence of death, surged back into his line of vision. Fan Ren felt but one sensation within his heart. This seemed beyond his capacity to withstand. Chapter 76. Rampage and loss of control, adding pain. Without time to ponder, Fan Rin could almost feel the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, as if it could seep through his very pores. In an instant, he swiftly repositioned himself, narrowly evading the impending threat. Boom! Turning back, the floor where he had previously stood erupted once more, debris and smoke engulfing Lu's figure within. In a fleeting moment, the smoke was shattered by a powerful gust, revealing Fan Rin's adversary once again. Without hesitation, he instinctively knew that yet another calamity was upon him. Did his muscles not require respite or preparation at all? Overcome with dread, he vanished from his location again, hurriedly swapping places with his spirit. The next moment, the basketball hoop behind him was shattered by a single strike, fragments cascading to the ground. At that moment, Fan Rin's back was drenched in cold sweat. After enduring just these two exchanges, it was evident that the title of the world's #1 calamity was not merely a fade. The physical prowess of his opponent far surpassed any player he had ever encountered. Were all those atop the game leaderboard of such caliber? His own spirit could switch locations with merely a thought, yet his pursuer charged at him with brute force. In this harrowing chase, he felt as though he was perpetually on the brink of peril. As for why he must evade rather than confront, Fan Rin could only scoff at those who suggested otherwise. Would they dare to face such a threat? The fact that he had yet to withdraw entirely demonstrated considerable fortitude. He could scarcely fathom the prospect of holding off his opponent for 24 hours. Faced with reality, one thought plagued his mind. Could this game truly allow him to triumph over such a foe? It was precisely due to the game's completion conditions involving the supernatural that he felt a modicum of hope. Otherwise, in a one-on-one confrontation, he doubted this monstrous entity could be vanquished without dire consequences. Switch. Once again, he narrowly evaded a fatal strike, distancing himself while warily observing the rampaging beast within the arena. His sole focus now was to exert every ounce of his strength, striving to keep this adversary occupied for as long as possible before his energy waned. After all, this challenge represented the great Han Ming kingdom, and it was improbable that leniency would be afforded. Suddenly, amidst the expansive and acoustically vibrant sports arena, an eerie laughter echoed. It was Lu's laughter. Frustrated by his repeated failures to land a hit, the power of his wrathful mask surged, transforming his fury into a twisted mirth. The little brat runs quite swiftly, doesn't he? On the mask, a grotesque grin split it in two, resembling a sinister smile stretching from ear to ear. Boom! A massive crater suddenly formed beneath him, the terrifying backlash propelling his body towards Fan Rin. In that moment, Lu Su had succumbed to a state of unrestrained rage, laughter escaping him uncontrollably. Without pause, without rest, his body launched into an incessant, frantic sprint, like a clockwork machine. He moved with such velocity that afterimages trailed in his wake, nearly impossible for the human eye to track. Each of Fan Rin's evasive maneuvers was a wide-angle retreat, an attempt to slow the relentless pursuit of his adversary. However, the effect was negligible. Lu Su's relentless sprints showed no signs of pause, his astonishing frequency of attacks leaving Fan Rin breathless. Although it was merely a tactical shift, the psychological strain was insurmountable. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the arena, devoid of any semblance of joy, inducing an unsettling shiver down the spine. At this moment, Fan Rin felt an overwhelming illusion of helplessness, akin to a frightened girl fleeing through a dark alley, pursued by a psychopathic murderer. Although the comparison may be inappropriate, the psychological torment felt strikingly similar: fear and helplessness, the dreadful consequence of capture looming over him. The arena lay in ruins, scattered with destroyed equipment and violently upturned flooring and plaster. Suddenly, the cacophony of explosive sounds abruptly ceased. Lu Su stood amidst the shattered remnants, enveloped in dust and debris, finally halting his advance. The once pristine arena was now unrecognizable, smoke billowing about, and the large scoreboard overhead swayed precariously before crashing down. The mask of rage on Lu's face seemed to laugh silently as he lowered his gaze to his right hand. In his grasp was a half-foot-long piece of gray fabric, the initial attire of a gamer. Just moments ago, the unbearable psychological pressure had finally overwhelmed Fan Run, causing a fleeting lapse in his concentration, which allowed Lu Su to tear away a fragment of his clothing. The sensation was akin to death brushing past him. Fan Rin's face flushed crimson as he cautiously gasped for breath, uncertain why the relentless pursuit had suddenly halted. Yet, this brief respite was invaluable. The psychological burden was immense. Wasn't this game supposed to be a challenge for Pu Buchen? Why did it feel like he was trapped in a hellish nightmare? Gazing at his torn attire, he felt a lingering dread and hastily seized the opportunity to contact Pu Buchen. The internal game channel connected. "Hello, Mr. Pu. Are you prepared for what has to come?" he inquired. Pu Buchen, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean prepared for what? I'm struggling to keep up. This guy is truly terrifying. Truly terrifying." Fan Rin's repetition of the words terrifying underscored his unraveling psyche. "What? You can't hold on any longer? It's only been a few minutes. What's going on?" Pu Buchen exclaimed, bewildered. Fan Rin had already disconnected the call. Within the arena, Lu Su regarded the tattered fabric in his hand, his fury slightly alleviated. After all, he had no desire to lose control. The item in his grasp confirmed his instincts. There was indeed someone here emanating malice. How was it that they had not escaped? You cannot evade me either." As he gazed at the fragments of clothing that had inexplicably materialized in his hand, the audience, who had previously thought the crime was merely the result of an unhinged spectacle, found themselves utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Is this real? It's tangible. Does this mean the expert was pursuing someone just now? The method of physically banishing spirits actually works. It sends chills down my spine. To possess such remarkable speed and yet remain elusive thus far, it seems the opponent is indeed a formidable adversary. This was precisely why Fan Rin could not see the audience's reactions on Lu Su's side. Had he witnessed them, he would likely have coughed up blood. Fan Rin exclaimed, "What? A master? Me?" Lu Su remained rooted in place, fixated on the cloth in his hand for several moments. The smile on his mask grew increasingly unrestrained, and then he spoke in his mind. "All right, it's sufficient to ascertain that someone is present. Let the game cease. Painful divine selection. Enhance." Chapter 77. Did I let you go? With a mere thought, the personal strength data panel was summoned forth. After discarding equipment and other extraneous items, Lu Su's current personal strength points could undoubtedly be deemed extravagant. Strength, 30. Speed, 15. Agility, coordination, 15. Luck, 3. Spirit, 3. Aside from the enigmatic purpose of luck, which Lu Su had not utilized, the other statistics far surpassed those of his fellow players. The allocation ratio for spirit seemed rather unwise at 110, leaving Lu Su feeling it unnecessary. He preferred the tangible strength of the physical body, a sensation he could distinctly perceive. In his previous encounters, Lu Su had amassed a considerable amount of pain points, accumulating over 40 when combined with earlier sporadic gains. Beneath the mask of rage, Lu Su found little inclination to meticulously calculate. Since he intended to engage his opponent earnestly, he decided to bolster his attributes considerably. With this resolve, he significantly increased his speed and coordination in one swift motion. It was almost akin to a gamble. Speed increased 15-30. Coordination increased 15-20. For now, he set aside strength, focusing primarily on enhancing his speed. His personal speed value had effectively doubled through the utilization of pain points. Uncertain of what lurked in the shadows, be it a person, a ghost, another player, or some entity within the game, he was determined to unearth it. The sensation of being toyed with incited a deep rage within him. Although Fan Run believed himself to be in peril, Lu Su harbored a different sentiment. In his perspective, encountering an irritating mouse that merely scurried away without confrontation was infuriating, especially when he found himself unable to capture it. Each instance of failure only served to intensify the fury simmering within him. While Fan Rin had been fleeing for some time, the delay had not significantly hindered him. Yet, Lu Su's anger had been accumulating, bolstered by the chase. Even while wearing the gluttony mask, Lu Su had no desire to consume humans, but now, the thought genuinely tempted him. This elusive entity seemed to possess the ability to teleport, exhibiting extraordinary capabilities that vexed him greatly. With his speed now doubled, he felt as though he were gliding upon the wind, his entire being imbued with a sensation of lightness. If he had previously managed to corner his adversary, his chances of success had now increased tremendously. From a distance, Fan Ren lay in wait, holding his breath, watching for signs of movement, anticipating the next action of his opponent. Though puzzled by the sudden stillness, an uneasy premonition gnawed at him, akin to a thorn in his back. Suddenly, Lu Su turned his gaze toward Fan Ren's position. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if their eyes had locked. Fan Ren was certain he was cloaked in invisibility, yet that glance made him feel as though he had been stripped bare, his heartbeat faltering. "Friend, you're showing signs of life," the rage mask grinned, addressing Fan Ren's location. Fear, much like the sin of blood, had the capacity to lay bare one's every secret. Instantly, Fan Ren's muscles tensed, holding his breath, bracing himself for the impending chase. However, Lu Su did not hastily make his move. Instead, he calmly adjusted his cuffs while slowly approaching Fan Ren, speaking in a measured tone. "I hope you are prepared. The boss has entered the second phase." "What?" Fan Ren was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words, feeling as though Lu Su had transformed into an entirely different person. Yet, in an instant, Lu Su's deliberate pace morphed into a sudden, unannounced sprint, bringing him right before Fan Ren. Teleport. Fan Ren's nerves were taut. The moment Lu Su initiated his stride, he had already executed his own escape. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Despite having teleported, the fierce gust of wind still whipped against his face. The pale green mask was upon him. Fan Ren had no time to ponder how this was possible, why he had barely finished teleporting only to find himself confronted anew. He could only execute a second teleport in the blink of an eye, narrowly evading disaster. For Lu Su's assault was laden with foresight. Driven by dread, Fan Ren's every teleportation sought the farthest distance from Lu Su, adopting the most extreme angles of retreat, granting him a semblance of security. Yet, such behavior rendered him predictably vulnerable. Thus, Lu Su's initial strike was never aimed to incapacitate. Instead, upon reaching his destination, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and propelled himself backward with tremendous force. Indeed, as soon as he moved, the instinctual awareness of a lurking presence emerged nearby. His second strike, however, failed to connect. Yet Lu Su's hand shot forth like an iron spike, slicing through the air, seemingly empty space stained with blood, splattering onto the already damaged floor. The air resonated with a distinct, agonized groan. Fan Ren was injured, yet he could not escape Lu Su's third onslaught. Without pause, Lu Su returned for a third time, his hand finally seizing something tangible, his fingers digging deep into flesh. Crashing through two advertising boards beside the court, Lu Su slammed his captive onto the ground, rendering him utterly defenseless. The air warped, revealing a figure that had painstakingly concealed himself for hours. Fan Ren. Cough, cough. A bitter taste flooded Fan Ren's throat as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. At least he proved to be a competent player, surviving the crushing pressure without succumbing immediately. However, in the instant of capture, his mind blanked entirely, a true void, overwhelmed by an unyielding and tyrannical aura that shattered his will. Lu Su's wrath diminished his own rationality, unleashing unparalleled psychological pressure upon others, particularly his adversaries. The paralyzing fear rendered Fan Ren incapable of thought, while the excruciating pain coursing through his body awakened memories embedded deep within his very genes. Especially in the current position of the two, one above and the other below, it evokes an innate terror, deeply ingrained within, reminiscent of the fear experienced by prey ensnared by a predator, facing slaughter and consumption. Fan Ren was caught off guard, his mind consumed solely by the instinct for survival. In a swift motion, he retrieved his withdrawal token. However, the moment he grasped it, an overwhelming force seized his wrist, and in an instant, it felt as though his wrist had been placed within a hydraulic press, inflicting pain that rendered him oblivious to everything else. Aya! Amidst his anguished cries, The immense pressure bore down upon his muscles and tendons, accompanied by an ominous cracking sound that rendered him incapable of holding on. Just as he had extracted the token from his backpack, his grip faltered, and it fell to the ground. Before him, mere inches away, was a sinister green grin. What's the rush? Did I not say you could leave? Chapter 78. Even crying counts as time. Lu Su's grip tightened, causing blood to seep from Fan Ren's wrist. Flesh pressed painfully against bone, as if Lu Su intended to crush him entirely. Fan Ren continued to scream, his mind clouded by sheer terror, reduced to meaningless wails. He regretted agreeing to participate in this game. It had nothing to do with him. Why was he the one suffering when it was Park Buchung who sought the challenge? The moment he saw the exit token fall to the ground, he knew with absolute certainty that his fate was sealed. Although Jean Erlu had endured unknown trials, he had managed to escape the game and preserve his life. And what about him? As he approached 30 years of life, memories began to flicker before him like a film, and he found himself reminiscing as if awaiting death. Just then, the excruciating pain in his wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling sensation, and the agony vanished entirely. Fan Ren thought, what does this mean? Could it be that my hand has already been crushed? His mind conjured gruesome images, and in despair, he turned to look at his hand, only to discover that Lu Su had released his iron grip, no longer applying further pressure. Fan Ren was momentarily stunned, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. But this was soon interrupted by a low, rumbling voice. Why are you howling? Lu Su loomed over him, equally bewildered. How could a grown man scream so pitifully? His confusion slightly assuaged his own rising fury. It seemed he hadn't even declared his intentions yet. What was wrong with this person? It was merely a grasp of the wrist. He hadn't even broken it. This was far from the adversary he had envisioned. Lu Su had anticipated encountering a classic, mindless antagonist who, once subdued, would first taunt him and then retaliate desperately, only to be effortlessly dispatched. Instead, he found himself faced with this spineless individual. Unbeknownst to him, his own appearance was far from intimidating. Beneath the fury, his pale green mask gave him an aspect reminiscent of a ghastly, ravenous spirit emerging from the depths of hell. When Fan Ren glanced up at Lu Su's mask, another scream escaped his lips. Lu Su asked, do I look that hideous? Fan Ren felt he was gazing not at a man, but rather at a fearsome beast, salivating as he stood before him, akin to a meal laid out on a platter. He wants to kill me. He wants to devour me. Veins bulged on Fan Ren's forehead as these two thoughts spiraled endlessly in his mind, rendering him incapable of rational thought. The instant the exit token slipped from his grasp, he felt as though he had glimpsed his own demise. Please, don't kill me. I'm merely trying to survive. I didn't dare lay a hand on you. It was Park Buchung who challenged you, not I. It is not I, for I harbor no thoughts of defiance. I beseech you, spare my life and allow me to depart. To slay me would yield you no benefit, would it not? I have an elderly mother of 80 above me, and Lu Su. To be frank, observing such a contestant leaves him exasperated, almost amused. Initially, he believed the adversary possessed formidable escape abilities, likely a master of sorts. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the overwhelming fear of death had led this individual to invest wholly in survival skills. Chuckling softly, Lu Su found himself bemused, lifting the individual and positioning him against the wall. The fact that the wrathful Lu Su could find amusement in this scenario suggested that Fan Ren had a certain talent. Lu Su spoke, I shall pose you a few inquiries. The mere act of questioning seemed to unnerve Fan Ren, who, startled by Lu Su's earlier smile, trembled in fear. Why are you smiling? Please, spare me. Let us converse amiably. I am not delectable. Do not devour me, Lu Su. Perceiving the individual's antics as needless chatter, patted him on the shoulder and inquired, this place it must harbor numerous things, yes? The unseen and intangible. Can you elucidate the situation for me? In an effort to avoid alarming his interlocutor, Lu Su's tone remained calm and gentle. If you fail to provide clarity within 10 seconds, I shall press your head into your pelvis. I am swift. It will not hurt. In that case, your two heads shall be reunited. Fan Ren's heart, which had only just begun to settle, erupted once more. The echo of Lu Su's threat resonated in his ears, instilling a profound dread. He cried out, though his tears did not accompany the sound. Merely the volume of his distress filled the air. With a forceful kick against the wall beside Fan Rin's head, Lu Su expressed his impatience, crying, "Is that a measure of time? I shall count to 10. 1, 10. As he spoke, Lu Su unleashed his infernal roar. No, no, no. What are the 8 numbers in between? Allow me a moment to think. Fan Rin lunged forward, clinging to Lu Su's leg. Yes, it is mine. I am responsible. If you perceive many things, they must be my spiritual entities. Spiritual entities? Lu Su echoed, intrigued. Precisely so. Just like that, Fan Rin hastily detailed his abilities, fearing that any omission would result in his immediate demise at the hands of this formidable figure. Lu Su listened, momentarily taken aback. Spiritual entities, you say? Can you reclaim them? Alas, I cannot. They can only dissipate once they are beyond the range, Fan Rin hurriedly explained, hoping for liberation, convinced that their departure would render these entities non-existent. Cannot, you say? How fortuitous. With that, the mask of wrath bore a smile once more. Truth be told, Fan Rin was the individual who had elicited the most expressions of mirth from the wrathful visage. Fortuitous, indeed. In a state of bewilderment, Fan Rin suddenly felt a tightening grip on his shoulder as Lu Su forcefully secured him against the wall. Have you truly devoted yourself to your studies? He admonished. You ought to read more. What? Before Fan Rin could fully comprehend, a gray book materialized before his eyes, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment that rendered him unable to look away, utterly captivated. In his peripheral vision, he could discern the title emblazoned on the cover, The Confessions of the Disheartened. Amidst the alluring grayness, the cover of the book gradually opened, revealing the first page. In that instant, Fan Rin felt a profound sense of failure in his life, feeling as diminutive as an ant before the mightiest player, contemplating whether it would be better to succumb to despair. Simultaneously, an unearthly chorus of piercing wails echoed through the gymnasium, reminiscent of otherworldly lamentations. Chapter 79. Skipping instruction, background, and animation. Then, killing in the arena, clouds of gray mist erupted, only to vanish swiftly, leaving one with a peculiar sense of having misperceived the moment. The entire space warped momentarily. A series of piercing shrieks echoed, accompanied by faint explosions, reminiscent of dust being stirred by a gust of wind, as if an invisible fireworks display unfolded within the stadium. Lu Su could distinctly sense that the overwhelming malice directed at him was gradually diminishing, dissipating with a speed akin to clearing a game of Tetris. Moreover, the once cacophonous arena was steadily becoming tranquil. The lively sounds of sport were fading away, disappearing into silence. It appeared that even those noises were orchestrated by Fan Rin's spirit, intended solely to confuse Lu Su and ensnare him in this place. Park Bu-chung and Fan Rin had meticulously crafted their plans, yet they had failed to account for Lu Su's formidable strength. The S-rank sealed item, having been unleashed for merely a few minutes, rendered the stadium eerily serene. The previously numerous spirit manifestations had been utterly obliterated. Bang! Lu Su forcefully closed his book, tucking away the confessions of a failure. The S-rank sealed item was indeed remarkable. With just a simple page, it had annihilated Fan Rin's spirit, and the backlash was unmistakable. The negative repercussions primarily affected his emotions and psyche, yet due to the influence of the Mask of Fury, he felt none of it. Lu Su could only sense a surge of inexplicable rage the moment he opened the book, as if everything in the world displeased him. The sight of Fan Rin before him was detestable, inciting thoughts of murder. The arena's dismal decor evoked a desire to demolish it, while the school itself became a source of irritation, igniting a wish to obliterate it. In essence, everything in the world was at odds with his heart's desires. It felt as if a black hole were consuming all warmth and rationality from within, transforming it into an all-consuming fury aimed at destruction. Lu Su now comprehended the phrase describing rage. I am the blazing fire that incinerates the world. Indeed, this book should not be perused excessively. Excessive reading of the sacred text could lead one to commit acts of violence without a flicker of remorse. Once the book was stowed away, the stadium fell into an extraordinary silence, as if the previous clamor and fervor were mere illusions that had never transpired. Silence was indeed preferable, except for one individual. I am such a failure. I am nothing. Perhaps death would be merciful. Fan Rin collapsed onto the ground, mumbling incoherently, as though he had been utterly broken. His nerves, repeatedly bent and twisted, had rendered him unrecognizable. Previously terrorized by the mask of fury and subsequently influenced by the concept of failure, his mental state was on the brink of collapse. Luce, initially in a foul mood, observed Fan Rin's pitiful state and, with unexpected kindness, inquired, "What is the matter? Wishing for death? Do you require my assistance?" In an instant, a spark ignited in Fan Rin's eyes, and he twisted himself off the ground, stumbling backward a few steps. "No, brother. I was merely jesting with you. I speak in jest. I yearn for life with an intensity that keeps me awake at night, fearful that slumber might lead to an eternal slumber. All negative emotions in my mind have been swept away, and my overwhelming will to survive renders any misfortune trivial. In the face of such adversity, I realize how precious a life is. Although the challenge mode lacks definitive conditions for victory or defeat, being caught and perish by malevolence is solely one's own fault." Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the token on the ground, pondering how to retrieve it when Lu Su effortlessly bent down to collect it. I was taken aback. Lu Su paid no heed to my internal turmoil and strolled towards the center of the gymnasium, where I faintly heard the sound of a basketball being dribbled. Yet, my instinctive senses detected no malice lurking within the gym, nor did I sense any anomalies. Despite having eliminated all distractions, I found myself at a loss regarding the actual game content. The elimination of erroneous choices does not equate to discovering the correct ones. After a considerable duration of play, Lu Su, faced with this situation, felt disinclined to pursue a conventional victory. Was there not a ready ally before him? He turned to the bewildered me and inquired, "What is the nature of the game here?" Cautiously, I replied, "I must ask you, could you refrain from killing me? You may choose not to divulge anything." Lu Su responded with a serene demeanor. "No, you must tell me. You must." In that moment, I stood at attention. The adversary was engaged in basketball. My swift change of demeanor astonished the onlookers, yet one must admit it was indeed a clever survival tactic. And then, Lu Su continued, observing my compliance. "Then I honestly do not know. I can only perceive spirits to a slight extent. The specifics of the completion method are known solely to Park Buching. Perhaps you could seek him out? Torture him if you must, but spare me. I would be of no use." Lu Su remained silent. At that moment, I felt I had cast aside all scruples, eager to sell out my teammate, for if it were not for Park Buching, I would not be confronting this harbinger of death. Lu Su, indifferent to the notion of spirits, an endeavor devoid of reward and devoid of pain points, was reluctant to delve deeper into this bizarre tale. He simply wished to expedite the completion. This matter perhaps requires analysis through the lens of the background story. It appears that the protagonist of this eerie narrative has been awaiting someone capable of defeating him on the basketball court. Moreover, his tragic backstory might contribute to his plight. The burden of scruples dissipates after a single lapse, and I earnestly spoke as though I were Lu Su's ally. "Enough! Cease your prattle. Direct me to his whereabouts." Lu Su interrupted, asserting that in the realm of gaming, decoding and analysis are exceedingly inefficient endeavors. If it were a mask of greed, there might still be some contemplations regarding these matters. However, he is currently consumed by fury. This rage, akin to a combatant seeking to strategize amidst battle, resembles a player who hastily bypasses the tutorial, the narrative exposition, and the cut scenes, diving straight into the game, seizing a weapon, and preparing for slaughter. I know not who I am, nor where I am. I only know that I must wreak havoc. Fan Rin found himself somewhat perplexed by Lu Su, yet he was presently in a state of submission, yearning for clemency, and therefore gestured towards a certain location. That area had already been ravaged beyond recognition. The basketball hoop had been toppled by Lu Su with a single swipe, now lying in another arena. Lu Su approached, retrieved the hoop from the ground, and with a resounding thud, firmly planted it into the earth. Subsequently, He once again produced the confession of the disheartened, opened it, and laid it flat upon the rim of the hoop.